Chapter 1165. The kind of pain that made people feel the same way yesterday, in his mouth, was actually not worth mentioning. Let's not talk about this for now. This is not something glorious. If I had not worked too hard in the past, I would not have only 4 years left. Xiao Chen paused for a while, and his gaze fell on the startling wind zither beside Yu Bingyun. He had many questions to ask as well. What's with this startling wind zither? With your strength, you should not be able to activate it, right? The merfolk race's Yao Yan had sacrificed 8 great perfection Emperor Wu's lives to give her the strength to activate a primordial emperor treasure. Xiao Chen did not believe that the lunar palace would be so bold, sacrificing so many Emperor Wus to help Yu Bingyun. Yu Bingyun gave it a try and struggled to her feet. Then she picked up the startling wind zither and said, "Playing one note costs me a portion of my lifespan. When I played earlier, I used up 10 years of my lifespan." Xiao Chen's pupils constricted in some incredulity. "Don't be nervous." Yu Bingyun smiled and said, "Cultivators who cultivate the longevity art have extremely long lifespans. With the heavenly origin pill you gave me, even if I do not become Emperor Wu, I will still have a long lifespan of 1,000 years. Xiao Chen felt enlightened. However, even so, using up 10 years of her lifespan on a whim still made him feel heartache. Actually, as long as I do not play the complete song, it will not harm my foundation. However, without the complete song, I cannot bring out the might of the startling wind zither. I need to cultivate the longevity art to the 9th layer before I can be confident of playing the complete song." With just one note, Yu Bingyun could force 2 half-step Emperor Wus to retreat, forcing them to defend passively. Xiao Chen felt some anticipation. If it was the complete song, what kind of glory would this transcendent divine weapon show? Oh, by the way, what were you looking at earlier? You were so engrossed in it. Xiao Chen smiled mysteriously and said, "Come with me." The two moved with great difficulty. In this world where gravity doubled, they walked forward step by step. This scene looked very funny. When Yu Bingyun walked over and saw the painting on the wall, a strange light flashed in her eyes. The painting was very simple. There was only a person, a sword, and a pair of eyes that no one dared to look directly at. There were not many traces of the swordsman in the painting, only a simple silhouette. However, the sword intent of the person in the painting still surged boundlessly even after 50,000 years. With just a few glances, Yu Bingyun felt an unparalleled sharp sword intent enter her sea of consciousness, instantly coming to life and materializing a boundlessly profound sword technique. This sword technique was tyrannical and unyielding. Every strike could pierce the sky and tear space. As his silhouette flickered, he exuded a surging blood-boiling fighting spirit, causing others to feel as if their blood was burning as well. When Yu Bingyun finished materializing this sword technique, a strange expression flashed on her face. She said, "This is a medial-grade profound sword technique. Its might is unfathomable, extremely profound." Xiao Chen nodded. There were dozens of paintings on the walls, all of which contained the blood sword sovereign's sword moves. Every single one of them was a mid-grade profound sword technique. Even after more than 50,000 years, these sword intents still hadn't disappeared. This only served to highlight how powerful these sword intents were. Unfortunately, there is no way to record the profound martial techniques here. You and I are not swordsmen, it's such a pity. Yu Bingyun shook her head slightly and sighed. The value of medial-grade profound martial techniques went without saying. In Yu Bingyun's memories, the entire lunar palace only had 10-odd medial-grade profound martial techniques. There were too few choices. None of them were suitable for her. It wasn't that the weapons were different, it was that their wills were conflicting. In the Kunlun realm, the number of cultivators who used swords was probably the highest. There were so many medial-grade profound sword moves here. If he brought it out, who knew what kind of sky-high price it would fetch? Perhaps even Emperor Wu would fight over it. Xiao Chen smiled mysteriously and said, "That's not all. Take a look at your will and see if it has improved." When Yu Bingyun heard this, she closed her eyes. After a while, she revealed a joyful expression on her face. She opened her eyes and said, "My will of water improved by minor perfection." What's going on? This is too wondrous. Xiao Chen glanced at the wall and said, "I just discovered it. The sword intent in this wall has the ability to temper the will. However, it is rather simple this time. If you want to temper it later, you will need to endure some danger." Let these sword intents enter deeper into your sea of consciousness, fighting with your will. If you lose, the moment your will breaks, it will be extremely unbearable. When Yu Bingyun heard this, she was startled. Let the sword intents enter the depths of the sea of consciousness? If you are not careful, you might end up becoming an idiot. Xiao Chen smiled and did not say anything more. If one wanted to obtain something, one had to take some risks. Xiao Chen felt that this risk was worth taking. Aside from tempering the will, the strong sword intent that the blood sword sovereign left behind had a greater use for tempering Xiao Chen's saber soul. Xiao Chen's saber soul had already reached 50% comprehension and was extremely difficult to raise. He absolutely could not miss out on this fortuitous encounter before him. Thinking of something, Xiao Chen handed the life and death art in his hand over and said, "Take a look at this life and death art first." Yu Bingyun received the life and death art with some surprise. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen let her read the life and death art that he obtained after so much difficulty. "What about you? After all, I can't go out for now. I'll just cultivate here in peace for a while. With such gravity, there will definitely be great benefits to cultivating, be it my movement technique, cultivation, or physical body." Yu Bingyun smiled and said, "It looks like you are extraordinarily optimistic. In that case, I'll take a look at this life and death art first. After you finish cultivating, I'll explain it to you and discuss the mysteries of the life and death art together." In the following days, Yu Bingyun read quietly, and Xiao Chen started cultivating bitterly. Xiao Chen arranged his time very strictly for cultivation. In the morning, he would practice his movement technique. With this 100-fold gravity, the effects on his movement technique were the most obvious. In the afternoon, he would observe the murals and temper his saber soul. In the afternoon, he would temper his physical body and cultivate the blue dragon body nourishing art. At night, he would consume essence stones, allowing his cultivation to advance rapidly, heading toward the peak of great perfection blue-robed emperor. Time slowly went by. Soon, the two had spent a week in this place where the blood sword sovereign once cultivated. During this week, the two had been rather fulfilled. They did not feel bored or frustrated. On the other hand, Bing Xuejian, Fei Lengyi, and the remaining 4 consummation blue-robed emperors did not have it easy. They were already incredibly frustrated, their patience wearing thin. However, they did not have the courage to jump down themselves. There were too many unpredictable things, making Bing Xuejian and Fei Lengyi very apprehensive. "This won't do. We cannot afford to waste time here," Fei Lengyi said indifferently. Bing Xuejian retorted coldly, "I already told you to go down and take a look. You have the jadeite, so you can retreat safely." Xianxia and the other 3 consummation blue-robed emperors also looked at Fei Lengyi. Fei Lengyi had the strongest individual combat prowess here. He was the most suitable to go down. Fei Lengyi retorted angrily, "Don't even think about it. Below us is the source of the gravity. If I go down, something unexpected might happen." Bing Xuejian smiled coldly and said, "I thought you had some good ideas. Unexpectedly, you are still a coward. What I said is equivalent to not saying anything." Fei Lengyi glanced at the pitch-black deep abyss and said, "Who says I don't have any ideas? Of those 5 coffins, aren't there still 2 that have not been opened? Toss 2 down and let these blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters scout the way for us. At the very least, we will be able to obtain some information from the sounds." When the others heard this, their eyes lit up. They knew very well how horrifying the blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters were. When the few of them worked together, they spent a lot of effort before completely killing the 2 blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters that Xiao Chen released. Furthermore, these blood-sucking monsters clearly had a stronger resistance to gravity than humans. If they released 2, it would definitely be more than enough to deal with Xiao Chen. Even if they could not obtain the life and death art, they could prevent Xiao Chen from obtaining it. Bing Xuejian swept his gaze over Xianxia and the others indifferently. He said, "The few of you go and bring those 2 coffins over." Although Xianxia and the others were not happy about this, they had no choice but to obey. They still had to rely on Bing Xuejian to deal with Fei Lengyi. Soon, the 2 coffins were brought over. Bing Xuejian glanced at the deep abyss and said, "Brat, you gave me a gift earlier. Now, I will give you a big gift as well." Bing Xuejian opened the 2 coffins. Then, he sent out a palm strike and pushed the coffins down. Bang! 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 Two loud sounds came from below. The group of people stood at the edge of the deep abyss and did their best to look down, wanting to know what was happening below. The sonic booms immediately startled Xiao Chen, who cultivated the Thunder Dragon Steps. Now that Xiao Chen executed the Thunder Dragon Steps, he could jump 300 meters freely in this place where the gravity was 100 times stronger. His movement technique had clearly improved, and he could summon out 12 lightning dragons to increase his speed. Be careful. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he took 10 steps in the air, leaving behind a lightning dragon image with each step. After 10 steps, Xiao Chen arrived beside Yu Bingyun. The remnant dragon image in the air instantly entered his body. This allowed Xiao Chen's explosive power to increase further. Then, he quickly carried Yu Bingyun away. Pa, pa, pa. Amid loud sounds, the two blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters landed where Yu Bingyun had been. Unexpectedly, these two blood-sucking monsters did not lie on the ground. Instead, they were standing. They were in a much better state than when Xiao Chen first fell into this place. However, when Xiao Chen saw these three blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters, he did not show any fear. He smiled faintly and said, "You came at a good time. I happen to need to test the results of my cultivation during this period. Don't make a move. Leave it to me alone." A strong fighting spirit flickered in Xiao Chen's eyes as he gestured for Yu Bingyun not to make a move, letting him do it alone. "Can you do it?" Yu Bingyun found this slightly strange. The difficulty of dealing with these blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters was clear for all to see. Even Bing Xuejian and Fei Lengyi could not deal with them quickly. Xiao Chen stepped forward and said calmly, "If we were outside, I would not be very confident. However, here, I am 99% confident." Chapter 1166. Thunder Dragon Steps. Moving his feet, Xiao Chen flickered with crackling sparks. With each step, he left behind a dragon-shaped figure as he charged forward. When the two blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters smelled Xiao Chen's flourishing qi and blood, their eyes flickered with a red light. Disgusting liquid leaked out of the corners of their mouths. Despite the 100-fold gravity, the blood-sucking monsters moved frantically, clashing with Xiao Chen's attacks. In close combat, Xiao Chen's fists, palms, and claws moved rapidly. In one moment, he executed the deity race's myriad heaven divine fist. In the next moment, he executed the 1,000-year flame, which he comprehended himself. In the next moment, he turned into a sharp dragon claw. Xiao Chen's figure flickered as the attacks of the two blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters moved as fast as the wind. None of their attacks could hit him. In an environment with 100-fold gravity, Xiao Chen's movement technique and physical body had a natural advantage. The two blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters could not touch him at all. After several dozen moves, Xiao Chen sent out the 1,000-year flame with one palm strike and 1,000-year death with the other. The two completely different states appeared to be in perfect balance in Xiao Chen's hands, waiting for the moment to erupt. When it was time to erupt, one side was surging with a fiery bright moon. The other side was covered with flowers and a scarlet moon. The two blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters could not resist at all. They exploded into pieces and flew away. However, the blood-sucking monster's strength had never come from explosive power or combat prowess. Instead, it came from their unparalleled recovery ability. Just as their shattered bodies were about to fall from the air, they quickly merged back together with a whoosh. 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 When the blood-sucking monsters landed, they could already move freely on the ground. The aura they exuded was even more frightening. Is it really unkillable? With a flip of his palm, the lunar shadow saber appeared in Xiao Chen's left hand. The saber intent in his sea of consciousness started to circulate, spreading throughout his entire body. After driving the flawless saber Dao, Xiao Chen's clothes and hair fluttered without any wind. A sharp saber intent spread out from his body without restraint. The two blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters glanced at Xiao Chen and roared before rushing over. Its adaptability was unexpectedly strong. Compared to before, the speed of the blood-sucking monster was clearly much faster. Yu Bingyun frowned slightly, wanting to make a move. She needed to end this quickly. Otherwise, the longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous the situation would be for Xiao Chen. When the two quasi-emperor-level blood-sucking monsters completely adapted to the gravity here, no matter how capable Xiao Chen was, he would not be a match for them. Yu Bingyun, Just as the two blood-sucking monsters approached, Xianxia slowly spat out a word and instantly drew his lunar shadow saber. Whoosh! Whoosh! The saber soul that he had been storing up for a long time erupted at this moment. Yu Bingyun was astonished. The saber soul in Xianxia's heart was already infinitely close to 60% comprehension. All sorts of mysterious phenomena flashed amid the magnificent saber light. This was Xianxia's strongest profound martial technique, Instant of Glory, a profound martial technique that could condense all the saber techniques into it. Only one saber strike. Eternal Glory. Before the two blue-robed Emperor-level blood-sucking monsters could react, the light infused with a lightning saber soul instantly tore them into pieces and fixed them in a painting. The fresh blood added a trace of ice-cold killing intent to this boundlessly resplendent painting. It was not over yet. At the crucial moment, Xianxia perfectly merged his state of death and saber soul into eternity. Xianxia gently pushed off the ground and entered that beautiful painting. The death saber soul worked together with the four-season saber technique and started a frenzied massacre. Xianxia minced the two blood-sucking monsters that had been torn into pieces again, cutting off all signs of life. Cassie! Xianxia sheathed his saber, and the sound of glass shattering rang out. This glorious painting shattered with the sound of shattering. Its flourishing splendor faded away, no longer glorious. The two emperor-grade blood-sucking monsters turned into ashes and vanished, unable to recover. A strange light flickered in Yu Bingyun's eyes. Xianxia's earlier saber strike seemed to have touched upon the borders of the state of space. The instant Xianxia used the saber, he materialized hundreds of mysterious phenomena, forming a painting that fixed space in place. It was precisely because the space was fixed that the blood-sucking monster, which had extremely strong regenerative abilities, did not reform immediately after it was shattered. Xianxia, what was that move of yours called? Yu Bingyun asked quickly, unable to hold back her curiosity. The state of space was something that even Emperor Wu found hard to comprehend. Unexpectedly, Xianxia touched upon its borders. Xianxia answered honestly, Instant of Glory. What about it? Nothing. The moment Yu Bingyun said that, she regretted it. This matter definitely touched on Xianxia's secrets. How could she ask so directly? If Yu Bingyun continued asking, she would touch on the other party's core secrets. Hence, she quickly stopped asking. However, she could not get rid of the curiosity in her heart. Xianxia looked at Yu Bingyun's appearance, wanting to ask but not daring to. He could not help finding it funny. He said, I comprehended this move myself. It can unleash the states of all my martial techniques in an instant. I just discovered it as well. As my strength increased, this move touched upon the boundaries of the state of space. It is not me who touched upon the borders of the state of space. I am still very far from it. Yu Bingyun showed a slightly embarrassed expression. She had not expected Xianxia to see through her and tell her the secret honestly. Yu Bingyun quickly changed the topic. What should we do now? These two blue-robed emperor-grade blood-sucking monsters must have been thrown down by them. Xianxia smiled casually. There's no need to worry. We can afford to waste time. Just stay here and cultivate in peace. If they dare to come down, even if it is Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi, I will not let them return alive. At the end of Xianxia's words, the tyrannical aura that he unintentionally exuded made everyone's heart tremble, not daring to doubt it. Above the deep chasm, the people paying attention to the commotion below heard the sound of sabers. The unique roars of the blue-robed emperor-grade blood-sucking monsters did not appear again. Without a doubt, his expression became very ugly. The result went without saying. Based on the sounds alone, Xianxia's saber technique finished off the two blue-robed emperor-grade blood-sucking monsters. Just like that, Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi, who had been hesitant and had run out of patience, made their own decisions. They absolutely could not jump into this deep chasm. Otherwise, they might really end up dying at the hands of this junior, Xianxia. Since they could not jump down, they could only wait here. To the half-step Emperor Wu, they simply could not afford to waste any more time. In the end, there was only one option left. Leave. Bing Xuejian snorted coldly and looked down deeply. Then, he turned around and left decisively. Fei Lingyi's eyes flickered. Clearly, he had not expected that this life and death art would end up in the hands of a junior. Fei Lingyi stomped his feet and left helplessly in the end. Xianxia and the others exchanged glances, not knowing what to do. Should they stay or leave? They could not make a choice. After discussing for a while without any results, Xianxia said, "Let's wait a while more. They are half-step Emperor Wu. Time is very precious. We are all consummation blue-robed emperors. Wasting 1 or 2 months here is not a problem." "Good. We'll wait for another 2 months. I don't believe that this fellow will not come out. At that time, the instant they appear, we will attack at the same time. Do not give them any chance to resist, lest something unexpected happens." "Haha. What could possibly happen? We are 4 peak consummation blue-robed emperors. Dealing with 2 great perfection blue-robed emperors will be easy." In that case, it's settled. The 2 half-step Emperor Wu left feeling depressed. Now, only 4 consummation blue-robed emperors remained above the deep chasm, continuing to wait for Xiao Chen to appear. However, these 4 did not know that when Xiao Chen truly showed his strength, how could they deal with him? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the bottom of the deep chasm, Xiao Chen took 7 steps in the air. With each step, he rose 100 meters. When he rose 700 meters, he felt the pull of gravity becoming too strong, so he turned around and fell. Not far away, Yu Bingyun put down the life and death art. She smiled and said, "Not bad. You improved significantly from 3 days ago. If you go out, your movement technique will improve by at least 20%. Xiao Chen estimated the height of the deep chasm to be about 5 kilometers. If it were any other place, he could instantly fly up in one breath. However, the gravity here was 100 times stronger than outside. Xiao Chen used his full power and could only climb 700 meters. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, Xiao Chen asked, "How is the life and death art? Is this secret technique reliable?" This was the greatest harvest of this trip. Xiao Chen had high hopes for it. Whether he could condense the heart of an emperor or not depended on the life and death art in Yu Bingyun's hands. "I only read a third of it. The words in it are too cryptic and difficult to pronounce. However, it is most likely correct. The life and death art can indeed allow one to condense the heart of an emperor in advance," Yu Bingyun answered honestly. Given her talent, comprehension ability, and experience since she said that, it really could not be wrong. Xiao Chen could not help but be in a good mood. What he feared the most was wasting too much time on the consummation blue-robed emperor stage, missing the opportunity to advance to martial emperor. Now, it looked like as long as he had this life and death art, he should not have any problems breaking through to consummation blue-robed emperor within 2 years. After that, he would spend another 2 years to prepare and clear his great tribulation of wind and fire in one go, opening the emperor's door. Although the plan was ingenious, the risks involved were indescribable. Spending only 2 years to prepare was still too short. If one was not careful during the great tribulation of wind and fire, they would most likely die, consigned to eternal damnation. Regular consummation blue-robed emperors would find it hard to make up their minds even after preparing for 100 years. Even outstanding talents would need at least 5 years to prepare before they were confident of clearing their great tribulation of wind and fire. However, no matter what, this was good news. Without the life and death art, Xiao Chen estimated that he would have to spend at least 3 years on the Great Perfection Blue-Robed Emperor stage, perhaps even 4. At that time, the time left for him would be practically 0. Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze and went to a new wall painting. Then, he started to use the sword intent that the blood sword sovereign left behind 50,000 years ago to temper his saber soul. Now that half a month had passed, Xiao Chen's 50% comprehended saber soul was already infinitely close to 60% comprehended. After all, the blood sword sovereign's half-step Emperor Wu's sword soul was only 70% comprehended. However, Fei Lengyi's sword soul was only 60% comprehended. Right now, Xiao Chen was only a great perfection blue-robed emperor, but his saber soul was already so profound. This showed how horrifying it was. When Yu Bingyun saw this scene, she shook her head. After she tried it once, she did not use the sword intent to temper herself again. Not to mention the pain, it was extremely dangerous. It felt like her soul was dancing on the edge of a saber. Chapter 1167. Only Xiao Chen had the courage and perseverance to use this sword intent to temper himself. The days went by unhurriedly. After another month, Xiao Chen's saber soul finally broke through 50% comprehension, reaching 60% comprehension. Rumor said that when one's saber soul reached 100% comprehension, the gaze of one's gaze could turn into a tangible blade, killing with one look. Now that Xiao Chen's saber soul reached 60% comprehension, the most obvious change was the strength of his aura. Yu Bingyun estimated that even a consummation blue-robed emperor would feel their soul tremble when standing before Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's movement technique also improved rapidly. He completely cultivated the Thunder Dragon steps to great perfection. In one breath he could take 18 steps. Each step left behind a dragon-shaped afterimage that lingered for a long time. Xiao Chen's body became like a dragon, crackling with electric light. The tyrannical nature of this movement technique was completely manifested. When fighting with an enemy, it could infinitely boost Xiao Chen's aura, perfectly complementing his various saber techniques. With the aid of the essence stones, Xiao Chen's cultivation advanced rapidly. In a short 1.5 months, he was already not far from the peak of great perfection blue-robed emperor. Xiao Chen, who had improved significantly in all aspects, felt very proud of himself. Just as he was about to charge into the deep abyss, he received some bad news. After 1.5 months, Yu Bingyun finally finished reading The Life and Death Art. After reading it, she dealt Xiao Chen a heavy blow. By cultivating the Life and Death Art to the 9th layer, Yu Bingyun could help the blue-robed emperor condense a heart of an emperor in advance. However, the prerequisite was that Xiao Chen needed 2 things to assist him: the Flower of Life and the Death Fruit. This was not strange. Several special martial techniques and cultivation techniques in the world required some natural treasures to be cultivated. Unfortunately, these 2 natural treasures had already gone extinct 10,000 years ago. Without the Flower of Life and the Death Fruit, one could not cultivate the Life and Death Art, not even the 1st layer. Yu Bingyun closed the Life and Death Art and said, "I originally thought that without these 2 natural treasures, cultivation would just be slightly more difficult. After reading it, I realized that without the Flower of Life and the Death Fruit, it would be impossible to properly cultivate. I recall that there should be some flowers of life in the human demon sea, which is the Blood Sword Sovereign's hometown. However, the Death Fruit is truly extinct. It has already been 10,000 years since a Death Fruit has appeared. Many Ghost Race great emperors have been searching for a Death Fruit at an astronomical price. If it existed, it would have appeared long ago. What kind of place was the human demon sea?" After Yu Bingyun explained, Xiao Chen learned that the people living there were mostly demon mixed bloods like the Blood Sword Sovereign or fiendish demon mixed bloods. It was extremely far from the heavenly starry ocean and the Black Sea. After receiving the Life and Death Art from Yu Bingyun, Xiao Chen started pondering it. His expression appeared somewhat depressed. Unexpectedly, the treasure that he had obtained after so much difficulty ended up like this. He was truly somewhat dissatisfied. "Xiao Chen, I can help you find the Death Fruit." Just at this moment, Ao Jiao, who was in the immortal spirit ring, seemed to have made up her mind. "You have the Death Fruit? It is not me who has it. Back then, the Thunder King killed a Ghost Race great emperor. There was a Death Fruit among the spoils of war. When you cultivate to peak great perfection, the blue-robed emperor, I will bring you to the place where the Thunder King's inheritance is." Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. He had found the Death Fruit that Yu Bingyun said was extinct. In that case, all he had to do was go to the human demon sea and obtain the Flower of Life. Then he could still cultivate the Life and Death Art. There was still hope. Don't be too happy yet. The human demon sea is not as simple as you think. It is hard to say whether you can obtain the Flower of Life or not, Ao Jiao said somewhat worriedly. What's wrong? You've been to the human demon sea before? What nonsense! The Thunder King's inheritance is in the human demon sea. How could I not have been there before? Xiao Chen's heart wavered slightly. Ao Jiao had always been unwilling to go and obtain the Thunder King's inheritance. Aside from some special reason, could it be that the Thunder King's inheritance was in the human demon sea? Seeing that Ao Jiao was unwilling to say more, Xiao Chen did not pursue the matter. In the remaining few days, Xiao Chen studied the Life and Death Art. Under the pressure of the gravity, his movement technique improved again. He felt that he could already leap out of the deep abyss, so he planned to bring Yu Bingyun away. "Let's go." Xiao Chen woke up Yu Bingyun, who was still cultivating, and explained his intentions. A look of reluctance flashed in Yu Bingyun's eyes. At the same time she said apologetically, "It seems like I still need some time to adapt before I can go out." "There is no need to go through so much trouble. I'll bring you out directly." Before Yu Bingyun understood what Xiao Chen meant, Xiao Chen hugged her tightly. Then they broke through the restrictions of the hundredfold gravity and soared into the air, heading for the top of the deep abyss. Suddenly, Yu Bingyun cried out softly in Xiao Chen's embrace. In her fluster, she instinctively wanted to struggle free. Xiao Chen did not say anything. He only hugged her tightly, not letting her struggle free. Xiao Chen had to adapt to his physical body for 1.5 months. After cultivating bitterly, he finally had the confidence to go up after much difficulty. If he waited for Yu Bingyun to go up on her own, she would have to spend at least 1 month. Clearly, this was unacceptable to Xiao Chen. Don't move. We're going up soon. After the initial struggle, Yu Bingyun blushed slightly. She felt that her emotions were somewhat strange, so she tried to hide it and smiled. Fortunately, you did not carry me up this time. This was a mockery of how Xiao Chen carried Yu Bingyun away without saying anything in the treasure master's residence. Xiao Chen smiled abashedly. Yu Bingyun was not the aloof holy daughter. She was not one of those overly traditional and aloof girls. This gave Xiao Chen a favorable impression of her. Xianxia's group of 4, who were still sitting cross-legged above the deep abyss, heard the sonic boom. They all opened their eyes and quickly stood up. Prepare to attack. The few of them had endured for a long time and had been prepared for a long time. At this moment, they heard the wind. When they heard the sound of the wind, all of them showed solemn expressions, surging with killing chi. The aura of a consummation blue-robed emperor suddenly spread out. A strong wind howled, and the 4 strong auras merged together to form a formless mountain range, rising and falling indeterminately as it pressed down on the deep abyss. All they had to do was wait for the instant Xiao Chen came out and suppress him with all their might, instantly killing him. All sorts of profound martial techniques quickly brewed in their bodies. Xianxia stared at the pitch-black deep abyss and said coldly, "After waiting for 1.5 months, you are finally here." Murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the other 3 old men, cold and emotionless. Aside from this, there was also some excitement, a fiery anticipation for the life and death art. In their opinion, working together to deal with 2 great perfection blue-robed emperors would be a piece of cake. There would not be any pressure. One consummation blue-robed emperor could easily suppress 4 or 5 great perfection blue-robed emperors. For consummation blue-robed emperors working together, if they could not take down 2 great perfection blue-robed emperors, it would be a joke. The wind howled, and the sound of the sonic boom grew increasingly piercing and sharper, making everyone tremble slightly. The 4's hearts pounded intensely as they stared at the deep abyss's entrance, not daring to relax for even a moment. The formless mountain range in the sky above the deep abyss layered over each other, inspiring a terrifying pressure. 1, 2, 3, 4. As the sound grew closer, the 4 started counting in their hearts. In less than 10 breaths of time, that white-robed bladesman would leave this world forever. 9. When the 4 counted to 9, a fiery light appeared at the pitch-black entrance. A white figure seemed to be breaking through the final barrier of the deep abyss. Because the white figure moved too fast, the friction caused purple flames to burn. Xianxia's eyes lit up, and he immediately roared, "Kill him!" Xianxia's voice contained a boundless aura and overwhelming killing intent. The formless mountain range bore the brunt of the attack, pressing down on Xiao Chen, who was about to charge out. In the blink of an eye, the entire space began to shake violently. It was a shocking sight to behold. However, as the 4 expected, the scene of Xiao Chen clashing with the mountain range did not happen. The layers of formless mountains fell into the abyss as if they had missed their target. The 4 of them were shocked, unable to react in time. This was all part of their plan. The moment Xiao Chen came out, they would first use the vast aura to ruthlessly crush Xiao Chen's sharpness. Then, they would follow up with all sorts of killing moves to crush Xiao Chen. However, right now, the mountain range that was certain to hit actually failed to injure Xiao Chen, falling directly into the deep abyss. In that case, there was only one possibility. The white-robed bladesman was too fast. The instant the white-robed bladesman broke through the deep abyss's barrier, his speed multiplied, and he charged over the instant he fell. These 4 were all consummation blue-robed emperors who had experienced hundreds and thousands of battles. Their thoughts were as quick as lightning. After thinking quickly, they immediately came to such a conclusion. Retreat! The 4's expressions changed at the same time, and they pushed off the ground and quickly retreated. "You think you can retreat?" A cold snort rang out in the air. Then, the white figure carrying a delicate girl charged over. Thunder dragon steps, electric light shaking the heavens, body like a dragon. Amid the electric light, the horrifying aura of Xiao Chen's 60% comprehended saber soul burst out ferociously. Xiao Chen carried Yu Bingyun with his left hand and held his saber with the other. He looked like a powerful killing god as he stepped on boundless electric light, moving as fast as a meteor. Xiao Chen's figure turned illusory. As electric light shot out, he swung his saber with each step. After 12 steps, he swung his saber 12 times. With the will of thunder infused with a 60% comprehended saber soul and the great perfection thunder dragon steps, Xiao Chen was unstoppable. Every time he swung his saber, he would knock back a consummation blue-robed emperor. Xiao Chen's speed was so fast that it felt like he swung his saber 12 times at the same time. Xianxia and the other three each suffered 3 saber strikes. Blood flowed out of their wounds as electric light flashed. Their numbed bodies were in extreme pain. The 4 looked severely injured, but in reality, they were not fatally injured. Xiao Chen's 12 saber strikes focused on speed. They were not as mighty as martial techniques. Xiao Chen did not want to kill these 4 in one go. Instead, he wanted to disrupt the other party's formation and dampen their momentum. The true killing move was yet to come. After Xianxia and the other 3 landed, they roared ferociously and immediately prepared to counterattack. However, Xiao Chen did not give these 4 a chance to make a comeback. If he left any openings, his 1.5 months of bitter cultivation would have been wasted. Chapter 1168. One saber of only me. Instant eternal. 1,000 mysterious phenomena, 10,000 lights, this moment of glory, the mountains and rivers like a painting. In the next breath, Xiao Chen executed his strongest profound martial technique, instant of glory. Immediately, the mysterious phenomena of all sorts of martial techniques burst out with this saber strike. Peach blossoms drifted for 50 kilometers around, flowers hung high in the sky on a summer day, leaves fell in the autumn wind, a fiery bright moon soared into the sky, and many blue dragons flew everywhere, wagging their tails. All sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared in an instant, forming a glorious painting that froze the space. Xianxia and the other 3 in the painting seemed to be locked in place, unable to move or even blink. "Cassie!" Xiao Chen sheathed his saber, and the glorious painting immediately shattered like glass. "Cassie! Cassie!" Xianxia and the other 3 fell to the ground and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Horror filled their eyes. In that instant, they suffered 3 heavy blows. The painting froze, and the various mysterious phenomena baptized them. This was not the most fatal blow. Given their cultivation as consummation blue-robed emperors, this kind of damage was not enough to deal any serious damage. The most horrifying thing was the second blow. When the painting shattered, it felt like space had shattered. Although this was far from true space shattering, the principle was roughly the same. The moment the painting shattered, they felt like their bodies were about to be torn into all sorts of shreds. Although his tough physical body was still intact, his internal organs had been torn apart, leaving horrifying cracks. The third layer was the damage caused by the backlash of their own martial skills being interrupted. With these 3 severe injuries, they had completely lost their combat prowess. Even if a martial monarch came, they would just be meat on the chopping block. "You're on your own," Xiao Chen said indifferently as he looked coldly at the 4 on the ground like stray dogs. Then, he let go of Yu Bingyun. Then he soared into the air, preparing to leave this place. Soon, Bing Xuejin and Fei Lengyi would receive the news. He needed to leave Blackwater Island quickly. Yu Bingyun, who followed closely behind, felt dazed, like she was in a dream. There had never been a bladesman that Xiao Chen admired from the bottom of her heart. His tyrannical and magnificent saber techniques, his straightforward style, his cold as ice, but he did not become addicted to killing. His heart had never changed. Xianxia and the others remained silent for a long time. As they watched Xiao Chen and Yu Bingyun leave, their emotions became extremely complicated. This youth will definitely leave his name in history, becoming a giant bladesman of his generation. How terrifying. He actually didn't kill us. He probably didn't even look at us and didn't see us old fellows as a threat. Xianxia laughed self-mockingly. He also felt that the experience just now was like a dream. However, it was a nightmare. If he had the chance, he definitely wouldn't want to experience it again. The Blood Sword Sovereign's residence was already a complete mess. It had completely collapsed. Fortunately, the various restrictions were no longer there. Xiao Chen used brute force to open up a hole and break out of the ground. After taking a deep breath of the fresh air that he had not breathed in for a long time, Xiao Chen waved his hand and summoned out his Flood Dragon War Chariot. Yu Bingyun exclaimed in shock, "Flood Dragon War Chariot? Isn't this the war chariot of the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's Lung Xiaofan?" Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Get on then. It is surnamed Xiao now." Yu Bingyun smiled. Clearly, she had asked a pointless question. For some reason, this Flood Dragon War Chariot ended up in Xiao Chen's hands. The 4 flood dragons did their best to pull the war chariot. Soon, they tore through the dark clouds in the sky, heading forward quickly. Everything was dark under the dark clouds, not seeing sunlight all year round. However, the dark clouds shone with golden light. The sea of clouds glowed like an immortal realm. "Where are you going?" "I'll make a trip to Dark City first before heading to the Human Demon Sea," Xiao Chen said. Xiao Chen wanted to meet Ba Tu in Dark City, to see if he could find that corpse and perfect his dragon-seeking art further. After that, he wanted to rush to the Human Demon Sea, to the place that Ao Jiao said hid the Thunder King's treasures. Then, he would take the opportunity to find the Flower of Life. When Yu Bingyun heard about Xiao Chen's itinerary, she started laughing softly. This baffled Xiao Chen, so he asked, "What are you laughing at?" "It looks like we will have to travel together for a while. Your itinerary is the same as mine. My final stop on this trip is also the Human Demon Sea." Yu Bingyun's expression made it impossible to tell if she was lying, or if she said this on purpose to travel together with Xiao Chen. "Don't find it strange. My main purpose on this trip is experiential training. I told you at the start and did not lie to you. The matter of the Jadeite Mountain Manor was just something I did in passing. Even if I did not make a move, I would have dealt with that matter perfectly." Feeling suspicious, Xiao Chen asked, "What do you mean? Could it be that there is more to Fei Lengyi's attempt to advance the Heavenly Cloud Sword into a transcendent divine weapon?" "I will not tell you more about the inside story. It is not something important. Right now, I just want to sleep comfortably. You don't mind driving the carriage alone, right?" Yu Bingyun smiled gently. Without giving Xiao Chen a chance to reply, she entered the war chariot and pulled the curtains up. Then, she headed for the comfortable bed and lay down alone. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly, unable to say anything. He could not possibly go in and disturb her when she was sleeping. Bathed in the golden sunlight, the Flood Dragon War Chariot sped through the cloud sea at lightning speed. At this moment, on Blackwater Island, Fei Lingyi and Bing Xuejian, who had received the news, rushed over. However, they only saw Jin Liangqi and the other 3 recovering from their injuries. They immediately trembled in anger. They wished that they could rush over to Xiao Chen and tear him to shreds. The storm of the life and death art came to an end. However, the story of the white-robed bladesman on Blackwater Island spread for a long time. He snatched the life and death art from the jaws of 2 half-step Emperor Wu, snatching the life and death art. However, the one who did all this was only a great perfection blue-robed emperor. Later, when Xiao Chen's identity spread, everyone was even more shocked. Unexpectedly, such a bladesman was actually a descendant of the famous Qing Emperor, the Blue Dragon King appointed by the Bushan Palace. After leaving Blackwater Island, Xiao Chen put away the Flood Dragon War Chariot and walked on the vast sea. He started to use the dragon-seeking art to search for Holy Spirit veins in the Black Sea, which was the most resource-rich. Xiao Chen's luck was pretty good, or rather, the Black Sea was rather rich in resources. In the process of rushing to the Black Sea, Xiao Chen discovered several hidden Holy Spirit veins. However, Zhang Tian's words rang in his ears. Xiao Chen could not casually touch the things underground. If he did not do it well, he might attract a ferocious evil dragon and bury himself at the bottom of the sea. Hence, Xiao Chen was extremely careful when he made his move. He only made his move after he was 100% sure that it was an auspicious land. He gave up on most of the discoveries and only took 4 Holy Spirit veins. Even so, Xiao Chen's actions flabbergasted Yu Bingyun, who was traveling with him. The Lunar Palace had also hired extremely skilled geomasters, so Yu Bingyun had some understanding of this trade. Xiao Chen's dragon-seeking art surpassed that of the geomasters hired by the Lunar Palace. In fact, some of his methods for subduing dragons were even more profound. The dragon-fixing needle and the dragon-revealing mirror allowed him to subdue holy spirit veins alone. Just this point alone surpassed those geomasters. In the future, when I manage the Lunar Palace, I will definitely get you to help me search for spirit veins, Yu Bingyun said seriously. Yu Bingyun asked seriously after Xiao Chen stepped into the Black Sea and stopped searching for spirit veins. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Sure. However, the prerequisite is that I can live to that day. Of course, the price for me to make a move will be expensive." Yu Bingyun joked, "The bona fide holy daughter is asking you to search for dragons and fix veins, yet she is putting on such airs. You should be saying that I am extremely willing. As long as the holy daughter says it, anything is negotiable." "Right, I am extremely willing. As long as the holy daughter says it, anything is negotiable." Parrot words, there is no sincerity at all. However, I will remember what you said. I will definitely look for you in the future. During this period of interaction, the two had gotten much closer. Yu Bingyun had helped Xiao Chen a lot in subduing dragons. There was also the comprehension of the life and death art. Yu Bingyun was not stingy in sharing her understanding with Xiao Chen, helping him quickly understand this profound secret manual. As the two chatted and laughed, they did not slow down at all, rushing towards Black City. As the two went deeper into the Black Sea, they could clearly feel how extraordinary this place was. Consummation, blue-robed Emperor Xiao Chen saw one or two half-step Emperor Wu Xiao Chen. Even strong existences on the level of Emperor Wu Xiao Chen occasionally flashed by, coming and going in a hurry. As the core of the entire Black Sea, the Black Sea's atmosphere of experts was clearly much stronger than Black Water cities. The two's destination, Dark City, was the core of the core. Many strong blue-robed emperors gathered there. Most of the outstanding youths of the Black Sea were in this city. Half a day later, the two arrived at Dark Island, which was several times vaster than Dark City. As they stood at the edge of the island, they could see the majestic and tyrannical silhouette of Dark City. According to Yu Bingyun, this was an ancient holy city that could rival Bright Moon City. Xiao Chen was filled with anticipation, hoping that it would bring him some unexpected surprises. Quickening their pace, Xiao Chen and Yu Bingyun rushed towards the city. The city walls were like a black dragon coiled on the ground. The black bricks looked like dragon scales, giving off a metallic feel and a strong might. When the two arrived at the city gates, they lined up obediently, waiting to enter the city. Among the cultivators in line, Xiao Chen discovered several consummation blue-robed emperors. There was even a half-step Emperor Wu Xiao Chen. This was somewhat flabbergasting. Before the might of Dark City, even a half-step Emperor Wu did not dare to fly in. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, just at this moment, above the heads of the crowd, there were two strong figures flying fearlessly into the city, attracting the attention of the crowd. Where did these youths come from? How come they even dare to barge into Dark City? Someone exclaimed in shock when he discovered that the city guards did not make a move on these people, tacitly acknowledging their actions. Haha. This must be your first time coming to Dark City, right? These are the famous outstanding talents of Dark City. They are either the descendants of great bandits or absolute outstanding talents, incredibly strong. They have the outstanding talent token issued by the city lord's residence, allowing them to enter and leave the city at will. Chapter 1169. However, Xiao Chen, who was in the queue, appeared somewhat distracted. It was like he could not hear anything. The instant the figure in front flashed by, Xiao Chen had clearly seen the appearance of that person. This brought back a distant memory. After so many years, he had not expected to see this old friend in Dark City. What's wrong? Yu Bingyun, who was at the side, could not help asking when she saw Xiao Chen in a rare daze. She looked at the two figures in the sky, who had already left, not understanding what was going on. Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze and said indifferently, "It's nothing. I just saw an old friend from the Sky Dome realm." Those two earlier were Zhao Feng and Sima Lingxian. Zhao Feng's grandfather, Zhao Linglong, was a veteran sovereign martial emperor, ranked second among the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea. Sima Lingxian has a significant background as well. His adoptive father, Zhong Buxiong, became a sovereign martial emperor after coming out of the road that buried emperors and successfully killed his way into the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea. Yu Bingyun knew more about the Black Sea than Xiao Chen did. She recognized the two people who just passed by. When Xiao Chen heard Zhong Buoxiong's name, he felt excited. Wasn't this Zhong Buoxiong the middle-aged greater heavenly martial emperor who gave him a message in Despair City? Back then, Xiao Chen had found it strange that Zhong Buoxiong would send him a voice projection for no reason at all. Now that Yu Bingyun said that Zhong Buoxiong's adoptive son was Sima Lingxian, Xiao Chen somewhat understood what was going on. If Xiao Chen guessed right, this Zhong Buoxiong should know about the grudge between Xiao Chen and Sima Lingxian. Zhong Buoxiong probably sent Xiao Chen a voice projection because he did not want Xiao Chen to die at the hands of others, giving his adoptive son a chance to take revenge personally. The past truly made one sigh with emotion. Every time one thought of the passionate era of the Sky Dome realm, one's blood would race. Xiao Chen still remembered how many outstanding talents of the Sky Dome realm fought in Dragon Sealing City, fighting for the right to enter the Kunlun realm. However, most of the outstanding talents that truly entered the Kunlun realm were buried in this great realm filled with geniuses. Their names were unknown, and they were nowhere to be seen. However, seeing Sima Lingxian this time far surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations. In that instant, Xiao Chen sensed that Sima Lingxian's cultivation had actually reached the peak of the great perfection blue-robed emperor. Furthermore, Xiao Chen had taken a sovereign martial emperor as his adoptive father. Everything was like a new game of Go. There were always some unexpected things. Fortunately, as long as the blue-robed emperor had sufficient resources and great talent, he would be able to reach the peak of mastery within a short period of time. If he had become a great perfection blue-robed emperor, only then would Xiao Chen be truly vigilant. Now, he only needed to pay a little more attention. Among the younger generation of the Black Sea, where can this Sima Lingxian rank? Xiao Chen asked curiously. This name, which he had long forgotten, once again attracted his attention. Yu Bingyun thought for a while before saying, "How should I put it?" He rose up very quickly. In just 5 or 6 years, with Zhong Buoxiong's full support, he defeated many outstanding talents of the Black Sea. Now, he is in the limelight and is known as the strongest of the Black Sea's younger generation. However, this first rank is a little vague. This is because the strongest of the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea, the Blood Shark Sovereign's descendant, Huang Yun, has not appeared in the past few years. Furthermore, Huang Yun was already publicly acknowledged as the strongest 10 years ago. Without defeating Huang Yun, Sima Lingxian would not be able to truly become the strongest. There is also Zhao Feng. 2 years ago, Sima Lingxian only lost to Zhao Feng by half a move. In a true life-and-death battle, Zhao Feng only had a 50-50 chance of winning. However, no matter what, there is no exaggeration in calling Sima Lingxian one of the strongest outstanding talents of the Black Sea's younger generation. After saying that, Yu Bingyun glanced at Xiao Chen and said, "Could he be the old friend you mentioned? Is he a friend or foe? If he is an enemy, it is best not to meet him to avoid trouble." Friend or foe? Sima Lingxian's father died at Xiao Chen's hands. There was no way to resolve the grudge of killing his father. However, Xiao Chen did not regret killing Sima Hong at all. Some people deserve to be killed, to pay the price for what they had done in the past. As for meeting the other party, Xiao Chen did not fear it at all. He could defeat the other party in the Sky Dome realm. He could do the same here. Why aren't you saying anything? What exactly is your relationship with this Sima Lingxian? You still have not told me? Yu Bingyun was curious about the relationship between the two, which was rare for Xiao Chen to be absent-minded, so she pursued the matter. After Xiao Chen entered Dark City, Yu Bingyun continued to press him. Xiao Chen smiled helplessly and said, "He has a grudge with me for killing his father." Back then, his father relied on his cultivation to sweep through a small sect of mine in the Sky Dome realm. For the sake of protecting me, many of my sect's disciples and elders died at his father's hands. Later on, after my strength increased, I met his father in the Sky Dome realm and killed him. Xiao Chen skipped the details and gave a simple explanation of the grudge between him and Sima Lingxian. When Yu Bingyun heard this, she could not help but be stunned. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen had such a grudge with this Sima Lingxian. No wonder she was distracted when she saw him. Batu's home was very easy to find. Dark City was divided into 13 districts. Each district was governed by a great bandit. In every district, the most iconic building was the place where the bandits lived. The 13 great bandits of the Black Sea represented the strongest combat prowess of the entire Black Sea, the greatest authority, and the most majestic might. They were the uncrowned masters of the Black Sea, the true kings of the underworld. It was very simple to become a great bandit of the Black Sea. One just had to come to Dark City and defeat a great bandit of the Black Sea, chasing him out of the iconic building. Then one would be the new great bandit of the Black Sea. It was simple and crude, fully displaying the law of the jungle of the Black Sea. While it sounded simple, every great bandit of the Black Sea was at least as strong as Greater Heavenly Emperor Wu. Furthermore, without the strength of a sovereign martial emperor, one would not be confident of defeating any great bandit easily. In the past 1,000 years, aside from Wuxia, no one else had succeeded. Batu's grandfather was known as the Flame Rock Sovereign. He was ranked 5th among the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea, a veteran sovereign martial emperor. It was because Batu asked the Flame Rock Sovereign to speak up for Kim Taeho's Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Hence, no one dared to offend him in the Black Sea. As long as the banner of the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce was hung up, no one would pay attention to the merchant ships of the Black Sea, where pirates roamed. After asking around, the two found out where the Flame Rock Sovereign lived. A castle made of 10,000-year-old flame rocks was in the south of the city. This was where the Flame Rock Sovereign lived. When the two arrived before the fiery red castle and saw that it was made of 10,000-year-old flame rocks, they felt incredibly shocked. Just a small piece of 10,000-year-old flame rock was worth cities. However, the Flame Rock Sovereign used it to build a vast castle. The castle looked like it was eternally engulfed in flames, burning endlessly. When standing in front of the gates, one could feel the Flame Rock Sovereign's unbridled tyranny. The surroundings were heavily guarded. Xianxia stood in front of the gates and reported his identity, asking the guards to help pass a message to Ba Tuesday. Xianxia and Yu Bingyun both looked extraordinary. Their strength was even more startling. The guards did not dare to be slow, quickly reporting the news. Soon, Batu's carefree laughter came from the gates. He walked over with large strides. When he saw Xianxia, he immediately gave Xianxia a bear hug. "Brat, you only came now. I have already waited for you for more than a year. Come in first." "Hey, this is..." Xianxia, who only cared about talking to Xianxia, did not react immediately when he saw Yu Bingyun. After a while, he exclaimed in extreme shock, "Damn! Brother Xianxia, you really managed to get the Lunar Palace's holy daughter." Batu's words in front of so many people immediately froze Yu Bingyun's pretty face. This misunderstanding was too big. The misunderstanding was too big. Xianxia quickly said, "I think Brother Batu is overreacting." Batu smiled abashedly and quickly apologized. Yu Bingyun ignored him. However, her expression slowly turned warmer, showing no intention of settling scores with him. Come. Since Brother Xianxia is here, let's have some fun in Dark City. I'll bring you to the City Lord's residence to apply for an outstanding talent token first. With this outstanding talent token, you can enjoy the privileges that only the older generation Emperor Wu can enjoy. That would be truly satisfying. The City Lord's residence of Dark City was only a faction on the surface. The people there were appointed by the factions represented by the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea. Given Batu's status, it would be easy for him to apply for an outstanding talent token. When Xianxia was in line outside the city gates, he had heard some things about the outstanding talent token. For example, Zhao Feng and Sima Lingxian could fly through the city gates because they had the outstanding talent token. However, Xiaoqian's main reason for coming here was the corpse that Batu's group found on the road that buried emperors. The jade strip on that corpse contained the Paradise Secret Cannon. It was hard to guarantee that there were no other hidden treasures. Xianxia was hoping to get lucky. He wanted to go take a look and see if there were any gains. Wait for a while. This time, I actually have a request to make of Brother Batu, Xianxia said seriously, rejecting Batu's words. Batu slowly withdrew the smile on his face. He asked gravely, "What is it? If I can help, I will definitely do so without hesitation." "Is the corpse that you found on the road that buried emperors still there? What did you find on that corpse? Can you tell me a thing or two?" When Batu heard this, he could not help smiling. There was nothing on that corpse except for the spatial ring on its finger. It was also a pile of trash. "We suffered a great loss. Could it be that the jade strip we gave you is extraordinary?" Since Xiao Chen had already decided to come here, he did not intend to hide anything. He nodded and said, "Bring me to see that pile of trash first." Ba Tu laughed loudly, and a look of anticipation appeared in his eyes. Then he waved his hand and said, "Bring Miss Bingyun around the castle. Remember to treat her well." Ba Tu looked like a boorish fellow. However, he was very meticulous. He knew that it was not convenient for others to hear about this, so he sent Yu Bingyun away without anyone noticing. Yu Bingyun smiled faintly. She did not care much about her interactions with Xiao Chen over the past few days. Yu Bingyun already knew that Xiao Chen had obtained the inheritance of an ancient dragon seeking secret art. However, Xiao Chen had also told her the truth. This dragon seeking secret art was very difficult for people with ordinary comprehension ability to learn. Chapter 1170. The threshold for comprehension ability was too high. Even if an ordinary geomaster obtained it, it would not be of much use. At most, it would broaden their horizons. Xiao Chen followed Ba Tu to his private treasure pavilion in the castle. In one of the old rooms, he saw the trash that Ba Tu spoke of. There were broken bells, large lumps of metal, rotten knives, and all sorts of metal balls. There were many of them. At first glance, they were indeed trash. However, in Xiao Chen's eyes, they were all dusty treasures, making him somewhat happy. How was this trash? This was a complete dragon-subduing platform. However, it had been destroyed and scattered. After repairing and refining some of the parts, he reassembled them. This was a ready-made dragon-subduing platform. The bell was the dragon summoning bell. With just a gentle shake, it could automatically summon back the spirit vein that escaped. When dealing with some evil dragons, there was no way to get them to obediently go to the dragon-subduing platform. Hence, the dragon summoning bell became a necessity. The rotten knives were the essence of the dragon-subduing platform, the dragon head guillotine. There was also the lump of metal. This was the ready-made foundation of the dragon-subduing platform. If Xiao Chen had to pool his own money to build it, he would need at least 10 years to prepare. However, these things were worthless in the eyes of a cultivator. They were completely useless. Even a regular geomaster would not recognize these things. Even if they recognized them, they would not know how to use them. They had to be used in conjunction with the Paradise Secret Cannon. That's all? It is infuriating to talk about it. A group of brothers and I risked our lives to bring back a corpse. Unexpectedly, the ring is filled with a pile of trash. Ba Tu appeared rather depressed when he mentioned this matter. Xiao Chen reluctantly put down the dragon summoning bell. Then he said, "These are not trash. They are all treasures." Seeing that there were no outsiders present, Xiao Chen told Ba Tu about the Paradise Secret Cannon and the true value of this pile of trash. "I can leave a copy of the Paradise Secret Cannon for Brother Ba Tuesday. As for these dragon-subduing platform parts, I hope that Brother Ba Tu will do me a favor. Name a price, and I'll buy them." After Ba Tu heard that, his expression changed. He said, "You are looking down on this, brother. Without you making a move, I, Ba Tu, and my friends would have died in the heavenly starry ocean long ago. Furthermore, at that time, Brother Xiao Chen could have made a move to silence us and snatch this corpse away. Don't say anything. You can just take these things as trash." Ba Tu's straightforwardness made Xiao Chen feel somewhat embarrassed. Not only did Ba Tu not want the Paradise Secret Cannon's copy, but he even gave all the parts of the dragon-subduing platform to Xiao Chen. After the dragon-subduing platform was completed, Xiao Chen would no longer need to be afraid of those evil dragons while seeking the dragon acupoints. This dragon-subduing platform was extremely important to him. In fact, when he reached the level of Emperor Wu and searched for a royal spirit vein, this dragon-subduing platform would be of great help to him. I won't say too many words of gratitude. In the future, if the Flame Rock Sovereign or Brother Ba Tu need any help, I will definitely be there at your beck and call, Xiao Chen said extremely seriously as he accepted the parts of the dragon-subduing platform. Ba Tu laughed loudly and said, well said, well said. However, there is indeed a problem that is troubling this brother." "What problem?" Xiao Chen asked, feeling suspicious as he frowned slightly. "Speaking of which, what exactly is your relationship with the Holy Daughter? Don't be in a rush to deny it. If it were someone else, they would definitely fall out with her on the spot. Furthermore," Xiao Chen felt somewhat speechless. He thought that Ba Tu would ask something serious, so he quickly interrupted, "Don't mention this. Batu raised his eyebrows and chuckled. All right, I won't mention it. I understand. The more he tried to explain, the more he made things worse. Xiao Chen smiled helplessly and said, Never mind, let's not talk about this anymore. Bring me to get the outstanding talent token, then. I plan to stay in Dark City for a while and complete the dragon subduing platform before leaving. The disassembled dragon subduing platform had existed for too long. Many things needed to be repaired, which was a rather large project. Furthermore, Xiao Chen needed to purchase many divine materials. With the outstanding talent token, he would be able to obtain a considerable discount when purchasing in Dark City. Furthermore, some divine materials could not be purchased through ordinary channels. With the outstanding talent token, it would be easier to access those special channels. Batu patted Xiao Chen's shoulder and smiled. That's easy. Come, I'll bring you to the city lord's residence now. As Xiao Chen strolled around the castle, he could sense the auras of several experts, both in the open and in the dark. There was even a gaze that seemed to belong to a powerhouse on the level of Emperor Wu, watching him from the dark. However, it seemed like that gaze did not have any malicious intent because of Batu's day. Furthermore, it did not pry too much into Xiao Chen. When Xiao Chen arrived at the city lord's residence in the center of Dark City, he relied on Batu's signboard to pass through all sorts of tight security and strong checkpoints. This allowed Xiao Chen to personally experience the strength of being a great pirate of the Black Sea. Along the way, he saw several half-step Emperor Wu experts at the checkpoints, undergoing strict questioning and inspections. When Batu and Xiao Chen arrived at the Zong Affairs office, where the outstanding talent token was processed, they were about to enter. Suddenly, a voice called out to Batu from behind. When Batu heard that, he turned his head back, and his expression changed involuntarily. Damn, this fellow actually came to the Zong Affairs office as well. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that there would be some problems with the outstanding talent token? Haha. Brother Batu, are you bringing someone to get the outstanding talent token? Behind the Zong Affairs office, a white-robed young man with a jade-like complexion and a sinister aura walked over unhurriedly with a person behind him. Xiao Chen sized up this person. This person's cultivation was unfathomable. Unexpectedly, he was also a peak great perfection blue-robed emperor. Boundless sword intent flashed in this person's eyes. His gaze was so sharp that it could tear through the air. Another peak great perfection quasi-emperor outstanding young talent. Xiao Chen felt shocked in his heart. However, when he thought about it, the Black Sea lacked everything but resources, so he felt somewhat at ease. The 13 great bandits of the Black Sea controlled the greatest benefits of the Black Sea. In terms of resources, they were probably even stronger than some of the Holy Lands. After all, their headquarters were in the Black Sea. The cultivation of the small perfection blue-robed emperor and the great perfection blue-robed emperor happened to rely on the accumulation of resources. Of course, if one's talent was insufficient, no matter how many resources one had, it would be pointless. Being able to use vast resources to raise one's cultivation to peak great perfection blue-robed emperor within a short time was already an incredible feat. This person is called Lu Yun, a descendant of the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea, Ku Yejian. Ku Yejian ranks 6th among the great bandits and is a sovereign martial emperor who uses the sword. This person once suffered greatly at my big brother's hands. Xiao Chen knew that Batu's big brother was the most talented outstanding talent of the Flame Rock Sovereign's bloodline. He was also the Flame Rock Sovereign's legitimate successor, someone who would inherit the title of Flame Rock Sovereign in the future. However, Batu had always been busy with cultivation, rarely appearing when he was in closed-door cultivation. Compared to Batu, he was much more low-profile. That Lu Yun sized up Xiao Chen and said indifferently, "Not bad. With the cultivation of a great perfection blue-robed emperor, you meet the threshold. However, it is hard to say whether you can get an outstanding talent token or not. However, based on Brother Batu's appearance, it seems like you want to go through the back door." This person had an arrogant expression. After saying that, he left with his head held high. Remember to tell your big brother to come out of closed-door cultivation early. The next Outstanding Talent Summit meeting is about to begin. At that time, I will personally defeat him. The person beside Lu Yun turned his head and glanced at Xiao Chen. A faint murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and a fierce electric fire burned in the depths of his eyes. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. Why does this fellow make it seem like he has a grudge against me? If I recall correctly, I have a grudge against him. If I recall correctly, this is the first time Xiao Chen met Lu Yun and Lu Yun. Lu Yun, you sissy. Who said that your uncle is going through the back door? It is just an outstanding talent token. My brother can easily obtain it. What surprised Xiao Chen was that Ba Tu's explosive temper could not endure Lu Yun's aloof temper. Once provoked, Ba Tu would immediately erupt. Lu Yun turned around and did not get angry. He smiled faintly and said, "If you did not go through the back door, you would not have been able to obtain an outstanding talent token. Don't boast and harm your brother. Furthermore, if not for giving face to your big brother, I would have slapped you for what you said earlier." The competition between the descendants of the great bandits was actually so intense. This surprised Xiao Chen, who was at the side, slightly. He felt like he had gotten involved in some grudges. The more Ba Tu spoke, the angrier he became. He cursed. "Damn! Do you dare to bet with me? This brother of mine will definitely obtain an outstanding talent token. Furthermore, his results will be even higher than this person you brought." Lu Yun said coldly, "You are really reckless. Do you know who this person beside me is? He is Xianxia, the descendant of the legendary Thunder Fire Sovereign. He is someone who can make it into the top 5 of this outstanding talent summit meeting." So that's the case. When Xiao Chen heard that, he figured out what was going on. It turned out that this fellow was Xia Luo's elder brother. No wonder Xia Yang's face was filled with murderous intent. Xiao Chen had taught Xia Luo's younger brother and the clan elder, Wang Zhan, a lesson at Blackwater Island. Word of that had probably reached this person's ears. Xia Yang smiled faintly and said, "Brother Lu, there is no need to bother with these two clowns. There is no need to lower yourself to their level. Just smile." Lu Yun nodded and said, "That's true. If these words came from your elder brother, Ba Yan, I might be able to take them seriously. However, when they came from you, Ba Tu, I only need to smile." The two echoed each other, causing Ba Tu's complexion to turn red and white. That kind of arrogance and disdain infuriated him. Xiao Chen stepped forward and patted Ba Tu's shoulder. Then he looked straight at the two and said, "It is just an outstanding talent token. There is no need for the two of you to mock and ridicule me like that. Aren't you being too narrow-minded? You will only make others feel ashamed of you." Lu Yun's gaze turned cold. His eyes became like swords as they pierced towards Xiao Chen. A boundless sword intent burst out from his eyes. Unexpectedly, this fellow's sword soul had reached 50% comprehension, far surpassing that of his peers. Furthermore, Lu Yun's sword intent gained a feeling of spring returning to a withered tree. This made his sword intent even more exuberant, surging boundlessly. If Lu Yun looked at an ordinary person, that person would immediately fall to the ground in fright, trembling and unable to get up. However, Xiao Chen did not fear Lu Yun at all. His saber soul had already reached 60% comprehension, completely suppressing his opponent. The saber soul in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness moved slightly as he looked straight into Lu Yun's eyes. He did not even take half a step back. Chapter 1171. Saber intent spread out from Xiao Chen's body. It was like one could hear sharp clanging sounds in the air, inspiring the urge to cover their ears. Many people came to the City Affairs Hall to handle the outstanding talent token and other matters. When they saw this scene, they could not help but look over. When they saw that someone dared to clash with Lu Yun's aura, they could not help feeling surprised. Lu Yun was very famous in this vast dark city. He was extremely strong, even able to defeat some consummation blue-robed emperors. What a fellow! To think that you really have some skill. Ba Tu, I accept your bet. Lu Yun said indifferently to Ba Tu as he withdrew his gaze. Anticipation lit up in his eyes. Ba Tu sent a voice projection back. "Xiao Chen, are you confident? I did not recognize that Xia Yang at first glance. This fellow is also very famous in Dark City. He is not inferior to the descendants of the great bandits of the Black Sea. His outstanding talent token should have reached its time limit, so he is here to reapply for it. If you are not confident, then I admit defeat. I will ask my uncle to help you apply for an outstanding talent token." Xiao Chen replied calmly. "There is no need. Just go ahead and gamble. Bet as much as you want. I will help you win it all in one go." With Xiao Chen's words, Ba Tu immediately calmed down. He smiled and said, "Lu Yun, Let's make the bet bigger this time. The loser will give the winner 200 essence stones. How about that? 200 essence stones. The moment Batu said that, not only did Lu Yun's expression change slightly, but even the surrounding young cultivators who were watching felt shocked. Essence stones could only be extracted from King's spirit veins. They were essential for Emperor Wu's cultivation. Without advancing to Emperor Wu, there was no way to purchase essence stones through normal channels. They could only obtain them at auctions. These outstanding talents had the backing of the great bandits and lived in the resource-rich Black Sea. Hence, they could rely on their clans to obtain some essence stones every month. However, they only obtained about 20 essence stones every month. They still had to rely on holy spirit veins to cultivate. Batu wanted to bet 200 essence stones in one go. It looked like he had been holding back his anger and wanted to make a big bet. Xia Yang's eyes were burning with fighting spirit. Brother Lu, just agree with him. The guy next to him happens to have some conflicts with me. Let's break his spirit here first. Lu Yun secretly sent a voice transmission to ask if he was really confident. He only had 300 origin essence stones on him, and he had saved them up. Don't worry. My Thunderfire art has already reached the 10th layer. It is more than enough to defeat him in the test of the outstanding talent token, Xia Yang guaranteed confidently. Lu Yun had always looked down on Batu and did not want to lose in front of him. With Xia Yang's guarantee, he immediately agreed to Batu's request and said loudly, I happen to be lacking origin essence stones. If you want to give them to me, I naturally have no objection. Batu and Lu Yun are at loggerheads. This is going to be a good show. What a big bet. 200 origin essence stones. If I had 200 origin essence stones, my cultivation would increase by 20%. Stop speaking nonsense. Your clan does not have a sovereign martial emperor holding down the fort. Where are you going to get 200 origin essence stones? Even if the elders of your clan found them, they would use them for themselves. Batu and Lu Yun's huge bet immediately attracted the attention of the many youths who came to apply for the outstanding talent token. Aside from the descendants of great bandits who could use their connections to apply for the outstanding talent token, the outstanding talent token was also open to the public. As long as one cleared the checkpoints set by the City Lord's Residence's City Affairs Hall, they would obtain the outstanding talent token as well, allowing one to enjoy many benefits in Black Sea City and a death exemption medallion. With the outstanding talent token, no expert would dare to kill you. At the very least, this was a guarantee in the Black Sea. Aside from this, one could enter many of the peak places in the city unobstructed with the outstanding talent token and enjoy the most expensive treatment. Not just the local outstanding talents of the Black Sea, but several outstanding talents from other sea regions also came to Dark City to apply for the outstanding talent token. Furthermore, in the Kunlun realm, as long as one was not over 50 years old, one could be considered a youth. Hence, the City Affairs Hall was always filled with people. There were many people who came, but only a few were able to successfully apply for an outstanding talent token. The reason was simple. The checkpoints set by the City Affairs Hall were too difficult. Lu Yun and Xia Yang took the lead and entered the City Affairs Hall. Xiao Chen and Ba Tu followed closely behind. After registering according to the City Affairs Hall's rules, they were led into the testing hall. The vast and majestic testing hall was bustling with people. When Xiao Chen saw this, he found it somewhat strange. Unexpectedly, there were so many people here to apply for the outstanding talent token. A quick count gave at least 100 people, ranging in age from 20 to 50. Some were strong, some were weak, some were strong, and some were of different races. There were humans, fiend race, ghost race, and even some demon mixed blood cultivators. This was a great eye-opener. Dark City truly lived up to its reputation as a gathering city. Just the test for the outstanding talent token could attract so many outstanding talents. These people were all different. However, the pride they exuded was not as wild and unruly as they usually were. They were all very similar. After being immersed in the Black Sea for a long time, one would develop a baleful aura that was very hard to get rid of. However, this baleful aura would not affect the minds of outstanding talents. Instead, it would be used by them to strengthen their auras. Lu Yun's appearance attracted everyone's attention. This descendant of a great bandit was very famous and in the limelight. In comparison, the descendant of a great bandit like Ba Tu attracted much less attention. After all, this dark city was a place where strength reigned supreme, a place where the strong were worshipped. If Ba Tu's eldest brother were here, the situation would be different. Dong, dong, dong. Dense footsteps resounded. Countless people rushed in from outside the city affairs hall to watch the excitement. This made the young outstanding talents participating in the Outstanding Talent Token feel strange. Although the Outstanding Talent Tokens test did not prohibit spectators, it was rare for such a bustling scene to appear under normal circumstances. There had to be something strange about this. Indeed, after asking around, the crowd learned about the bet between Ba Tu and Lu Yun. They all showed strange expressions. Who is that white-robed bladesman? To think that he dares to compete with the Thunderfire Sovereign's descendant. I don't know. I've never seen him before. He looks like he is only a middle-stage great perfection blue-robed emperor. His cultivation is weaker than Xianxia's. This white-robed bladesman must have a great background. Otherwise Ba Tu would not be so bold. Haha, that might not be the case. I feel that he is just bluffing. He is just a nameless person. It is hard to say whether he can obtain the Outstanding Talent Token or not. How can he compete with Xiaoyang? That's right. He will definitely lose. The crowd discussed the matter. Some of the young outstanding talents participating in the test purposely stopped, wanting to let the two fight one-on-one. The two took up the responsibility and went to the first stage of the City Affairs Hall's test. The test of strength. Xiao Chen was no stranger to this test method. It was the same as the one he used in front of the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion. The 100-meter-tall stone tablet was connected to an Iron Man through an exquisite formation on the ground. The difference was that this time, the Metal Man's chest, throat, forehead, and other areas were marked in red. After the old man beside the stone steel explained it to Xiao Chen, he knew that the testing stone steel here was closer to actual combat. The vital parts of the stone steel were reinforced, making it harder for one's strength to penetrate. Just like martial artists, they would definitely put up extra defenses at their vitals. If one was confident, one could attack the vital parts of the Metal Man. If one's strength could penetrate it, one could light up more gems on the stone steel. If one's strength was insufficient, then one's result would be extremely low. One would be eliminated in the first stage. Most people would not choose to attack the vital parts. They would just use the normal method to test their strength. The City Affairs Hall elder guarding the first stage said expressionlessly, "The first stage is to test your strength. If you want to obtain the Outstanding Talent Token, you have to light up the 6th row of gems at the very least. Lighting up one gem is 1 point. The highest score for this stage is 10 points." Xiao Chen's expression changed involuntarily. In the previous test at the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion, the ones who could light up the 6th row of gems were almost all consummation blue-robed emperors. In this place, the minimum requirement to obtain the Outstanding Talent Token was to light up the 6th row of gems. The threshold was extraordinarily high. No wonder Lu Yun said that even a great perfection blue-robed emperor might not be able to obtain the Outstanding Talent Token. As for the subsequent scores, Xiao Chen knew that this test had a total of 3 stages. In the end, the scores would be added up to determine one's ranking among all the outstanding talents taking the test. In this first stage, I will make you fall into despair. Xia Yang was very confident in the test of strength. After the old man finished speaking, he walked over step by step. With every step Xia Yang took, a layer of purple lightning-attributed fire burned on his body. His aura was startling. Sparks even appeared high in the sky in the vast hall. If not for the restrictions in the hall, the lightning would have burst out. Thunder Fire Art. This is a profound cultivation technique created by the legendary martial emperor, the Thunderfire Sovereign. Its explosive power is extremely ferocious. I wonder which layer Xiaoyang has cultivated it to? As long as he reaches the 7th layer, he will be able to defeat that white-robed bladesman for sure. The legendary martial emperor, the Thunderfire Sovereign, was very famous. Although the Xia clan was no longer as powerful as it was in the past, no one dared to underestimate the might of this Thunderfire art. Xiaoyang took 10 steps. With every step he took, a layer of purple lightning-attributed fire appeared on his body. When he finished taking 10 steps, the crowd exclaimed. Amid the layers of lightning-attributed fire, Xia Yang's aura was extremely strong. He was no weaker than a regular consummation blue-robed emperor's. He might even be stronger. Unexpectedly, he cultivated the Thunderfire art to the 10th layer. This Xiaoyang really hid himself deeply. He will probably shock everyone in this outstanding talent summit meeting. There is no hope. Batu's 200 essence stones are probably gone. After charging up his strength, Xiaoyang roared and punched the metal humanoid. The light on the testing steel flickered, and rows of gems lit up rapidly. Soon, all the gems on the 5th row lit up. The first purple gem on the 6th row lit up, followed by the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th gems. The 7th, the 8th, the 9th. This caused an uproar. Xia Yang's punch lit up a total of 9 gems on the 6th row. This was a startling result, surpassing most consummation blue-robed emperors. Chapter 1172. Although Xia Yang had used the 10th layer of the Thunderfire art and stored up energy for a while, no one could deny his results. However, no one could erase his results. All of this was within the rules. The first stage was a test of strength. Lighting up 9 gems and obtaining 9 points was basically the highest score of the first stage. Xia Yang scattered the 10th layer of Thunderfire on his body. His complexion turned slightly red, and he looked somewhat weak. Clearly, his cultivation of the 10th layer of the Thunderfire art was not very stable. However, the joy and pride on his face did not diminish at all. He looked at Xiao Chen arrogantly and laughed loudly. In this stage, I lit up 9 gems on the 6th row. How can you compare to me? To most people, to surpass the 9th gem, one would have to erupt with the strength of a half-step Emperor Wu and light up 10 gems. However, this was clearly impossible. Xia Yang obtained 9 points. There was no way Xiao Chen could compete with him. Xia Yang would definitely win the first stage. White-robed bladesman, what do you have to defeat me? Xia Yang lit up 9 purple gems in one go, appearing very spirited. After cultivating the Thunderfire art to the 10th layer, Xia Yang's goal was not Xiao Chen but the outstanding talent summit meeting that would take place in a month. At that time, he would shine brightly. Xia Yang treated Xiao Chen before him as an appetizer. At the same time, he would kick his younger brother and vent his anger. At the same time, he would slowly spread his fame. The corner of Lu Yun's mouth curled up slightly when he saw this scene. He said to Batu in an indifferent manner, "Prepare 200 origin essence stones later." Haha, if you can't take it out, don't blame me for making a fool of you in front of everyone and doing some embarrassing things. Batu's face sank slightly, rage building in his heart. However, when he saw Xia Yang obtain 9 points, he felt a deep sense of helplessness. In reality, Batu did not have 200 essence stones. It was only because he trusted Xiao Chen unconditionally that he demanded an exorbitant price. Xia Yang wanted to take revenge on Lu Yun for all the time. He didn't expect that Xia Yang would score 9 points in the first round. If Xia Yang continued to perform well, his total score would probably be able to rank in the top 20 of the overall ranking. Don't be too happy so soon. This is just the first stage. There are still 3 more stages: testing movement techniques, eyesight, and actual combat. There will be plenty of opportunities to overtake them. Batu argued back, but his words seemed to lack confidence. When Lu Yun heard this, he smiled in disdain and said, "Stubborn duck. Continue holding on. Let's see what else you have to say when we reach the final stage." Everyone's gazes focused on Xiao Chen. They all wanted to see what expression this white-robed bladesman would have when he saw Xia Yang's despairing 90 points. But they were disappointed. The expected dismay and surprise did not appear on Xiao Chen's face. His delicate face was still calm. Taking a step forward, Xiao Chen used his hand to touch the Iron Man. The places he touched were all the vital parts of the Iron Man, such as its chest, throat, and the space between its eyebrows. Puff! Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. What is he trying to do? Could it be that he overestimated himself and wanted to challenge the Iron Man's vital parts? If one could penetrate the reinforced defenses of the Iron Man's vital parts, one would be able to obtain a very high score. However, if one was not strong enough, one would obtain a score far lower than one's own strength. The risk was very high. Practically no one could obtain a high score by challenging the Iron Man's vital parts. Most of them could not even light up the purple gems. Lu Yun smiled coldly and said, "This fellow really wants to win so much that he has gone crazy." Glancing at the stunned Batu, Lu Yun added, "Indeed, he is someone you brought up. His way of thinking is different. However, he does not know that he is a big joke." Batu could not help retorting, If you can obtain a high score by relying on the vital parts, my brother will definitely be able to do it. Lu Yun smiled conceitedly and said, Do you think that everyone is a descendant of Ku Yejian? Even if you called your big brother over, he would not be able to obtain a high score by relying on the vital parts. This is something only a peak swordsman can do. You idiot. You don't know anything. Most of the people present agreed with Lu Yun's words. Unless one was a peak swordsman who could focus their attacks on one point, it would be very difficult to break through the reinforced defenses. Although the attacks of a bladesman were tyrannical, they excelled in chopping and chopping. They could not focus their attacks on one point. In history, there had never been a bladesman who obtained a high score by relying on the vital parts. When everyone saw that Xiao Chen wanted to obtain victory by relying on the vital parts, they all shook their heads slightly. Their eyes filled with disdain. This white-robed bladesman overestimated himself. Can I use a saber? Xiao Chen stepped back. Now that he was confident, he asked the administrator of the sect affairs hall. That old administrator smiled and said, Naturally. If a bladesman does not use a saber, how can he bring out his greatest strength? However, let me give you a piece of advice. In the history of Dark City, there has never been a bladesman who obtained a high score by relying on the vital parts. Xiao Chen smiled and said, There will be one soon. When the old administrator heard that, he could not help but smile faintly. His expression did not change. The arrogance of youth was understandable. The old administrator had seen too much in his life and would no longer make a fuss about nothing. How arrogant! Let's see what kind of joke you will make. Xiaoyang could not stand Xiao Chen's indifferent attitude, so he mocked him. Whoosh! Right after Xiaoyang spoke, everyone in the hall saw an extremely dazzling saber light flash by. The saber light was too bright, forcing everyone to blink involuntarily. As the saber light flashed, there was also a gust of wind. This wind made everyone's long hair flutter gently. However, in the blink of an eye, Xiao Chen, who was holding nothing in his hands earlier, had already sheathed his saber. Then, he slowly hugged the lunar shadow saber. Did he draw his saber? This saber strike was too fast, so fast that everyone doubted it. It flashed by. They did not see it clearly at all. Naturally, Xiao Chen had drawn his saber. Although not many people saw Xiao Chen draw his saber, there were still some, such as Lu Yun, the old administrator, and Xiaoyang, who stood beside Xiao Chen. When Xiaoyang saw that the stone steel did not even light up, he could not help laughing loudly. Not bad, your posture is pretty good. Unfortunately, not a single gem lit up. White-robed bladesman, you will probably become the biggest joke of the year in Dark City. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Earlier, Xiao Chen's saber strike was incredibly fast, startling them all. When they heard Xiaoyang's words, they realized that it was just a joke. Not a single gem lit up. Although this was somewhat surprising, it was rather normal. Many cultivators who wanted to score points by attacking the vital points had encountered such a situation before. However, Xiao Chen made it seem so mysterious, giving off the air of an expert. In the end, he still ended up with such a result. This was truly a joke. Something's not right. Lu Yun, who originally had a smile on his face, suddenly frowned. He discovered that something was wrong. The old administrator behind the stone steel also showed a grave expression, appearing extremely flabbergasted. There was a crisp sound, and a crack appeared on the metal puppet's neck. A resplendent saber light shot out from that crack, looking as dazzling as the sun. Before everyone's incredulous gaze, the metal puppet's head separated from its neck with a ka-ca. The instant the metal puppet's head flew off, a boundless saber wind surged out from its neck. A strong saber intent hummed along with the wind, reverberating in every corner of the vast hall. The strong and horrifying saber intent made everyone shudder in fear. The wind kept blowing for a long time, causing the noisy hall to slowly quiet down. Only the humming of the wind could be heard. Such a scene attracted several elders and administrators of the sect affairs office to come out from their hiding places. When they saw the headless metal puppet, they were all startled. The metal puppet that had stood in the hall for more than 1,000 years had its head chopped off. The metal puppet's neck was specially reinforced. No cultivator under the age of 50 could chop it off. But now, this unbelievable scene had happened in real life. The old administrator behind the stone steel narrowed his eyes and sighed. He had not expected to make such a mistake. He smiled bitterly and said, "Little friend, let this saber wind stop. There's no need. Let this wind continue blowing. I want someone to remember how I defeated him." Amid the boundless strong wind, Xiao Chen hugged the lunar shadow saber and glanced indifferently at Xiaoyang, whose mouth was agape. "Let the wind continue blowing. I want someone to know how I defeated him." These words sounded very calm and unperturbed. However, they were like a heavy slap to Xiaoyang's face, resounding loudly. Xiaoyang thought about how Xiaoyang had defeated him after he scored 9 points. He had a proud expression on his face and shouted, "How are you going to defeat me?" Now, Xiao Chen used the best action to prove how Xiaoyang defeated him. The way Xiao Chen won, the way he won, made Xiaoyang's face hurt from the wind. For this stage, our people from the Hall of Sect Affairs had a discussion. Although the gemstone didn't light up, it's still not enough. Although the gems did not light up, the strength that Xiao Chen displayed does not need to be proven. We will give him 10 points for this stage. The wind slowly stopped. As everyone expected, Xiao Chen, who chopped off the metal puppet's head, obtained the rare perfect score. Xiao Chen firmly surpassed Xiaoyang, taking first place. After hearing the administrator's conclusion, Batu could not help but laugh. "My apologies, first young Master Lu. My brother made a fool of himself in front of you. Unfortunately, you are not even comparable to a joke. I remember that you only scored 9 points for this stage." Lu Yun was very angry. He had not expected Xiao Chen to use such a decisive method to turn things around. Everyone thought that he would definitely lose in the first round, but he made a huge comeback. "Don't get cocky. There are still 3 more stages. The victor is not decided yet," Lu Yun said coldly. Batu rubbed his chin and smiled. "These words are really familiar. Oh, that's right. Didn't I say it earlier? Haha. How did Brother Lu rebuke me? Every dog had its day." Seeing Lu Yun's deflated appearance, Batu felt very carefree. How many years had it been since Xiao Chen had seen Lu Yun so angry? This gamble was worth it. "Don't get cocky. I will not lose to you in the next 3 stages." Chapter 1173. Xiaoyang said coldly to Xiao Chen. Then he stepped forward. The next stage tested movement techniques, which were also based on 10 points. Xiaoyang's performance in this stage was not very good. The 10th layer Thunder Fire art allowed his explosive power to far surpass that of the younger generation. However, his movement technique was much weaker. He only managed to get 7 points in this stage, barely passing the passing line. Seeing his opponent's unsatisfactory performance, Xiao Chen was happy and relaxed. He held back some of his strength, using only the Great Perfection Thunder Dragon steps to obtain 8 points. Xiao Chen did not have a specific goal. He just needed to obtain 1 point more than his opponent in each stage. He could not do anything about the first stage. Xiaoyang obtained 9 points. If Xiao Chen did not bring out his full strength, he would not be able to surpass him. In the second stage, Xiao Chen could preserve his strength. Naturally, Xiao Chen chose to do so. Among the cultivators watching, Xiao Chen discovered several strong existences. The auras they gave off were no weaker than Lu Yun's. Xiao Chen did not know what these people were here for. If he could preserve some of his strength, he would do so, not letting others see through him. The third stage tested eyesight. There was no need to mention this stage. Xiao Chen had already cultivated the Heavenly Eye. If Xiao Chen opened the Heavenly Eye, even the half-step Emperor Wu would not be a match for him. He did not need to open the Heavenly Eye to deal with Xiaoyang. Xiao Chen easily obtained 7 points, defeating his opponent's 6 points. It looked like the two were locked in a stalemate. Every time, it seemed like Xiaoyang had a chance to defeat Xiao Chen. However, Xiao Chen surpassed him by 1 point every time. After 3 stages, the gap between the two reached 3 points. Lu Yun's expression turned increasingly unsightly. At the start, Batu, whom Lu Yun looked down on, smiled more widely. The fourth stage tested practical combat. With Xiao Chen's intentional control, Lu Yun finally defeated Xiao Chen, defeating Xiao Chen's 6 points with 7 points. After the 4 stages, Xiao Chen obtained a total of 31 points, and Xiaoyang obtained 29 points. The two's total points successfully entered the top 50 of the Outstanding Talent token. Among the Heaven's Pride tokens, Xiao Chen had engraved the number 30, while Xia Yang had engraved the number 49. The numbers represented their rankings. It was clear who won and who lost the bet between Ba Tu and Lu Yun. Everyone had already somewhat expected the final outcome from the moment Xiao Chen chopped off the Iron Man's head. However, Xiao Chen still could not accept it. How could a nameless person turn the tables and defeat the Thunderfire Sovereign's descendant, Xia Yang? Haha! Young man, you are quite ambitious. I wonder how much of your strength you will be able to bring out in the test for the Proud Son of Heaven token. The old deacon who had first tested Xiao Chen's strength had keenly noticed that Xiao Chen had concealed his true strength in the last few tests, so he had secretly transmitted a message to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen did not pay too much attention to it. He hid his strength simply to avoid some trouble. He did not have any other ambitions. He could only say that this old deacon was thinking too much. 200 essence stones. Quickly take them out. The victor had already been decided. Ba Tu immediately led Xiao Chen to demand repayment, not giving Lu Yun any face. Lu Yun's face darkened as he tossed out 200 essence stones. He said coldly, "Let me tell you, my essence stones are not that easy to obtain. Don't run into me at the summit meeting." After saying that, Lu Yun felt that he had lost too much face, so he quickly left. Xia Yang, who followed closely behind, glanced at Xiao Chen before leaving without saying a word. "Is that so? I think they are easy to obtain. Coincidentally, I lack essence stones. Many thanks, Brother Lu." Ba Tu said loudly to Lu Yun, who had already gone far away, as he accepted the essence stones with a carefree smile on his face. "Come, let's go and have a drink." This was really delightful. Ba Tu directly handed the essence stones to Xiao Chen, not showing any intention of putting them in his pocket. Then, he led Xiao Chen out of the city lord's residence. The commotion slowly died down. However, news of Xiao Chen chopping off the metal puppet's head with one saber strike in the city lord's residence's clan affairs hall, which was unprecedented in history, would definitely spread throughout the entire Dark City in a short time. As a bladesman, Xiao Chen obtained full marks in the first stage of the Outstanding Talent Tokens test, putting him on par with the half-step Emperor Wu. However, to everyone's surprise, Xiao Chen's feat in the clan affairs hall was just the beginning. Over the next few days, people continued to obtain the Outstanding Talent Token, setting new records one after another. Furthermore, most of these people were not the local outstanding talents of Dark City. They were all outsiders, giving off the feeling that a storm was brewing. The cultivators in Dark City only reacted when the news of the start of the new Outstanding Talent Summit meeting spread. These strong outstanding talents that suddenly appeared were people from other sea domains who came to participate in the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. The originally restless Dark City immediately turned even more chaotic. Every day, there would be fierce battles between outstanding talents, trying to determine who was stronger. Among them, many of the outsiders had made a name for themselves in a series of fierce battles. This allowed people to know the names of these people in advance. Dark City was very chaotic. However, Xiao Chen did not care about this chaos. He remained in the Flame Rock Fortress and anxiously repaired the dragon-subduing platform with Yu Bingyun. Xiao Chen anxiously repaired the dragon-subduing platform with Yu Bingyun. Even his cultivation time was squeezed out. With the Outstanding Talent Token, Xiao Chen successfully purchased the divine materials he needed to repair the dragon-subduing platform. At the same time, he saved a large sum of black astral coins, allowing him to experience the great benefits of the Outstanding Talent Token. Yu Bingyun did not go anywhere in Dark City. When she learned that Xiao Chen wanted to repair the dragon-subduing platform, she took the initiative to offer her help. The repair was a huge project. It would be great if someone was willing to help. Xiao Chen did not think too much before agreeing. On this particular day, the repair of the dragon-subduing platform reached its final stage. Ba Tu rushed over to inform Xiao Chen of a piece of news. "My first brother Ba Yan came out of closed-door cultivation and wants to meet you." Xiao Chen had heard of Ba Tu's first brother, Ba Yan. This person was very strong and ranked among the top of the many outstanding talents in Dark City. Even that Lu Yun once suffered at Ba Yan's hands. Xiao Chen had stayed in this Flame Rock Fortress for a long time. Be it out of courtesy or curiosity, Xiao Chen wanted to meet this person. Xiao Chen stopped what he was doing and followed Ba Tu together with Yu Bingyun. When they arrived at a drill ground in the fortress, They saw Ba Yan exchanging moves with a senior of his clan on the drill ground. A stout man who looked somewhat similar to Ba Tu stood on the drill ground. His entire body surged with energy. Every time he punched, there would be the sound of rocks crashing and flames surging. Every move of this man was extremely ferocious. He walked the path of opening and closing. However, these simple moves had a certain charm to them. After watching for a long time, Xiao Chen discovered the profoundness behind them. Ba Yan cultivated two wills, the will of fire and the will of rock. He cultivated both wills to great perfection. Furthermore, he used an ingenious method to merge them, forming the will of flame rock unique to the flame rock sovereign's bloodline. The will of flame contained a surging, boundless explosive force and the hardness and toughness of rock. Ba Yan's opponent was a consummation blue-robed emperor of the Flame Rock Fortress. Although this was not a battle to the death, the fight was still extremely intense. Although that old man used all his means, he could not make up for it. When Ba Tu saw this, he revealed an expression of worship. "This is my first brother." When he came out of closed-door cultivation, he cultivated the flame rock art to the 10th layer. He is the most talented person in the history of our clan. When my grandfather was this young, he only cultivated the flame rock art to the 9th layer. Yu Bingyun smiled and asked, "What layer are you at now?" Ba Tu smiled embarrassedly and replied, "Can this be a secret? I'm too embarrassed to say." Although Ba Tu did not say it, Xiao Chen could tell that Ba Tu's flame rock art had only reached the peak of the 6th layer, not even breaking through to the 7th layer. Compared to his first brother, Ba Tu was far from comparable. However, this was not because Ba Tu was too weak. Ba Tu's talent was not bad, either. Rather, it was because his first brother Ba Yan was too strong, too dazzling. Bang! Rock and flame merged. When Ba Yan punched with a mighty might, he forced the old man back another 10 steps. The battle in the martial arts arena came to an end here and did not continue. Haha! After first young master comes out of closed-door cultivation, you will definitely shine brightly at the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. The descendants of the other great bandits will never imagine that first young master has cultivated the flame rock art to the 10th layer, the old man who was sparring with Ba Yan said with a smile. The old man said with a smile, his face full of anticipation. Ba Yan looked as carefree as Ba Tuesday. He looked like he was in a good mood, but he appeared more cautious and reserved. Ba Yan's eyes burned with a strong fighting spirit, filled with boundless confidence. However, he did not speak confidently. Our clan's flame rock art is a peak inferior grade cultivation technique among profound cultivation techniques. Being able to cultivate it to the 10th layer is indeed a great advantage. However, it is not good to underestimate others because of this. There are no ordinary people among the descendants of great bandits. After saying that, Ba Yan dismissed the old man. Then, he walked over to Xiao Chen excitedly with a smile on his face. "You are the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen that my younger brother mentioned. According to my younger brother, you are very incredible. You even chopped down that Iron Man from the Clan Affairs Hall with one strike. Let's exchange a few moves." Ba Yan's words sounded very provocative. Ba Tu quickly said, "Xiao Chen, don't mind him. My older brother's temper is like this. When he sees an expert, he can't help itching for a fight. After being in closed-door cultivation for so long, he has not improved at all. It's fine. I would like to see Brother Ba Yan's martial techniques as well." Xiao Chen did not dislike such people. In fact, he was somewhat similar to them. When he saw an expert that made his eyes light up, he could not help wanting to spar with them. He wanted to see what he could learn from them and improve himself. Or perhaps, he just wanted to find an opponent for himself. If a cultivator kept cultivating behind closed doors, without having experienced hundreds of battles, they would definitely regress. Ba Yan smiled and said, "It looks like we are on the same path. Let's exchange 3 moves then." Xiao Chen nodded and said, "That's what I was thinking. Let's go." Before Ba Tu's and Yu Bingyun's stunned gazes, the two people who had just met immediately went to the drill platform, preparing to fight. A strange look flashed in Yu Bingyun's eyes. She said, "Why is your elder brother looking for Xiao Chen? Could it be that he wants to spar with him?" Chapter 1174. Ba Tu scratched his head and said, "I'm not sure either. It seems like Big Brother received an invitation and is preparing to bring Xiao Chen along. He should be testing his strength now." As the two of them spoke, Xiao Chen and Ba Yan started fighting. Compared to the other cultivators, Ba Yan appeared extremely simple and crude. He did not store up any power, simply raising his hand and punching. Blazing fire, burning clouds. This move was based on the state of raging fire. The moment Ba Yan moved his feet, a surging sea of fire instantly spread out. What a shocking explosive power! The other party's explosive power slightly surprised Xiao Chen. Furthermore, there was no need for him to accumulate power at all. He could control it as he wished. Not daring to be careless, Xiao Chen's figure flashed as he executed the Great Perfection Thunder Dragon steps. His body became like a dragon as he took 7 steps forward. With every step he took, 1 or 2 wild lightning dragons would shoot out from beneath Xiao Chen's feet, and they would roar towards the sky while baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. After he took 7 steps, 12 berserk electric dragons flew out from behind Xiao Chen. At this moment, he instantly drew his lunar shadow saber and clashed with his opponent's punch. The auras of the two sides clashed, clashing head-on. The saber light and the fist light clashed, giving off a loud sound and kicking up a cloud of dust. However, when the dust settled, Xiao Chen took 5 steps back, but Ba Yan took 10 steps back. What kind of saber technique is this? It is so fast, yet it can still erupt with such might. Ba Yan appeared somewhat shocked. Xiao Chen raised his saber and stood upright. He said, "Thunder Dragon Chop. I condensed the lightning tribulation saber technique that I comprehended in the past into a saber technique. I only recently comprehended it as well. It looks like it is pretty strong." Using the Thunder Dragon steps as the foundation and the lightning tribulation saber technique from before, this was a new move that Xiao Chen came up with in the Blood Sword Sovereign's cave. Without the advancement of the Thunder Dragon steps, this move would not have appeared. Looking at it now, it was indeed extraordinarily mighty. Interesting. Take another punch from me. Conquering the World Fist. This punch also obtained the Will of Rock, not as ferocious and explosive as the Will of Fire. However, the aura that Xiao Chen's fist technique revealed was even more domineering. It was as if he wanted to suppress the mountains and rivers for 5,000 kilometers with one punch. As Ba Yan soared into the air, the mysterious phenomenon of mountains and rivers appeared under his feet. With this punch, all the mountains and rivers submitted. This move was not as ferocious as before, and the aura it exuded was much weaker. However, the tyrannical aura it radiated gave Xiao Chen even greater pressure. Good timing. This move completely aroused Xiao Chen's competitive spirit. With a loud laugh, he stomped on the ground with one foot. Immediately, a cyan dragon shadow flew out from Xiao Chen's body. The 10,000 heavenly laws in his body all turned into illusory dragons. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 dragons soared into the air, roaring in unison. As Xiao Chen slashed down with his saber, he materialized the subduing dragon profound slash, forming a green saber light that reached the sky. Ba Tu gaped and exclaimed, "Damn! He is trying to destroy the stage." Yu Bingyun also felt some shock. However, she was much calmer than Ba Tuesday. She said indifferently, "Don't worry. It is just a simple exchange. The two of them know their limits and will not bring out their full strength." The punch that contained the might of mountains and rivers for 5,000 kilometers struck the cyan saber light. Kasie! Cracks appeared on the surface of Ba Yan's fist, and countless specks of dust flew out. Xiao Chen's saber strike had broken Ba Yan's protective rock veritable energy. However, the might of this punch was similarly startling. A clear crack appeared in the saber light where Ba Yan's fist struck. "I'm not fighting anymore. I'm not fighting anymore." When Ba Yan saw his protective veritable energy break, he was startled and quickly retreated. When Xiao Chen looked at Xiao Chen again, he no longer dared to underestimate Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's fist subduing rivers and mountains was extremely powerful. This was the first time Ba Yan met someone in the same generation who could break his defense. Ba Yan already lost in the first move, and his protective rock veritable energy broke in the second move. If they continued fighting, he would have to use his trump card in the third move. However, Ba Yan did not intend to use his trump card so early. The two moves were very efficient, allowing the two to gain a clearer understanding of each other's strength. Although Ba Yan was slightly weaker in this exchange, he still looked as graceful as before. The first move's horrifying eruption could be executed at will. Xiao Chen circulated the Thunder Dragon steps and took 7 steps before he managed to gain a slight advantage with the Thunder Dragon chop. The second move, Fist Subduing Rivers, subduing mountains and rivers for 5,000 kilometers, was even more tyrannical. This was the first time someone nearly broke Xiao Chen's Subduing Dragon Profound Slash. Xiao Chen felt some anticipation for the third move. If he guessed right, the third move should merge the will of fire and the will of rock. Then, he would circulate the 10th layer of the flame rock art and execute them together to form a horrifying killing move. Xiao Chen estimated that if he perfectly executed it, it would rival a medial-grade profound martial technique. Unfortunately, Ba Yan suddenly withdrew at the crucial moment. Not bad. Haha. It looks like Ba Tu was right. You are even stronger than he described. Ba Yan walked over while laughing loudly. He did not hold any grudges because he was weaker than Xiao Chen. Instead, his eyes filled with joy. It looked like this Ba Yan was truly a battle maniac. He was the kind of cultivator who truly indulged in combat and did not care about victory or defeat. Big brother, how is it? With Xiao Chen's strength, he can accompany you to that gathering, right? Ba Tu asked with a smile as he walked over with Yu Bingyun. Ba Yan nodded and said, naturally he can. However, Brother Xiao Chen has to be willing first. Xiao Chen felt somewhat confused as he asked, what gathering? Ba Yan took out an invitation and smiled. I don't know who initiated it, but it's a small gathering for the successors of the 13 Great Bandits. I received it the moment I came out of closed-door cultivation. Hee. It should be someone who wants to test the might of my fist. I don't think I'm a descendant of a great bandit, Xiao Chen said with a frown. He felt that this gathering had nothing to do with him. Ba Yan smiled and said, how can you not figure it out? Even an uncouth person like me knows that this gathering is a test of strength before the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. Tell me, does it have anything to do with you? Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. It was the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting again. Xiao Chen had already heard these words several times. However, he had been busy repairing and rebuilding the dragon subduing platform, so he did not know what the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting was. Could it be that you still do not know what the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting is after being in Dark City for so long? Seeing that Xiao Chen still had a somewhat confused expression, Ba Yan and Ba Tu both showed surprised expressions. Xiao Chen smiled embarrassedly and said, I really do not know about this Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. I came to Dark City for another matter. I am preparing to leave 3 days later. Ba Tu, tell him about it. I thought that he was here for the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. Ba Tu thought for a while and organized his words. Then he said, the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting is jointly held by the factions of the 13 Great Bandits. The purpose of this is to promote competition between the various outstanding talents. It is held once every 5 years, and it is like a test. Anyone with an outstanding talent token can register. The competition is intense and cruel. The top 10 will all receive rewards. The top 3 will receive the most valuable rewards. They will all receive varying amounts of essence stones. The first place will receive a medial grade profound martial technique and a chance to enter the dark blood pool to strengthen the physical body. Essence stones? A medial grade profound martial technique. A light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. These 2 items held a fatal attraction to any blue-robed emperor. No wonder the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting was so attractive. This also explained why he saw so many cultivators from the foreign seas coming to apply for an outstanding talent token at the city administration hall. What do you think? Do you still think that this small gathering has nothing to do with you? Ba Yan said with a smile. It is very difficult for those who rely on connections to get in. Even if Ba Tu wanted to go, I would not bring him. The ones going this time will definitely be the strongest of the great bandits' descendants. Without sufficient strength, you will only be humiliated. Xiao Chen quickly made his decision. He said seriously, many thanks, Brother Ba Yan. When are we leaving? Good. Let's go now then. After being in closed-door cultivation for more than half a year, my bones have already turned soft. It is time to meet up with those old friends. Ba Yan's eyes blazed with fighting spirit as he put away the invitation letter and led Xiao Chen away. Before leaving, there were still some finishing touches to the dragon subduing platform's repairs. So, Xiao Chen could only ask Yu Bingyun to help. Fortunately, Yu Bingyun did not reject it, happily accepting it. However, Xiao Chen found it strange. Given Yu Bingyun's strength, she should be able to participate in the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. However, she did not seem interested. With Ba Yan leading the way, the two flew around the city without any fear. With the Outstanding Talent token in hand, they completely ignored the rules of Dark City that prohibited flying. Along the way, Ba Yan was very talkative. Perhaps it was because of their bloodline, but the descendants of the Flame Rock Sovereign were rather carefree, not holding back when they spoke. Hee. Xiao Chen, what exactly is the relationship between you and the Holy Daughter? Thanks to you, this is the first time the Lunar Palace's Holy Daughter has come to our Flame Rock Castle as a guest. Ba Yan was no different from Ba Tu in this aspect. They were both very gossipy. Helpless, Xiao Chen could only give a solemn explanation. However, Ba Yan still did not believe him. Hee. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. We have arrived. After traveling for a long time, the two arrived before a restaurant in the inner city. The restaurant gave off a strange aura. Its frame felt exceptionally sturdy. This is the famous Conflagration restaurant of Dark City. The entire restaurant is made of divine materials. Furthermore, there are restrictions laid on it. Even if a battle breaks out in there, it will not damage the restaurant. It is the favorite place of the Black Sea cultivators. Ba Yan had been to the Conflagration restaurant several times before, so he was familiar with the place. Ba Yan strode in, and the originally noisy hall immediately fell silent. Nearly everyone's gazes focused on him. Damn! This battle maniac came out of closed-door cultivation. Hurry up and leave. After holding it in for more than half a year, I wonder who he will vent his anger on. A moment of panic appeared in the hall. The messy tables immediately opened up a path for Ba Yan. Xiao Chen laughed hoarsely and said, "It looks like you are quite famous in this place." Ba Yan's lips curled up as he said, "How boring. I still miss the first time I came here. Back then, I fought to my heart's content. Now, the Black Sea cultivators are becoming increasingly cowardly." The location of the gathering was on the second floor of the Conflagration restaurant. Someone had already reserved the entire place. Without an invitation, one could not enter. Chapter 1175. After handing over the invitation, the two of them walked in smoothly. Compared to the bustling hall, the second floor was much quieter. The two did not arrive early. Several young cultivators were already seated in the seats that had been cleared. The instant Xiao Chen stepped onto the second floor, he immediately felt several sharp gazes directed at him. There were many familiar faces here. Lu Yun and Xia Yang were here. It looked like they had been here for a long time. What surprised Xiao Chen was that Jiang Feng, whom he met at Blackwater Island, was here as well. After not seeing Jiang Feng for some time, Jiang Feng's strength had increased very quickly. He now exuded a dangerous aura. Clearly, Zhao Feng noticed Xiao Chen as well. He was similarly surprised. However, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and his lips curled up in a cruel smile. Several people who saw Xiao Chen started discussing in whispers. Xiao Chen chopped off the metal puppet's head with one saber strike. This news had recently spread like wildfire, inciting a huge debate. A blue-clad bladesman on a seat suddenly smacked the table. A wine cup flew up and spun around quickly. "Hey, white-robed bladesman, you have been in the limelight recently. I'll treat you to a cup of wine." The blue-clad bladesman smiled coldly and gently smacked the wine cup. Immediately, the wine cup flew at Xiao Chen at a speed that the naked eye could not catch. Indeed, it was as Ba Yan said. The people who came were all unruly. If one was weak, one would only be humiliated. The moment Xiao Chen entered the second floor, someone immediately put on a show of strength. The wine cup that flew over from nowhere was very particular. It was not just at a speed that was hard to catch with the naked eye. All the wine in the cup was infused with a blue-clad bladesman's strong saber intent. If Xiao Chen was not careful, he would end up making a fool of himself, regardless of whether he could catch it or not. If Xiao Chen caught it, the wine filled with saber intent would have long since reached a critical point after spinning thousands of times, exploding upon contact. The explosion would have covered Xiao Chen's entire body. Every drop of water was a lethal existence. Xiao Chen could not avoid a sorry state. If Xiao Chen could not catch it, the other party would say that he was not sincere. This show of strength was very powerful. The descendants of the great bandits were all sneering, waiting to see how Xiao Chen would respond. Ba Yan narrowed his eyes slightly and did not make a move. This was a show of strength aimed at Xiao Chen. If Xiao Chen couldn't even pass this small hurdle, it could only prove that he had misjudged and shouldn't have brought Xiao Chen here. Xiao Chen smiled gently. It was unknown when the lunar shadow saber had appeared in his left hand. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the resplendent saber was unsheathed. The instant Xiao Chen drew his saber, a strong wind containing Xiao Chen's saber intent howled out, lifting everyone's hair. First, Xiao Chen used his strong saber intent to suppress the saber intent in the wine, stopping it from spinning. When the saber was completely drawn, the saber and the wine cup happened to be in a straight line. The wine cup stopped firmly on the tip of the saber. Xiao Chen used his outstanding eyesight, strong saber soul, and fast speed to catch the other party's wine cup. The two looked like good friends that had not met for many years when the blue-clad youth tossed out the wine cup. The blue-clad youth tossed out the wine cup, and Xiao Chen drew his saber to catch it. Their cooperation was tacit. This tense and exciting scene might sound complicated, but in reality, it happened in just an instant, in the blink of an eye. The wine cup stopped spinning on the tip of the saber, and the wine shot out. Xiao Chen raised his head and opened his mouth. The wine flew in a beautiful arc and landed in Xiao Chen's mouth. Not bad. This is indeed good wine. I'll return the cup to you. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber, and the wine cup stopped hovering in the air. Then, he wiped the wine off his mouth. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes, and the 60% comprehended saber soul in his sea of consciousness moved with a thought. Then, it attached itself to the wine cup and flew towards the blue-clad youth. The empty wine cup that flew over was like an unparalleled saber light, boundlessly sharp and containing a boundless saber intent. According to the etiquette of toasts, Xiao Chen should have offered a cup of wine in return, not an empty cup. Naturally, Xiao Chen knew about etiquette. However, he had another reason for doing so. The blue-clad youth put on a show of strength the first time they met. Honestly speaking, Xiao Chen did not feel much resentment. This was how the world of cultivators was in the first place. The tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. Xiao Chen had long since calmly accepted this. However, he had his own pride. If the other party could catch this empty cup, he would be qualified to receive a toast from him. If the blue-clad youth could not catch it, then he would be sorry. Xiao Chen would not even look at this person in the eye. After Xiao Chen perfectly caught his wine cup with the tip of his saber, the blue-clad youth's expression became much more restrained. When the blue-clad youth saw the empty cup return, his expression turned grave. As the saying went, the layman watched the excitement, while the expert watched the excitement. The two's exchange looked very flashy. All the outstanding talents present knew what kind of danger was contained within these few simple actions. If it were a small perfection blue-robed emperor without much strength, that cup of wine from the blue-clad bladesman would have been sufficient to severely injure him. However, not only did Xiao Chen catch it perfectly, but he even returned an empty cup to the blue-clad youth, testing the blue-clad youth's strength. The situation immediately became interesting. Liu Yang's grandfather is known as the Black Sea Saber Sovereign. He has always been the strongest bladesman of the Black Sea's younger generation. This time, he probably met with an expert. I wonder if he can catch the cup? All the outstanding talents turned their gazes to Liu Yang, wanting to see how he would deal with this. This increased the pressure on him. Liu Yang's thoughts raced. Many countermeasures flashed in his mind, but he rejected them all. It was not difficult to catch the empty cup. However, not only did he have to catch it, but he also had to catch it as beautifully as Xiao Chen did, casually catching it. Otherwise, if he put in too much effort, he would end up at a disadvantage in this formless competition. In one breath of time, Liu Yang thought of a countermeasure. He stretched out his right index finger and gently tapped, catching the empty cup flying over perfectly. Hoo-chee! The wine cup spun rapidly in Liu Yang's hand. Every time it spun, it scattered a large portion of the saber intent that Xiao Chen added to it. The wind howled, buzzing. The saber wind that Liu Yang sent out lingered on the second floor. It was like many treasured sabers humming endlessly. The sharp saber intent made everyone's expression turn serious. This empty cup that Xiao Chen returned with was not simple at all. Similarly, Liu Yang's hand that caught the empty cup with one finger was not careless at all. The two of them were evenly matched as they fought back and forth. There is no wine in the cup. It looks like young Master Xiao says that it is good wine, but in reality, you look down on this Lu's wine. You are not even willing to return a cup. Never mind. This Lu will offer you another cup. I will make sure that your words are the same, no longer saying one thing and thinking another. In Lu Yang's mouth, the empty wine cup that Xiao Chen used to test the waters became a new excuse, an excuse for him to make another move. Lu Yang spun the wine cup around his finger and smiled faintly. Then he suddenly let go, letting the cup spin in the air. It was like magic. The instant Lu Yang let go, an exquisitely carved white jade wine bottle emanating a cold qi appeared in his right hand. The wine that flowed out was like snow melting on a mountain peak, slowly falling into the wine cup. The temperature of the entire second floor plummeted. As Lu Yang poured the wine, it became increasingly cold. It was so cold that everyone felt their blood freeze. Strands of cold qi rose from the wine cup. An alluring wine fragrance spread out, shattering one's heart and causing them to reveal an intoxicated expression. What wine is this? Why is it so fragrant? It must be a peak-quality wine. At the same time, it perfectly matches Lu Yang's will of ice. The wine that he is going to offer is definitely extraordinary. Interesting. This is getting more and more interesting. The outstanding young talents discussed the unexpected clash between the two bladesmen. Everyone was filled with anticipation. When the wine cup landed on the table, it was filled to the brim. Lu Yang put down the wine bottle and picked up the wine cup, shaking it gently. A clump of snowflakes soared up from the wine. Countless snowflakes bloomed, and an ice phoenix grabbed the wine cup and spread its wings to fly away. This wine is called 1,000-Year Snow. I was fortunate enough to buy 10 bottles in the distant ice sea. I hope that I will not disappoint Brother Xiao this time. Lu Yang's gaze turned cold. The wine cup filled with 1,000-year snow emanated Lu Yang's cold and emotionless saber intent. Then, he charged forward together with the ice phoenix. The ice phoenix, which was originally just an image, seemed to come to life with the support of Lu Yang's saber intent. The ice phoenix held the wine cup with its claws. Its eyes were cold and piercing, looking cold-blooded and emotionless. Just this cold gaze alone allowed others to catch a glimpse of Lu Yang's strong saber intent. The sudden appearance of the ice phoenix caused the wine cup to fly over much faster than before. As it spread its wings, it carried a sharp saber intent and a strong pressure. Xiao Chen did not dare to underestimate it. He dodged and pushed off the ground. Then, he spread his arms and slowly flew backward. He retreated. Lu Yang's lips curled up in a cocky smile. In the end, he still retreated. However, Lu Yang's smile slowly froze. As Xiao Chen retreated, his white robes fluttered and his long hair fluttered. Every strand of his hair and every strand of his fluttering robes gave off a strong saber intent. Ding, ding, dang, dang. As Xiao Chen's hair fluttered, the sound of the saber sounded like zither music. As Xiao Chen's robes fluttered, the sound of the saber sounded like a heroic war drum. As the zither and drum sounded, Xiao Chen advanced by retreating. He used his strong saber intent to resolve Lu Yang's sharp and unparalleled saber intent on the ice phoenix step by step. Xiao Chen spun around and smiled faintly. Then, he sat behind a table and casually put down the lunar shadow saber. Then, he stretched out his hand to catch the wine cup. Xiao Chen easily caught the wine cup of the ice phoenix, which had already exhausted its saber intent. The ice phoenix circled around Xiao Chen's head before turning into snowflakes and drifting down. Looking at the wine cup in the wine cup, Xiao Chen picked it up and drained it in one gulp. When the wine entered his throat, it felt incredibly spicy and had a strong aftertaste. It made him feel very carefree and delighted. It is indeed a good wine. Young Master Lu, you lived up to your words. Xiao Chen praised Lu Yang as he put down the wine cup with a slightly flushed face, appearing somewhat tipsy. Lu Yang's heart sank, but his hands did not stop moving. He said coldly, as the saying goes, drink 3 cups when you meet. Since it is good wine, then drink 3 cups in a row. Lu Yang, who was not convinced, filled 3 cups of 1,000-year snow with dazzling movements. Then, he sent them to Xiao Chen again. Good timing. Xiao Chen was a wine lover in the first place. This 1,000-year snow suited his taste. He laughed loudly and picked up the empty wine cup. Then, he infused his saber soul into it and knocked it against the table. Bang! Chapter 1176. The three incoming ice phoenixes shattered under Xiao Chen's full-force attack. As the snowflakes swirled in the air, Xiao Chen downed 3 cups in a row. Not satisfying enough. Xiao Chen put down the wine cup heavily. He felt his entire body relax, like he was drunk but not drunk. The more he drank, the stronger he became. As you wish. Lu Yang's expression turned slightly unsightly. He stood up and his aura erupted. Lu Yang's hands moved so fast that no one could see them clearly. Cup after cup of thousand-year snow flew out together with the ice phoenixes and snowbirds. In the main hall, all the geniuses were a little stunned. They did not expect a simple toast to be so majestic. Wearing the fleeting shadow gloves, Xiao Chen looked at the dazzling ice phoenixes. His hands moved much faster than Lu Yang's. Cup after cup, Xiao Chen seemed to be truly drunk. He could not help but laugh loudly in the wind and snow. A strong saber intent spread out from his body. As he laughed, his usual calm was gone, replaced by arrogance and indulgence. Pooh! Lu Yang's movements stopped. He discovered that his wine cup was empty. The thousand-year snow he brought had already been used up. As for Xiao Chen, he had already drunk more than 100 cups. No more wine? It's fine. I have some. As the saying goes, 1,000 cups are not enough when drinking with a bosom friend. Although young Master Lu and I are not bosom friends, we are both wine lovers. Since you have toasted me 100 cups, I will return 1,000 cups. Xiao Chen put down his wine cup and stood up. His fine black hair fluttered in the wind like a waterfall. Buzz! 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 The empty cups on every table on the second floor started to tremble under the influence of Xiao Chen's 60% comprehended saber soul. However, these cups were not enough. The saber intent spread out, and all the empty wine cups in the hall started to tremble violently. What's going on? The many cultivators in the Conflagration restaurant all had horrified expressions. They did not know what was happening. Whoosh! With a thought from Xiao Chen, all the wine cups gathered on the second floor. There were exactly 1,000 cups, no more, no less. All the thousand-year flame that Xiao Chen collected flew out of the universe ring. He casually waved his hand, and the wine bottle shattered. Golden wine flickered with a golden light as it sprayed out. Not a single drop was spilled, and all of it fell into the wine cup hovering in the air. Buzz! The wine cup shook slightly, and clumps of flame soared up. With the support of Xiao Chen's saber soul, they formed a huge golden crow. The golden crow spread its wings, and a horrifying saber intent pressed down on everyone, making it hard to breathe. A startled cry rang out as the golden crow slowly flew towards Lu Yang, carrying 1,000 cups of thousand-year flame. When Xiao Chen looked at Lu Yang, this descendant of the Black Sea Saber Sovereign was already scared silly, his legs trembling slightly. Who among the heroes of the world dared to say that they would not be drunk after 1,000 cups of wine? Since you've toasted me 100 cups, I'll return 1,000. Do you dare to drink? The huge golden crow gave off a dazzling golden light. Xiao Chen's strong 60% comprehended saber soul made the golden crow's aura extremely sharp. Together with 1,000 cups of thousand-year flame, the golden crow not only suppressed Lu Yang, the descendant of the saber sovereign, but also caused his legs to go soft. Even the descendants of the other great bandits showed stunned expressions. They felt immense pressure, and their hearts pounded heavily. At the same time, they felt some lingering fear. Fortunately, the one who mocked Xiao Chen was not them. Just thinking about the 1,000 cups of wine pressing down on them made them tremble in fear. After 100 cups of thousand-year snow enter his stomach, Xiao Chen felt slightly dizzy. He had not drunk so much in a long time. Xiao Chen had not gotten drunk in a long time. He could no longer remember the last time he got drunk. Who cares about his identity as the Blue Dragon King? Who cares about being the descendant of the Qing Emperor? Who cares about being a meteor if he does not advance to Martial Emperor in 5 years? This time, I'll just get drunk. I don't care about anything else. I'll be arrogant and unrestrained. Xiao Chen's hair and clothes fluttered continuously. His strong saber intent worked together with Xiao Chen's. The tyrannical aura that he had kept hidden in his heart for a long time was unleashed without any reservations. Ha 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 ha. In the vast Black Sea where outstanding talents gather, there is not a single person who dares to drink with me. As Xiao Chen held the wine cup, he blushed slightly. When he saw the frightened Lu Yong, he could not help but laugh loudly. His laughter was unrestrained, coupled with his drunkenness, making him feel very happy. The strange movements of the wine cups earlier startled the hundreds of cultivators in the hall of the Conflagration restaurant. This was the place where the fiercest cultivators of the Black Sea gathered. However, when they arrived at the top of the restaurant and peeked at the situation on the second floor, they could not help being startled. Damn it! Who is this? How arrogant! How arrogant! Boundlessly arrogant. This is the first time I feel that this Lu Yong is so pitiful. Who would dare to accept these 1,000 cups of wine? This white-robed bladesman seems to be the person who caused a huge commotion recently. He is the one who chopped off the head of the City Affairs Hall's metal puppet. So it is him. I've heard of him before. I heard that Xia Yang, the descendant of the Thunderfire Sovereign, won in a domineering manner. At that time, he really shocked a lot of people. Seeing Xiao Chen's unrestrained manner, the cultivators who were peeking disgust in low voices. Their eyes filled with worship. The strong reigned supreme, no matter where it was. On the second floor, Ba Yan blushed with shame. This Xiao Chen brother was probably really drunk, daring to say anything. With one sentence, he offended all the outstanding talents present. Hee. However, he is arrogant enough. I like it, Ba Yan said with a grin. When Lu Yong heard Xiao Chen's words, his complexion alternated between red and white. He felt very ashamed. Earlier, he had mocked Xiao Chen, but Xiao Chen did not return the toast. Now that he had 1,000 cups, Lu Yong regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. If Lu Yong had to face such a vast saber intent alone, he would not be able to match it. Don't laugh at my Black Sea for having no one. I want Zhao Feng to drink with you. Unexpectedly, the first outstanding talent to step forward was actually Jiang Feng, who had suffered at Xiao Chen's hands once. Xiao Chen's eyes were hazy from drunkenness. When he saw Jiang Feng step forward, he laughed loudly and said, I'll toast you 100 cups. Whoosh! As Xiao Chen laughed, he waved his hand, and 100 cups of thousand-year flame immediately flew towards Jiang Feng. Every cup of golden wine contained Xiao Chen's strong saber intent. As the 100 cups flew out, they were like hundreds of strands of sharp saber qi. Jiang Feng's face sank. He did not dare to underestimate Xiao Chen. His figure flashed, and his hands moved rapidly. He received cup after cup and placed them in his mouth, directly drinking them. However, after drinking 30 cups, he stumbled and felt dizzy. The strong aftereffects of the thousand-year flame made him feel tipsy. Puxi! Puxi! After drinking another 10-odd cups, Jiang Feng could no longer hold on. The movements of his hands slowed somewhat, and the cups of thousand-year flame struck him. His entire body was covered in wounds as he went flying. Only now did the crowd realize how strong the aftereffects of peak-quality wine was. How strong was Xiao Chen, who could still stand stably after drinking 100 cups? I'll drink with you. I, Lu Yun, will drink with you. However, Xiao Chen stirred up everyone's hot-bloodedness. With Jiang Feng taking the lead, they all stepped forward one after another. All of a sudden, the originally empty second floor was in chaos. All the outstanding talents of the Black Sea got drunk. The thousand-year flame was a peak-quality wine. Normally, drinking one cup would make one dizzy. After drinking dozens of cups, it was impossible not to get drunk. Amid the chaos, some people's eyes turned bloodshot. Feeling angry in their hearts, they drew their weapons and charged at Xiao Chen. The first to attack was Lu Yong, who was being bullied the most miserably. He drew his saber, and his figure flashed as he executed a killing move. Xiao Chen laughed loudly and gently drifted over. He picked up a cup of thousand-year flame and drained it in one go before dodging. Then, his figure moved swiftly and executed Thunder Dragon steps. He took 7 steps and ferociously chopped down the Thunder Dragon chop together with the Lunar Shadow Saber. Bang! Lu Yong, who blocked with his saber, got knocked back by Xiao Chen, crashing into the wall of the restaurant in a sorry state. Xiao Chen held his saber horizontally as he stood on the table. Then, he staggered and drank another cup. Smiling in disdain, he said, "You are only a Zhou, and you still want to sneak attack me? Attack together." When the group of drunk people saw Xiao Chen standing on the table, their blood surged. They could no longer resist charging over. Good timing. Half drunk and half awake, Xiao Chen felt free and unfettered. There was a kind of unbridled feeling that he had never felt before flowing through his veins. After the effects of the alcohol, this unbridled feeling was amplified 100-fold. Xiao Chen laughed loudly 3 times and brandished his lunar shadow saber, charging over. Saber lights and sword images appeared, and mysterious phenomena appeared. The intense battle turned chaotic. Xiao Chen weaved his way through the crowd, drifting away. Such a chaotic battle caused the eyes of the cultivators peeking outside the building to widen. A proper gathering actually turned into such a state. No one had expected it. What was even more unexpected was that the drunk Xiao Chen let go of all his limbs. Even when fighting against so many outstanding talents alone, he did not seem to be at a disadvantage. Xiao Chen's strong 60% comprehended saber soul even gave him the upper hand in the situation. The thousands of cups of thousand-year flame in the air had already scattered. The wine cups contained Xiao Chen's saber intent. They did not shatter in this chaotic battle. Instead, they moved about as the battle went on. Xiao Chen went completely berserk, releasing all the pressure. Occasionally, he drank a cup of thousand-year flame to fight the outstanding talents. For hours later, aside from the sturdy main body of the restaurant, the tables, shelves, screens, and all sorts of decorations had all shattered. The floor was a mess. The outstanding talents fell to the ground, unable to get up. It was unknown whether they were completely drunk or knocked out by Xiao Chen. As he swayed, Xiao Chen's white robes were dyed red with blood. Much of it was his blood, but most of it was the blood of the great bandit's descendants. As Xiao Chen stood at the table, he drank the last cup of thousand-year flame. Then, he looked around with his drunken eyes and discovered that no one was still standing. So he could not help laughing loudly again. However, this laughter contained some desolation, a loneliness that others would find hard to understand. The winds and clouds of the world come from my generation. Once I enter the world, time flies. The peak of the Emperor's Road is filled with boundless glory. Xiao Chen laughed loudly and fell over. The empty wine cup in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter, shattering into pieces. When Ba Yan, who had been hiding at the side when the chaotic battle started, saw this scene, he quickly rushed over. When he saw the mess, he smiled bitterly and said, "I really should not have brought him here. The host of this gathering should be crying now." Even now, Ba Yan had not seen the host of the gathering. This was to his liking. It was best if he did not see him. Ba Yan carried Xiao Chen on his back and prepared to leave this troublesome place. He accidentally chopped down all the outstanding talents. This matter had blown out of proportion. Chapter 1177. Whoosh. Just as Ba Yan carried Xiao Chen on his back and prepared to leave, 2 figures flashed out of the messy second floor. If Xiao Chen were still here, he would definitely recognize these 2 people. They were the 2 figures he saw at the city gates that day. One of them was Zhao Feng, the descendant of the Divine Eye Sovereign, who was ranked second among the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea. The other person was Sima Lingxian, the most famous and dazzling outstanding young talent in the Black Sea. This was especially so after Sima Lingxuan's adoptive father, Zhong Buxiong, advanced to sovereign martial emperor. Sima Lingxuan's status soared, no one able to compete with him. These 2 were the organizers of this gathering. They had arrived long ago for the sake of waiting for a certain person. However, they did not show themselves. Who would have thought that the gathering would turn out like this? It was truly unexpected. The person they were waiting for did not show up. Instead, such a person showed up, brandishing a saber and beating up the crowd. "Indeed, it is you," Sima Lingxian said through clenched teeth as he looked in the direction Xiao Chen and Ba Yan had left in. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. When Sima Lingxian heard the name of the white-robed bladesman in the city, he had suspected that it was that Xiao Chen. Now that he saw it for himself, he confirmed his guess. Unexpectedly, after not seeing him for 10 years, Xiao Chen was still so strong. Compared to the Sky Dome Realm's 5-nation youth competition, he was still as elegant as before, inspiring an unparalleled feeling. If news of this scene spread, the name of the white-robed bladesman Xiao Chen would resound throughout the entire Dark City, surpassing Sima Lingxian once again. It would be just like the 5-nation youth competition back then, when Xiao Chen suddenly rose up and completely overshadowed Sima Lingxuan's glory. "You are coming to participate in the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting as well? Very good. I have waited for this day for a long time." A resolute expression flashed in Sima Lingxuan's eyes as he thought to himself. Only then did he slowly calm down. Zhao Feng, who was at the side, did not notice Sima Lingxuan's strange expression. He looked at the many great bandits lying on the ground, snoring loudly. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Those present were all famous geniuses of the Dark City. To think that an outsider would cause them to be in such a sorry state. Of course, part of the reason was that the strength of these geniuses had greatly decreased after drinking the wine. However, Xiao Chen's strength was undeniable. It could only be described with one word. Powerful. At least, Zhao Feng thought that if he met Xiao Chen, his chances of winning wouldn't exceed 50%. However, he was still confident that if he ran into Xiao Chen at the Geniuses Summit, he would still be the one to emerge victorious. It's a pity that Huang Yun still hasn't shown up. That guy has been gone for 3 years. I bet he's already forgotten about the Geniuses Summit meeting. Zhao Feng quietly said. That's right, the purpose of this summit was to force Huang Yun out. Even though the descendant of the top pirate of the Black Sea, the Blood Shark Sovereign, had been gone for 3 years, he still remained a burden in Zhao Feng and Sima Lingxuan's hearts. Sima Lingxian said calmly, "It is indeed unfortunate. However, the unfortunate person is you, Zhao Feng." "What do you mean?" Sima Lingxian revealed a mocking expression as he said indifferently, "Haha. Unfortunately, your strength has not improved at all. You will still lose to me this time. Did you not notice that that person is already here?" Zhao Feng's expression changed, and the light in his eyes began to rapidly change. An azure whirlpool of light began to spin in the depths of his eyes. A blurry scarlet figure appeared in Zhao Feng's vision. The scarlet figure flickered and quickly vanished from his vision, quickly changing directions. Whoosh! A figure appeared on the second floor of the Conflagration restaurant. This figure wore yellow robes and carried a scarlet saber on his back. His eyes were slightly red. This was the Blood Shark Sovereign's descendant, Huang Yun. "He's back." Some of the martial practitioners who were watching from a high vantage point revealed horrified expressions when they saw the yellow figure, appearing to be extremely panic-stricken. The Blood Shark Sovereign's descendant, Huang Yun. 3 years ago, Huang Yun was the absolute overlord of the younger generation of Dark City. After he left, Sima Lingxian and Zhao Feng slowly rose to fame. This was especially so for Sima Lingxian. He rose very quickly, already showing signs of surpassing Huang Yun. Now that Huang Yun returning before the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting, there would definitely be a fierce battle at this Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. First, there was the strong appearance of the white-robed bladesman, beating up the outstanding talents in a drunken state. Then, there were the cultivators from the outer sea, stirring up trouble and eyeing covetously. Then, there were the veteran overlords returning to Dark City. It would be difficult not to look forward to this Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. After not coming for 3 years, the great bandits of Dark City seemed to have weakened again. Huang Yun glanced at the drunk outstanding talent lying on the ground and frowned slightly. He did not hide his disdain at all. Huang Yun raised his head and looked between Zhao Feng and Sima Lingxian. Finally, he fixed his gaze on Sima Lingxuan's face. "The two of you are pretty good. 3 years ago, I predicted that you would rise up. However, I did not expect you to rise up so quickly. However, you have a demon in your heart. If you do not get rid of it, you will find it hard to advance. You are not worthy of being my opponent." Sima Lingxuan's heart sank. 3 years had passed, but this Huang Yun was still as strong as before. He could see through Sima Lingxuan's weakness with one glance. Sima Lingxuan's demon was Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen had killed Sima Lingxuan's father and once trampled on him. If Sima Lingxian did not defeat Xiao Chen, he would find it hard to undergo a true transformation. However, a demon can be a shackle or a motivation. If you really think that, you will suffer a miserable defeat at the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. A strong fighting spirit appeared in Sima Lingxuan's eyes. He did not fear this returning overlord. Huang Yun smiled faintly, still feeling confident. "You are not a match for me. In that case, how about I be your opponent?" Just as Sima Lingxian was about to reply, a voice suddenly rang out on the second floor. A figure with a strong aura charged over, knocking away many cultivators peeking around before landing heavily on the ground. This person's eyes appeared somewhat chaotic, and his skin seemed like metal, flickering with a faint luster. Clearly, he was not of the human race or the fiend race bloodline, looking extremely strange. This was a mixed blood of humans and demons, possessing the bloodlines of both humans and high-ranked iron demons. It's him, Amaran. He is one of the cultivators from the Outer Sea who caused the most trouble in Dark City recently. Since he is here, then the Ice Sea's Xianxia and the Storm Sea's Ouyangfeng will definitely be here as well. This is the true gathering. This is just the beginning. The moment this person appeared, many cultivators immediately recognized him. He was the Human Demon Sea's young expert, Mo Ran. Whoosh, whoosh. A strong wind blew, and two men appeared on the second floor one after another. One of them was tall and exuded a strong aura. This was the Storm Sea's Ouyangfeng. The other had a frosty expression, looking cold and emotionless. This was the Ice Sea's Xianxia. The true gathering of outstanding talents had just begun. These words were not wrong at all. The 5 people here represented the strongest outstanding talents in Dark City. Including Xiao Chen and Ba Yan, who left, the strongest outstanding talents were all here. Huang Yun revealed a cruel smile and said, Dark City's Outstanding Talent Summit meeting has never benefited outsiders before. With me, Huang Yun, around, you will not be able to break this record. Is that so? Let's see how capable you are. The Human Demon Sea's Mo Ran smiled coldly as he charged over. Mo Ran's body flickered with light, looking like he had a body of steel. He was heavy and sturdy, and every step he took produced loud bangs. Mo Ran was like a running mountain. His aura was startling and unparalleled berserk as he punched. Huang Yun narrowed his eyes, and his slightly red eyes turned completely scarlet. He did not draw his saber but also sent a punch. Bang! The 2 fists clashed, producing a loud, ear-splitting sound. The 2 each took 10 steps back, and the entire conflagration restaurant shook continuously. Huang Yun, who carried the scarlet saber on his back, said coldly, You are merely a... With just this bit of ability, you cannot force me to draw my saber. The expressions of the Storm Sea's Ouyangfeng and the Ice Sea's Xianxia changed slightly. Huang Yun was indeed somewhat scarily strong. As a bladesman, Huang Yun actually used his fist to receive Mo Ran's move. If Huang Yun had used his saber, the result would have been different. You had best not come to the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting half a month from now. Otherwise, if you lose too miserably, don't blame me for not showing mercy. The boundlessly tyrannical Huang Yun left behind these words. Then, a scarlet light flashed as he left the conflagration restaurant. How arrogant! Do you think that this is all my trump card? Mo Ran was not convinced at all. He pushed off the ground and charged forward fearlessly again. Now, only 4 people remained. Sima Lingxian glanced at the other 2 foreign cultivators. A fierce fighting spirit blazed in his eyes as he said, Since you are already here, it would be a pity if you only exchange 1 or 2 moves. That is precisely the case, the Storm Sea's Ouyangfeng and the Ice Sea's Xianxia said at the same time. A series of probing exchanges quickly took place in the restaurant. Everyone wanted to test each other out. However, no one would expose their trump cards. Everything would only erupt at the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. At this moment, Xiao Chen was completely drunk and unconscious. He did not know anything about what happened after that. He did not know that a few strong people had arrived after him. This time, he was completely drunk. In the rock castle, Ba Yan carried Xiao Chen all the way to his courtyard. The sound startled Yu Bingyun, who was busy repairing the dragon-subduing platform. When Yu Bingyun saw the unconscious, blood-soaked Xiao Chen covered in wounds, her expression changed visibly. Her face turned cold, and a dense murderous intent flashed in her eyes. The appearance of that murderous intent startled Ba Yan. He found it hard to imagine that the pure and holy Yu Bingyun would have such a horrifying side. What's wrong with him? Who injured him? Ba Yan quickly explained what happened in the conflagration restaurant in detail, dispelling Yu Bingyun's doubts. He drank 100 cups of peak-grade wine in a row. Yu Bingyun's murderous intent vanished, and she showed some shock on her face. For a wine to be called peak-grade wine, it would have a strong after-effect. Even the blue-robed emperor could not drink too much. Drinking 100 cups like Xiao Chen was simply unheard of. Even Emperor Wu did not dare to do so. After that, Xiao Chen's actions were even crazier. He beat up the outstanding talents while drunk, fighting alone against so many outstanding talents. He was truly drunk. If it were the rational Xiao Chen, he would not have done such a crazy thing. That is what happened. Don't blame me for not helping out at that time. It was so chaotic. I was afraid that it would become even more chaotic after I went in. I'll leave it to you. Chapter 1178. After Ba Yan tossed Xiao Chen onto Yu Bingyun, he finally felt some relief. This Xiao Chen brother looked refined and refined. Unexpectedly, he went crazy. Even a battle maniac like him, who everyone feared, felt ashamed of his inferiority. Yu Bingyun felt slightly stunned. She wanted to call out to Ba Yan, but he had already gone far away. Then, she saw Xiao Chen stumbling, looking like he would fall over. She panicked and quickly rushed forward to catch him. Yu Bingyun looked at the sleeping Xiao Chen on her shoulder for a long time. Then, she smiled bitterly. That's good. This fellow probably has not had a good sleep for a long time already. Since you carried me once, I'll carry you once as well. This place was still a long distance from Xiao Chen's bedroom. Yu Bingyun would not be able to bring herself to carry Xiao Chen over. Yu Bingyun said somewhat mischievously. Then, she copied Ba Yan and carried Xiao Chen to the bedroom. He is really heavy. After placing Xiao Chen on the bed, Yu Bingyun gently breathed out. Then, she looked at the bloodstains on Xiao Chen's face that had not been cleaned off. For some reason, Yu Bingyun recalled the time in the Blood Sword Sovereign's cave. Every time the Blood Sword Sovereign tried to stand up, he would vomit blood all over his face. Unknowingly, Yu Bingyun's hand moved down and touched Xiao Chen's face. However, she withdrew her hand immediately, like she recalled something. Then, she shook her head and brought over a basin of water to wipe Xiao Chen's face clean. Then, she called a maidservant over to help Xiao Chen change his clothes and clean his wounds. After everything was done, Yu Bingyun returned to the bedroom. She saw that Xiao Chen's eyes were still closed, showing no signs of waking up. Xiao Chen had truly fallen into a deep sleep. If it were in the past, even the slightest movement would startle Xiao Chen awake. However, this time, due to the after-effects of drinking 100 cups of peak-quality wine, even after someone changed Xiao Chen's clothes, he still did not react. Xiao Chen could only be said to be drunk. After sighing, Yu Bingyun picked up Xiao Chen's blood-stained white robes. Then she quietly closed the door and turned to leave. Xiao Chen had a dream. The dream was hazy but real. He dreamed of Seven-Horn Mountain, of his father who chased him out of the clan, of Heavenly Saber Pavilion, of Lu Ruyue, of Bai, of Feng Feishue. He dreamed of many people. He happily chatted with these people and felt extremely relaxed. But in the end, he saw that those people were running as fast as they could behind him, but no matter how hard they tried, they could not catch up to him. He wanted to turn around, but an invisible force prevented him from doing so. The road ahead was a bridge, and on the opposite side of the bridge stood a door. On the door stood a blurry figure. However, Xiao Chen knew who that was. That was the Qing Emperor of the Dragon's Gate. He was an unparalleled and tyrannical existence who swept through the world, an invincible existence. Even though Xiao Chen had been dead for 10,000 years, he could still hear his name no matter where he went. Only he could trample on that emperor's gate. Xiao Chen had too many questions in his heart. He wanted to ask Xiao Chen why he came to this world. Why did Xiao Chen become enemies with the world, causing the Xiao clan's descendants to fall into such dire straits? Why did he leave such a huge mess for Xiao Chen? Pa! Suddenly, the bridge broke. As Xiao Chen ran over, filled with anticipation, it suddenly broke, and he fell into a bottomless abyss. The rapid fall, the suffocating fear, and the indescribable loneliness made him cry out loudly. Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes and sat up on the wooden bed in his bedroom. He looked around before reacting somewhat slowly. So, it was just a dream. My head hurts. After a while, Xiao Chen's head ached. His tongue tasted bitter, dry, and tasteless. He felt dizzy and very uncomfortable. The side effects of drinking too much and sleeping too much forced Xiao Chen to lean back on the bed. Xiao Chen rubbed his temples with both hands as he circulated his energy to eliminate his fatigue. Soon, all sorts of discomfort vanished from Xiao Chen's body. Replacing it was a sense of relaxation that he had never experienced before. His body relaxed, but his heart felt strangely empty. Xiao Chen tossed aside the blanket and got off the bed. However, he stumbled and fell to the ground. This. How long have I been asleep? My body is not listening to me at all. Xiao Chen was somewhat at a loss. Then, he tried calling out to Ao Jiao. However, he discovered that there was no response. Strangely, Little Yellow Feather and Ao Jiao were not in the immortal spirit ring. However, the connection between the item spirit and its master was still there. He was sure that nothing had happened to Ao Jiao, so Xiao Chen felt much more at ease. Xiao Chen got up and paced around the room. Then, he stretched his limbs and let his law energy flow through his meridians, activating his qi and blood. As Xiao Chen's qi and blood stirred, his entire mind became empty. He entered a state of clarity that he had never experienced before. It was incredibly profound. This startled Xiao Chen. He knew that he had entered a state that all cultivators dreamed of, one with heaven. This state of one with heaven would not last for long. Xiao Chen had experienced it once when he broke through in the lower realm. So he quickly sat down cross-legged. Without any other choice, Xiao Chen used all this precious time on comprehending Instant of Glory. Instant of Glory was currently Xiao Chen's strongest martial technique. It was a martial technique that allowed him to execute everything he learned. It was already comparable to a medial-grade profound martial technique. Furthermore, its might was far from what a regular medial-grade profound martial technique could compare to. Currently, this move only had a rough outline. Xiao Chen had only scratched the surface, not even reaching small perfection. He absolutely could not miss out on this opportunity to comprehend one with heaven. The blazing sun, snowflakes, blue dragon, broken leaves, and all sorts of mysterious phenomena flew out of Xiao Chen's body, forming a profound picture. As Xiao Chen comprehended, more and more mysterious phenomena of martial techniques came out of his body. Four-season saber technique, myriad heaven divine fist, subduing dragon profound slash, thunder dragon chop, thunder dragon steps, flawless bright moon, thousand-year flame, thousand-year death. There were close to 100 martial techniques of various sizes. As time went by, Xiao Chen's understanding of Instant of Glory deepened. The directions this move could extend to were practically boundless. Eventually, it reached two paths: time and space. When the wondrous state vanished, Xiao Chen's comprehension came to a sudden stop. Although he had not managed to make a qualitative leap in Instant of Glory in such a short period of time, Xiao Chen managed to see the future path of this move. The state of time and space are too profound. It is not good to bite off more than one can chew now. However, I have gained a lot from this comprehension. With a thought, the instant Xiao Chen stood up, the many mysterious phenomena in the room stopped. Several mysterious phenomena disappeared, leaving only the bright moon, the night sky, and the winter snow, forming a picture of the cold moon and snow. Although the previous Instant of Glory was very soul-stirring and boundlessly grand, it was too chaotic in the end. There was no way to control it. Every time it was executed, it would exhaust a vast amount of law energy. Actually, there was no need for several mysterious phenomena to appear. It was not that the more mysterious phenomena one had, the more glorious they would be. Sometimes to show glory, all one needed was a simple patch of yellow sand. Xiao Chen waved his hand, and the cold moon acupoint picture disappeared. Then, he said indifferently, in the past, the Instant of Glory was just wandering outside the door. This time, I have finally entered the room. I will not go astray. With a direction and the right path, there was no need to fear the long road or the rugged roads. One would eventually climb to the peak of Instant of Glory. Collecting his thoughts, Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the neatly folded white robes on the table. Only then did he realize that he was only wearing simple sleeping robes. There was also a letter on the clear wind robes, signed by Yu Bingyun. Yu Bingyun left a letter. Did she leave already? If not, there would be no need to leave a message like this. How long have I been asleep? Xiao Chen's heart was filled with questions. However, Ao Jiao and Little Yellow Feather were not around at this time. Feeling a little empty, Xiao Chen opened the envelope. The elegant handwriting made one feel a sense of lightness. The contents of the letter were not long, only 200 or 300 words. However, the contents of the letter deeply touched Xiao Chen. I wonder how much longer you are going to sleep for. It has already been 10 days, and you still have not woken up. I can only leave without saying goodbye. Actually, my destination is not the human demon sea. I want to go to the ice sea and the storm sea. I want to help the Lunar Palace find two things to refine a new transcendent divine weapon. In the Blood Sword Sovereign's cave abode on Blackwater Island, there was a moment when I really thought I was going to die. I even gave up resisting. Maybe you don't know it yourself, but on the verge of death, your voice was like a ray of light that shone into hell. I shed my first tear. You and I are very similar. We both carry a great deal of pressure on our shoulders. Compared to you, what I've endured is really nothing. You're much more tired than me. It's rare to get drunk in life, but you have to wake up after that. Don't give up hope. Don't indulge your arrogance. The world is unpredictable. There will always be a chance of survival. Let's not give up. I will wait for you to become a martial emperor. If one day, you need to undergo the tribulation of wind and fire, I will definitely come and help you. Take care. We will meet again if we are fated. XXX Yu Bingyun stay. XXX was a blob of smeared handwriting. Xiao Chen couldn't see it clearly, but that wasn't the point. The main point was the concern in Yu Bingyun's words. It made one feel an inexplicable warmth in his heart. Unexpectedly, this mysterious girl had such a warm side. According to the contents of the letter, Xiao Chen had slept for at least 10 days. That was a long nap. Xiao Chen put away the letter, feeling somewhat disappointed and frustrated. Yu Bingyun's departure and the various scenes in his dream. Now that he thought about it, he could not calm down. He kept feeling somewhat empty, like he had lost or forgotten something. Looking at the clear wind robes on the table, Xiao Chen held them in his hands. He could not help but recall the first time Lu Ruyue addressed him. After putting on the clear wind robes, Xiao Chen pushed open the door and went out. He discovered that the entire rock castle was deserted. Aside from the guards of some important places, most of them had left. Xiao Chen strolled around the courtyard, heading for the dragon-subduing platform. Before he went to the conflagration restaurant, the dragon-subduing platform had nearly been repaired. Since Yu Bingyun had already left, she should have already dealt with the final matters. When Xiao Chen arrived at the backyard, he was somewhat surprised to discover an old man in sackcloth robes. This old man had an ordinary air and an extremely thick beard, looking around excitedly on the dragon-subduing platform. "Who are you?" Xiao Chen asked somewhat warily. This old man's appearance was very strange. Earlier, when Xiao Chen sent out his spiritual sense, he did not sense anyone else in the courtyard. The hemp-robed old man turned his head and smiled. "You're awake. Don't be nervous. This is my home. If I wanted to take away your dragon-subduing platform, I would have plenty of opportunities to do so while you were asleep." Chapter 1179. Xiao Chen looked carefully. Although he could not make out this person's cultivation, he could still sense the aura of rock and flame. This person should be an older generation Emperor Wu with a high cultivation in the Rock Castle. He was more knowledgeable and recognized the complete dragon-subduing platform. Since that was the case, Xiao Chen stopped thinking about it. When the hemp-robed old man saw Xiao Chen, he looked like he had lost something, so he asked with a smile, "Young man, what's wrong? You seem to be out of it after sobering up." Xiao Chen was not willing to elaborate. He asked, "Does Senior know how long I slept for?" "Not that long, just about half a month. Unfortunately, I missed the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. It started today." Outstanding Talent Summit meeting? No wonder the people in the castle were not around. They must have gone to the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting to support the Flame Rock Castle's Ba Yan. Strange, why are you not reacting at all? Isn't it a pity to miss the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting? The hemp-robed old man asked. As Xiao Chen walked around the dragon-subduing platform, he discovered that Yu Bingyun had indeed finished repairing it. All he needed to do was leave a spiritual mark, and he would be able to use it. After hearing the old man's words, Xiao Chen answered, "Naturally, it is a pity. However, it is already too late. Even if it is a pity, it is useless. I will take this dragon-subduing platform and leave." "You are rather indifferent. I heard that you can drink a lot. Are you interested in having a drink or two with me?" The hemp-robed old man took out a bottle of wine. He did not put on any airs as he invited Xiao Chen with a smile. Xiao Chen did not know what Ao Jiao was doing. She had not returned yet, so he could not leave for now. There was no harm in drinking a few cups. After receiving the wine cups, the two, one old and one young, casually sat on the steps and clinked their cups. After a few cups, Xiao Chen's mood slowly improved, and he spoke more with the old man. Their topics ranged from martial techniques to wine tasting, to geomancy, to ancient secrets. They talked about everything. The hemp-robed old man's horizon startled Xiao Chen slightly. As the old man spoke, he inadvertently revealed many things that Xiao Chen had not heard of. There were also some insights on the martial way that were even more direct, pointing out the flaws in the martial way. Xiao Chen did not seem like an ordinary martial emperor at all. Even if he were a martial emperor, his knowledge would not be as broad as Xiao Chen's. If he had not been there personally, he would not have been able to explain the secrets of several forbidden lands so clearly. He even knew the great forbidden lands like the back of his hand. For example, the hemp-robed old man knew the Mirage Immortal Palace, which Xiao Chen was very interested in. The timing of this Mirage Immortal Palace's appearance is uncertain. Its location is also unknown. Even in the Forbidden Lands, it is considered rather mysterious. Unless it appears on its own, there is no way of knowing where it is. The hemp-robed old man took a sip of wine and continued, unlike the heart of the ocean, where one can enter the immortal graveyard and the distant sea dragon grave at any time. There are many good things in there. However, there is danger at every step. If one is not careful, even a sovereign martial emperor might fall in there. Not just anyone dares to enter. Xiao Chen felt curious. He asked, what are the secrets behind the 8 great forbidden lands? After so many years, has no one figured them out? When the hemp-robed old man heard this, he could not help smiling. It is not that no one has figured them out. It is just that no one dares to be sure. For example, this Mirage Immortal Palace. If I were to guess, it would be the temporary residence of a powerhouse from the ancient era. It is very possible that this powerhouse eventually advanced to martial god and left this abandoned land of ours. Xiao Chen's expression changed. Is there really a martial god? Martial god is just a title. I am not sure if there is one or not. However, there are definitely existences higher than prime. Every sovereign martial emperor is very clear on this. It is just that we sadly live in this abandoned land. Every powerhouse of the martial way that left erased all traces of their existence. At this point, the hemp-robed old man revealed a clear trace of sadness and sorrow in his eyes. This trace of sadness and sorrow was something Xiao Chen had seen in the Haotian martial emperor's eyes before. It was very similar, both expressing a kind of helpless rage. You definitely do not want to reach my level in the future and face the same sadness and helplessness, right? The hemp-robed old man suddenly asked seriously. Xiao Chen did not understand. Then, the hemp-robed old man pulled him up and tossed him a medallion. So, muster up your fighting spirit. Don't look so dejected. Don't give up on the path that you have been persevering on. Wine is not used to numb your fighting spirit. It is used to ignite it. You still have to participate in the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. Pa! The hemp-robed old man smashed the wine cup in his hand. Then, an irresistible tyrannical aura appeared from his body, making breathing difficult. The hemp-robed old man picked up Xiao Chen and tossed him into the air. A spatial tear opened. Just as Xiao Chen was about to resist, the power of space sucked him in. Then, the spatial tear quickly closed. Flame Rock Sovereign, you old fellow. Where did you toss my Xiao Chen to? Ao Jiao, who rushed back from outside, happened to see this scene. Her expression changed drastically as she exclaimed. When the hemp-robed old man saw Ao Jiao, his insufferably tyrannical aura immediately vanished. He smiled with narrowed eyes and said, Big Sister Ao, don't be angry. I just tossed him to where he belongs. Don't call me Big Sister, you old man. The sound of a fist rang out. The livid Ao Jiao sent the hemp-robed old man flying with a punch. Dark City's Outstanding Talent Summit meeting was held once every 5 years. Every time it was held, it would be incredibly grand. This was especially so for this Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. There was the strong return of the Blood Shark Sovereign's descendant, Huang Yun, the rising popularity of the new expert, Sima Lingxian, and the sudden emergence of the 3 great experts of the Outer Star Sea. The intense battles were confusing, with climaxes rising one after another. Until the end, the victor would remain a mystery. This was because the peak experts of this Outstanding Talent Summit meeting were too close in strength. No one could make a judgment beforehand. Everyone thought that with Huang Yun's strong return, he would continue his dominance from back then, sweeping through everyone and becoming the champion in one go. Who could have imagined that Sima Lingxuan's rise would surpass everyone's expectations? Since the start of the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting, he had never been defeated. His momentum flourished, and his popularity soared. The human demon sees Mo Ran, the ice sees Lang Xian, and the storm sees Ouyang Feng also made everyone's eyes light up. They defeated Lu Yun, Zhao Feng, and the other popular outstanding youths of Dark City one after another. The only thing that the crowd found unfortunate was that the famous white-robed bladesman, who had beaten up the crowd in a drunken manner, did not come to participate. According to the rules of the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting, if a cultivator with the Outstanding Talent token did not participate, it would be equivalent to forfeiting. Given this, everyone was disappointed. This was especially so for the cultivators who had seen Xiao Chen compete in drinking with the crowd at the Conflagration restaurant. They all felt very disappointed. These people had rushed over to watch Xiao Chen compete, wanting to witness the white-robed bladesman's glory again. Who could have imagined that the white-robed bladesman would actually forfeit? If not for the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting being very eye-catching, he would have left long ago. Round after round of the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting continued. Soon, the strongest four appeared. Huang Yun expended a lot of effort to defeat Ba Yan, obtaining a spot in the top four. Next was Sima Lingxian. He defeated the popular Lu Yun, who also used the sword. The third spot went to the human demon sees Mo Ran. His opponent was Zhao Feng. This was a very dangerous match. After Mo Ran completely demonized, he nearly lost. This was because Zhao Feng had learned a medial-grade profound martial technique. If Mo Ran had not grasped it well, he might have been the one to lose. This was a very dangerous match. The fourth spot went to the two young experts of the Storm Sea and the Ice Sea. This internal conflict was probably because the organizers did not want the experts of the outer seas to obtain too many spots in the top four, so they made them fight amongst themselves. Lang Xian's and Ouyang Feng's battle was exceptionally marvelous. It allowed the tens of thousands of spectators to experience the different performances of the Will of Ice and the Will of Storm, broadening their horizons. Ba Yan, who had already lost his right to continue fighting, watched very seriously, nodding his head repeatedly. Ba Yan glanced over and saw Huang Yun, who was resting with his eyes closed. Huang Yun seemed to sense Ba Yan's gaze, so he opened his eyes and smiled in disdain. This immediately enraged Ba Yan. If not for the rules, he would have gone up to fight again. Damn! Damn it! If not for the dragon scale armor I obtained outside, this old man would not have lost to you so easily, Ba Yan said, unconvinced. Ba Tu, who was at the side, also said depressedly, Brother Xiao Chen did not come. If he had come, he might have been able to help you vent your frustrations. It is really unfortunate that this fellow did not come. With his strength, he would not have any problems getting into the top three. He would definitely obtain a medial-grade profound martial technique, Ba Yan said with a nod. Ba Yan nodded. Even now, he still could not see through Xiao Chen's strength. After all, Xiao Chen had gotten drunk that day. Many outstanding talents had gotten drunk as well. Under such unusual circumstances, it was very difficult to judge a person's strength. However, Ba Yan was confident that Xiao Chen would not have any problems getting into the top three. It might even be possible for Xiao Chen to defeat this insufferably arrogant Huang Yun. The crucial thing was that this fellow had gotten drunk and slept for half a month. No matter how Ba Yan called out to him, he would not wake up. When Ba Lingxian thought about it, he found it both funny and infuriating. Sima Lingxian, who obtained a spot in the top four, also felt it was unfortunate that Xiao Chen did not come. Trampling on Xiao Chen in public had always been Sima Lingxuan's dream. How could he be satisfied with missing out on such a great opportunity? Hu Qi! A cold light flashed in the storm. Then, a sword light forced Ouyang Feng out of the arena. Finally, the final top four was decided. The Ice Sea's Lang Xian was more skilled, defeating Ouyang Feng. After the top four were determined, they all recovered and drew lots to determine their opponents. Then, they returned to the arenas. The arenas of the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting would merge with each other after every round. After several rounds of battles, there were only 2 arenas left. When the final battle came, they would merge again, leaving only 1 arena. This Outstanding Talent Summit meeting slowly entered its climax. After the top 4, it would start with the most anticipated fight for the championship. Just as Sima Lingxian and the other 3 finished drawing their lots and walked up to the arenas, They bowed and prepared to fight. Something strange happened. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the sky above the arena. This crack passed through several spatial formations and forced its way in. This sudden scene caused everyone to turn their gazes to the crack in the sky. They had no idea what was going on. Just as the experts in charge of the city lord's residence were preparing to make a move, they received a piece of news. Their expressions changed for some reason, finding this inconceivable. Chapter 1180. Ka. The two arenas started to merge without any warning. Before everyone's eyes, they formed a vast arena that slowly rose up, looking like a huge dragon rising up, giving off an extraordinary aura. What's going on? Why did the arenas suddenly merge? The semi-finals have not started yet. This is strange. The experts of the city lord's residence did not attack the person in the spatial tear. Who exactly is it? Why is his entrance so tyrannical? The sudden change completely disrupted the rhythm. Such a phenomenon had never happened in the outstanding talent summits that had been passed down for hundreds of years. At the same time, everyone started guessing who the person who opened the spatial tear was. Ba Yan frowned slightly. He thought of a possibility but could not be sure. The four people in the arena were also at a loss. They did not know what was going on. When the spatial tear completely opened, the figure inside finally appeared. A white figure drifted out of the spatial tear, appearing somewhat suspicious. The white-robed bladesman. The moment Xiao Chen appeared, everyone immediately recognized him, causing countless cries of surprise. It really is the white-robed bladesman. Unexpectedly, he appeared in such a manner. However, he has already been deemed to have forfeited. Even if he found an expert and barged in, it would be useless. No matter what, Xiao Chen's arrival caused a huge commotion. This was especially so for the cultivators who came specially for him. They were all very excited, exchanging words non-stop. The four people in the arenas all showed different expressions. Some were shocked, some were pleasantly surprised, some were unperturbed, and some were disdainful. The one who felt shocked was the human demon Mo Ran. Naturally, the one who felt pleasantly surprised was Sima Lingxian. Huang Yun was as arrogant as ever, not caring about Xiao Chen at all. Leng Xian's expression was like a block of ice that would not melt for 10,000 years. There was no change in his expression at all. The one who came is the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen. In the direction of the platform, an old man with blazing eyes shouted at Xiao Chen, who was on the platform. Xiao Chen, who had been tossed over from the Flame Rock Castle, was still somewhat dizzy and could not react immediately. Hence, the old man had to ask again. The one who came is the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen. Hand over your outstanding talent token and verify your identity. Xiao Chen had already guessed where he was based on the scene and the four people in the arenas. When he heard the question again, he nodded and admitted his identity, then handed over the outstanding talent token. Very good. Your identity is verified. Hand over the forceful kill token that the Flame Rock Sovereign gave you. Forceful kill token? Is it this? Xiao Chen took out a medallion that the hemp-robed old man had tossed to him. He had not looked at it carefully. Now that he looked at it, there was indeed the word, kill, written on the front and order, carved on the back. When the tens of thousands of spectators at the scene heard the three words, forceful kill order, their expressions changed at the same time, and they sucked in a deep breath. It really is the forceful kill order. Grandpa actually gave him this chance. Ba Yan's expression turned grave. He said in some disbelief, if Xiao Chen fails, this old man will lose all your face. In the end, the city lord's residence, the organizer of the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting, was controlled by the 13 Great Bandits. The 13 Great Bandits provided all the prizes. Hence, every Great Bandit had some special privileges. The Forceful Kill token was one of them. As the name suggested, the Forceful Kill token allowed one to forcefully enter the Outstanding Talent Convention. It was given to the outstanding talents who could not make it in time for some reason or missed the deadline. Originally, according to the rules, once one gave up, one would not be able to participate. However, it was different with the Forceful Kill token. One could enter midway. However, there was a price for using the Forceful Kill token. After using the Forceful Kill token, one could only fight for the first rank. If one did not obtain the first rank, it would be considered a failure. Furthermore, one had to take turns challenging others. One had to defeat as many people as there were in the arena. After one defeated everyone, one could turn the tables and snatch the first rank. Not only would one obtain the glory of the first rank, but one would also obtain the rewards for the number of people one defeated. For example, there were currently 4 people in the arena. If Xiao Chen defeated all of them, he would obtain all the rewards for the top 4. However, if he lost to any one of them, the rewards for the other 4 would be doubled. The great bandit who gave Xiao Chen the forceful kill token would pay for it. To a great bandit, the rewards were not something that would hurt them. However, they would lose all their face. In history, no one had ever used the forceful kill token and succeeded in breaking through. Everyone ended up in failure. Even now, no one had seen the forceful kill token for several hundred years already. After Xiao Chen handed over the forceful charge medallion, he learned about its use from the discussions of the spectator stands. There were also some rules. For example, when there were fewer than 4 people, one would have to face the combined attacks of the others after using the forceful kill token. If the final champion was already decided, one could not use the forceful kill token. Xiao Chen appeared at the right time. There were still 4 people in the arena. However, the restrictions still existed. The other side was still taking turns challenging others, so there was no time to rest. Xiao Chen looked around at the 4 people in the arena. First, he looked at Huang Yun, the young outstanding talent with a scarlet saber on his back. He radiated pride from his entire body. After sizing up Xiao Chen, he no longer paid him any attention. Then, he looked at Xianxia, the cold swordsman of the Ice Sea. From the start to the end, Xiao Chen could not make out his true expression. The human demon Mo Ran took the initiative. When he saw Xiao Chen's gaze, his lips curled up in a smile filled with murderous intent. Finally, Xiao Chen's gaze landed on the grave and stern Sima Lingxian. Xiao Chen felt very complicated about him. The hatred from back then had already faded away. The higher one stood, the further one could see. Both Xiao Chen's breadth of vision and breadth of mind had undergone a great change. Now, all Xiao Chen pursued was the great Tao. When Sima Lingxian looked at Xiao Chen, aside from hatred, there was also a fierce fighting spirit. It was like a flame was burning in his eyes. However, when Sima Lingxian saw Xiao Chen's indifferent expression, he felt like this fire was burning in a calm lake, unable to truly burn. The forceful charge token is correct. Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen, are you sure you want to use the forceful charge token? The old man in the city lord's residence asked from the platform after he checked the forceful charge token. Xiao Chen raised his head and looked in the direction of the platform. Without hesitation, he replied calmly, "I'm sure." It was as Yu Bingyun said, it was rare for one to get drunk. However, after getting drunk, one would eventually have to wake up and face the situation. The words, "I'm sure," immediately set the crowd abuzz. Everyone liked the unexpected to happen. It was just like how people hoped for a dark horse to appear in a big competition. Now that Xiao Chen appeared with the forceful charge token, it was an exciting surprise. Very well. You can choose your opponent freely. Let's begin. Huang Yun and the other 3 did not shrink back at all. As they looked at Xiao Chen, their fighting spirits surged. They did not fear that he would choose them as his first opponent. The others were also guessing who Xiao Chen would choose as his first opponent. It should be the human demon Mo Ran. Of the 4, he should be the weakest. It is hard to say. Mo Ran's defense is the strongest. If Xiao Chen chooses him, he will exhaust a large amount of law energy in the first match. It is not worth it. Then, it should be Sima Lingxian or Xianxia. Coincidentally, these 2 are swordsmen. A bladesman would have an advantage against a swordsman. Everyone had their own opinions. However, no one thought that Xiao Chen would choose Huang Yun. After all, Huang Yun's strength was clear for all to see. I choose him. To everyone's surprise, Xiao Chen chose Huang Yun, locking his gaze on this person. According to the rules, the other 3 left the arena. Everyone was a little surprised by this result. Wasn't it a little too risky to choose the strongest Huang Yun for the first battle? Or perhaps this white-robed bladesman was extremely confident in his own strength and did not care who he chose or not. Everyone saw that when it came to choosing carefully, Xiao Chen did not even think before choosing Huang Yun. If that was the case, then Xiao Chen was too arrogant. You are courageous. Soon, you will regret your choice. Huang Yun was clearly enraged that Xiao Chen chose him in the first round. He suppressed his anger and said ruthlessly, "That's right." The white-robed Xiao Chen appeared calm and collected. His expression did not change at all. He said indifferently, "I am Xiao Chen. Please give me some pointers. In that case, please remember my name, Huang Yun. I am the bladesman who will make your reputation fall in Dark City. Fight!" Huang Yun shouted ferociously and made the first move. His figure flashed, and he drew the scarlet saber on his back. When the saber light appeared, blood immediately dyed the sky red. The scene was extremely horrifying. A berserk killing chi surged out from Huang Yun's body. Together with the saber light that dyed the sky red, this saber strike was incredibly strong. The first move he used was a profound martial technique. This Huang Yun is trying to end this quickly. Blood dyeing the world. This was the Blood Shark Sovereign's trump card before he became a sovereign personage. This Huang Yun already has some of the Blood Shark Sovereign's demeanor. The white-robed bladesman is in trouble. He should not have chosen Huang Yun. He probably will not be able to last even one match. The terrifying aura caused everyone to be shocked. Only now did they realize that Huang Yun had been holding back all this time. Even Ba Yan, who lost to Huang Yun in one move earlier, was flabbergasted. He clearly knew that the other party did not rely on the chaotic Ling treasure armor to defeat him. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground and executed Thunder Dragon steps. Then, he quickly retreated. His body moved like a dragon, flickering with electric light. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps, 5 steps. Soon, Xiao Chen was forced into a corner. The scarlet clouds in the sky seemed to occupy the entire sky above the arena. Huang Yun's horrifying saber light was like a ferocious man-eating beast. It opened its maw wide, wanting to swallow up Xiao Chen. Retreat again. Xiao Chen, who had already taken 11 steps back, retreated to the edge of the arena. If he took another step back, his body would be in the air. If he fell to the ground, he would be out of the arena, automatically admitting defeat. Such a thrilling scene made everyone's heart beat faster. No one expected Huang Yun's true strength to be so ferocious. The moment he executed his killing move, he forced the white-robed bladesman to take 12 steps back and fly out of the arena. Ha 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 ha. You are only so. Scram. Chapter 1181. Huang Yun laughed maniacally and soared into the air. Then, he chopped down with his saber and knocked Xiao Chen to the ground. Sorry, you should be the one rolling down. After taking 12 steps, Xiao Chen had already pushed the Great Perfection Thunder Dragon steps to its limits. If he wanted to advance another level and take 18 steps, he would have to cultivate the Thunder Dragon steps to consummation. Xiao Chen did not know how powerful the 12 steps would be when he executed the Thunder Dragon chop. This was because he had only taken 7 steps at most before. However, Xiao Chen knew that the Thunder Dragon chop that took 12 steps could definitely defeat this blood dyeing the world. Whoosh! Xiao Chen retreated again and again. Just as the yellow cloud was about to soar into the air, he suddenly took a step forward. As Xiao Chen took this step, he instantly drew the Lunar Shadow Saber and launched the Thunder Dragon chop, which had accumulated a huge amount of energy. Thunderclouds filled the sky like an ancient thunder dragon waking up. It roared ferociously and sent down lightning, forcing back the unbridled scarlet clouds. A strange expression appeared on Huang Yun's face. However, he did not have time to think. Amid the tens of thousands of lightning bolts, that white figure had already charged over with his saber. Kang Chong! The saber lights clashed, and Huang Yun was knocked back by Xiao Chen's saber. When Xiao Chen stopped retreating, he knocked Huang Yun back with 1 step. However, this was not over yet. The place where Xiao Chen's feet landed happened to be where he was earlier. The moment his feet touched the ground again, lightning dragons soared out from under Xiao Chen's feet. Electric light burst out, and Xiao Chen moved like a berserk dragon. Xiao Chen walked forward step by step. The speed at which he advanced was 10% faster than the speed at which he retreated. With every step, a lightning dragon soared out from under Xiao Chen's feet, roaring ferociously at the sky and causing lightning to fall continuously. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps, 5 steps. He took 12 steps in a row. With each step, the number of lightning dragons would double. By the time he finished taking 12 steps, it was unknown how many lightning dragons were dancing around Xiao Chen. Lightning descended from the sky, looking even more horrifying. The scarlet clouds that dyed the sky red were torn to shreds, a tragic sight to behold. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber, and the dragons fell to the ground, no longer daring to act presumptuously. As for Huang Yun, who had been clamoring for Xiao Chen to get out of the arena, he was beaten black and blue. He flopped on the ground a few times before rolling off the arena, his body charred. Looking at the tumbling yellow cloud being defeated by Xiao Chen just like that, no one had expected this. The lightning fell, and the dragons fled far away. Xiao Chen stood upright while holding his saber. He looked around and fixed his gaze on the human demon Mo Ran. The person in the second match had made his choice. For some reason, when Sima Lingxian, who had been hoping to be the first to be chosen, saw Xiao Chen's gaze move away from him, he heaved a sigh of relief. He inexplicably heaved a sigh of relief. When he came back to his senses, he was immediately startled. He immediately extinguished this thought, and his fighting spirit was reignited. Mo Ran, who was chosen, laughed heartily and landed on the arena. Mo Ran's eyes filled with wildness as he looked at Xiao Chen. He said, "I thought that you would choose me last. Unexpectedly, I am the second. You probably do not know how horrifying the defense of my physical body is." When Xiao Chen heard this, he could not help but reveal an interested expression. He said, "How horrifying is it? No matter how strong your defense is, it cannot block endless attacks." "Is that so? In that case, feel free to give it a try." Mo Ran smiled coldly, and his skin, which gave off a metallic glow, started to change rapidly. Soon, he could no longer feel any flesh on his skin. It had all turned into hard metal. His entire body turned into a body of steel, completely separated from his physical body. It looked extremely strange. There would always be something strange about the body of a human demon mixed blood. Something very strange. Mo Ran stomped heavily, and countless cracks immediately appeared on the ground. The ground shook violently. When he moved, it was like a tall mountain raging, shaking the sky and ground. After Mo Ran stomped, he looked at Xiao Chen in a mocking manner, not showing any fear. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes. The other party's skin had already turned completely metal. Furthermore, he cultivated a special body-tempering cultivation technique, making this body of steel even harder. In terms of physical body, this person's was no weaker than Xiao Chen's blue dragon war body. In terms of defense, this person might even be slightly stronger. This was the natural advantage of his bloodline. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. For steps, Xiao Chen took 7 steps. As a lightning dragon sword, he executed the thunder dragon chop with a vast aura. Mo Ran knew how strong this move was, so he did not intend to clash head-on. He formed hand seals and executed a defensive martial technique, defending with all his might. Dang! The thunder dragon chop broke through Mo Ran's defensive barrier, but its might weakened significantly. When it struck Mo Ran's body, it gave off metallic sounds. However, Mo Ran's skin did not move at all. The might of 7 steps was not enough. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows and took 12 steps. Then, he executed the move that chased Huang Yun off the arena. However, Mo Ran had already seen this move before. He knew very well the might it contained. Xiao Chen did not think of breaking it or clashing head-on. He brought out his full potential, purely defending. Kasie! The defensive barrier broke again, and the saber light struck Mo Ran's body, knocking him back step by step. Sparks flickered endlessly on his body. However, Xiao Chen still did not severely injure his opponent, unable to injure him severely. Mo Ran smiled faintly and casually waved his hand, knocking away Xiao Chen's saber. When he tried to grab the saber, Xiao Chen quickly pulled it away. Even though Xiao Chen did not manage to grab the saber, he was not in a rush. He smiled and said, "It is useless. Unless you can perfectly execute a medial-grade profound martial technique, you will not be able to break my defense." Unexpectedly, he is the one who hid the deepest. To think that his defense is so monstrous. It is indeed monstrous. If Xiao Chen had not appeared and continued fighting, he might have been the champion. His defense is simply too strong. Even the martial technique that Xiao Chen used to defeat Huang Yun could not injure him at all. I really can't think of how to break his defense. Everyone had already seen Mo Ran's monstrous defense. Earlier, Jiang Feng had already executed a medial-grade profound martial technique, but he had not succeeded in breaking his defense. However, even now, Xiao Chen's Thunder Dragon Chop could not break the defense of Mo Ran's physical body. This was truly horrifying. This physical body is somewhat problematic. Do I have to use Instant of Glory? Xiao Chen's figure floated off the ground. As he looked at Mo Ran, who was covered in sparks, he entered deep thought. Since the other party's physical body is so strong, why is he just standing there and letting me hit him? Xiao Chen remained extremely calm. He did not lose his ability to think independently because of the other party's mockery. This was because Xiao Chen was very clear that purposely mocking the other party was part of the strategy. Mo Ran mocked Xiao Chen from the very start, saying that Xiao Chen would not be able to break his defense. Could this be part of the strategy? Mo Ran wanted Xiao Chen to attack continuously. Then, when Xiao Chen was completely fatigued, he would attack again to end the battle. If that was true, then Mo Ran's physical body should have a weakness. Otherwise, with such a strong physical body, Mo Ran would not fear Xiao Chen's martial technique. Then, he could just chase after Xiao Chen and attack him. This fellow definitely has a weakness. It looks like the white-robed bladesman does not live up to his reputation. Is that all you are capable of? Mo Ran's lips curled up as he mocked Xiao Chen. Then he walked over step by step, closing in. However, Xiao Chen was completely immune to Mo Ran's mockery. This made Mo Ran even more certain that Xiao Chen's physical body had a weakness. That's it. A thought flashed in Xiao Chen's mind as he stared at Mo Ran's footsteps. From the very start, this fellow's feet had never left the ground. Mo Ran always had one foot on the ground. When Xiao Chen looked carefully, his feet and the ground seemed to follow some kind of pattern, a cycle of being one with nature. That must be it. Mo Ran's strongest defensive state requires his feet to be on the ground. Otherwise, Mo Ran must have some kind of treasure on him, like Xiao Chen's Neptune crown. He can only execute the water domain while standing on water. After Mo Ran left the ground, he would not be able to execute that strongest defensive state. What's wrong? Are you prepared to admit defeat? If you admit defeat now, I can let you leave with dignity. Otherwise, I'll make you scram the same way you made Huang Yun scram. Mo Ran's killing chi suddenly gathered and pressed down on Xiao Chen. Mo Ran's exposed skin flickered with a dazzling light. The visual impact was very strong. This was the body of steel that made ordinary people despair. You want me to admit defeat? Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said calmly, You are the one who can't continue pretending, right? How did Huang Yun get down? You'll do the same. Chi. The lunar shadow saber spun around in Xiao Chen's hand before stabbing into the ground. When Mo Ran saw this scene, his expression changed drastically. However, it was already too late. The instant the saber stabbed into the ground, Xiao Chen's law energy poured in frantically. In that instant, the ground cracked, and a force burst out. The cracked ground turned into countless rocks, which were blasted into the air by this force. Mo Ran bore the brunt of the force, flying into the air along with the rocks under his feet. Whoosh! In the 1,000th of a second after Mo Ran flew up, a saber light as bright as the moon flashed. Mo Ran, who was not known for his speed in the first place, could not dodge at all. When this saber light arrived, Xiao Chen's 60% comprehended saber soul, which was at its limit. Although this flawless bright moon was fast, with the support of the 60% comprehended saber soul, its might was not weak at all. In terms of sharpness, it was even better than the Thunder Dragon Chop. Kasie! When this saber descended, Mo Ran shrieked miserably. A long bloody gash appeared, nearly chopping off half his body. Blood flowed continuously from the wound on Mo Ran's chest. As he retreated, he left a bloody path on the ground. Mo Ran stood at the edge of the arena. His body wobbled a few times, but he did not get knocked back by the saber. How did you discover it? Mo Ran covered his wound with one hand, appearing extremely shocked. He had not expected his greatest secret to be exposed in just a few moves. At this point, the victor was already decided. Xiao Chen was not stingy. He answered honestly, In the next fight, there is no need to speak too much. If you overdo it, you will expose your lack of confidence. Chapter 1182. If not for the other party purposely mocking him, causing Xiao Chen to doubt him, he would not have found the other party's weakness so quickly. Clearly, Mo Ran could not accept such an answer. He was stunned for a few seconds before he said, "Just you wait. When my Earth-returning origin art reaches the 10th layer, I will no longer have any weaknesses. Then, I will come back to take revenge for today." Right after Mo Ran spoke, he quickly left the arena while holding his wound. Then, he left the city without looking back. Xiao Chen looked at the other party's departing figure and entered deep thought. He had already found the other party's weakness. In the end, when Xiao Chen chopped down, he did not even manage to break the other party's ribs. This fellow's physical body was indeed ridiculously strong. If Xiao Chen could fix this weakness, he would definitely be a difficult opponent to deal with. Xiao Chen took note of this youth expert from the human demon sea. After winning 2 matches in a row, Xiao Chen remained calm and composed. The spectators found his state incredulous. None of the people who could make it into the top 4 of the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting were weak. They were all dragons and phoenixes among men, geniuses among geniuses. However, Xiao Chen came with the forceful kill token. It looked like he could easily send Huang Yun and Mo Ran away without any mercy. What excellent judgment! Perhaps he can really break the 10,000-year-old record and become the first outstanding talent to succeed in killing someone with a forceful kill token. It is hard to say. The further he goes, the more trump cards he will expose, and the more exhausted he will be. While it looked like he won the earlier 2 matches easily, I am sure that he exhausted a significant amount of his law energy. That's right. Furthermore, Lang Xian and Sima Lingxian are 2 great sword experts. They are not that easy to deal with. They are both aiming for the top rank. I wonder who Xiao Chen will choose for this match. Based on their earlier performances, Lang Xian and Sima Lingxian seem to be about the same. If it were me, I would choose Sima Lingxian. Lang Xian's aura is too scary. I keep feeling that he is unfathomable. After 2 battles, the cultivators who did not have high hopes for Xiao Chen now had a glimmer of hope. They all started guessing the direction of the future battles. After defeating Mo Ran, Xiao Chen's expression still did not change. Xiao Chen looked around at Sima Lingxian and Lang Xian before fixing his gaze on Lang Xian. A cold wind blew, and the temperature in the arena plummeted. Lang Xian said expressionlessly, "I am Lang Xian of the Ice Sea. Please give me some pointers." After greeting Xiao Chen, Lang Xian's aura turned even colder. His gaze roamed around every corner of Xiao Chen's body. The swordsman's eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. As long as Xiao Chen showed any weakness, he would discover it in a breath's time and launch an attack at lightning speed. Xiao Chen's heart tightened. When he saw the other party's gaze, he knew that he had met a difficult opponent. This opponent was probably more difficult to deal with than the previous 2. Whoosh! Whoosh! A cold wind blew in the arena. The 2 looked at each other, clashing their auras. They were not in a rush to make a move. Instead, they waited for the moment the other party lost his cool. Then they would make a move and gain the upper hand in one go. In a battle between a bladesman and a swordsman, the moment one made a move, the one who gained the upper hand would determine the outcome of the match. The one who gained the upper hand would not be able to turn the situation around. Of course, this was under the premise that the 2's cultivations were about the same. It was impossible for one to be perfect and flawless. Even if one stood still, one's aura fluctuated, one's state of mind fluctuated, one's thoughts fluctuated, and one's blood flowed at a steady pace. Without exception, there would always be an opening. A light seemed to flash in the 2's eyes amid the cold wind. At the same time, they caught hold of the other party's small opening and instantly attacked. The 2 drew their sabers and swords at the same time. Before they clashed, the berserk lightning saber soul and the cold sword soul formed their own auras and clashed intensely. Metallic clangs rang out endlessly, spreading to every corner of the arena. It was like there were thousands of swords and sabers clashing with each other. Saber lights and sword images flickered everywhere. Lightning and ice clashed. Thunder roared together, tearing out countless bolts of lightning. The ice was merciless, and thousands of snowflakes drifted down. Dang! The 2 leaped up. Amid all sorts of mysterious phenomena, their figures flickered, and their sabers and swords clashed for the first time. The hum of the saber and the sword was like a dragon roar, piercing through the clouds and tearing apart the dark clouds. A strand of golden sunlight descended, looking like holy light. It focused on the instant Xiao Chen and Lang Xian clashed, forming a shocking scene. Whoosh! 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 The 2 retreated the moment they clashed, executing their strong movement techniques and quickly exchanging moves. Every time the two clashed, the sound of sabers and swords clashing would turn into clear dragon roars soaring into the clouds, tearing through the clouds and sending down a strand of golden light. Be it Xiao Chen's thunder dragon steps or Lang Xian's mysterious footwork, they were both extremely fast. Ordinary people would not be able to clearly see their movements. Only when the sacred light descended did the two figures solidify into a picturesque scene in front of everyone's eyes. Watching the two's intense battle was like looking at an extremely marvelous painting. As one flipped through the pages, they gradually entered a wonderful state. As the painting imprinted itself in their minds fluctuated, and their bloodlines swelled. Flawless bright moon. Boundless water moon. After another 100 moves, the two, who were evenly matched, each executed a killing move and started an intense clash, trying to gain the upper hand. 2 bright moons appeared behind each of them. Xiao Chen's saber light was the radiance of the bright moon when it was at its most resplendent, boundlessly tyrannical. However, Lang Xian's sword light was the serene, peaceful, and inseparable entanglement of the sea and the bright moon. It was much more complicated than Xiao Chen's simple tyranny. The 2 moons clashed. One side was the flawless moon, shining with unparalleled radiance. The other side was the reflection in the water. On the surface, it looked like a moon, but in reality, it was still a layer of cold water. After one move, the clouds in the sky, which were riddled with holes, completely shattered. A vast expanse of golden light poured down like a waterfall. Compared to the dark sky around them, the two people bathed in golden light appeared incredibly holy. Even though their clothes were tattered and their bodies were bleeding profusely, there was an indescribable aura lingering around them. It caused people to feel a sense of worship in their hearts for no reason. The reason for this was that the two of them were true bladesmen and swordsmen. They possessed the extremely rare saber soul and sword soul in this world. Xiao Chen stood upright while holding his saber. Drops of blood slowly dripped off the tip of his saber. On the other side, drops of blood also dripped off the tip of Lang Xian's sword. The moment the two executed their killing moves, they simultaneously injured each other. However, the results were very different. Xiao Chen looked at Lang Xian and said, "Your sword technique is on par with my saber technique. However, my physical body is much stronger than yours. If we continue fighting, you will be the one to lose." Lang Xian's complexion paled slightly. He tacitly agreed with Xiao Chen's words, but he did not intend to admit defeat. "I still have one more chance. If I cannot defeat you with this move, I will admit defeat." This Lang Xian before Xiao Chen possessed a unique level of attainment in sword techniques and was very strong. If not for his saber soul slightly restraining the other party and his physical body being much stronger than the other parties, Xiao Chen would not have been able to gain such a huge advantage in the earlier move. In the same move, Xiao Chen's saber light pierced through the other party's left chest. However, Lang Xian's sword light only opened a wound in his right shoulder, not even breaking a bone. Lang Xian's icy sword intent continuously corroded the wound, making Xiao Chen feel extremely uncomfortable. However, compared to Lang Xian's wound, Xiao Chen's was in a much better state. In terms of sword techniques, Xiao Chen believed that Lang Xian was no weaker than him. This was even because Lang Xian spent most of his time on his attainment in sword techniques. In terms of technique, Lang Xian might even be stronger than Xiao Chen. However, Xiao Chen held the advantage mainly because he had created his own flawless saber Dao. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen did not just cultivate saber techniques. His body tempering also stood out from the crowd, looking down on everyone. Unless the other party's sword techniques were much stronger than Xiao Chen's, Lang Xian would not be able to defeat Xiao Chen if they were evenly matched. Upon hearing that Lang Xian wanted to compete with him again, Xiao Chen's interest was immediately piqued. What kind of sword strike could make the other party feel that he could turn the situation around despite being at such a disadvantage? Xiao Chen said seriously, "Very well. I'll give you the opportunity to execute this sword strike. I will not drag this out." If Xiao Chen dragged things out, he would only need to exchange another 100 moves, not giving Lang Xian a chance to execute that sword strike. By relying on his physical body, Xiao Chen would be able to secure victory in this battle. Now, if Lang Xian sent out that sword strike, victory would be uncertain. However, Xiao Chen did not care. He had never intended to participate in this outstanding talent summit meeting in the first place. It was just an accident, throwing the Flame Rock Sovereign into this whirlpool. Since he was already here, he might as well take things as they came. If Xiao Chen wanted to fight, he would fight to his heart's content. As for victory or defeat, Xiao Chen was already very indifferent to it. His mental state already far surpassed that of his peers. Surprise flashed in Lang Xian's eyes. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen agreed so readily. It seemed like Xiao Chen was even more indifferent to victory than Lang Xian himself. Many thanks. Lang Xian bowed slightly and said sincerely after a while of silence. Such a scene moved the expressions of all the cultivators present. They could not help but admire the breadth of mind of the white-clad bladesman. Even after gaining a great advantage, Lang Xian could still calmly take a step back, all for the sake of seeing the sword strike that the other party said could defeat him. In everyone's mind, there were two words: the demeanor of a king. Naturally, the one who felt this the deepest was none other than Sima Lingxian. Sima Lingxian kept feeling that he was on a completely different level from Xiao Chen. Even though their cultivations were similar and their martial techniques and cultivation techniques were weaker, Sima Lingxian still felt like he could never catch up. But he had a feeling that he would never be able to catch up. An indescribable sense of despair and pain appeared in his mind. Sima Lingxuan's right hand, which held the sword, trembled. His left hand clenched into a fist, and his nails dug into his flesh. Scarlet blood seeped out. You are too polite. You and I are both passionate people. There is no need to be so reserved. Please. Xiao Chen extended his hand and made an inviting gesture. Then he took a stance and held his breath. He did not dare to be careless when facing this unknown sword strike. Chapter 1183. Lang Xian quickly reached out and pressed a few acupoints on his wounds, preventing them from worsening. Then, he took a deep breath and started to circulate all the law energy in his body. This sword move is called Million Mighty Ice Soldiers. It is a move that I created myself. It is not perfected yet, and even I cannot control its might. Brother Xiao, please be careful. Million Mighty Ice Soldiers? What a tyrannical name. They all say that your understanding of the will of ice is unique. In that case, I look forward to it. Buzz! Lang Xian's expression turned solemn, and the sword in his hand started humming. This humming was different from an ordinary sword humming. Everyone could hear the lofty sentiments of a powerful army amid this humming. The sound of 10,000 horses galloping resounded in all directions. A vast, hot-blooded killing chi continuously spread out from Lang Xian's body. It was hard to believe that the berserk killing chi came from Lang Xian, who looked like he did not have any hot-bloodedness at all. Lang Xian vomited a mouthful of blood on his sword. The humming sword suddenly stopped. All the aura in his body suddenly condensed and he thrust his sword forward fiercely. After that, Lang Xian stood where he was and quickly brandished his sword. Sword lights dazzled everyone's eyes. In one breath, Lang Xian executed more than 100 different sword moves. With one sword move, 1,000,000 mighty ice soldiers swept through the four seas. Cold lights flickered, and absolute shadows drifted about. The moisture in the air froze under this sword move. These shadows turned into many illusory figures. Each of these figures held a sharp sword, and their long hair fluttered in the wind. The sword lights that Lang Xian sent out from where he stood shone on these figures. However, these figures became even more indistinguishable. Furthermore, the sword moves of each figure were different. It was like the sword lights that Lang Xian sent out from where he stood reflected on these countless figures. Sword images filled the arena without end. Although 1,000,000 mighty ice soldiers was an exaggeration, the vast and boundless aura made everyone feel the tyrannical aura of 10,000 horses galloping through the air. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes. As these boundless sword images charged over, they gave off a vast aura that could sweep through the world, making everyone feel extremely insignificant. No wonder this Lang Xian placed all his hopes on this sword move. This was indeed a horrifying sword move. His mind fell into a state of unprecedented nervousness. With a tap of his foot, he spun backward. Every time Xiao Chen spun around, a mysterious phenomenon would emerge from his body. In the first circle, a blood moon flew out. The red moonlight revealed a desolate feeling that reached the bottom of one's heart. The second time, blood-colored pale remnant flowers flew out of his body. The pale remnant flowers were like blood, filled with grief. On the third lap, a vast expanse of snow appeared under Xiao Chen's feet, and he couldn't see the end of it. Azure dragon images flew out from the fourth circle. A white-robed bladesman surrounded the dragon images. The dragon roars revealed the tyranny of a bladesman. On the fifth round, Xiao Chen stopped in his tracks. He turned around and slashed out with his saber. Before coming here, he had comprehended that the mysterious phenomenon that instant of glory required was not a blind number but a precise combination. The mysterious phenomenon moved according to Xiao Chen's will, forming different scrolls of glory to deal with all sorts of martial techniques. This was the true instant of glory that he comprehended after crossing the threshold. The blood moon, the pale remnant flowers, the snowy ground, the dragon images, the bladesman, and the 1,000,000 mighty ice soldiers in hot pursuit. When Xiao Chen executed the final saber strike, everything instantly gathered and formed an incredibly glorious scene. Such a scene appeared before everyone's eyes. A blood moon hung high in the sky, boundless snow fell on the ground, and pale remnant flowers drifted in the air. A powerful bladesman soared into the sky, facing the 1,000,000 mighty ice soldiers alone. The moment Xiao Chen executed such an incredible martial technique, it deeply shocked all the spectating cultivators. Gorgeous, glorious, tyrannical, and profound. This saber strike was the instant of glory. With this saber strike, what can the 1,000,000 mighty ice soldiers do to me? Lang Xian's sword strike was already an eye-opener. Unexpectedly, the will of ice could be used in such a manner. However, Xiao Chen's saber strike toppled everyone's understanding. It turned out that the saber could be used in such a manner as well. State of space? That's not right. That's just the tip of the iceberg. I'm still far from it. I still have a chance. Lang Xian, who had stopped swinging his sword, was slightly startled. Then, determination appeared in his eyes. Lang Xian pressed 2 fingers on his left hand against the blade of his sword. Then, he ferociously sliced upwards, sending out a string of scarlet blood droplets. The glorious picture scroll was immediately stained with blood, and the desolate picture seemed even more miserable. The 1,000,000 mighty ice soldiers, who were already suppressed, trembled. Their bodies were stained with blood as if they wanted to struggle free. Still not giving up? In that case, I will force back your 1,000,000 mighty ice soldiers. The tyrannical air of a king flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He pointed with his left hand, and the painting suddenly shattered. The instant the painting shattered, strands of spatial power tore it apart and made it dim. However, with the support of Lang Xian's blood, these sword-wielding figures did not get torn to shreds. These mighty ice soldiers, whose might had decreased significantly, still charged at Xiao Chen majestically. Lofty sentiments welled up in Xiao Chen's heart. He held his saber with one hand and rooted his feet to the ground, not taking a single step back as he hacked down. Boom! 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 Xiao Chen brought out his 60% comprehended lightning saber soul without holding back. Then, he materialized the blue dragon battle armor and chopped down again and again. Thunder rumbled endlessly. With the roar of 10,000 bolts of lightning, the weakened 1,000,000 mighty ice soldiers were forced back. One man and one saber forced back 1,000,000 mighty ice soldiers alone. The countless sword-wielding figures forced Lang Xian to stop. He vomited a mouthful of blood, and the sword in his hand fell to the ground. I've lost. Lang Xian accepted his defeat. He smiled bitterly and bowed politely, admitting defeat. Then, he picked up his sword and silently left the arena. If Xiao Chen had not reached the threshold of instant of glory, allowing him to assemble the painting as he pleased, he would not have been able to block this sword strike. In the past, the instant of glory would not have been able to block this sword strike. Even now, Xiao Chen had not won easily. Lang Xian's law energy was nearly exhausted, and his body was riddled with wounds. Whoosh! The tens of thousands of spectators all stood up and cheered for Xiao Chen and Lang Xian, who left the arena. The reason was none other than that the final clash between the saber and the sword was simply too marvelous, inspiring excitement in everyone's hearts. They wished they could experience it for themselves. However, given Xiao Chen's current state and the fact that he still had to face this final battle, everyone could not help but worry. Unexpectedly, after the cheers ended, Xiao Chen's final opponent, Sima Lingxian, made a shocking decision. Huang Yun, Mo Ran, and Lang Xian were defeated one after another. Now, Xiao Chen, who came with the forceful charge token, only had to face his final opponent, Sima Lingxian. However, in Xiao Chen's current state, He had used several killing moves consecutively and fought continuously. Furthermore, his opponents were all outstanding talents of the same generation. His law energy was nearly exhausted, and wounds of various sizes covered his body. This was especially so for Xianxia's 1,000,000 mighty ice soldiers. Although Xiao Chen had relied on his own strength to force back the 1,000,000 mighty soldiers, he was significantly injured as well. Mist covered his bloody wounds. With the obstruction of the ice sword in tent, Xiao Chen found it hard to recover from his injuries. If Xiao Chen wanted to recover quickly, he had to stop and focus on removing the ice sword in tent. After that, given his physical body, his wounds would heal in a few breaths. However, according to the rules of the challenge, Xiao Chen had no time to stop. He needed to drag his body to face his final opponent. However, under such a situation which favored Sima Lingxian, he unexpectedly said, "I admit defeat." Sima Lingxuan's expression was extremely complicated. His eyes filled with pain, and his right hand which held the sword, trembled. No one knew why he was in such a situation. After saying such a thing, Sima Lingxian suddenly chose to admit defeat despite holding the upper hand. It really caused an uproar, and many people didn't expect this. The old man in the city lord's residence was clearly stunned for a while. After a long time he said, "Sima Lingxian, have you thought it through? Are you really going to admit defeat? In such a situation, even if I win, what is the point? What is the point? 10 years have passed, and I am still inferior to him. What is all my hard work worth?" Sima Lingxian seemed to enter a berserk state. His eyes turned bloodshot, filled with despair and pain. Ka! Suddenly, Sima Lingxian drew his sword and chopped it with his palm. This treasure sword that had accompanied him for 10 years broke. The treasure sword broke into many pieces, injuring his palm until it bled profusely. Such a scene stunned everyone. They did not know what kind of blow Sima Lingxian had suffered. The empty-handed Sima Lingxian looked at Xiao Chen with a complicated expression. Then, he rushed off into the distance without looking back. Aside from Xiao Chen, no one knew what happened. As Xiao Chen watched Sima Lingxian leave, he felt sorrowful in his heart. He understood Sima Lingxuan's helplessness, despair, rage, and pain. Back then, when Xiao Chen first left Mo City in the Sky Dome realm, he lost to Chu Chaoyun in half a move. That was also a kind of helplessness and despair. Xiao Chen was fortunate. In the final battle of the Five-Nation Youth Competition, he defeated Chu Chaoyun and got rid of his heart demon. From then on, he set off on an even more glorious path. However, Sima Lingxian worked hard for 10 years and made a name for himself in Dark City. However, when Sima Lingxian saw that he still could not defeat Xiao Chen, his heart inevitably crumbled and he fell into complete despair. This was how cruel this great age was. Sima Lingxian waited for despair. In that case, what awaited Xiao Chen was despair as well. If Xiao Chen saw the undefeatable Chu Chaoyun 10 years later, would he crumble like Sima Lingxian today? No matter what. The Outstanding Talent Summit meeting came to an end. Xiao Chen became the first outstanding talent to use the forceful kill token in 10,000 years. Xiao Chen obtained all the prizes for the top 4 places, a total of 5,000 essence stones and 3 medial-grade profound martial techniques. This Outstanding Talent Summit meeting was full of climaxes and surprises. All sorts of changes dazzled everyone. The white-robed bladesman's powerful charge and defeat 3 people in a row. Furthermore, he beat up the crowd while drunk and chopped down the metal testing puppet with one saber strike. This would definitely spread Xiao Chen's name everywhere. This was especially so for the final battle with Xianxia. It was an eye-opener, a sight that left everyone sighing in amazement. That moment of glory was something that all the cultivators present would never be able to forget. It would be forever imprinted in their minds. Chapter 1184. After rushing back to the Flame Rock Castle with Ba Yan and Ba Tu, Xiao Chen handed 2 of the 3 medial-grade profound martial techniques to the 2 of them. He only kept 1 medial-grade profound martial technique for bladesmen and the 5,000 essence stones. Not to mention the importance of the medial-grade profound martial technique, just the 5,000 essence stones were already a bountiful harvest for Xiao Chen. With so many essence stones, he would have no problem quickly cultivating to peak great perfection blue-robed emperor. By the time he reached the human demon sea, his cultivation would have reached peak great perfection blue-robed emperor. At that time, he could go to the Thunder King's cave to search for the death fruit. The timing would be just right. After arriving at the Flame Rock Castle, Xiao Chen immediately headed to his courtyard. How could he not know that the hemp-robed old man was the famous peak expert of the Black Sea, the Flame Rock Sovereign? The moment Xiao Chen entered the courtyard, he discovered that Ao Jiao and the hemp-robed old man were currently working on the dragon-subduing platform. They were doing major renovations to the already repaired dragon-subduing platform. What are they doing? That's not right. How did Ao Jiao get together with this old man? Xiao Chen felt like his brain could not keep up. After sleeping for half a month, too many things had happened that he did not know about. Little Yellow Feather was the first to discover Xiao Chen. It let out a sharp cry and immediately flew over, landing on Xiao Chen's shoulder. Xiao Chen tossed an astral core to Little Yellow Feather. This made the little fellow very happy, flying around Xiao Chen. The hemp-robed old man raised his head and smiled. Big sister Ao Jiao, look, who is back? Bang! When Ao Jiao heard that, her face darkened. She raised her hand and punched, sending the hemp-robed old man flying again. This startled Xiao Chen. He stepped forward and said, Ao Jiao, this is a senior. Don't mess around. Who knew? Ao Jiao smiled and said, Senior. Let's see if he dares to call me senior. Hee hee. Ignore this old man. How was the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting? Did it fail or succeed? That old geezer sent me away, and without a word of discussion, he threw you over. I was so worried. Ao Jiao asked out of concern, changing to a smiling expression. She revealed a charming smile on her pretty face. Xiao Chen thought to himself, it looks like these two are old acquaintances. He relaxed and gave a simple account of what happened at the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. Haha. I was right? I told you not to worry, but you did not believe me. The hemp-robed old man walked over while laughing. He did not put on any airs, not showing the temper of a sovereign martial emperor at all. Ao Jiao's face darkened, still ignoring him. Half an hour later, Xiao Chen finally understood the relationship between Ao Jiao and the hemp-robed old man, the Flame Rock Sovereign. 1,000 years ago was when the Thunder King, Xianghu, was at his peak. At that time, Xianghu was already a famous martial emperor, known as the strongest person under sovereign martial emperors. Several sovereign martial emperors did not even dare to fight with Xianghu, fearing that they would lose their reputation if they lost. When Ao Jiao accompanied the Thunder King to the Black Sea, the Flame Rock Sovereign was only a child of 13 or 14 years old, just starting to show his talent. The Thunder King was very discerning, immediately recognizing the Flame Rock Sovereign's talent. While he was in the Black Sea, he taught the Flame Rock Sovereign for some time. Although they were not master and disciple, they could be considered half a disciple and a guide. Later, when the Flame Rock Sovereign broke through to Emperor Wu, the Thunder King personally protected him, preventing his enemies from interfering and allowing him to successfully clear his great tribulation of wind and fire. The Flame Rock Sovereign returned the favor. When the Thunder King broke through to Sovereign Martial Emperor, he risked his life to help Xianghu clear his sovereign tribulation. The two were like teachers and friends. In the Flame Rock Sovereign's heart, the Thunder King Xianghu would forever be a senior and a good friend. He felt even more gratitude and respect. Hey, speaking of which, senior, why do you keep calling Ao Jiao big sister? Xiao Chen asked casually after he understood what was going on. When the Flame Rock Sovereign heard that, he guffawed endlessly. Then he said in a sorrowful tone, It's a long story. Back then, I was also very miserable. Under someone's punches, I was forced to call her big sister. If I did not, I would have been taught a lesson. Just thinking about it makes me feel bitter. Now, I call her that the moment I see her, and I still get beaten up. The Flame Rock Sovereign's aggrieved expression made Xiao Chen smile involuntarily. He roughly understood what was going on. After sleeping for 1,000 years, Ao Jiao still looked like a little girl. However, the Flame Rock Sovereign really became an old man. If such a person continued to call her big sister, he would definitely get angry. However, anger was anger. Xiao Chen could tell that the two's actions were mostly playful, reminiscing about the past. After playing around, the Flame Rock Sovereign revealed a serious expression. Then, he looked at Xiao Chen and said, I heard from Big Sister that you want to inherit the Thunder King's inheritance? The Outstanding Talent Summit meeting ended. However, the discussions about the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting were far from over. All the cultivators in Dark City, from the most popular conflagration restaurant to the simple and crude wine stalls at the roadside, discussed this extraordinary Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. The reason was none other than this Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. There were simply too many things worth discussing. The magnificent martial techniques that the white-robed bladesman displayed, the unique comprehensions of the will of ice and the will of storm, the previous overlord Huang Yun's unexpected defeat, and so on. Of course, there was also the most shocking scene. When Sima Lingxian held the upper hand, he suddenly forfeited and admitted defeat. Sima Lingshuan's strength went without saying. After Huang Yun left, he was the most dazzling of all the outstanding youths in Dark City. Many people had expected that the biggest highlight of this Outstanding Talent Summit meeting would be the peak showdown between the old and the new outstanding talents. However, such a dazzling outstanding talent, who received so much attention, suddenly crumbled after Xiao Chen displayed his strength. This was simply incomprehensible. Some people said that Sima Lingxian had the air of a gentleman and did not want to defeat Xiao Chen, who was in a terrible state. Others said that Sima Lingxian could tell that Xiao Chen still had trump cards that he had not used yet. If he lost to Xiao Chen under such circumstances, he would lose even more face. However, no one could guess what the truth was. The scene of Sima Lingxian drawing his sword and chopping it off with one palm was a ghastly sight. There had to be a story between Xiao Chen and Sima Lingxian that others did not know. However, if the person in question did not say it, others would never be able to guess it. However, the more unfathomable something was, the more it piqued people's curiosity. They could not forget it and discussed it endlessly. As for the main character of this incident, after Sima Lingxian rushed out of Dark City, he appeared dispirited. He walked forward in a daze, not knowing where he was going. He turned a deaf ear to the pointing of the passers-by, completely ignoring them. After 10 years of hard work and boundless glory, Sima Lingxian felt lofty and hot-blooded, wanting to wash away his shame. However, reality was cruel. Those who wanted to chase after Sima Lingxian could only see his back. He was as tall as a mountain, forcing people to look up at him. Blood flowed continuously from Sima Lingshuan's hand as he walked. He did not know how long he had walked, but the edge of Dark Island was already before him. The vast sea stretched as far as the eye could see. However, suddenly, Sima Lingxian stopped. His chaotic mind suddenly paused. He saw a familiar figure at the edge of the island. That was an imposing figure standing in front of the sea. The vast and boundless sea did not seem like much. Only this figure appeared before everyone's eyes. Wuxia. That figure slowly turned around and moved 10 kilometers like he had teleported. Then, he appeared before Sima Lingxian. Adoptive father. Sima Lingxian could not say anything. His voice sounded choked with emotion. This person was the newly promoted Great Bandit of the Black Sea, the sovereign martial emperor Sex Buxiong, Sima Lingshuan's adoptive father. Sima Lingxian thought about how his adoptive father nurtured him, how much he hoped for him, and how much he cared for him like a relative. Sima Lingxian choked with emotion. He felt very useless. Guilt filled his heart, and tears almost flowed out uncontrollably. When Zhong Buxiong saw this scene, his heart ached slightly. He patted Sima Lingshuan's shoulder and did not say anything. Sima Lingxian could no longer control himself. He rushed forward and hugged Sima Lang, crying bitterly. Adoptive father, this child is useless. In the end, I did not manage to take this step. I have let adoptive father down. What kind of pressure did a 7-foot man have to endure to make him burst into tears? In this black sea that did not believe in tears and did not pity the weak, Sima Lingxian cried so sorrowfully. Zhong Buxiong did not say anything. He only released Sima Lingxian after he had cried enough. This vicious and merciless person, who killed all the cultivators of the previous Great Bandit's bloodline, revealed a benevolent expression in his eyes and a faint smile on his face. I know about the Outstanding Talent Summit meetings matter. At the last moment, you chose to let go. In my opinion, you did not use an unfair battle to obtain victory to numb yourself. I feel very gratified. If you had really chosen to make a move in that battle, in my opinion, you would not have been able to walk out of the shadow of hatred. Even if you became a martial emperor, you would not have been able to be conferred a king. Zhong Buxiong slowly said something that Sima Lingxian did not expect. Sima Lingxian gaped and said, Adoptive father, don't overthink. You did well. Don't place too much importance on this mental barrier. In everyone's life, There will always be some opponents who will make you feel despair. You will never be able to surpass them. What we need to do is not to compete with these people. Back then, your father did not understand, harming you and harming himself. Living in this world, we have to live for ourselves, not for our opponents. Sima Lingxian did not understand. He asked anxiously, "Adoptive father, are you asking me to resign myself to fate?" It is not resignation. Let me ask you this. In the past 10 years, have you slacked off? No. Have you given up on working hard? No. Have you felt that you are wasting your time, not improving at all? No. A few quick questions caused Sima Lingxuan's confused eyes to slowly light up. Now, he answered with more and more strength. Do you still feel that you are useless? Sima Lingxian replied sullenly, No. Very good. In that case, let me tell you. Xiao Chen swept through all the outstanding talents of the Kunlun continent's younger generation. Even the disciples of the primes lost to him. In the heavenly starry ocean, he defeated all the outstanding talents with one move. Do you feel that you lost unjustly? Among these people are the descendants of primes, the successors of the deity sovereigns, the disciples of the ghost monarch, the disciples of the corpse god. Every one of them is an outstanding talent. Zhong Buxiong enunciated every word with a heavy tone. Chapter 1185. When Sima Lingxian heard this, he felt like he was struck by lightning. Adoptive father, you never told me all this before. I never told you either. If Xiao Chen does not advance to martial emperor within 4 years, he will have only 20 more years of lifespan, becoming a meteor and disappearing in a flash. Zhong Buxiong continued. When Sima Lingxian heard this, he was flabbergasted. This news was simply too shocking, completely unexpected. You feel that he is so strong that he makes others despair, putting you under a mountain of pressure. However, can your pressure be greater than his? Zhong Buxiong continued. Look at him. He looks like he is about to collapse. Many people in the heavenly starry ocean are laughing at him. After the Qing Emperor, many people in the Kunlun realm are waiting for him to become a meteor. In terms of pressure, among the outstanding talents of this generation, no one can surpass him. Zhong Buxiong continued. I can accept that your talent is not as good as his and your luck is not as good as his. However, don't lose to him in this aspect. A man has to cry unbridledly for once. Tears are the most precious thing in this world. You have to celebrate the fact that you can still cry. Some people can't even cry when they want to. Zhong Buxiong's words were like a bolt from the blue, striking Sima Lingxian and startling him to his senses, freeing him from the mental barrier that had plagued him for 10 years. Unexpectedly, there were too many unexpected things. The person whom Sima Lingxian regarded as his lifelong rival had actually experienced so much in the Kunlun realm in the past 10 years. Adoptive father, thank you. Sima Lingxian had many things to say, but he did not know how to express them. He could only say thank you. Zhong Buxiong smiled happily. He knew that Sima Lingxian had completely broken free of his mental barrier. In this age of geniuses, Sima Lingxuan's future accomplishments would definitely surpass his own. Zhong Buxiong did not have any children. Back then, when he saved this child from the hands of the Black Sea pirates, he knew that this was a gift from heaven. Ha ha ha. Come, father will bring you out to drink. Wipe away your tears and let's go celebrate. Naturally, Xiao Chen did not know about Sima Lingxuan's transformation. At this moment, he was in the Flame Rock Castle, receiving an exceptionally serious interrogation from the Flame Rock Sovereign. Are you going to inherit the Thunder King's inheritance? Of course he had to inherit it. Otherwise, how could he obtain the extinct death fruit? If he did not cultivate the life and death art and condense the heart of an emperor, he would not be able to break through the Great Perfection Blue-Robed Emperor realm and enter the Great Perfection Blue-Robed Emperor realm within a year. Therefore, when he heard from Ao Jiao that there was a death fruit in the treasure left behind by the Thunder King, Xiao Chen agreed without much thought. In fact, he had already guessed that there was a hidden story. With the huge amount of resources left behind by the Thunder King, with Ao Jiao's concern for him, she should have told him long ago. In the end, it dragged on until he had to obtain the Thunder King's relic before he agreed to bring him to the location of the Thunder King's relic. Seeing Xiao Chen nod, the Flame Rock Sovereign looked at Ao Jiao and asked, Big sis, you did not tell him what kind of responsibility there is for inheriting the Thunder King's relic, right? Ao Jiao revealed a complicated expression. Then, she shook her head and did not say anything. Indeed, the Flame Rock Sovereign revealed an expression of understanding. Then he looked at the confused Xiao Chen and said, "Big Sis did not tell you. In that case, I'll tell you. The person who inherits the Thunder King's relic has to take revenge for him and find out who killed him." Xiao Chen felt confused. There did not seem to be anything wrong with this. Since he inherited the Thunder King's relic, taking revenge for him was naturally reasonable. "Brat, it looks like you really do not know what the consequences are for inheriting the Thunder King's relic?" The Flame Rock Sovereign said with a grave expression. "If it were that simple, I would have inherited the Thunder King's relic many years ago." The Flame Rock Sovereign showed some helplessness on his face. A clear trace of sorrow could be seen in his eyes. The Flame Rock Sovereign was a completely different person from his usual joking attitude. Given the Flame Rock Sovereign's current cultivation, he would not gain any benefits from inheriting the Thunder King's relic. What the Flame Rock Sovereign wanted to do was to take revenge for the Thunder King. However, the matter did not seem that simple. Hence, the Flame Rock Sovereign did not dare to make a move casually. Perhaps, he felt a deep fear of this unknown enemy. The Flame Rock Sovereign said unhurriedly, "You don't understand. You simply don't understand how strong the Thunder King was back then. When he advanced to Sovereign Martial Emperor, he could already challenge the Prime Thunder King. However, he only barely lost to him by one move." In the past, Xiao Chen did not understand how strong the Thunder King was. However, when he heard Ao Jiao talk about the Thunder King, Sang Mu lost to the Thunder King by one move, Xiao Chen did not have a clear idea. However, the scene at the King Conferral ceremony, where the Thunder Sovereign faced the Heaven-abandoning Deity Sovereign and the Heaven-punishing Corpse God alone without any fear, showed how strong the Thunder Sovereign was. Even when two primes worked together, they could not suppress the Thunder King. In other words, if Sang Mu had not challenged the Thunder King but Emperor Forsaken or the Heaven-punishing Corpse God, the winner would definitely have been the Thunder King Sang Mu. The faction behind the person who dares to kill the Thunder King might involve a prime. Xiao Chen felt like this was a blow to his head. The number of primes in this world could be counted on one's fingers. Including the primes of the oceanic world, there were no more than 2 hands. Primes represented the strongest people in this world. They had already touched the bottleneck of the peak of the martial epic. No wonder Ao Jiao had not been willing to tell Xiao Chen, not wanting him to inherit the Thunder King's inheritance. If the one who killed the Thunder King was a prime, then it would be impossible for Xiao Chen to take revenge. Most of the primes of the Kunlun realm were gathered in the Kunlun continent. Back then, the Thunder King had been surrounded and attacked in the Kunlun continent. In that case, was the prime who killed him the deity race's Emperor Forsaken, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor, or the Heaven-punishing Corpse God? When Xiao Chen raised these questions, the Flame Rock Sovereign rejected them all. He shook his head and said, "No, the Thunder King is not dead. These people would not dare to make a move on Big Brother Sang Mu. He killed the bearer of luck of my human race. The Thunder King's revenge will not rest until he dies." Those who feared the Thunder King's revenge would definitely not make a move. That was to say, the few primes of the Kunlun realm on the surface were not the ones who killed the Thunder King. This was because these primes all had factions and clansmen behind them that they could not bear to part with. They would not dare to fall out with the Thunder King. In that case, if it was not these people, then who was the one behind this? The 18 demon monarchs of the deep abyss? The 18 demon monarchs were all as strong as sovereign martial emperors. The top few were even as strong as primes. There were detailed records of all these during the past few demonic tribulations. However, if the demon monarchs wanted to cross the barrier of the sky and enter the Kunlun realm, they would cause a startling commotion. If the demon monarchs really did this, then the cause of the Thunder King's death would not be a mystery to this day, something that no one could resolve. Based on the current information, after the duel between Sang Mu and the Thunder King, the Eternal Heavenly Sword School's ancestor leaked the information, revealing Sang Mu's whereabouts. After that, Sang Mu fought with a mysterious cultivator with severe injuries, leaving behind an irreversible fatal wound. At this point, there was no hope for him. The news of the Thunder King's death quickly spread throughout the entire Kunlun realm. After that, the Thunder King went to the Phoenix's Passion Palace, a holy land, to ask for a lunar stone with divine nature to protect Ao Jiao. After that failed, he killed the holy scion of that time and forcefully snatched away the complete divine-grade lunar stone. After that, the Thunder King made arrangements for his inheritance and returned to the Sky Dome realm, the place where his legend began. Because the Thunder King was already a dead person, although he broke the rule that Emperor Wu could not come to the Sky Dome realm, he did not receive any blame or investigation. Who would care so much about a dead person? Whether the mysterious cultivator who left a fatal wound on the Thunder King was dead or alive was still unknown. Right now, the only key to solving this mystery was the eternal heavenly sword ancestor. In the past, no one knew of the existence of this eternal heavenly sword ancestor. They even thought that he had died long ago. However, Xiao Chen knew that not only was this person alive, but he was also closely related to the Thunder King's death. There was still a chance. As long as Xiao Chen could pry open this person's mouth, he would be able to learn the truth behind the Thunder King's death. I will inherit the Thunder King's inheritance. Even if the person who killed him will drag in a prime, I will not have any fear. Xiao Chen never hesitated. Even if it was a prime, he did not fear it. He only hesitated because he wanted to figure out the crux of this matter and see if he could solve this mystery. Since the mystery could be solved, there was no need for Xiao Chen to hold back. The Flame Rock Sovereign did not feel surprised at Xiao Chen's choice. He sighed and said, "I knew that you would not hesitate because of this. However, you should not push yourself too hard at any time. There are still many people behind you who care about you. Worry about your own life. Don't make those people sad." As the Flame Rock Sovereign said this, his gaze wandered around Ao Jiao. The person he was referring to went without saying. Feeling the somewhat heavy atmosphere, Ao Jiao smiled and said, "Old man, don't try to boost his morale with your words. My Xiao Chen might be able to become a prime in the future and sweep through the world, becoming unrivaled in the world." The Flame Rock Sovereign smiled and said, "Sweep through the world, becoming unrivaled in the world. This goal is really big. Even the current Thunder King is only shaking the world with his might." Whether it was a joke or a bold statement, sweeping through the world, becoming unrivaled in the world, this ultimate goal was deeply imprinted in Xiao Chen's heart. 3 days later, Xiao Chen went to the Dark Blood Pool to collect the final reward of the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting. Perhaps Xiao Chen's physical body had already reached a certain level and needed to rely on the Blue Dragon Body Nourishing Art to improve it. The Dark Blood Pool did not have a significant effect on Xiao Chen. After coming out, Xiao Chen took his leave in a low-profile manner. Then, he left Dark City and headed for the distant Human Demon Sea. When Xiao Chen thought about Yu Bingyun, who had agreed to travel with him, he felt somewhat disappointed. However, he still had to walk this path. If he wanted to sweep through the world, becoming unrivaled in the world, he had to advance to Martial Emperor in 5 years first. The white-robed bladesman left just like that. However, many cultivators would never forget his deeds for the rest of their lives. After this short trip to the Black Sea, the name of the white-robed Xiao Chen would become a legend among cultivators thousands of years later. Whether Xiao Chen was willing or not, his legendary journey would continue. Whoosh! The bright and beautiful sunlight descended. The sun that Xiao Chen had not seen in a long time returned to his eyes. After flying at full speed for 10 days, the Flood Dragon War Chariot finally brought Xiao Chen out of the Human Demon Sea. It was time to say goodbye to the lingering dark clouds, the most distinctive dark clouds of the Black Sea. During this short trip to the Black Sea, Xiao Chen had gained a lot. He obtained the life and death art that the Blood Sword Sovereign left behind on Blackwater Island, and found the secret technique for breaking through to great perfection in advance, the Blue-Robed Emperor. Chapter 1186. At the Outstanding Talent Summit meeting, Xiao Chen successfully obtained an authentic medial-grade profound martial technique and several thousand essence stones that could support him until he reached peak great perfection of the Blue-Robed Emperor. He got to see outstanding talents from different sea regions. While they might not be a match for Xiao Chen, they gave Xiao Chen a different combat experience. Xiao Chen now knew that there was always someone better. On the path of the martial Dao, there would always be geniuses who could come up with wondrous ideas that he could not even imagine. In 10 days, Xiao Chen had a rough understanding of the medial-grade profound martial technique that he obtained. He discovered that this medial-grade profound martial technique was extremely hard to comprehend. This medial-grade profound martial technique was called Thousand-Year Hegemony Establishment. It was boundlessly tyrannical and involved the will of kingship as well as some of the mysteries of the state of time. Even the current primes could not comprehend the state of time. Naturally, Xiao Chen did not, either. As Xiao Chen read on, it was as he expected. The one who researched this martial technique was a powerhouse from the ancient era, Emperor Wu. That was the Kunlun realm's most glorious era of the martial Dao, when martial emperors were as common as clouds and sages filled the streets. Xiao Chen estimated that he would need at least 1 month to understand the meaning of the martial technique. After that, he would need another 5 days to understand some of the basics. After that, he would practice for half a month to see if he could use it as he pleased. If Ba Tu and Ba Yu, who also obtained medial-grade profound martial techniques, or Zhao Feng, knew about such a fast comprehension speed, they would definitely cry. That Zhao Feng worked hard for 2 months and barely managed to execute a medial-grade profound martial technique. He could not control it freely at all. Its true might was not even as strong as the inferior-grade profound martial techniques that Xiao Chen was familiar with. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, a strong wind blew in front. The wind was as sharp as a saber, seeming like it could tear through the air. Xiao Chen put down the secret manual and looked over. He saw a flock of large birds with metallic feathers 20 kilometers away, flying in his direction in a flock. Xiao Chen sensed that these birds were blue-robed emperor-level ferocious beasts. The strong wind from their wings increased instead of weakening after 10 kilometers. Troublesome. There were too many gales. If an ordinary blue-robed emperor was surrounded by these wind blades, they would inevitably suffer some flesh wounds. Frowning slightly, Xiao Chen's eyes shone with a golden light and a white light. The solar true flame and the lunar true flame flew out at the same time and chased each other. Soon, an enormous Taiji yin-yang flame diagram appeared before the war chariot. All the wind blades that flew over were completely incinerated when they collided with the flame diagram. After Xiao Chen withdrew the yin-yang flame diagram, he waved his hand, and little yellow feather flew out excitedly from the immortal spirit ring. Xiao Chen flew towards the flock of ferocious birds. When these large birds got close, they were no longer a threat to Xiao Chen. They were suitable for Little Yellow Feather to practice with. Ignoring Little Yellow Feather's situation, Xiao Chen took out the sea chart and looked at it. He felt somewhat melancholic as he discovered that the sea chart stopped at the Black Sea. The Human-Demon Sea was already at the edge of the oceanic world. Most of the sea region between the Black Sea and the Human-Demon Sea was the Desolate Sea. Furthermore, it was very large. There were very few accurate sea charts in the heavenly starry ocean that could record such a large area. Xiao Chen could only find a general direction and explore it slowly. Driving the Flood Dragon war chariot, Xiao Chen continued his journey. For the remaining 10 days, Xiao Chen only saw the vast sea and speckled desolate islands. Occasionally, he ran into all sorts of ferocious beasts. However, he did not see anyone. Xiao Chen wondered if this Flood Dragon war chariot was too fast, causing him to go in the wrong direction. If the war chariot was too fast and went in the wrong direction, by the time he reacted, he might end up in a completely different direction. On this particular day, Xiao Chen finished cultivating and used the essence stone in his hand. The instant he opened his eyes, he happened to see a group of cultivators in the air. He immediately revealed an expression of joy. After more than 20 days without seeing anyone, one could easily imagine Xiao Chen's current mood. Under Xiao Chen's command, the 4 blue-robed emperor-level flood dragons sped towards that group of people. This was a group of blue-robed emperor-level experts. The leader was a gray-robed middle-aged man with a mature air. He was a consummation blue-robed emperor-level cultivator. When he saw Xiao Chen driving the flood dragon war chariot over, he waved his hand and immediately got everyone to raise their guard. Friends, there is no need to worry. We do not have any malicious intentions. We are just here to ask for directions. Xiao Chen stopped the flood dragon war chariot 5 kilometers away and made his intentions clear, lest there be any unexpected problems. What a strong war chariot. The 4 flood dragons are all blue-robed emperor level. This is probably the peak king grade war chariot. It is really awe-inspiring. Big brother, that brat seems to be only a great perfection blue-robed emperor-level cultivator. Furthermore, he is alone. As Xiao Chen sized up this group of people, they all sized up Xiao Chen as well. When they saw the flood dragon war chariot, their eyes lit up. A strange light flashed in the eyes of the gray-robed middle-aged man as well. However, when he saw Xiao Chen, he quickly calmed down and stopped his restless subordinates. This is the Dragon Grave Sea. Where did you come from? The middle-aged man asked as he performed a cupped fist salute. This gesture also expressed his goodwill. It was an unspoken rule among cultivators. Xiao Chen put away the flood dragon war chariot and arrived before this group of people with a flash. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, "I come from the Dark Sea. What sea region is this Dragon Grave Sea? I have never heard of it before. Can you tell me how far it is from the Human Demon Sea?" The gray-robed man smiled and said, "The Dragon Grave Sea is just a small sea region. It is normal not to have heard of it. However, I believe you have heard of the Distant Sea Dragon Grave, one of the 8 Great Forbidden Lands." Distant Sea Dragon Grave Sea. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up as he guessed something. He said, "Could it be that one of the 8 Great Forbidden Lands, the Distant Sea Dragon Grave, is in this Dragon Grave Sea?" The gray-robed man nodded and said, "This is how the Dragon Grave Sea got its name. Our group is planning to go to a dragon grave to adventure. If you want to go to the Human Demon Sea, the direction is correct. However, it is still very far away." Xiao Chen thanked the gray-robed man and asked, "Can you sell me a sea chart? I can pay a high price for it." Unexpectedly, the black-robed man shook his head and rejected Xiao Chen. Just as Xiao Chen felt suspicious, the black-robed man pointed in a direction and said, "If you follow this direction for another 500 kilometers, you will see an archipelago. It is very cheap to buy a sea chart there. There is no need to spend a lot of money to buy it from me." When Xiao Chen heard this, he could not help having a good impression of this middle-aged man. He said, "I am Xiao Chen. Can I know your name? If we meet again in the future, I will definitely thank you heavily." The gray-robed man smiled faintly and said, "I am Lu Hao. There is no need to thank me heavily. It is just a small favor." After they parted, one of the gray-robed man's companions immediately said excitedly, "Big brother Lu, how could you just watch as a fat lamb slipped away?" "Indeed. Just that flood dragon war chariot is worth tens of millions of black astral coins. It is much better than us going to the dragon grave to try our luck. It is just a great perfection, blue-robed emperor. There are so many of us, and Big Brother is a consummation blue-robed emperor. What is there to fear?" The gray-robed man's expression turned serious as he said coldly, "You are short-sighted. Not to mention this person. Just his eyes alone made me not dare to underestimate him. Just based on the fact that he heard your discussion and still dared to come alone, it means that he is not someone we can deal with." Seeing that there were still a few people in the group who were not convinced, the gray-robed man could not be bothered with them. This group had been put together at the last minute and did not have a deep relationship with them. Some people's hearts had already changed. There was no point in trying to force them to stay together. If any of you want to leave the group, you better scram now. Otherwise, you might end up harming everyone after you go to the dragon grave, the gray-robed man said coldly. The moment the gray-robed man said that, a few people immediately felt tempted. Without saying anything else, they flew in the direction that Xiao Chen had taken. When these people were far away, Lu Hao said indifferently, "There is no need to care about them. They are already dead people." Lu Hao's confident tone sent a chill down the backs of some of the people who did not go. After putting away the flood dragon war chariot, Xiao Chen, who was dressed lightly, followed the direction that the gray-robed man Lu Hao pointed. After walking for 1 hour, he finally saw the silhouette of an island. That was right. It was indeed a group of islands densely packed together, forming a large group of islands. If one looked down from the sky, one would discover that the silhouette of this group of islands resembled a coiling dragon. Normally, one would not see any islands in the desolate sea. Now that he saw so many islands, Xiao Chen revealed a gratified smile. He no longer had to worry about going the wrong way and getting lost. Suddenly, Xiao Chen frowned. He lowered his head to look at the sea under his feet, and a strange expression appeared on his face. However, when he sent his spiritual sense to the bottom of the sea, he revealed an expression of relief. Xiao Chen had only exchanged a few words with that gray-robed man. However, based on his intuition, Xiao Chen concluded that this gray-robed man was more cautious and experienced. Although this gray-robed man was greedy, he could control himself well. He knew who he could offend and who he could not. When Xiao Chen noticed that someone was following him at the bottom of the sea, he found it strange that the gray-robed man had returned. When he used his spiritual sense to see that it was the other 3, he understood. Xiao Chen's lips curled up in a faint smile as he stopped. He could not be bothered to waste time with these people. He circulated all the law energy in his body and took the initiative to strike the sea, throwing a palm strike. A resplendent bright moon that looked like fire exploded in the deep sea, kicking up towering waves that surged up continuously for 50 kilometers around. When Xiao Chen raised his palm strike, he executed his killing move, the 1,000-year flame. The bright moon exploded in the water, carrying Xiao Chen's lofty aspirations. It kicked up 1,000 layers of waves and soared through the clouds. Following a few cries, 3 figures leaped out of the water. All of them were covered in wounds, and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. Although the vast explosive force of the 1,000-year flame was split among the 3, it was somewhat reduced. However, these 3 were caught off guard. They were still thinking about how to sneak attack Xiao Chen when the 1,000-year flame struck them while they were unprepared, severely injuring them in an instant. The unexpected palm strike immediately dispelled these 3's thoughts of robbing Xiao Chen. Horror appeared in their eyes as they tacitly split up and fled. Since Xiao Chen had already made a move, he had no intention of letting these 3 off. If they wanted to target him, then they had to be prepared to pay the price. A murderous intent flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he executed Thunder Dragon steps. With every step he took, hundreds of lightning dragons shot out of the seawater. Chapter 662. An expert appearing in the dragon tomb surprised Lin Fei. He thought that it was an expert, but when he saw the illusory figure, he immediately understood that it was formed by intent and wasn't a threat. Why? You have a problem with that? Lin Fei didn't take the other party seriously. The illusory figure was stunned. It was obvious that it was infuriated by Lin Fei's reply. He actually dared to speak to it like that. It roared, "Cowardly human, you are courting death." The illusory figure chopped out with a golden saber light. This attack wasn't any weaker than a Heaven Immortal's attack, and it contained a strong dragon might. Just a mere intent. Open. The whip in Lin Fei's hand turned into a red spear. A flame spun at the tip of the spear as it clashed with the other party's saber light. The saber light fell into the whirlpool and shattered like a mirror. It was incredibly fast. Lin Fei wasn't worried about anything formed by intent. One mustn't forget that Lin Fei had consumed God's spirit grass before, and his body contained divine might. The dragon might didn't affect him at all. It retreated? The illusory figure's attack failed and it dissipated, returning to the darkness. Interesting. An intent took the initiative to attack. Lin Fei immediately realized that there were aged dragon grass in the depths of the dragon tomb. He was a bold person by nature, and he had an adventurous spirit in his bones. Lin Fei decided to head into the depths. Although the dragon grass outside was good, it probably couldn't compare to the amount in the depths. Lin Fei flew in, and everywhere he passed, the amount of dragon grass started to decrease. There were even some that didn't have any dragon bones. For it to still have dragon might after such a long time, it must have been a strong giant dragon when it was alive. An hour later, Lin Fei reached the depths of the dragon tomb. From afar, he saw a huge dark golden skeleton. The Jingguang shone brightly like a dark golden sun. It was tens of thousands of feet long, and Lin Fei was dumbfounded. F***ck. He subconsciously cursed. It was too long, and it was like a mountain range. In the darkness, it flickered, and it gave off a strong aura. Why would the dragon clan have a dark golden skeleton? Could it be that this dragon was the clan leader of the dragon clan when it was alive? Lin Fei was no fool. One look at the huge body and he knew that its combat power was extraordinary. It was definitely not as simple as a Heaven Immortal. Dragon grass. Lin Fei's gaze fell on the skeleton. It was a stalk of dragon grass that was about 1/2 meter tall. It was incomparably eye-catching in dark gold, causing Lin Fei to drool. A resolute thought appeared in his mind. Snatch it, we must snatch it. There was a demon in Lin Fei's heart that kept urging him. On the way here, the draconic grass had all been black, looking very ordinary. However, the dark golden draconic grass gave off a boundless life force. Most importantly, it was 1/2 meter tall, and contained a terrifying amount of essence. Lin Fei dared to guarantee that all the dragon grasses he had harvested could not even compare to 1/3 of the other parties. No, it could not even be counted as 1/10 of the other parties. He could not help but feel envious. As long as I have this draconic grass, I can definitely become a Heaven Immortal. Lin Fei could guess that this dragon skeleton must have been extremely powerful when it was alive. After it died, it devoured the essence of the dragon tomb and gave birth to the dark golden draconic grass. Later on, the dragon clan became weaker with each generation and did not dare to approach the depths of the dragon tomb. Thus, the draconic grass continued to grow. Draconic grass, come to my bowl. Lin Fei's body turned into a huge hand that grabbed at the dark golden draconic grass. He was secretly on guard against the attack of the will just now. Boom! The dark golden draconic grass released its power and actually blocked the attack. You still dare to resist? Lin Fei grabbed at the dark golden draconic grass again. This time, it seemed like a huge hole would be torn out of the space. Crack! The dark golden draconic grass only resisted for a moment before it shattered. The dark golden draconic grass fell into Lin Fei's hand. I got it so easily? Feeling the surging power, Lin Fei's eyes lit up. The existence that he was worried about did not appear as he had expected. His divine sense swept across the dragon tomb but could not find the existence of the will. Lin Fei felt strange. Could it be that the will was released by another draconic grass? Looking at the dark golden skeleton in front of him, Lin Fei felt that something was wrong. Such a strong dark golden draconic grass must have a strong will. But wasn't it too easy for him? Human, you've been tricked. A cold voice came from the draconic grass in Lin Fei's hand. Before Lin Fei could react, swoosh, without any hesitation, a dark golden light rushed into the middle of his eyebrows and went into the depths of his sea of consciousness. F***CK. It's trying to take over my body. Lin Fei cursed. In the depths of his sea of consciousness, Lin Fei opened his eyes with a sullen face. Not far away, a figure appeared with a victorious smile. Human, I didn't expect you to cultivate the Azure Dragon transformation and refine the Azure Dragon divine blood. Moreover, your body is so strong. It's the best body to take over. How could you become a draconic grass? Lin Fei's expression was solemn. He had been careless and allowed the other party to enter his sea of consciousness. You even deceived my divine sense. Heh, my divine sense can't find out. That means I am a draconic grass. Surprised. Long Xiao laughed. He had waited for this day for a long time and finally found a carrier. No wonder you can deceive my divine sense. Lin Fei was shocked. I'm really curious. Your dragon clan died in the dragon tomb. How could you survive? Not only did you retain your will, but you also turned yourself into a draconic grass. When Long Xiao entered the carrier, he knew that this carrier was quite strong. More importantly, it had refined the Azure Dragon divine blood, which was an incomparable advantage. At this time, he was not worried that a little human would resist him. The other party's spirit was too weak to affect him. I haven't talked for a long time. For the sake of you becoming my carrier, I don't mind talking to you a little more. Dragon Xiao said, because I am the first dragon king of the dragon tribe, and my skills are as powerful as the sky. At that time, I met a powerful opponent and had to die. But he never thought that I would fake my death to escape and absorb the essence of the dragon tomb. When you become my carrier, I will find a place to cultivate and refine it. In less than 100 years, I will be able to reach the golden immortal realm and kill the powerful enemy of that year. Lin Fei gasped. This dragon king was crazy. He even thought of this method. No wonder when I saw the draconic grass just now, I sensed the huge power inside it. Are you scared? Long Xiao was in high spirits. Even I am proud of my means. Dying in meditation in exchange for entering the golden immortal realm, I am too smart. This kind of crazy behavior, Lin Fei knew that ordinary people could not do. If there was an accident in the middle, everything would be ruined. Cut the crap. I am going to eat your spirit. But you can rest assured that I will make your name spread throughout the 3 realms. You will not be my carrier in vain. Long Xiao laughed and turned into a golden dragon. With a long roar, he rushed down and wanted to eat Lin Fei. For this day, Long Xiao had waited for 1,000,000 years. Now, 1,000,000 years in exchange for the golden immortal realm in 100 years was completely worth it. Moreover, after this carrier refined the blood of the divine beast and promoted to the golden immortal realm, he would also be the best among the golden immortals. He could even fight against Zenith Heaven golden immortals. In the eyes of Long Xiao, Lin Fei was a fish on the chopping board. At first, he tried to attract the other party because he was worried that the other party would see through him. In the face of the fierce golden dragon, Lin Fei's serious look turned into a smile. You want to eat me? In your dreams. Hua, hua, hua. The flame was like a sea of water, wave after wave, appearing out of thin air in the depths of the sea of consciousness. It quickly turned the sea of consciousness into a sea of fire. In front of Lin Fei, a wall of fire also appeared, protecting his spirit. Open! Long Xiao tried to break the wall of fire. When the attack fell on it, the flame fell on his body and he felt pain. He was shocked on the spot. What kind of fire is this? And how can there be a flame in your sea of consciousness? Long Xiao was shocked. He knew that he had been fooled and was delayed by the other party. How dare you lie to me? It was rare for a flame to appear in the sea of consciousness, unless it was virtual fire. Lin Fei's was not virtual fire, but the real divine fire. It was specialized in dealing with energy bodies and had extraordinary effects. You lied to me once, why can't I lie to you once? Lin Fei laughed. Now you have fallen into my sea of fire. Let's see what you can do. Just now, Lin Fei was really delaying. The Dragon King had a well-thought-out plan, but he ignored the mystery of Lin Fei. At this time, Long Xiao regretted not paying attention to this carrier. A carrier that could refine the blood of the divine beast, how could it not fight back? Now he was trapped in it. Do you think you can kill me with this flame? Although Long Xiao perceived the danger of the flame, he could not kill him. In order to take possession of the carrier, Long Xiao had no way out. The only thing he could do now was to find the flaws of the other party and take possession of the carrier in one fell swoop. It was either you die or I live. You have a good eye. I really can't kill you. Lin Fei really couldn't kill the other party. The other party's energy body was too overbearing. If your body is in the fairy immortal realm, I may be afraid. At this time, you have not become a fairy immortal and are in the sea of consciousness. You can't guard it day and night. Why don't you help me? Long Xiao was determined to kill the other party. Lin Fei looked hesitant. Give up? Why should I give up? Anyway, you can't do anything to me. Who said I can't do anything to you? If it weren't for this damn flame, I would have taken possession of you, swallowed your primordial spirit, and occupied the carrier. How about this, we each take a step back? Long Xiao said, you give up your body, I will let your primordial spirit leave, and then I will give you compensation. Do you think I am so easy to fool? Lin Fei said coldly. Don't worry, I will let your primordial spirit leave, and I will naturally compensate you for your loss. Long Xiao laughed. I am the first Dragon King. If you agree to leave, I can make you the Dragon King and control the whole Dragon Clan. What do you think? Chapter 663. Dragon King. Lin Fei was moved. This old thing was really willing to spend a lot of money. Long Xiao had been observing. It was natural for a young man to be shocked. This was exactly what he had planned. How about it? As long as you leave with your spirit and give up your body, I will teach you a secret skill and the position of Dragon King. You will be a big shot on the continent. In order to avoid being hunted down, you chose to fake your death and secretly planned to seize the essence of the dragon tribe. Do you think I will believe you? Lin Fei pointed to his head. I'm afraid you will kill me as soon as my spirit leaves. After all, if this matter is spread out, the dignified first-generation Dragon King will definitely become a joke in the mortal world. You are right. However, I can become the Dragon King, so I will naturally keep my word. Long Xiao laughed. I can teach you a secret skill and the position of Dragon King. This is enough to represent my intention. It had to be said that Dragon King's words were very tempting. The Dragon tribe was a big force on the continent. Even the alliance meeting was held on Dragon Island. Is the position of Dragon King so easy to sit on? After Lin Fei asked, Dragon King Long Xiao laughed. I am not afraid that you won't ask. It's good that you asked. I am afraid that the position of Dragon King has been empty for a long time. I think there is only one chief on Dragon Island and no Dragon King. Long Xiao said proudly. Lin Fei said, now that you mention it, it seems that there really is no Dragon King on Dragon Island. There is also no mention of the deeds of Dragon King on the continent. Dragon Island was so powerful. Lin Fei had heard of the chief at most, but there seemed to be no mention of Dragon King. Long Xiao laughed heartily. It's not that easy to be a Dragon King. For them, it's already very good to be able to be a patriarch. A Dragon King can't be a Dragon King because it's arranged by the upper realm. The immortal world. Lin Fei was very surprised to hear this secret. If Dragon King really came down from the immortal world, it seemed normal that there was no Dragon King on Dragon Island. The dragon tribe was not qualified to be Dragon King. To be exact, it should be the Dragon Realm. Long Xiao seemed to be recalling something. If you get my token and seize another dragon body, the position of Dragon King will be yours. Dragon roar increased the temptation. Lin Fei looked doubtful. Why do I still feel that it's not very reliable? Is the position of Dragon King really that easy to sit on? If the Patriarch is dissatisfied and kills me in private, wouldn't I be in big trouble? The Dragon King Long Xiao was so angry that he almost vomited blood. What a waste of my saliva. I'll endure. When the time comes, you'll be in for a treat. The Dragon King, Long Xiao, knew that this young man must have been tempted. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wasted his time on this matter and attacked him instead. Humph, when you hear the secrets of the Dragon King, you will know why I let you be the Dragon King. Dragon King Long Xiao decided to give the other party a taste of the sweetness and occupy the carrier as soon as possible. This vessel was no weaker than his physical body back then. Furthermore, there was also the blood of a divine beast. No matter what, he had to obtain it. I'm all ears, Lin Fei said, but in his heart he thought, let's see who is tricking who. Sooner or later, you will suffer. You still want to occupy my body. Only a fool will be fooled. Both of them were scheming against each other. To tell you the truth, I'm just a doppelganger now. Long Xiao said, I have another body in the Dragon Realm, which has now cultivated to the late stage of Xian Immortal. I'm afraid that you entered the Dragon Tomb and faked your death so that your doppelganger could break through to Golden Immortal. At that time, the doppelganger and your body will be united. Hee. Lin Fei sneered. Long Xiao did not deny it. In the mortal realm, doppelganger was awesome, but in the Dragon Realm, its status was not high. Later, he figured out this method and became the Dragon King. In the Dragon Tomb, there is the treasure of the Dragon Clan buried by me. I can guide you to take it out now. When you see the treasure, you will know that I didn't lie to you. This guy deliberately did not want the Dragon Clan to have a Dragon King. If the treasure he said has this effect, then I don't mind controlling the Dragon Island and becoming their master. Treasure? You must be bragging. Humph, the treasure is under the skeleton of the Holy Dragon. If it wasn't for the suppression of the skeleton, it would have been discovered long ago. If you don't believe me, you can open it and see for yourself. Let's see. Outside, Lin Fei opened his eyes and his gaze fell on the dark golden skeleton. So this dark golden skeleton is called the Holy Dragon. It is indeed sacred. If it was alive, I don't know how powerful it would be. It must be the strongest of the Dragon Clan. Lin Fei did not know that the entire Dragon Clan had only given birth to one Holy Dragon. The Holy Dragon played an indispensable role in the Dragon Clan's dominance on the continent. Back then, the Holy Dragon relied on its powerful strength to defeat all the experts on the continent. Because of this, the Dragon Clan became famous. Even after death, the skeleton still exuded powerful power. It should be below here. Lin Fei struck out with his palm, shaking the dragon skeleton. The huge Holy Dragon skeleton was forcibly moved away. Whoosh! A Jingguang flew out, like a golden thread, undulating up and down, flying toward Lin Fei and entangling his body. It was so fast that he had no time to react. What's going on? Lin Fei was shocked. He urged his true essence and tried to shake off the golden thread. Unexpectedly, the golden thread seemed to take root and did not move. How dare you trick me? In the depths of the sea of consciousness, Lin Fei looked angry. I forgot to tell you that this treasure has an automatic function, which is to suppress the Dragon Clan. Anyone with the blood of the Dragon Clan can be suppressed, and this is just the first function. Long Xiao said proudly. Lin Fei said bitterly, you are really insidious. I'm afraid your real purpose is to keep me in the Dragon Tomb and not let me leave this place, right? Smart. You are my carrier. How can I let you leave? Long Xiao did not hide. This is the dragon taming rope, one of the treasures of the Dragon Realm. As long as you refine the dragon taming rope, none of the Dragon Clan will be your opponent. This is the privilege of the Dragon King. If the Dragon Clan is not convinced, you can beat them and suppress them until they surrender. But now, let me swallow your spirit and obediently become my carrier. Long Xiao said all that to lure the other party to move the skeleton. The dragon-taming rope had his mark. Although it could not attack, it could trap the other party. Boom boom. The huge energy body turned into a huge golden dragon, constantly hitting the spirit. You're going to lose. Only when the other party's body was trapped, Long Xiao could really rest assured. The more the dragon-taming rope struggled, the more the other party would be entangled, and thus the power would be stimulated. After absorbing the essence of the dragon tomb, Long Xiao's energy body was extremely huge. Every time it hit, the sea of fire was suppressed, and the spirit became unstable. It was unimaginable that the spirit would be shattered alive. Chapter 664. Confidence? Of course, Long Xiao was confident. He had calculated everything in his heart. Apart from the unknown mystical flame that emerged from his opponent's sea of consciousness, which gave him a headache, everything else was normal. How could he not be confident? Long Xiao was determined to completely occupy this carrier. With this carrier, he could save at least a few hundred years of cultivation. It didn't matter if he lost a primordial spirit. Primordial spirits had to be devoured anyway. The original body outside was also entangled by the dragon-taming rope. Don't try to scare me. Long Xiao sneered. I won't fall for it. Let's see how long your primordial spirit can last. Boom. A red furnace flew down from the top of Long Xiao's head, suppressing him inside on the spot. It formed an area with a radius of about 100 feet, trapping him inside. Lin Fei shook his head with a kind face. Sigh, I just reminded you that there's something up there. Damn it, you just didn't listen. Don't blame me for not reminding you. You bastard. Long Xiao was furious. He didn't expect that this guy would do the same to him right after he tricked him. You think you can trap me with this? Try, I'll be waiting. Lin Fei laughed heartily. You tricked me just now, and now it's my turn. Life really has its ups and downs. Long Xiao turned into a giant dragon and kept hitting the heaven and earth furnace. Every attack was shocking, as if it was going to break the heaven and earth furnace. Once, twice, until 10 times later, Long Xiao was shocked. With his strength, there was nothing that couldn't be broken. Even if it was the opponent's primordial spirit, Long Xiao could break it. Again. Long Xiao used all his strength and kept hitting the heaven and earth furnace. Dragon King. Continue. Dragon King, don't be discouraged. You can do it. Outside, Lin Fei was smiling. Every word was like a cut on his body and sprinkling a handful of salt. He was so sinister that he wanted to slap that guy to death. After dozens of hits, Long Xiao roared. You bastard, what the hell is this? With his attack, even if it was the primordial spirit, it would still collapse after dozens of hits. But this furnace was like a natural one and was not affected at all. Instead, the energy on its body gradually disappeared. Nothing. Lin Fei finally heaved a sigh of relief. Now it seems that you are very suitable to live in there. From the very beginning, when Long Xiao tried to take over the body, Lin Fei had come up with a plan. That was why he said those words just now, in order to delay Long Xiao. Now it seemed that it was quite successful. At such a young age, you are so scheming. You must have done everything on purpose. Long Xiao had never thought that he would be schemed against. Previously, he had wanted to trick the other party, thinking that a young man would fall for it. Unexpectedly, he had been tricked first. You're a dignified dragon king. Why bother with me? Lin Fei said, you absorbed the dragon tomb's essence and gathered all the energy in your body. If I didn't deliberately reveal my greed, how could I have deceived you? The heaven and earth smelt was something that Lin Fei could use any time he wanted. If the other party were to dodge it once, he could forget about succeeding the second time around. That was the reason why he decided to take the bait intentionally. Impressive. I've misjudged you. Long Xiao sighed, then regained his confidence. However, you missed one thing. If I don't remove the dragon taming chain from you personally, you know the consequences. Is this what you're talking about? In the hands of the primordial spirit, Lin Fei, there was a long whip, a golden whip. I still have to thank you for giving me an immortal weapon that is specially made to subdue the dragon clan. You. How did you subdue it? It's impossible. Long Xiao's only hope collapsed. There's nothing impossible in this world. Lin Fei shook his head. Just like you can fake your death and plunder the dragon tomb's essence. Why can't I break your dragon taming chain? I have to say, the dragon taming chain is really powerful. You're really shameless. Long Xiao roared and attacked the heaven and earth smelt, but he couldn't break it. How could he know that the heaven and earth smelt was condensed from a miraculous cultivation method? If it had trapped the original body or a physical body, Lin Fei wouldn't have had it so easy. Since it was an energy body, it was naturally not a problem. Lin Fei rejoiced in his heart. If he hadn't cultivated the essence skill, he would have been trapped in the dragon tomb with the dragon taming chain. At that time, he would be in big trouble. It's boring to be too righteous and shameless. Lin Fei smiled. Thank you for giving me the item that gave me the opportunity to become the Dragon King. If Long Xiao could vomit blood, he would definitely vomit 3 liters of blood. If someone else said this, Long Xiao would definitely scoff. How could you be the Dragon King of the Dragon Clan so easily? However, Lin Fei was different. He was different from everyone else. His body contained the Azure Dragon Divine Blood. Just this alone made him an honorable person in front of the Dragon Clan. No one could doubt him. Long Xiao was angry. In the end, he was helping the other party instead. Let me go. I don't want you as a host anymore. I will even give you compensation. Lin Fei believed that this guy must be scheming something. Naturally, he wouldn't agree unless he was a fool. There's no need to think about it. You are very useful to me. My advancement to Celestial Immortal depends on you. Dream on. Long Xiao roared. If you want to refine me, prepare to explode. I won't let anyone refine me. Hee hee, just wait patiently. I believe that you will know the results soon. Lin Fei closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged. He didn't care about anything. Don't go. Come back. Come back. Long Xiao watched helplessly. He was completely furious. I don't care what treasure this is. No one can trap me. Boom, boom. Lin Fei opened his eyes again and heaved a long sigh of relief. This Dragon King is really scheming. I almost fell for it. Lin Fei thought to himself. Continue attacking. When you realize that you are providing me with primordial essence, you will regret it. Lin Fei no longer paid attention to it. Let's refine the dragon taming rope first. This was a treasure. It was equally useful against others. The focus was on the giant dragon, which was their nemesis. Lin Fei's huge divine sense rushed into the dragon taming rope and completely erased the imprint entrenched in it. Perhaps because of the time, the imprint was very thin and was about to collapse. After leaving his own divine sense, the dragon taming rope was controlled. After controlling the dragon taming rope, the corresponding usage came to him. This dragon taming rope could be used as a rope or a whip. The whip contained a special power that specifically targeted the strong defense of the Dragon Clan. This was really an advantage for Lin Fei. The strength of the Dragon Clan was well known. Even he himself was afraid. Lin Fei tried whipping himself, and an intense pain spread from the inside out. It was so painful that he wanted to die. Lin Fei grumbled. He was just asking for it. How did the Dragon Realm refine such an immortal artifact? It's really too torturous. Lin Fei asked himself if he could bear it a few more times. Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. What a good thing. It can be used to bind people and can also be used as a punishment immortal artifact. Hairball, you have done a great service this time. Hairball flew out from the corner and raised a claw. You glutton, you only know how to eat and eat. Aren't you afraid of eating too much? If not for Hairball, Lin Fei wouldn't have been able to come to the dragon tomb. Not to mention collecting the dragon taming rope. Not to mention suppressing the Dragon King. Lin Fei gave Hairball 2 stalks of dragon grass. Let's go out. If not for suppressing the Dragon King, Lin Fei would have definitely swept through the place. Now there was no need. The most important thing now was to refine it. Hairball was unhappy. It seemed like it wasn't full yet. Lin Fei glared at it. What's the rush? We have plenty of time next time. Remember, don't come and eat. The dragon tomb is our territory. Looking back at the dark golden skeleton, Lin Fei's eyes lit up. If not for the fact that the heaven and earth smelt was suppressing the Dragon King, Lin Fei would have definitely taken the skeletal remains away. Every single one of them could be crafted into a heavenly immortal bone spear. It could definitely be used as a terrifying trump card. Lin Fei returned to the house.
Those two are still spying on me.
After keeping the clone, Lin Fei opened the window. He didn't need to look to know that someone was spying on him. I was prepared to use the dragon grass to scheme against someone. It seems like I don't need to anymore. Lin Fei thought, using the dragon grass to scheme against someone is too boring. I still need their help. After Lin Fei thought about it, he didn't leave the house. He laid on the bed and went to sleep. Since the giant dragons on the Dragon Island were pushing him aside, the others were probably the same. Lin Fei wasn't in the mood to go out. Anyways, the Continent Alliance conference hadn't started yet. Lin Fei decided to sleep. He went to learn crafting. With so many dark golden skeletons, he could definitely craft a heavenly immortal grade 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 immortal. At the same time as he slept, on the Dragon Island, one power after another arrived. Those who could attend the Continent Alliance conference this time were all big shots of the continent. They were existences that no one dared to ignore. Even though most of the continent had been occupied by the foreign races, the big powers and sects had yet to be breached. If it wasn't for the sects being breached, the Continent Alliance conference wouldn't have started in advance. If it continued, the continent would really fall into the hands of the foreign races. The conference had to be held. They had to unite all the powers that could be united. Is this the Dragon Island? At the exit of the Dragon Island's barrier, a group of people came out without using a battleship. The Taoist who spoke had the demeanor of an immortal. He immediately became the center of attention. Look, Taoist gentleman of the 10 prodigies is here. It seems like he has advanced to the heaven immortal stage. I didn't expect the celestial sect to send Taoist gentlemen here. It seems like they are determined to win the position of alliance leader. Taoist gentleman's appearance attracted a lot of attention. A heaven immortal couldn't help but be moved. Taoist gentleman, I didn't expect you to advance as well. I thought you died under the heavenly tribulation. An eccentric voice suddenly appeared from the other side. It turned out that another person had arrived. The person in the lead had an extraordinary aura. He was completely different from the other party. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Another heaven immortal expert. Chapter 665. You're courting death. Taoist master gentleman shouted and thrust his sword towards his opponent's face. The sound of Sanskrit descended as if a gentleman in white was chanting. This strike was filled with the elegance of a gentleman, shocking everyone. Humph, I'm not afraid of you. That person snorted and punched. The sky changed color and dark clouds covered the sky. Everyone was shocked. One strike, one punch. Boom! Shockwaves surged out in all directions, showing how powerful the attacks from the two of them were. I didn't expect Taoist master gentleman to be so elegant after becoming a heaven immortal. If it was someone else, that strike would have killed him. A half-step heaven immortal said. The gentleman's sword pays attention to the way of the gentleman. A gentleman is full of righteousness. Taoist master gentleman's swordsmanship has reached great success. It makes people want to worship him. That black heaven immortal is also powerful. Didn't you see him block Taoist master gentleman's attack? Day turned into night. They can't do anything to each other. This alliance conference is really going to be interesting. Although the two heaven immortals did not use their celestial powers, it still caused a huge commotion. After all, if two heaven immortals fought, it would not be a good thing. A great battle was unavoidable, and no one wanted to see that. You two, this is Dragon Island. Please take a step back. A flying dragon flew out and stood between the two. I'll give face to the dragon race. Taoist master gentleman withdrew his aura. I wonder if they will give me face. Haha, if you give face to the dragon race, I, Black Heaven, will do the same. Black Heaven laughed. I thought you were strong, but it seems like you are only a zo. Taoist master gentleman said indifferently. You are not qualified for me to use my full strength. Is that so? A cold voice was heard. A cold light shot out from the sky and turned into a black ray. Taoist master gentleman's face darkened. He unsheathed his flying sword and slashed at the ray, trying to change its direction. The ray did not move. It deflected the sword light and went straight for Taoist master gentleman's face. This is Tai's godly archery. Someone could not help but exclaim. Taoist master gentleman was caught unprepared. He blocked the arrow by a hair's breadth. He did not look good, and at the same time he was afraid. Tai! At the end of the Dragon Clan's barrier, a silhouette flew out. He was still clad in beast armor. He looked at Taoist nobleman from afar. We meet again. It's a pity that I didn't kill you with a single arrow. The black dragon, who was trying to stop the fight, felt a headache coming on. He was the most powerful genius of the fiend race, as well as one of the 10 outstanding elites. His godly archery was unparalleled under the heavens. That arrow just now had caused even him to feel a terrifying sense of danger. Tai, to think that you would also become a heavenly immortal. A hint of fury flashed across Adept Gentleman's eyes. If you can become a sky immortal, why can't I? Tai laughed. Are you disappointed that you didn't kill me back then? But don't worry, I will kill you early in the evening and make a name for myself. No one had expected that the genius of the demon clan, Tai, would try to kill the Taoist master. Tai, I like your personality. Why don't we join forces and kill Taoist master gentleman? Taoist He Tian narrowed his eyes and took the initiative to speak. I hate Taoist gentleman the most. He's a smiling tiger. Tai glanced at him coldly. I have no interest in joining forces with others. Taoist master gentleman was so angry he was about to vomit blood. He was a sky immortal, but now he seemed to have become prey. Anyone could take a bite out of him. How could a sky immortal like him feel? Seeing that Tai had become a sky immortal, the crowd sighed. Fortunately, they had passed their tribulations and would ascend to the heavenly realm in 3 months. Otherwise they would have to go into seclusion. Tai, you fiends are quite bold. Fight me if you can. Boom. An immortal sword flew over. Another sky immortal flew over. Sword chi surged, as if no one could block his attack. Who the hell are you? Tai raised his giant bow and aimed it at the immortal sword. He used 3 stars chasing the moon and charged straight at his opponent. Tai, you're too arrogant. Tai, I, the sword god, have always wanted to experience your godly archery. Let's see what's so special about you. The immortal sword laughed loudly. 2 golden Jingguang beams shot out of his eyes. The crowd below was shocked again. That mysterious sword expert, the sword god? I didn't expect the sword god to become a sky immortal. Clang, clang, clang. The 2 Jingguang beams transformed into 2 giant golden swords. They slashed left and right. His strength and timing were perfect, and he blocked all of Tai's 3 stars chasing the moon. Take one of my swords as well. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Tai's face darkened. He drew his bow and shot 7 arrows. Only then did he manage to block his opponent's attack, but he was forced back. Everyone could see that the sword god was slightly stronger. He managed to force Tai back with 1 strike. A powerful sky immortal flew over. Heroes, please let go of your grudges for the sake of the Continental Alliance. Don't make things difficult for us. The meeting hadn't even started, and 4 sky immortals were already fighting. How could this continue? Perhaps the people on Dragon Island would start fighting before the meeting was over. The Dragon Elder finally came to stop them. Elder is right. The sword god put away his sword. Please arrange for someone to take us there. Elder. The Dragon Elder breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't afraid of these sky immortals, but there was no need to offend them. Who knew if they would become profound immortals in the future? Just like that, the battle between heaven immortals and heavenly immortals came to an end. But to everyone, this alliance conference was going to be really interesting. Following that, everyone realized that almost all of the people who had come this time around were either elites or heavenly immortal powerhouses. This was even more of a heavenly immortal conference. All kinds of gossip began to spread. Perfected gentleman is here. Even Fiend Lin doesn't dare to come out. Of the 10 prodigies, 6 have already advanced to the celestial immortal level. This is truly inconceivable. Quick look! Another superpower has arrived. After the scene of the sky immortal elites making a move, the elders of the dragon race deliberately stood guard outside to prevent any further commotion. Fortunately, the experts that appeared below were more restrained. This was the territory of the Dragon Island, and the elder of the Dragon Clan was personally overseeing it. Of course, they didn't dare to not give face, unless they wanted to go against the Dragon Clan. Night fell. All of the superpowers had arrived. The originally quiet Dragon Island started to become lively. Did you see that? That room belongs to Demon Lin. He doesn't even dare to come out. The various superpowers had arrived, but many people were more concerned about Demon Lin. How was this fellow, whose name had spread across the entire continent, going to face the other superpowers this time? Boom! While everyone was pointing and gossiping, the entire Dragon Island was filled with roars. Following that, giant dragons roared out, causing everyone to be confused. What was going on? Chapter 666. The deafening sound reverberated throughout the Dragon Island. No one knew what had happened. The dragons moved out in groups. What had happened to make the dragon race so angry? They had never seen such a scene before. It was too frightening and shocking. I think I heard something about dragon grass just now. Could it be the dragon race's holy herb? That's a heaven-defying holy herb. Could it be someone so daring that they ran to the dragon tomb to steal the dragon grass? I think so. Something big has happened. I don't know who did it. The smart ones seemed to understand what had happened. They were just shocked. Aside from the colossal dragons, no one knew where the dragon tomb of the dragon clan was. Colossal dragons would only enter it when they were on the brink of death. Very few outsiders knew the location of the dragon tomb. It was said to be somewhere deep in the void. But now, someone had stolen the dragon grass. To them it was unbelievable. This was a big matter. Let's go and take a look. We must go and take a look. The various forces could not sit still anymore. They really wanted to know who had stolen the dragon grass. Everyone, something unpleasant has happened on the Dragon Island. Please don't wander around. A Sky Immortal dragon appeared. His body rippled with Sky Immortal aura. His expression was solemn. He did not want them to look. Force them to look? They did not have the guts. They did not see the murderous look of the dragon race. They were probably suppressing their anger and wanted to find someone to vent it on. Rest, rest. I'm exhausted today. The group of people were smarter and chose to go back. They discovered that many dragons had appeared in the area they were staying in. The weakest one was a half-step Sky Immortal. The strength they displayed was shocking. This was the true strength of the dragon race. Of course, if they did not go and watch, there would be no problem. But if they did, it would mean that they did not take the words of the dragon race to heart. It would simply cause trouble for themselves. In every room, everyone discussed in private. For something like this to happen to the Dragon Clan, how could they not be shocked? This place was the Dragon Clan's territory. To be able to steal here, one's guts were not small. They couldn't help but suspect that those notorious people might have been moved by them. One could imagine what the consequences of the dragon race's rage would be. Has Lin Fei been in his room all day? In one of the rooms, Taoist gentleman was sitting. His aura was tyrannical and overbearing, making them feel inferior. Even the elders treated Taoist gentleman as their leader. He's always been here. I wonder what he's up to. Taoist gentleman laughed heartily. So Lin Fei also has a day where he is afraid. I thought he was fearless. Originally, Reverend Gentleman was prepared to teach Lin Fei a lesson in person. However, this fellow was smart. He stayed in his room and did not come out. Even though Reverend Gentleman had become a heavenly immortal, he could not forcibly cause trouble for Lin Fei. Senior brother, should we continue watching? Immortal Gentleman said. There's no need for that. The meeting will be held tomorrow. Lin Fei will have to come even if he doesn't want to. I don't mind inviting him out then. God damn it. Dragon grass and dragon bones. This is a sin. A furious roar came from a certain place, echoing continuously. At this moment, 3 people appeared in a space. Looking at the empty dragon tomb in front of them, their faces were filled with anger. Their eyes were almost spewing fire. These 3 people were the most authoritative people in the dragon race. One was the current chief, Long Batian. The other 2 were the Great Elder and Punishment Elder. Chief, is there a traitor among us? Otherwise, how would they know the exact location of the dragon tomb? Punishment Elder Long Xingyi said with an ugly expression. The one with the worst expression should be Chief Long Batian. The dragon race's forbidden area was intruded by someone, disturbing the peace of their ancestors. This caused his expression to turn ferocious. Investigate. We must find out the truth, Long Batian said in a deep voice. His voice was filled with endless anger. Forbid those humans from leaving the resting area. Otherwise, don't blame us for shedding all pretense of cordiality. Intruding into the dragon tomb was the most important matter. Everything else became trivial. Long Batian was too ashamed to show his face. As the three continued to watch, they almost vomited blood. The dragon grass was robbed clean. Apart from that, there were also the skeletons of their ancestors. The place where the skeletons used to be was now empty. The remaining pits were no less than a slap on their arrogant faces. The dragon race had always treated the dragon tomb as a forbidden area. No giant dragon could enter it in their lifetime. They would only send them in when their lifespan was about to end. However, the dragon tomb in their eyes had been infiltrated by someone. The person even stole the dragon grass and the skeletons of their ancestors. How could the three of them not be furious? They've caught up with the thief. Punishment Elder Long Xingyi suddenly said, and a dragon scale appeared in his hand. Let's go. Long Batian was enraged. The pride of the giant dragon was replaced by irritation. On an island in the boundless sea realm, giant dragons surrounded the huge island. The originally barren island had been razed to the ground. Obviously, there had been a huge battle on the island. Now the island was a work of art. Thief, you're not leaving today. There were more than 100 giant dragons, covering the sky and the earth. They even used a formation, trapping the entire island. Not even a mosquito could think about escaping from their blockade. Isn't it just a stalk of dragon grass? What's so rare about it? In the center of the island, a masked man in black held a stalk of dragon grass in his hand. He ate it in a few bites. It doesn't taste good, but you guys treat it like a treasure. Failure. What a failure. The masked man in black muttered to himself. The giant dragons in the sky almost spat fire when they saw his expression. How dare he eat the dragon grass in front of us? Who did he think he was? If not for the elder's order, they would have smashed him into pieces. Just you wait. When the chief comes, I'll skin you alive. An elder's eyes were spitting fire, and his tone was cold. The entire dragon race was enraged. You really talk a lot of nonsense. You want to kill me? You guys are really not enough. This was the first time they saw someone who dared to boast shamelessly in the face of death. The chief is here. 3 figures appeared in the air above the island. Thief, die. The punishment elder was the angriest. Someone had intruded into the dragon race's forbidden area, disturbed the peace of their ancestors, and even stolen the dragon grass. She was furious and slapped down with her palm. Boom! A deafening sound rang out. The palm split the island in two, and the other part of the island sank. He's not dead. The black-clothed man didn't die, but was injured. The punishment elder's eyes widened. Could this person be a sky immortal? Apart from sky immortals, no one could block her palm. Punishment elder, stop. The first elder stopped her. Don't kill him yet. We still need to find out who the mastermind is. They must face the wrath of the dragon race. After so many years, this was the first time a brat had intruded into the forbidden area. The dragon race lost all face. Thief, tell us who the mastermind is. The punishment elder was furious. She reached out to grab him and interrogate him. Boom! A blazing aura erupted from the man's body, and a huge fireball engulfed him. Come, this treasure of mine is the #1 treasure in the world. If you can break it, I will tell you. But don't even think about it. No one is afraid of my treasure. The punishment elder's body was burning with flames. It took her a lot of effort to get rid of them, but she was injured unknowingly. Be careful, these flames are very strong. Using a treasure to stop them? How dare he be so arrogant? This was the first time they had seen such a shameless person. Take him down and bring him back to the dragon race. Interrogate him. Long Batian ordered. Did he think a treasure could stop the dragon race? What a joke. He finally knew why the other party was so arrogant. No wonder he snuck into the dragon tomb. If he didn't want to find out who the mastermind was, Long Batian would have done it himself. Attack! A total of 10 giant dragons whizzed down, trying to use their attacks to break the fireball and capture the thief inside. Bang! 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 Every time an attack landed, the earth would shake and the mountains would shake. It was extremely terrifying. It was truly extremely terrifying, and even a heavenly immortal would turn pale with fright when they saw it. The dragon race was a group of violent fellows. "It's not open. What's going on?" All the giant dragons had ugly expressions on their faces. With their strength, even a protective celestial artifact would not be able to escape the same fate. But they were dumbfounded. "I said that you can't break my treasure. You'd better leave obediently. Don't waste your time, or you'll end up wasting your time. It's not that I'm looking down on you, but the dragon race is nothing." The man in black said lazily. "Attack, until this celestial artifact is destroyed." The great elder snorted and ordered them to continue attacking. This time, there were more than 50 dragons, and their attacks converged into a single line. It was truly terrifying and frightening. "Clan leader, is this thief trying to stall for time?" The punishment elder whispered. "I really hope that there will be helpers." Long Batian said, but in fact, his eyes were already solemn. More than 50 dragons, who were the elites of the dragon race, frantically besieged the other party. The man in black was shrouded in it, and the huge fireball kept shaking, resisting the attacks, and there was no sign of it breaking. But at this time, inside the fireball, Lin Fei was in a good mood, and finally provoked their anger. "Bastard, I didn't expect you to be so insidious. Let me go, or I will make you die a horrible death." As the dragons attacked, someone was afraid and panicked. Long Xiao was trapped in the fireball, and the attacks of the dragons fell and converged on his body. The energy was constantly consumed and flowed into the other party's body. Chapter 667. Waves surged violently on the azure blue sea, crashing continuously, creating waves that were dozens of zhang tall. They smashed down heavily, creating a shocking scene. Loud booms reverberated above the sea. All the sea beasts within a 10,000-mile radius ran away in fear. They wanted to die if they didn't run. What a terrifying dragon! What a terrifying dragon aura! It was an existence that they couldn't resist. It was like a towering mountain that they couldn't cross. There was nothing else in this area except for the terrifying energy waves. All the sea beasts were guessing what had happened to make the dragon race so angry. "It's been 3 days. What exactly happened on that island?" Some of the stronger sea beasts were spectators, paying attention to the movements in the sea. "The dragon race is too terrifying. They didn't stop for 3 whole days. Fortunately, we didn't provoke the dragon race. Otherwise, we wouldn't even know how we died." The sea beasts outside had stopped for 3 days, but the terrifying energy waves were still coming from the sea. Rumble. Another roar of energy reverberated in the sky. Even in the distance, the waves that were hundreds of feet tall formed a white curtain that connected the sky and the earth. It was extremely eye-catching, as if it was saying something. "Haha, don't waste your energy. My treasure is the #1 treasure in the world. No one can break it." The original island had been razed to the ground. The giant fireball was suppressed by the dragon and floated above the sea. Its scorching aura evaporated the seawater, and the air waves rose and spread for thousands of miles. "Chief, we can't go on like this." The first elder's face was as black as coal. It would be strange if he didn't look black. This guy is too strange. That fireball seems to be supported by endless energy. It blocked the attacks of our elite dragon race for 3 days. The punishment elder's eyes were already red, as if blood would flow out at any time. 3 days. The entire dragon race, no, it should be the elite dragon race, actually couldn't break the fireball. Instead, they were reduced to nothing by the other party. How humiliating! When had the dragon race ever been humiliated? Long Batian was already furious. He was like a volcano that was about to erupt at any time. "How dare you barge into the dragon tomb and steal the dragon grass and the ancestors' remains? You must be punished." Long Batian roared. Angry dragons danced around him. "Use the 8-divisional pagoda." "Patriarch!" Both the Great Elder and the Punishment Elder were shocked. The 8-divisional pagoda was a supreme immortal artifact of the Dragon Clan. It did not originate from this world, but was instead bestowed by the upper realm. It was one of the most precious treasures of the Dragon Clan. Unless something big happened, the Dragon Clan rarely used this treasure. Now they were going to use it for a human? There's no need to say anything else. I've already made up my mind. Long Batian's tone was resolute. His treasure is extraordinary. It's nothing more than a suppressive energy. In these 3 days, the energy is constantly weakening. Once the suppressive energy disappears, we will definitely capture him.
All right. The Grand Elder did not say anything else.
This was an audacious human. If they didn't take down the other party, where would the face of their dragon race go to?
The hundreds of giant dragons surrounding him suddenly stopped, their expressions solemn.
Why did you stop? Do you want to retreat?
Lin Fei was still provoking him.
Bastard, you will be punished by the Dragon Clan, I promise.
Long Batian roared and took out an immortal artifact.
8 Divisional Pagoda. Crush all. The 8 Divisional Pagoda flew out, and all the giant dragons worshipped it. The 10,000 feet long Jingguang giant dragon roared out, covering the entire area in a golden color. The Jingguang giant dragon let out a long roar. The golden surface of the sea turned blood red. All the sea beasts that were hiding in the depths were shattered into pieces. None of them were spared. The entire sea had turned into a land of death.
Dragon God. This is the might of the Dragon God.
Run. 10,000 miles away, the corpses of the sea beasts were strewn all over the place.
A long roar dyed the entire sea red.
Bam! The terrifying sound wave rushed into the fireball, and Lin Fei's physical body exploded on the spot. What a terrifying sound wave! Is this the treasure of the dragon race? Lin Fei was shocked. His physical body would not be able to withstand the first wave of attack. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the Jingguang giant dragon split into 8. Each of the 8 Jingguang giant dragons was 10,000 feet long. They roared and crashed into the fireball. Boy, you've killed me. Long Zhao's expression changed drastically. He cursed the other party's 18 generations of ancestors. Tell me, what kind of immortal artifact are they using?
Lin Fei yelled and forced the other party to answer.
8 Divisional Pagoda, one of the treasures of the Dragon Realm.
Long Zhao seemed to have seen something terrible.
Tell them to stop, or we're dead. Lin Fei shook for a while. His strong body cracked open, and blood gushed out. With his strong defense, he could not withstand the impact of the Jingguang giant dragon. If it landed on his body, wouldn't he be killed on the spot? I didn't expect the dragon race to have such a treasure. With a single thought, Lin Fei exploded once more, but he quickly recovered. Long Zhao was worse off than Lin Fei. His pure energy body was abruptly obliterated, and a clear current was injected into Lin Fei's body.
Long Batian personally controlled the 8 Divisional Pagoda to crush the other party and take the treasure.
Weren't you stubborn just now? The taste of the 8 Divisional Pagoda is not bad. Cool, so cool. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes.
The more the better.
Don't be shy. Bastard. Long Batian was infuriated. Under the 8 Divisional Pagoda, he still dared to be so arrogant. Boom boom boom, the 8 Divisional Pagoda fiercely attacked Lin Fei, drowning him in the attacks.
He became a lonely boat in the storm that could be capsized at any time.
Damn, what kind of treasure is this? Half a day later, Long Batian and the others were so tired that they were about to vomit blood. The other party still stubbornly resisted the intense attacks. You guys continue. Lin Fei took out a dragon grass and ate it. You can't kill me. You'd better let me go. Bastard. The group of giant dragons was furious again. They couldn't accept eating the dragon grass of their dragon clan in public. It was treason, treason. The dragon clan is really a group of irascible guys. They went crazy when I provoked them a little. Lin Fei pretended to be powerless, but secretly rejoiced. In another half a day, I can advance to Celestial Immortal. Bastard, this king surrendered. Don't let them attack. If they attack again, this king will really die. Long Zhao's huge body was shrinking at this time, and it was shrinking at a rapid speed. Your death has nothing to do with me. Didn't you say that you would destroy me sooner or later? Lin Fei said sarcastically. It's better if you die.
Master, I beg you, make them stop.
Long Zhao was already in despair. As long as you make them stop, I will tell you how to use the 8 Divisional Pagoda and completely control it. You know. Lin Fei was shocked. I am the Dragon King. I happen to know the 8 Divisional Pagoda. Long Zhao was desperate and no longer dared to call himself this king. Chapter 668. The fireball that Lin Fei was in was bombarded with a torrent of attacks. The whole sea area was shrouded in a terrifying aura under the golden light. Within 100,000 miles, the sea beasts were either dead or injured, and all fled. Below the golden sea was the sea water dyed red. The sea beasts and the sea clan who tried to watch were all sweating. They thought they were ferocious, but compared to the ferocity of the dragon clan, they were nothing. Forget it if you don't want to say it. Every time Lin Fei's flesh and blood was reborn, his progress was improving. Long Xiao had no choice but to tell him the method. He thought he had the other party under control, but now he became the victim and faced a disaster. How hateful! As the first-generation Dragon King, it was a disgrace to the Dragon Clan that he couldn't find a second Dragon King. So, they haven't exerted the true power of the 8-divisional pagoda? After memorizing the method, Lin Fei said to Long Xiao, "Yes, what they are using now is the Dragon Strike." Long Xiao sneered, "There is still the unity of man and treasure and the 8 dragons unite. By the time they use it, we will have died many times." Lin Fei rolled his eyes, and no one knew what he was thinking. "You can stop them now." Long Xiao struggled. "Do you think they will agree if I speak?" "You idiot." Lin Fei curled his lips. "Do you want me to surrender? How can I refine you?" "You broke your promise." Long Xiao almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Fei had a look of disdain on his face. "It's not that I didn't keep my word. In truth, it was you who didn't keep your word. You can't blame anyone for that. I learned it from you. Of course, if you are willing to tell me everything your Dragon Clan knows and everything they know, I can guarantee that you won't die." After knowing the method of the 8-divisional pagoda, Lin Fei was tempted by the 8-divisional pagoda outside. This was a good thing. If he didn't grab it, he would be sorry to God. "You mean it?" Although he was tricked once, Long Xiao was still tempted. If this situation continued, he would definitely die. If he could survive, he would definitely die. There would be opportunities in the future, even though the guy in front of him was shameless, sinister and petty. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. If you believe it, it's true. If you don't believe it, it's not true. In any case, I won't lose anything if you die. In fact, I can't wait for you to die." Lin Fei said lightly. "All right, I promise you." Long Xiao gritted his teeth and decided to trust him again. "As long as you keep me alive, I will teach you everything I know and know." "I knew you would say yes." Lin Fei already knew that. "That's more like it. We're not mortal enemies." Lin Fei chuckled. "Don't forget to call me your savior in the future." Long Xiao hated himself. One wrong step led to many wrong steps. If he had known that the person who could enter the dragon tomb was extraordinary, he would have taken the initiative to come to him. "If you come to the immortal realm, I will definitely kill you. If I don't vent my anger, I am not Long Xiao." Half a day later. It was night time in the Endless Sea realm. The other places were covered by the curtain of night, but this area was clearly visible under the golden light. The night was as bright as day. "Come on, it's about to break." Long Batian was so tired that he was about to vomit blood. The high-intensity operation made them so tired that they kept rotating. This was something that had never happened before. Lin Fei clearly felt that the true essence in his body was constantly increasing. It was like a great river that kept flowing in, accumulating and increasing. Boom! The 8 dragons roared at the same time. "It's broken, it's finally broken." The huge fireball treasure finally broke under the crazy attack of the 8-divisional pagoda. Sparks flew everywhere. "Catch him!" For this day, they were as tired as old bulls. At this time, it was finally their turn to vent their anger. A huge red dragon grabbed the flames with its huge claws, trying to grab the other party out and make a great contribution. Pa! A red whip flew out like a stream of light and hit the dragon. The red dragon didn't care. Do you think you can hit a dragon whenever you want? Ah, it hurts so much. The red whip hit the dragon, and a layer of electricity seemed to appear on its body. The huge body was whipped away and fell into the sea. A huge lotus slowly rose up like a sun. A man in black with long hair fluttering in the wind appeared under the group of dragons. "Catch him! Don't let him escape." The other dragons rushed down, proving that they were the strongest. Pa pa pa! Lin Fei held the red whip in his hand. Every time he whipped, a dragon would scream and be whipped away. "It hurts so much." "What the hell is this thing?" Lin Fei kept whipping the dragons. No matter who it was, he would whip them. The dragon was in so much pain that they wanted to die. F***ck. This dragon binding rope is really awesome. I can't even endure it after just one whip.
The invention of the dragon tribe is too awesome. Lin Fei finally understood why someone with a dragon binding rope could become the dragon king of the dragon tribe.
If they were not convinced, they would continue to whip. Lin Fei was so excited that he continuously lashed out. One giant dragon after another was sent flying, and all of them had pained expressions on their faces. Some of the stronger ones were unwilling to give up and charged up again. This time, it was even more painful and uncomfortable than before, and they even had thoughts of killing themselves. What the hell is going on? Long Batian and the other two were dumbfounded. Their eyeballs were about to fall out. They were dragons. How could they be sent flying with a single whip? It didn't make sense. The 100 or so dragons tried it out one by one. After trying it out, they didn't dare to rush up and directly use their dragon breaths to attack. However, that fellow swung his whip and sent them flying, causing them to be in so much pain that they didn't dare to attack again. What are you doing? Hurry up and take him down. Long Batian shouted.
Clan Chief, the whip in his hand is too strange. If it lashes at us, we won't be able to take it.
One of the giant dragons complained. That's right. I've been whipped continuously. The sky is dark and the earth is dark.
I'm in so much pain that I wish I were dead.
Another dragon complained. Long Batian's clothes fluttered.
You bastards, when we go back, you'll have a good time.
Long Xingyi, as the punishment elder, go take him down. Long Batian could see that the whip was strange. More than 100 dragons couldn't take a single whip. He was full of doubts and could only let the punishment elder go up and try. Long Xingyi's expression was ugly. The whip was too strange, but he braced himself and went up. He couldn't just retreat.
There's no need to do anything.
Eat my whip first. Lin Fei rushed up and lashed down with the whip. It was like a flashing star, enveloping the punishment elder. It's just a whip.
What's there to be afraid of?
Long Xingyi snorted. The whip landed, and the punishment elder screamed. He fell from the sky and landed in the sea. He returned to his original form and kept rolling, creating waves.
Could it be that the stronger one is, the more severe the punishment?
Lin Fei thought to himself.
He swung his whip and the punishment elder cried out miserably again. This time, the commotion was even louder than before. The dragons who were whipped opened their eyes wide and shivered subconsciously, as if the whip had landed on their bodies.
Senior, don't hit us.
We surrender.
Long Xingyi, who was struggling in the water, could guarantee that he had never experienced such pain in his entire life. When that whip came down, even his soul was suffering. Normally speaking, the dragon race had a strong defense, so there was nothing to be afraid of. But just now when the whip came down, the sky had collapsed, and his vision had turned black. He felt like he was going to die. Didn't you attack me before? That feels good, right? Lin Fei felt good. He lashed again, and Long Xingyi struggled in pain. Senior, please stop. I surrender. I was in the wrong that day. Please stop, I can't take it anymore. After a few more lashes, Long Xingyi, the punishment elder, felt like killing himself. He didn't care that there were others around, and he begged for mercy. He was afraid that if this continued, he would really kill himself. A suicidal dragon? Long Xingyi didn't even dare to think about it. Punishment elder, what are you doing? Great Elder released a cold snort, unable to remain calm inside.
He vaguely sensed an aura of danger. That whip descended, as if it was striking his body. Great Elder, quickly surrender.
The other colossal dragons also said, Great Elder, he's a demon.
Hurry up and surrender. Long Batian, the chief, coughed out a mouthful of blood.
He almost thought that he had heard wrongly. Surrender? A dragon wants to surrender? Is there something wrong with your head? Die. 8 Divisional Pagoda. Long Batian subconsciously felt unsafe. He took out the 8 Divisional Pagoda and charged at Lin Fei. No matter what Lin Fei was up to, he would kill him first. Lin Fei flashed, dodging the powerful attack.
He lashed out with the whip in his hand, and a red light shot through the air.
Piak!
Long Batian was wary of the red whip, but when it attacked, his divine soul actually left his body, as if there was an unknown force suppressing him. No! The red light hit Long Batian, and he was sent flying. Blood gushed out of his body, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The first elder's face paled, and he immediately turned to flee. How could this be? Even the mighty clan chief had been sent flying. Piak! Lin Fei's whip was extremely strange. It hit the great elder's body, and the pores on his body stood on end. Then, blood gushed out of his body, and he was also sent flying. The other dragons all gasped. It was as terrifying as if the whip had landed on them. They were glad that they didn't attack again. Even if it would embarrass them, they wouldn't dare to attack again. That was a demon that made them tremble in fear. They would rather kill than face this demon. Have a good taste of this. Lin Fei let out a roar as he charged toward Long Batian, the Grand Elder, and the Punishment Elder. His whip lashed out at them like raindrops. Chapter 669. Under the night sky of the Endless Sea Realm. The dragon tribe was suffering the humiliation they had never experienced in their lives. They were being whipped. They were being whipped. The red whip, which was like a demon in their eyes, kept falling on them. The strong defense they were proud of had become a joke. An electric pain filled his entire body. For the first time, the proud dragon tribe lowered their noble heads so that they wouldn't be whipped by the demon. They were afraid. They were really afraid. This was a nightmare they would never forget. The whip in the other party's hand was like a great killing weapon. They didn't dare to move or even escape. They had learned from their mistakes and didn't dare to act recklessly. Despicable human, I will kill you. Dragon Overlord Body rushed up again, trying to snatch Nightmare's red whip. Pa! Pa! The whip hit him strangely and he fell into the water again. Long Batian didn't know how many times he had fallen into the water. Was it the 10th or the 20th time? The humiliation he had never experienced before was written on his face. It was hard for him to swallow it. What is that whip? Why does it look so familiar to me? Long Batian was constantly whipped. His strong defense was now useless. He even lost the legendary first defense on the continent. Fear was already in the depths of Long Batian's soul. It was an indelible imprint. The dignified leader of the dragon tribe was being whipped by a human. The strange whip suppressed his strength. It was as if he was not facing a whip, but a terrifying demon king. After falling into the water again, Long Batian didn't dare to move. What's wrong? You don't want to continue? Lin Fei was having a good time whipping. It was a great feeling. No wonder the Dragon King's words were so reasonable. If you don't accept it, keep whipping. If you resist, keep whipping until you accept it. Do you think I'll let you whip me? Long Batian was full of resentment. These words represented the thoughts of all the dragons. Among those present, Long Batian was the most miserable. His skin and flesh were torn. More importantly, with their strong defense, they couldn't recover quickly. They were shrouded by a mysterious power, which was the weirdest thing. F***ck, they knew not to resist. It was too boring. Before Lin Fei could have his fill, the Dragon Clan had already lowered their heads. Since the other party had given in, it was time for the second scene to begin. After all, 3 days had passed. Looks like you're smart. Lin Fei laughed, but then he changed the topic and started scolding. Long Batian, you're really good at being the clan leader. You've really thrown away your family. Do you know what the whip in my hand is? If it was any other time, the other giant dragons would have rushed to the chief's door to kill him if he was insulted by a human. He wanted to use his strength to tell the other party. But now, all of them lowered their heads like children who had done something wrong. They didn't dare to say a single word. That kind of terrifying pain was something they didn't want to experience again in their lives. Clan leader, just suffer a bit. Lin Fei lashed out with his whip, and Long Batian suffered another lash. It was a heart-wrenching pain. The more times he was whipped, the greater the pain. Everyone couldn't help but shiver. It was too scary. Fortunately, they didn't say anything just now. What right do you have to slap me? Long Batian complained. Both Great Elder and Sentencing Elder shut their mouths. Their pride was completely shattered by the whip. If they had to kill someone now, they wouldn't hesitate, as long as they stayed away from this terrifying demon. Who asked you not to recognize this thing? If I don't whip you,
Who else should I whip? Lin Fei snorted coldly. Do you remember now? Can I say I don't remember? Long Batian hesitated, and the whip fell again, sending him flying into the water like a drowned rat. Great Elder, do you know? Lin Fei's gaze shifted as he played with the whip. Great Elder's body began to tremble. Can I think about it? Unsurprisingly, Great Elder also cried out from the whip. He couldn't bear the pain, and he realized that every time the whip fell, the pain would multiply. It was too torturous. Looks like you don't know either. Sentencing Elder also suffered a lash. The other giant dragons shrunk their heads, regretting now that they had provoked this human demon. The giant dragons vaguely remembered that this whip had something to do with the dragon race. Long Batian, Great Elder, and the others cursed him 10,000 times in their hearts after being whipped once, but they still quickly thought about the whip's origin. An hour later, Long Batian, who was in unbearable pain, suddenly changed his expression. He stared at the red whip. How did you get our dragon binding rope? Dragon binding rope? The group of colossal dragons were confused. What was that thing? Long Batian was truly angered to death by them, but he was shocked. This was the lost treasure of the dragon race. How could it appear in the hands of this human? Could it be a punishment immortal artifact? Great Elder's expression changed as well, and he subconsciously shivered. How could such a treasure of information fall into the hands of a human? What? This is a punishment immortal artifact? The massive dragons were flabbergasted. Then, fear spread out from their hearts. All giant dragons on Dragon Island had to learn the rules of the dragon race from birth. One of the rules was that if they made a mistake, they would be whipped by punishment immortal artifact. It was a pity that they did not know what punishment immortal artifact was. Right now, they finally understood that this immortal weapon of punishment was a terrifying whip that whipped their hearts and minds, their bodies, their pride, and everything about them. Not bad. You finally remember. Lin Fei snorted coldly, and the whip did not stop. It turned into a red light that whipped everyone, and there was another wave of miserable screams. Who are you? Long Batian was extremely agitated, because a bad thought appeared in his mind. Humph, after so many years, it seems that you have forgotten that there is a dragon king above you all. The giant dragons, including Long Batian, Great Elder, and the others, were shocked. When Long Batian said that it was a punishment immortal artifact, they vaguely guessed something, but they could not connect the two together. The difference was too great, so great that they could not connect the dots. Dragon King. How is this possible? One of the giant dragons said. In return, they received a whip from Lin Fei. Everyone was whipped. You have ruined the reputation of the dragon race. Lin Fei said. I hate you so much that I will whip you to death. Long Batian and the others did not know what to do. Chapter 670. Dragon King. This was a name that they had almost forgotten. If the chief had not mentioned it, they would have forgotten that there was a Dragon King in their dragon clan. The Dragon King was a Dragon King specially arranged by the upper realm to better lead the dragon clan. Back then, it was precisely because of the Dragon King that the dragon clan truly had a place on the mainland. Later on, they became a dominant force. At that time, the dragon race was very powerful. At that time, the dragon race was above all the major forces. In this, the Dragon King played an important role. Everyone had to be convinced of their superiority. Only then would there be a powerful dragon clan. However, with the disappearance of the Dragon King, the powerful dragon race stopped advancing. After 1,000 years, they believed that something had happened to the Dragon King and kept praying to the upper realm. But in the end, it was to no avail. The elders of the Dragon Clan all had their eyes on the position of the Dragon King. The Dragon King was the one with the greatest authority in the dragon race. He could rule over the entire dragon race. For the position of Dragon King, no one wanted to fall behind. The competition was fierce. After the incident, no one was willing to accept the position of Dragon King. They believed that in order to become a Dragon King, one must have the dragon binding chain. This was a punishing celestial artifact. Otherwise, no matter who became the Dragon King, they would not be convinced. The dragon binding chain itself was a proof of being a Dragon King. Without a punishing celestial artifact, would one be considered a Dragon King? With a reason, the position of Dragon King was still empty. Everyone in the Dragon Clan, be it the elders or the deacons,
sent people out to search for the dragon binding rope in an attempt to become the second Dragon King. Things did not go according to plan. After 10,000 years, the dragon binding rope had disappeared without a trace, and not a single clue had been left behind. They believed that the dragon taming chain had disappeared along with the Dragon King. The dragon taming chain was one of the most important pieces of evidence of the Dragon King. At the same time, it was also something that he always carried with him. The dragon taming rope could not be found. After a long time, no one had the intention to touch the Dragon King anymore. Unless the dragon binding rope appeared, they would not be willing to become the Dragon King. Time passed. In the beginning, there were still people looking for it. However, as time went on, people stopped looking for it. The position of the Dragon King was gradually forgotten. At the same time, there was also the punishment immortal item, the dragon binding rope. But now, the dragon binding rope had appeared. According to the legends, it was an immortal artifact specially used to punish the Dragon Clan. This was the first time they had experienced it. It was an indescribable pain that could not be erased for the rest of their lives. Dragon King? This human before him was the Dragon King? As soon as this thought appeared, he could not stop it. The dragon binding rope could not be used by humans. Only those with dragon blood could use it. Dragon King? The disappeared Dragon King? If it was the Dragon King, he indeed had the right to slap them. The group of colossal dragons felt uneasy. If it was really the Dragon King, they did not dare to continue thinking about it. You were in the mood to fight just now. How did you become mute all of a sudden? Lin Fei roared and lashed out with his whip. The snapping sounds were like the roar of a demon, scaring them into sweating profusely. Are you really the Dragon King? Long Batian restrained himself and carefully probed, even though he was almost there. Pa! Lin Fei's whip landed on Long Batian's body, causing him to tremble. What a blind guy! Lin Fei said angrily. Come here. The 8-divisional pagoda flew out of Long Batian's body and landed on Lin Fei's palm. The 8-divisional pagoda is a treasure of the dragon tribe. You can't even use the last few levels. What a disgrace! At this moment, no one would complain for the Dragon King. The human in front of them, no, the dragon, was most likely the Dragon King. Even if he was not the first Dragon King, he was the second Dragon King with the punishment immortal equipment. There was no mistaking it. You can control the 8-divisional pagoda. Long Batian felt as if he was struck by lightning. He lowered his head in shame. The 8-divisional pagoda did have a few ways to attack. Unfortunately, with the disappearance of the first Dragon King, the method to activate it was lost. As such, he felt like crying. If Long Batian was still doubtful before, he was now 80% sure that the other party was the Dragon King. Humph! How can I not know the 8-divisional pagoda of the Dragon Realm? Lin Fei was delighted. Everything was going according to plan. You guys are a bunch of useless fools. Look at what the dragon tribe has become in your hands. Pa pa pa. The group of colossal dragons once again experienced the feeling of being electrocuted. This time, they didn't have any anger. Whoosh! Lin Fei turned into a dragon man. His body was covered in dragon scales. He no longer concealed the aura of the Azure Dragon. His Azure Dragon bloodline was noble, and they immediately felt the pressure on their souls. It was an innate pressure of noble bloodline. Long Batian greets the Dragon King. Long Batian knelt down, cold sweat rolling down his face. This was the real Dragon King. Other than the Dragon King, who else could control the dragon taming rope? Who else could have such a noble bloodline? It was something that no human could imitate. Luckily, I refined a drop of Azure Dragon divine blood and fooled them. Lin Fei could finally heave a sigh of relief. He believed that from now on, his position as the Dragon King was stable. Lin Fei's impersonation of the dragon taming rope was actually very risky. Whether the dragon taming rope was as powerful as the legends said, Lin Fei was not sure. He only knew after it worked. Even if he could not become the Dragon King, the dragon taming rope in his hands was enough to suppress the dragon tribe. The one who wanted to vomit blood the most was Long Xiao. He was the first Dragon King, but all of it was given to Lin Fei. In the end, he almost lost his life. Hundreds of giant dragons prostrated themselves. It was a spectacular sight. Lin Fei felt a great sense of accomplishment. This was the strongest race on the continent, and there was no other. I'll let you off this time.
Lin Fei kept the dragon-taming rope. As for the 8-divisional pagoda, he would keep it first. If there's a next time, it won't be as simple as a few whips. I'll make you suffer 100 times. SSS. All the giant dragons sucked in a breath of cold air, their eyes filled with fear. 10 whips was enough to make them wish they were dead. Over 100 whips, no matter how strong they would be on their last breaths and could die at any time. In the past, they did not think much of the punishment immortal artifact. After trying it, they still had lingering fears. They cursed the originator of the punishment immortal artifact countless times. Lin Fei returned to his original appearance and removed his black hood, revealing his true face. It's you, Demon Lin. The punishment elder did not stop in time and called out the other party's name. Unsurprisingly, the punishment elder was struck by the whip. The pain was so great that he clenched his teeth so hard that he nearly crushed his teeth. Everyone was shocked. Everyone on Dragon Island knew of Demon Lin. He had killed Deacon Long, and they were prepared to take revenge on him. But in the blink of an eye, there was such a drastic change. Humph, that's my alias in the human race. Lin Fei's gaze was as sharp as a knife. The giant dragons did not dare to raise their heads. They rejoiced that they did not attack the Dragon King. Long Batian, the first elder, and the others were also rejoicing. They knew of Demon Lin. He was an extremely cruel fellow who had even killed one of their deacons. Now it seemed that Long Tianyi had asked for it. He dared to offend even the Dragon King. He could only blame his bad luck for offending the Dragon King. They also had many questions in their hearts. At this moment, their hearts were filled with fear. How would they dare to ask? The second Dragon King was even more cruel. If he was slightly unhappy, he would whip them. Little did they know that Long Xiao, the first Dragon King, had also whipped the dragon race, imprinting the rules deep in their souls. Lin Fei held the punishment celestial artifact and whipped them continuously. Subconsciously, he felt that it was right. Tell them to go back first. Spread the news of what happened today, and anyone who disobeys will be whipped 100 times. Lin Fei had already placed himself in the Dragon King's shoes. Long Batian hollered. Did you hear that? If anyone finds out, I will whip you to death. Everyone shuddered. We understand. They were even more afraid. No matter what, they would not speak of this matter and would keep their mouths shut. One chief was enough for them to suffer. If they offended the Dragon King, they would be whipped 100 times. That kind of pain would be worse than suicide. More than 100 giant dragons had come menacingly. At this moment, their faces were full of fear. Hearing this, they felt as if they had been pardoned. They flew away quickly, afraid that they would be the last to be whipped. These bastards! Long Batian had already started cursing. Lord Dragon King, if you return to the dragon race, we will definitely reach the peak again under your leadership. The first elder was already sucking up to him. He wanted to leave a good impression first. I heard that the dragon race is going to ally with outsiders. Is that true? Lin Fei asked indifferently. Upon hearing this question, Long Batian and the others' faces turned pale. Lord Dragon King, let me explain. Long Batian was afraid of being whipped again, so he hurriedly explained, Lord Dragon King has not been around these years, and the dragon race has not interfered in the affairs of the mainland. But this time we think that this is an opportunity to expand our influence. Actually, the alliance between the dragon race and the human race was just a wild guess by Lin Fei. He was scared out of his wits. Humph! Humans are all a bunch of cunning fellows. With your fiery tempers, even after being sold, you still want to help them earn money. Lin Fei coldly snorted. They were the ones who took the initiative to invite you and then elected you as the alliance master. Lord Dragon King, you even know this. Long Batian realized that he had said the wrong thing. Everyone knows about your petty cleverness. Lin Fei said, originally, I had no interest in the dragon race. But after all, we are of the same bloodline. If the dragon race is gone in the Xianxia continent, the higher-ups will not look good. That's why I came out to meet you. This time they finally understood. Lord Dragon King already knew why people broke into the dragon's tomb. Lord Dragon King is a good person. He is always paying attention to the dragon race. Long Batian's eyes were filled with cold sweat. It was as if he had found an organization. Chapter 671. What a hateful boy. Long Xiao, who was suppressed, vomited blood. Under the final attack of the 8-section pagoda, Lin Fei collected the last trace of his true spirit. He was not dead, but for Long Xiao, his vitality was greatly damaged and he lost the ability to resist. Even a low-level demon beast could bare its fangs and brandish its claws at Long Xiao. Originally, the power of the Dragon Clan could be a great help to Long Xiao, but now he could only watch helplessly. There was nothing more miserable than this. The most excessive thing was that Lin Fei could not help but force him to listen on the side. You are a bunch of fools, the stupidest fools in the world. An outsider scared you away. It's a disgrace to the Dragon Clan. If Long Xiao could go out, he would want to slap them to death. Speaking of which, Long Xiao was also very helpless. This boy had the right time and place, and he had to pretend. If he did not trick the other party, if he did not want to occupy the other party's body, Long Xiao regretted that he even became a prisoner. Everything in front of him originally belonged to Long Xiao, but now it was stolen by others, and he could only watch helplessly. By the way, this boy absorbed such a huge amount of energy. Why didn't Heaven's Retribution fall and kill this damn guy? Suddenly, Long Xiao felt that he seemed to have neglected a very important thing. Heaven's Retribution. The damn Heaven's Retribution did not appear. All the essence of the Dragon Clan was devoured by the other party. But now the Heaven's Retribution did not appear. Strange, really strange. He could not figure out what was going on. If the Heaven's Retribution fell, it could at least make the other party suffer. Long Xiao had never seen that the Heaven's Retribution did not fall after absorbing such a huge amount of energy. He almost wondered if this guy was a bottomless pit. What was the origin of this guy? Was he transformed from a demon beast and had the ability to swallow the sky? He must keep a close eye on him. Lord Dragon King, now that everyone has come to the Continental Alliance Conference, what should we do next? Long Batian had completely lost his temper. After suffering so many lashes, he still had a lingering fear. He dared not disobey the Dragon King's words. After you go back, pretend that nothing happened. Lin Fei said. Do whatever you want to do next. Is this appropriate? Great Elder asked. They had originally thought that after the Dragon King returned, he would teach the human race a lesson and display the power of the dragon race once again. They did not expect to hear such an order. What do you know? Lin Fei glared at them. There's a saying in the human race that's right. The one who laughs last is the winner. How long do you think we should laugh? I understand. Sentencing Patriarch said excitedly. Finally, he found a chance to speak. We purposely let the human tribe be happy first, and then destroy them in the end. Is that what His Excellency Dragon King is planning? Yo, this fellow can still understand. Punishment Elder is right. That's exactly what I meant. Lin Fei praised. After you guys go back, continue what you dare to do. I've been a demon for a long time, so don't show any flaws, lest all your efforts go to waste. Rest assured, Lord Dragon King. We will definitely do as you say. We'll pretend that we don't know the Dragon King. You guys go back. I believe they're getting impatient. Lin Fei waved his hand and sent them away. Long Batian, Great Elder and the rest did not dare to say anything. Since the Dragon King had spoken, they should hurry up and leave. The sea was silent. If not for the remnant dragon might, no one would know what had happened here. Good boy, they're finally gone. It's time to see my reward. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and tore open the void, disappearing on the spot. His Excellency Dragon King is really scary. As he said this, Great Elder looked back secretly, afraid that the Dragon King was still behind him. Indeed. The legendary punishment immortal equipment lives up to its name. It was indeed made to suppress the dragon race. Even now, I still have lingering fears. Sentencing Elder was also on tenterhooks. This kind of thing happened once, and it was enough to scare them. Do you guys suspect that this Dragon King is fake? Long Batian asked carefully. Great Elder and Sentencing Elder shook their heads like a rattledrum. Patriarch, do you think we can deal with someone as powerful as him? The first Elder's words struck at Long Batian's weak spot. Yes, could they deal with such a person? Long Batian did have his doubts. The Dragon King had appeared at the wrong time. He could not have appeared earlier or later, but at this moment. He even made use of their attacks to help him accomplish something big.
while they were the ones who were exhausted. That was why he had this doubt. Chief, unless he's from the upper world, the Dragon King is the Dragon King. Moreover, his bloodline is nobler than ours. It's a bloodline that we can't compare to. Great Elder continued. There's such a Dragon King? Do you think he's bad? No matter what the reason is, he's the Dragon King to us. He has a noble bloodline and in punishment immortal equipment. What else can we ask for? Long Batian calmed down and thought it through. We took a wrong turn just now. Thank you for reminding us. Long Batian thought it through. To us, the Dragon King is beneficial to the Dragon Clan. If he wants to make use of us, why can't we make use of him? Chief is right. Whether he's the real Dragon King or not, it's fine as long as he's helpful to the Dragon Clan. Sentencing Elder also spoke up. You guys seem to have overlooked something. This Demon Lin is the famous city lord of the mythical city. As our Dragon King, don't you think the Dragon King should take care of the Dragon Clan? Long Batian and Great Elder's eyes lit up. They had overlooked something previously, and that was the identity of the Dragon King. Now that they thought about it, they understood the significance of it. I heard that the mythical tower has many elixirs. The Dragon Clan is naturally strong, but we need a long time to cultivate. If the Dragon King takes out some elixirs, the strength of the Dragon Clan can be raised to another level. Long Batian's first impression was of the elixirs of the mythical tower. Great Elder smiled. The Dragon King is very beneficial to us. When we return, we must do as the Dragon King says. It's not easy to come across such a good thing. Who said that the Dragon Clan was hot-tempered and only knew how to use force? When they were smart, they were rather smart. Chapter 672. The Dragon Tribe is so gullible. Lin Fei muttered as he left. He had thought that it would be difficult and that he would have to put in a lot of effort. The Dragon Tribe was one of a kind on the continent, but they were taken down with just a few words. He even got addicted to it and gave them a good beating. This was not something that he could come across often. Lin Fei loved the dragon taming rope so much that he couldn't bear to part with it. He suspected that the person who made it was also for the sake of getting addicted to it. After leaving the area, Lin Fei was not in a hurry to go back. He had his doppelganger, so there was nothing to do for the time being. After finding a safe place, Lin Fei entered the divine flame dimension. He transformed into seawater and flowed with it. I can't believe that I've finally become a sky immortal after a few decades. Lin Fei thought that it was incredible. He had accumulated a lot and was not something that an ordinary sky immortal could compare to. Dragon Roar did not absorb the essence of the Dragon Tomb for nothing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said that he could break through to the golden immortal realm. The 8 divisional pagoda's attacks constantly refined Dragon Roar's huge energy. It was hard not to break through. This was all thanks to the Dragon Tribe. In the entire continent, only the Dragon Tribe had the capital to do so. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for advancing to the Sky Immortal realm. After opening the system, Lin Fei heard what he loved to hear. Then, he saw his stagnant points increase rapidly. He had 100 billion points. This was awesome. This was the first time that Lin Fei had obtained so many points. 100 billion points. This was such a huge number that he could buy a lot of high-end treasures. He didn't have to watch anymore. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for becoming a Sky Immortal. Upgrade system will be updated. Please wait a moment. Lin Fei was ejected from the system. He was very surprised. No way, the system can be updated? Ever since Lin Fei had obtained the system, he had never seen the system update. Why would it suddenly say that it had been updated? He couldn't help but look forward to it. Usually, when the system is updated, there will be new things. I wonder if my system is like this. For the first time, 5 minutes felt like an eternity to Lin Fei. Ding! Upgrade system update complete. You can enter now. Lin Fei couldn't wait to go in. He wanted to know what new things would appear after the system update. He turned on the system. Ding! The upgrade system update has been completed. There is still 1 year until the time of ascension. Please make your preparations. After opening the system, the first message that popped up was none other than a reminder of the time of his ascension. Lin Fei could clearly see the number next to it. 365 days. F***CK. I haven't even crossed the tribulation and I'm going to ascend?
Lin Fei couldn't help but curse. This didn't make sense. In the Xiantian continent, in theory, to ascend, one had to pass the heavenly tribulation. But he clearly hadn't passed the heavenly tribulation yet, so why was he about to ascend? And it was only for a year. It seemed longer than the others, but Lin Fei was still unhappy. What a scam. Lin Fei really didn't want to ascend. His daughter was only 1 year old. Ding! Player Lin Fei has accumulated a total of 3 lottery chances, plus 1 lucky draw. It will be unlocked after ascending. Lin Fei was dumbfounded again. Wasn't it good to draw now? Why did he have to ascend to the heavenly realm? Alright, so be it. There was nothing he could do about it. He originally thought that no news would pop up. In the end, a third message popped up. Ding! Player Lin Fei. Please choose your Ascension profession identity. Lin Fei was suddenly full of questions. Ascension profession? Was there a choice? Lin Fei was absent-minded. An image appeared in front of him. On the left, there was a dancing golden dragon. On the left, there was a celestial body. On the left, there was a rippling demonic qi. This time, Lin Fei was surprised. After pondering for a while, he seemed to understand something. Could it be that the system blocked the heavenly tribulation and I can choose my physique? Lin Fei knew that if he succeeded in crossing the heavenly tribulation, his physique would become the celestial body. As the saying goes, the celestial body is truly immortal. But the celestial body? Lin Fei was quite surprised. Celestial body existed, but what was the celestial body? He was full of questions. Players have 10 seconds to make their choice. A reminder time popped up. Was the celestial body better or the celestial body better? Lin Fei frowned. He really couldn't choose. I choose the celestial body. Although he didn't know what the celestial body was, the name seemed to be more impressive than the celestial body. Everyone had the celestial body. If he chose the celestial body, it would be more impressive. Ding! Congratulations. Player has successfully chosen the celestial body. Ding! Celestial body transformation begins. Duration: 1 day. Ding! Transformation begins. Lin Fei felt his vision go black and he directly fainted. Before he lost consciousness, he cursed. Damn, isn't it just transformation? Why did you have to make me faint? Dragon Island. Originally, the Continent Alliance Conference was going to be carried out as scheduled. However, 3 days ago, the elites of the dragon race went out to hunt someone. In the end, they didn't return. At this moment, the major forces on Dragon Island began to guess who was worthy of the Dragon Clan's mobilization. The rumor of the dragon grass also spread. After a full 3 days, the dragon race finally returned. Although everyone had a bellyful of anger, they didn't dare to ask anything. They only knew that the black-faced dragon race chief had returned and they didn't mention anything about this trip. Many people guessed that the matter within was thought-provoking. Dragon grass was a sacred grass that grew in the dragon tomb. Who could steal it? Many major powers suspected that there was a traitor in the dragon race who stole the dragon grass. When the dragon race chief returned to Dragon Island, the big shots of the major powers came to visit. In fact, they wanted to know when the Continent Alliance Conference would begin. Of course, they also wanted to get to the bottom of what happened along the way. However, this time, Long Batian kept his mouth shut. No matter how they tried to eavesdrop, they still didn't get any results. The Continent Alliance Conference would begin a day later. It could be considered a confirmed time. This was something to be happy about. Although they really wanted to know what happened on Dragon Island, the Continent Alliance Conference was also very important. These humans are all scheming. As expected, they aren't good people. After they left, Long Batian's face darkened. It won't be that easy to get information from me. At this time, the Great Elder came in. Chief, someone from the Celestial Gate wishes to see you. Celestial Gate? What's there to see? I won't see you. Long Batian shook his head. I think it's better for Chief to see you. The Great Elder said. Why? The Celestial Gate has a grudge against Lord Dragon King. Especially the Taoist gentleman who wishes to see you tonight. He has a lot of resentment towards Lord Dragon King. It's said that he suffered a loss at the hands of Lord Dragon King. There's a saying in the human race, don't go to the Temple of Three Treasures.
This guy must have an unspeakable secret. It's not a bad thing to meet him. Long Beishan's eyes lit up. Then bring him in. The Taoist gentleman came in alone without any subordinates. A heaven immortal didn't need any subordinates. He could go anywhere in the world and was already a top expert of the continent. Celestial Gentleman of the Celestial Gate greets Chief Dragon. After entering, the Taoist gentleman cupped his hands and smiled. In this aspect, being polite was the way of a gentleman. Please sit. Long Batian was expressionless. After all, everyone knew that something big had happened to the Dragon Clan. Long Beishan's expression was very normal. No one would suspect anything because of this. I heard that something unpleasant happened to the Dragon Clan. If there's anything you need help with, Chief Dragon, just say the word. Our Celestial Gate will definitely help. The Taoist gentleman was very good with words. He immediately expressed his goodwill. Long Beishan's face darkened a bit. Many thanks for the Celestial Gate's good intentions. The matter is almost settled. There's no need to trouble the Celestial Gate. May I know what business Taoist gentleman has with us? The Taoist gentleman didn't want to pry anything. He smiled and said, I would like to ask Chief Dragon to help us in the election of the Alliance leader. After the election, the Celestial Gate will reward you handsomely. I can't do anything about the Alliance leader. Long Batian shook his head. You know that our Dragon Clan has never interfered in such matters. The Taoist gentleman's face was still full of smiles. I heard that the Dragon Clan used to have a punishment immortal tool, the Dragon Binding Rope. What if the Celestial Gate thanked you with the Dragon Binding Rope? Moreover, a certain deacon of the Dragon Clan recently lost his life to someone. I can help you deal with this person. Consider it a token of our Celestial Gate sincerity. Bastard! What a motherfucker king bastard! Long Batian cursed in his heart. This guy is truly vicious. He even named himself the Taoist gentleman. What a despicable person. The Dragon Binding Rope? It's already in the hands of the Dragon King, yet you still want to kill him. You really aren't a good person. If it was before, Long Batian might have considered it. After all, the Dragon Binding Rope was too important. It was related to the Dragon King's position. He might really help. However, after suffering from the Dragon Binding Rope's whip, it was still fresh in Long Beishan's mind. He wanted to curse out loud. You don't have to trick me. Do you really think I'm a fool? Long Beishan's hesitant expression caused the Taoist gentleman to feel very indifferent. He believed that Long Batian would definitely agree. As long as he had the Dragon Clan's help, his chances of winning the Alliance leader position would be much higher. The Dragon Binding Rope is no longer an extravagant request from the Dragon Binding Rope. The time is not right. Don't think about it. As for the enemy who killed the Dragon Clan, we will naturally take action. There's no need to trouble the Celestial Gate. Long Beishan's face darkened. Send the guest off. The Taoist gentleman's expression froze. He didn't expect Long Batian to not care about the Dragon Binding Rope. Could it be that Long Batian knew that the Dragon Binding Rope had truly disappeared from this world? His heart was filled with doubts. Dragon Clan leader, please reconsider. The Taoist gentleman stood up. There's no need. What will come sooner or later. The Taoist gentleman had no choice but to take his leave. Chapter 673. The forces that had been holding back for 3 days were finally free. 3 days ago, for some reason, the dragon race moved out for 3 days. They had been stifled for 3 days, almost suffocating to the point of bleeding. Only the dragon race could make them feel restraining fear. On the day of the Continental Alliance's conference, the sky above the Dragon Island was filled with clouds. It was a piece of clear sky. It was a pretty good weather. If it weren't for the fact that something had happened to the Dragon Clan, perhaps everyone's thoughts would be on the Continental Alliance conference. Fortunately, everyone's thoughts were also focused on the Continental Alliance conference. It's finally starting. That's right. If we don't convene it soon, we'll all get sick from holding it in. It's all the dragon race's fault. They went out for 3 days without telling us what happened. Do you want to die? If the elders of the Dragon Clan hear this, I guarantee that you won't have a good ending. On the Dragon Island, everyone regained their freedom and headed for the meeting room in groups of 3 to 5. Who didn't want to know about the internal changes of the dragon race? In private, everyone would still discuss it. Even though they had their own guesses, if the dragon race didn't say anything, they could only stare. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have suspected that something big had happened. Furthermore, Long Batian had kept his mouth shut after he returned, which showed that something was not right. Did you see that? Taoist gentleman of the 10 outstanding heroes has already become a heavenly immortal. It seems like he has the intention of competing for the position of alliance leader. Let alone Taoist gentleman, even young Master Divine Swordsman has the same idea. As soon as he ascended to the celestial immortal realm, he seized the position of sect master. He is extremely vicious. The position of alliance leader is destined to be born from the 10 prodigies. Provoking them is equivalent to offending a heaven immortal. Before you leave, even if they get angry at you, you won't be able to do anything. Let's just watch the show. With a heavenly immortal realm expert as the alliance leader, we'll be able to reduce a great deal of pressure when going against the outsider's army. The alliance master should be a heaven immortal expert. I'm more optimistic about Taoist master gentleman of the profound sect. He should have a very high chance of becoming the alliance master. What's so great about Taoist gentleman? I think only Black Taoist is qualified to be the alliance leader. Many people started discussing who would be the alliance leader in the end. Don't underestimate the position of alliance leader. In this war against the outsiders, it was very important. First of all, if he became the alliance master, the power behind him would definitely rise. This was something that could not be found normally. Secondly, if he became the alliance master, he would be able to rope in many factions and provide them with benefits. Of course, he would also be able to secretly deal with hostile sects and make things difficult for them. These were not the only benefits of being an alliance leader. If he became one, the benefits would be endless. Taoist gentlemen, I heard that you want to become the alliance master. I advise you not to worry too much. A gentleman like you isn't suitable. Some people started discussing. On this side, the elites were unwilling to accept each other. They were also arguing over the position of alliance master, drawing quite a bit of attention. Taoist gentleman was dressed in white today. He was extremely elegant, causing people to subconsciously want to worship him. Taoist He Tian, don't boast so shamelessly. The position of alliance leader is for the virtuous. It's not your turn. Subconsciously, he despised Taoist He Tian for having a bad temper and not understanding the way of a gentleman. What right did he have to be the alliance leader? The Xianmen Orthodox Tao was the best candidate for the alliance leader. Humph! What is the path of a gentleman? It's nothing more than some crafty plots and plots. The one who becomes the leader of the alliance should be decisive in killing, leaving millions of corpses behind. Black Heaven's murderous aura was oppressive, and the surrounding air suddenly became cold, causing people to subconsciously shrink their necks. This Black Heaven's murderous aura was too heavy. Many people were secretly shocked. Thinking about it, Black Heaven's words seemed to make sense. The path of a gentleman and the path of killing were two different paths. Normally, the path of a gentleman seemed to be perfect, but in the war against the outsiders, it seemed like the path of the king was the path of killing. The two of them quarreled for a bit before stopping. Tai, I heard that you know the demon Lin. Is he here yet? Seeing Tai appear, Black Heaven flew over. Subconsciously, he treated Tai as one of his own. Although he was arrogant towards others, that didn't mean he was condescending. He also knew how to find allies for himself. Tai was expressionless. He didn't dislike Black Heaven's words and coldly said, "He didn't come." "No way, is the demon Lin afraid?" Taoist Black Sky laughed. He immediately sensed the killing intent coming from his opponent, and struck out with a palm strike. "If there's a next time, I won't mind letting you have a taste of a true cold arrow. Lin Fei isn't like you say. What does Taoist gentleman count for? Even if he becomes a heavenly immortal, Lin Fei won't back down." Black Heaven was really shocked. He laughed dryly. "Tai, I was just saying. Why do you take it so seriously?" He was even more interested in this Demon Lin. Demon Lin's reputation was very resounding on the continent. He had repeatedly done world-shaking things, so Black Heaven Saint naturally wanted to meet him. Of course, if he could be on good terms with him and exchange some pills, that would also be a good thing. "It's good that you know." Tai snorted coldly. "Everyone in position." Zhongxing's loud voice reverberated on Dragon Island. This time, the continent's alliance meeting wasn't held in the main hall. Instead, it was held in a place on Dragon Island. The huge throne was arranged for each faction. There were more than 30 factions participating in this meeting. They were the true factions on the continent and only they had the right to participate. Once these 30 or so major forces elected a leader, those who didn't have the qualifications to participate would have to send their family members to fight against the outsiders. Otherwise, they would be enemies with more than 30 major forces and would be annihilated. This alliance meeting was really important and it wasn't ordinary at all. Father, why hasn't Lin Fei appeared? Demon Lord sat on a throne on the left and Nangong Qianxian stood beside him. She was looking around like she was searching for something. What is this kid doing? Demon Lord was slightly stunned. Only then did he notice that the Demon Lin hadn't appeared. If he doesn't appear, Taoist gentlemen and the others are going to cause trouble. Elites gathered. Demon Lord heard the news from other places and Taoist gentlemen contacted some factions. If the Demon Lin didn't participate, it would be the same as him being pushed out. When that happened, his life wouldn't be good. With Taoist gentleman's personality, he would definitely plot against the Demon Lin. If the Demon Lin did something, it would be the same as going against their alliance. Demon Lord suspected that something happened to the Demon Lin, which was why he didn't come. He couldn't help but worry. Apart from Demon Lord, Ocean God Emperor was also filled with doubts. I think it's about time. We can start the alliance meeting. Taoist gentleman said calmly. Chapter 674. Back to the night before. The stars were dazzling, and the bright moon hung high in the sky above the boundless sea. Taoist gentleman, you've made the wisest choice. I believe you won't forget it for the rest of your life. I want you to kill Lin Fei in the battle for the Supreme Alliance leader tomorrow and let him fall on Dragon Island. Lin Fei is mysterious and unfathomable. He has a backer, and he has treasures to protect him. I can suppress him, but killing him will be quite troublesome. On the island, the two were still sitting opposite each other. It's fine. I see that you're about to master the noble swordsmanship. I'll lend you a hand. I believe that with your strength and trump cards, you'll definitely be able to kill Lin Fei. You won't disappoint me. Demon Lin is in trouble. The same thought popped up in the minds of all the big shots. Taoist gentlemen who had mastered the noble swordsmanship had a will of its own, constantly influencing the surroundings. No matter how strong a person was, they would still be affected. Unknowingly, the noble swordsmanship was strange. Father, will Lin Fei be in trouble? Nangong Qianxian looked worried. It's hard to say. The Demon Lord still couldn't see any flaws in this swordsmanship. Judging from Lin Fei's expression, he should have a countermeasure. However, there's something strange about Taoist gentleman's mastery of the noble swordsmanship. It's really puzzling. Although Taoist gentleman's sword wasn't earth-shattering, it was still a show of strength. Whether Demon Lin could withstand it was really something to look forward to. Lin Fei, because of you, my swordsmanship has reached great accomplishment. Enjoy the way of a gentleman. Taoist gentleman laughed. I hope you won't lose too quickly. On the surface of the sea, the way of a gentleman was vast and boundless. On the sealed surface, sea beasts emerged one after another. Their violent auras disappeared, replaced by piety and the aura of a gentleman. What a terrifying way of a gentleman. He's enlightened these savage sea beasts. The way of a gentleman followed the path of the noble emperor. He used the might of a gentleman to enlighten millions. Not to mention a sea beast, even a great demon would have to submit to a gentleman, learn the way of a gentleman, and believe in his master. This despicable person does have some tricks up his sleeve. He's putting down his butcher's knife and becoming a Buddha on the spot. Lin Fei's expression did not change. He remained unmoved. Under the suppression of the immovable Wisdom King, he realized how terrifying this sword technique was. However, it was only terrifying, not to the point of making him feel fear. The noble enlightened being, you are just a despicable person. Even if your sword technique reaches great perfection and your will forms a nation, you are still a despicable person. You will never be able to become a gentleman. Let me tear apart your way of a gentleman. Lin Fei laughed loudly. Towering flames spread across the surface of the sea. The flames turned into a dense mass of soldiers as they charged forward. Their killing intent was revealed as they slaughtered the way of a gentleman. The sound of metal resounded through the air. With the pressure of the army, They slaughtered the way of a gentleman. In an instant, the noble enlightened being's nation was slaughtered by the army. Cities after cities fell. Etiquette deserved to be killed. Modesty deserved to be killed. No rage deserved to be killed. The originally peaceful noble nation was now filled with the flames of war. He wanted to rebel against a nation, using slaughter to counterattack and destroy all the way of a gentleman in the world. What a good sword technique! Using slaughter to destroy the way of a gentleman. Everyone was shocked by Demon Lin's shocking performance. He didn't even attack, but once he did, he showed off his abilities. He actually wanted to destroy noble nation and make himself a king. He was too bold. Using slaughter to counterattack was the way of a gentleman. One could see that Demon Lin worshipped strength. No matter what, he would kill first. In terms of strategy, it was completely correct. Noble enlightened being didn't think much of it. Killing is a sin. The words of a gentleman is to put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. The noble nation, which was originally at a disadvantage, started to reform and slaughter. Many gentlemen suppressed the army, and the situation instantly changed. I am a great demon. I should sweep through the world. Gentlemen are nothing but lowly people who wear hypocritical masks. Watch me kill them all and destroy your nation. Divine flames appeared again. The killing aura was even stronger than before. The sky was filled with flames. Wherever the army went, they destroyed one city after another. They were truly invincible and killed all the gentlemen in the world. In the blink of an eye, they had descended upon the world, wanting to destroy the last resistance. When a gentleman is angry, millions of corpses will fall. However, the heavens have the virtue of cherishing life. Convert and you can atone for your sins. Noble enlightened being's sword technique didn't stop. The gentleman great emperor appeared, wanting to reform Lin Fei in the noble nation and enlighten this great demon. Haha, it's useless even if the gentleman great emperor comes. The great demon has no qualms about sweeping through the heavens. A mere gentleman great emperor is useless. Above the noble nation, a flame giant appeared out of nowhere. Its face was that of Lin Fei. With a swing of the blade in his hand, millions of people died as he began a massacre. This was a battle of wills of sword techniques. The expressions of the spectators changed continuously. They hadn't expected that Demon Lin would be so terrifyingly strong. His heart of slaughter was so strong. It was truly an invincible will. Demon, truly a demon. Noble enlightened being's gentleman Tao is feasible in times of peace. However, when it comes to the Tao of slaughter, it's slightly insufficient. It can't suppress everything. However, it's different when it comes to killing. It can fill the sky with blood and become a hero among men. Noble enlightened being was continuously suppressed. He was about to cough up blood. His perfect sword technique was still unable to suppress the other party's sword will. Was Demon Lin's sword will really so terrifying? Even though noble enlightened being used the gentleman Tao to suppress the rebellion, he wasn't the true noble emperor. He couldn't completely suppress the rebellion. It was just like what had been said before. In times of peace, the gentleman was king. Once war broke out, it would be obvious that it wasn't enough. Who had ever seen a benevolent ruler who could reform a rebel? Noble enlightened being took a step back and coughed up a mouthful of blood. The blood flowed down the corner of his mouth. In a battle of wills of sword techniques, he had completely lost. This was something he hadn't expected at all. He had lost in terms of will. In the end, the gentleman Tao couldn't compare to slaughter. Wherever the tip of the sword pointed, no one could stop it. Noble enlightened being a villain, your sword technique isn't that great. What other ultimate moves do you have? Feel free to use them. Lin Fei laughed loudly as he looked at noble enlightened being. I admit that I underestimated you. Noble enlightened being said, you're even more powerful than I imagined. However, that's all there is to you. Take this. Noble enlightened being opened his mouth and spat out an immortal weapon. It turned into a square jade seal that covered the sky. Immortal runes rained down from the sky, suppressing Lin Fei from above. Under the surface of the sea, all the sea beasts were shaken to death, forming a river of blood. When the square jade seal appeared, everyone was shocked once again. This was the mysterious gate's most precious treasure, the mysterious gate jade seal. This item is not bad. It can be sold for some money. I'll take it. Lin Fei soared into the sky. A blazing long saber with a blazing aura turned into a blazing sun. It simply chopped down on the square jade seal, tyrannical and ferocious. When it neared, a dragon emerged and swallowed the square jade seal in one gulp. Chapter 675. After Enlightened Gentleman became a celestial immortal, the first person he wanted to deal with was Lin Fei. Especially after he came out of seclusion, Lin Fei used their profound gate as a stepping stone and kept stepping on him. He could not take this lying down. Enlightened Gentleman was prepared to torment Lin Fei during this Continental Alliance conference. Killing Lin Fei in front of the Dragon Island would offend the dragon race. Naturally, Enlightened Gentleman was not stupid enough to do so. He could suppress and mock him, but Lin Fei refused to come out. Enlightened Gentleman felt disgusted as if he had swallowed a fly. If Lin Fei did not appear, Enlightened Gentleman would not be able to do anything. He could not just smash his way in and cause the dragon race to be unhappy. He had to give the dragon race some face. At first, Taoist Gentleman was happy. Lin Fei was finally afraid of him and did not dare to show his face. However, Lin Fei hid for several days. After his initial joy faded, he could not help but feel angry again. Go on, hide. Continue hiding if you can. Enlightened Gentleman arranged for someone to stand guard outside. Once Lin Fei appeared, he would immediately humiliate him. He wanted to make Lin Fei's spirit collapse and be replaced by fear. Kill. There was no point in defeating the other party. Destroy Lin Fei's spirit, destroy his pride, and erase all of his existence. That was the best way to kill someone. Enlightened Gentleman was prepared to play Lin Fei to death. In the end, Lin Fei could not make a choice. Enlightened Gentleman thought that Lin Fei would definitely appear during the Continental Alliance conference. At that time, he would have plenty of opportunities to make a fool of himself and destroy Lin Fei's proud existence. Now, Lin Fei did not show himself. Enlightened Gentleman was very unhappy. If he had known this would happen, he would have gone straight to Lin Fei's door. There was no need to hold it in. Lin Fei did not appear. Enlightened Gentleman was very scheming. He immediately thought of a plan. Since you are not coming, I can squeeze you out. At that time, as a member of the Alliance, I can suppress Lin Fei and share the mythological tower. At that time, I can continue to suppress them. This is not a bad thing. With this in mind, Taoist Gentleman took the initiative to speak. It seems like someone is still in the future. Everyone, do you think we should wait for a while? The big shot sitting on the throne below the gentleman kindly reminded them. What a shameless fellow. Why didn't this fellow mention it earlier or later? Why did he show himself at this time? Furthermore, he was acting like he had good intentions. It was clear that he was in cahoots with Taoist Gentleman. Although he looked like a leopard, he was actually supporting Taoist Gentleman. Whose seat is this? Oh, I remember now. It seems to be Lin Fei of the Myth City. Where did he go? Another King Stage big shot said. Taoist Gentleman sat upright and still. In fact, he was feeling very proud of himself. Lin Fei, you can hide, right? I'll see how long you can hide. I'll first cancel your qualifications. Subconsciously, Taoist Gentleman believed that Lin Fei was someone who was good at stirring up problems. For example, during the last auction, didn't they turn their own sect upside down? It caused the death of several half-step heavenly immortals, a considerable loss. It was better to drive Lin Fei out first. I think it's better to cancel people like Lin Fei who don't keep to time. This is an important meeting that concerns the continent. He must be punctual and follow the rules. Another big shot said. This was a suggestion of his own initiative. The group of big shots was shocked. Taoist Gentleman's methods were powerful. They did not know how many big shots he had won over. He must have promised them some benefits before he pointed at Lin Fei. People like Lin Fei should be disqualified. Once young Master Sword got to work, his influence was great. Expressionlessly, he said, Moreover, I hereby announce that Lin Fei has a bad character. As the sect leader, I officially expel Lin Fei from the Divine Sword sect. From now on, he will no longer be a disciple of the Divine Sword sect. Wow, everyone was shocked. Young Master Sword actually expelled Lin Fei for a small matter. This was definitely a big matter. Moreover, he used his position as the sect leader to expel Lin Fei as a disciple of the Divine Sword sect. One mountain can't have two tigers. Young Master Sword has made his move. Since he lost his right to be a disciple of the Divine Sword sect, young Master Sword will deal with Lin Fei soon. Even though this news was unexpected, everyone still thought that it was normal. Young Master Sword and Lin Fei were the two geniuses of the Divine Sword sect. Now that one had become a Heaven Celestial and become the sect leader, he naturally had to deal with the other. It was inevitable that young Master Sword would make his move today. Sect leader Sword God, you are really bold. People like Lin Fei should be expelled. Demon Lin has harmed humans. I think he has to be punished. Let's start with his right to act. The people who spoke were either from Life Alliance, Tianluo sect, or Blood Alliance. Their disciples had all died at the hands of Demon Lin. Young Master Sword had become a Heaven Celestial and his methods were really strong. He had become the sect leader. No one would miss out on hitting someone when they were down. It would be best if they could split up Myth City. I don't agree to expel Lin Fei. Tai's cold gaze swept across. Sword God, Taoist gentleman, this isn't your territory. You can't do whatever you want. Tai's words made everyone fearful. He did not expect someone to speak up for Lin Fei at a time like this. Furthermore, Tai was considered to be the most overbearing of the 10 prodigies. His archery skills were unparalleled in the world, and no one could stop him. Now that Tai had spoken, they had to consider whether or not offending him would bring them trouble. If they were targeted, no one would be able to stop him if he stabbed them in the back. Those who were about to speak now chose to remain silent. I'll say a few words as well. This time, everyone has to be present at the Continental Alliance conference. As for Lin Fei not appearing, he might have been delayed by something. Why don't we wait a little longer? Moreover, it's still early. The Sea God Emperor looked amiable as if he was a middleman. However, no one dared to treat him as a peacemaker. He was clearly on Lin Fei's side. Tai was a rising star. At most, everyone was fearful of him and did not dare to offend him. But now that the Sea God Emperor was acting as a peacemaker, they had to give him face. Otherwise, they would be going against the Sea God Emperor. After all, the Sea God Emperor had the backing of the entire Sea clan. Even if there was internal strife, as long as he was there, he would be a stabilizing force that could not be shaken. The big shots were once again at a loss. Who would have thought that Lin Fei had already made friends with some big shots in such a short time? Tai was fine, but how did he get involved with the Sea clan? That was what surprised them. They had all heard that the Dragon clan had been toying with the Sea clan outside the barrier. Logically speaking, the Sea God Emperor should have hit them when they were down. Ahem. Of course, the Demon Master had to make a statement. As an ally, he had the obligation to do something. I think Big Brother Sea God's words are very reasonable. This kind of thing should not happen in our first Continental Alliance conference. As for expelling him, that's not very good. The punishment is too heavy. Who knows if he's busy and can't make it in time? I think it's better this way. Let's all wait a little longer. What's the harm in that? The Demon Master's words were very reasonable. After all, the Sea God Emperor was acting as a peacemaker. That damned Lin Fei. The perfected gentleman's wishful thinking was immediately ruined. Tai was fine. He was a newcomer, so it did not matter whether he gave face or not. The Sea God Emperor and the Demon Master were both difficult to deal with. The perfected gentleman had already become a sky immortal, so he would definitely lose against these two. Let me say a few words, the perfected gentleman said with a smile. Taoist gentleman smiled. Lin Fei is one of them, yet he is putting on such airs. Logically speaking, he should be chased out. However, since everyone believes that Lin Fei has not arrived, there must be a reason for this. In that case, let's let the Dragon Patriarch decide. I believe that no one has any objections? Wait. There was no need to wait. The perfected gentleman was very pleased with himself. Although he did not know much about the Dragon Clan, the Dragon Clan was the most particular about rules. Lin Fei had clearly broken the rules. Given the Dragon Clan's temperament, they would definitely chase Lin Fei out. The Dragon Clan hated people who broke the rules the most. Long Baishan's influence was considerable. More importantly, he had no connection to the human clan, so he was the most suitable person to make the decision. The perfected gentleman could already see the Dragon Clan chasing Lin Fei out. I also believe that the Dragon Clan head is the most impartial. It would be best to let him make the decision. Young Master Divine Swordsman said with a smile. Tai, the Sea God Emperor, and the Demon Master could not help but change their expressions. They had not expected them to make such a move. This was not a good thing. They had still underestimated the perfected gentleman's power. With a few words, he had reversed the situation once again. They had seen the perfected gentleman's power. This move of borrowing a knife to kill was very powerful. Given Long Batian's temperament, he would definitely chase Lin Fei out. They wanted to persuade Long Batian, but as an old neighbor, the Sea God Emperor knew Long Batian's character very well. This time, he could not stop him even if he wanted to. Long Batian's dignified expression made people feel that he was not a person to negotiate with. They seemed to have already seen the outcome of Lin Fei's expulsion. It was impossible to change Long Batian's mind, especially to a person who had always been particular about rules. Long Batian's previously half-closed eyes opened now, and he cursed in his heart, "A bunch of treacherous people. You've schemed, and now you want me to scheme against the Lord Dragon King. Dream on." If not for that scene, Long Batian would have definitely chased them out. He had the right to do so, and everyone would be convinced. "Since you've left the matter to me to handle, I think it's better to be fair," Long Batian said indifferently. "Then let's wait until noon."
What? Wait until noon?
Young Master Divine Swordsman and the perfected gentleman almost vomited blood. After spending so much effort, Long Batian's words surprised everyone.
Dragon Clan head. Isn't this a little inappropriate?
Long Batian glared.
What's inappropriate? Tell me.
With this glare, the other party was speechless. He did not know why Long Batian was so angry. It was purely because he had delivered himself to be scolded. He had nothing better to do, so he deserved it.
Chapter 676.
Long Batian's decision was indeed unexpected. No one dared to think too much. At most, they thought that Lin Fei was lucky. It was rare for Long Batian to be magnanimous, otherwise, he would definitely be kicked out of the Continental Alliance Conference.
Noon.
They could afford to wait. They had no choice but to give face to Long Batian.
They had no choice but to do so.
Especially Sword God Young Master. Perfected gentleman. He felt as if he had shot himself in the foot. He wanted to make use of Long Batian to kill him. In the end, he gave it to Lin Fei. With Long Batian's words, the only thing they could do now was to sit and wait for Lin Fei. Of course, they hoped that he wouldn't appear.
That's great.
Nangong Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Her heart was in her throat. "Daughter, go and see why Lin Fei hasn't appeared yet." The Demon Lord was glad that Lin Fei was lucky. If the dragon race changed their words, it would definitely be a big problem. Fortunately, Long Batian didn't make things difficult for him. No one stopped Nangong Xianxia from leaving the throne. She was the daughter of the Demon Lord. Who would dare to stop her? Following Nangong Xianxia's departure, many people also left. Their departure was not so conspicuous. Everyone knew that they were leaving to stop Lin Fei from coming. Once noon arrived, if Lin Fei didn't appear, they could easily chase him out. If they couldn't do it openly, they could do it secretly to stop Lin Fei. Nangong Xianxian quickly came to the door. "Lin Fei, come out. When are you going to stop?"
No one.
After a while, there was no movement inside. Nangong Xianxian pushed the door open. The room was empty. There was no one. What's going on? Nangong Xianxian was puzzled. The room was clean and tidy. There was no sign of fighting, but the person was gone. Did he go out? Nangong Xianxian was smart. She turned and left, heading out of the dragon race's barrier. Although the possibility of this happening was very small, Nangong Xianxian had a premonition that Lin Fei would do something unimaginable. Time ticked by. There was less than an hour before noon. Taoist gentleman was already smiling. If nothing unexpected happened, Lin Fei would lose this qualification. A disciple appeared beside Taoist gentleman and said respectfully, "Senior brother gentleman, we've already arranged for someone to stand guard outside. As soon as Lin Fei appears, we'll be able to stop him immediately. Go back and watch carefully. If you stop Lin Fei from entering, you will have done a great deed. You will be rewarded handsomely when you return." Taoist gentleman laughed. "Just delay him." Someone reported to Taoist gentleman and young master divine swords. "The traitor Lin Fei is not on the Dragon Island. We suspect that he is outside. We have already arranged for people to stand guard outside. Sword God Young Master was expressionless. Once Lin Fei appears, kill him without mercy.
Killing traitors is one of your duties.
Understood. The other bigwigs made their own arrangements. On the surface they were waiting, but in reality, they were playing dirty tricks. Long Batian saw everything. Despicable humans. No wonder the foreign tribes are still fighting each other even at this time. Long Batian thought to himself, Lord Dragon King, what are you trying to do? Long Batian had a lot of questions about this young Lord Dragon King. He wanted to understand him, so he closed his eyes and meditated again.
What happened inside?
Why are there so many people outside the barrier all of a sudden? Someone exclaimed. A few days ago, the dragon tribe moved out, and a large number of sea beasts were killed. This is really a case of another wave rising before the first wave subsides.
Let's stay away from here.
Even if we can't see the Continental Alliance Conference, we can still watch the show. The Continental Alliance Conference was a big event. Almost all the mid-tier factions had arranged for people to wait for the final result. Hence, there were many scouts outside the Dragon Tribe's barrier. They are really shameless. Nangong Xianxian's face turned cold when she saw people from different factions coming out. She was very angry. If it was any other time, Nangong Xianxian would have already chased them away. However, at this time, all the top factions of the continent were gathered together. She did not dare to act recklessly.
Damn you, Lin Fei. Do you know what you are doing?
Nangong Xianxian cursed. Lin Fei was the one and only person who made all the continent's experts wait for him. She loved and hated him at the same time.
Miss Nangong.
Prince Hai Air walked up and greeted her politely. You are the son of the Sea Emperor.
I remember you.
Nangong Xianxian remembered. Miss Nangong, you have a good memory. Prince Hai Air smiled. I wonder if Miss Nangong knows where Brother Lin went? Prince Hai Air also came out to scout the situation.
I don't know.
I suspect that he has left the Dragon Island. Nangong Xianxian had met him a few times in the Myth City. He just likes to cause trouble and doesn't know the situation. Instead, he was taken advantage of. Heaven helps the worthy. I believe that Brother Lin will arrive on time. With these people outside, they won't be able to stop him. Prince Hai Air was very confident.
I hope so.
Nangong Xianxian swept her gaze over the people she had arranged. Their auras were enormous, as dazzling as suns. Even without thinking, it was clear that they were deliberately trying to prevent Lin Fei from participating. There is still one incense stick's time left. Perfected Gentleman and the others were determined to win. Lin Fei would definitely be chased out of the Dragon Island and lose the right to participate in the meeting. Tai, the Demon Lord, and the others couldn't help but worry. It had already come to this. Why hadn't Lin Fei come out yet? Outside the Dragon Island's barrier, Nangong Xianxian and Prince Hai Air looked solemn and anxious. They stared at the sea surface, trying to see what Lin Fei looked like. It has already been one incense stick's time. Nangong Xianxian was so anxious that she stomped her feet. Could it be that Lin Fei had given up on participating in the meeting? Or was he afraid of Perfected Gentleman and the others, so he left without saying goodbye?
No, it couldn't be like that.
Lin Fei was a man of indomitable spirit. How could he leave without saying goodbye? He definitely wasn't that kind of person. He definitely wasn't. Nangong Xianxian shook her head and swept away the thoughts in her mind. In her eyes, Lin Fei was a man of indomitable spirit. He had helped her when she was in danger, and he didn't hesitate to meet Perfected Gentleman. There had to be a reason why Lin Fei hadn't appeared yet. Nangong Xianxian believed that Lin Fei would definitely come. Look, someone is coming over there. Suddenly, someone exclaimed and pointed at the sea. It's Demon Lin. Quick, stop him. When the figure got closer, everyone finally saw that it was Demon Lin. Lin Fei, go in quickly. There is less than one incense stick's time left. Nangong Xianxian sent a voice transmission to Lin Fei with her divine sense. She was afraid that she wouldn't know and would waste time. Got it. Hearing Nangong Xianxian's words, Lin Fei's mouth twitched. He immediately understood what was going on. Wasn't she trying to trick him? Stop him. Don't let him in. Chapter 677. Demon Lin. That Demon Lin who made Monty Lon suffer? Isn't Demon Lin on Dragon Island? Why is he outside? Even though it happened a few days ago, the news of Monty Lon suffering at the hands of Demon Lin spread like wildfire. An Emperor Ocean Beast was eaten just like that. Monty Lon was so frightened that he didn't dare to go out. It was as if he would become food for his pet at any moment. How could they not be shocked when they heard that this person was Demon Lin? There were only a handful of people who had seen Demon Lin before. In their impression, Demon Lin was a ferocious existence. He had to be strong and muscular. He was a giant-like existence. But when they saw Demon Lin, all of them were shocked. Demon Lin was too young. Now, they finally understood why Monty Lon didn't think much of it. Demon Lin was just too young, so young that it was ridiculous. If they encountered him, they wouldn't necessarily think that he was the famous Demon Lin. They really couldn't associate him with the words Demon Lin. Even if Demon Lin appeared beside them, they would treat him as a newbie and show off their strength. Who would know that he was the famous Demon Lin? It was normal for Monty Lon to be unlucky. They had learned a lot, they had really learned a lot. Of course, they couldn't help but curse the person who named himself Demon Lin. He was simply too ridiculous. Giving such a nickname was simply a scam, okay? One couldn't judge a book by its cover. Now, they had a deep understanding of it and it would be imprinted in their hearts for the rest of their lives. Damn system. I nearly missed something huge. Lin Fei cursed in his heart. Originally, one day was enough to modify the demon god body. Who knew that it would exceed the time limit? Apart from that, the clone on Dragon Island also had a problem. After the modification was completed, Lin Fei rushed over right away. He knew that perfected gentleman and the others would target him. When he heard Nangong Qianqian's words, Lin Fei knew that they were going to attack. In less than 5 minutes, it was noon. Lin Fei understood right away that they were trying to stall for time. Meteor Fire Rain. Even though he wasn't interested in the Continent Alliance meeting, Lin Fei didn't want them to succeed. Stop me? Only you can think of something like that. Lin Fei loved to play the devil's advocate. If they wanted to stop him, he would mercilessly use Meteor Fire Rain, a heavenly immortal level immortal art, to give them a taste of their own medicine. So hot. Run! That's a Sky Immortal's immortal art. A huge fiery meteor shower descended from the sky like meteors, forming a fiery net that swept across the area. Ah! The rain of fire smashed onto their bodies, burning them half to death on the spot. The smell of burning was everywhere. Those who were slightly weaker were quickly engulfed by the rain of fire. They didn't even have the chance to make a sound before they were directly turned into ashes. The sea of people who tried to stop Lin Fei was broken just like that. Retreat! The originally aggressive people fled in a sorry state, escaping from the range of the rain of fire. A Sky Immortal's immortal art shocked everyone. That terrifying aura seemed to appear in their hearts, causing their hearts to palpitate. Look, a high-level loose immortal was burned to death just like that. Terrifying indeed. As expected of Demon Lin. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat, constantly wiping it off. Their backs were also covered in cold sweat. They were really frightened. He was young and looked cultured and refined. Once he attacked, it was a storm of attacks that swept through the group of experts, destroying their obstruction. Go! Lin Fei waved his hand, and a huge power enveloped Nangong Qianqian and Prince Hai Air as they rushed into the dragon race's barrier. Lin Fei, hurry, it's almost noon. Nangong Qianqian was also shocked. Lin Fei's attack had destroyed more than half of the experts from the various factions. His attack power was so fierce that she almost suspected that her eyes were playing tricks on her. Since I'm here, they can forget about doing anything. Lin Fei really wanted to see what they were up to. With Long Batian around, they really couldn't do anything. If they really did something, he didn't mind giving them a few dozen whips to have a taste of his power. Prince Hai Air was also shocked, and he was surprised to find that Lin Fei's strength was amazing. The dragon race's barrier was said to be able to destroy everything, and they had to be careful when entering from the outside. But now, Lin Fei relied on just his body to ignore the dragon race's barrier. The terrifying astral wind attacks slashed on it and were directly sent flying. Prince Hai Air couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. His body was so strong that he could ignore the astral wind attacks. Not only did Lin Fei block the attacks himself, but he also blocked their astral wind attacks. They knew that they couldn't compare to him.
Looks like we can announce it now, Perfected Gentleman said lightly. Since noon was about to arrive, and Lin Fei had yet to appear, there was nothing anyone could say at this point. All right. People like Lin Fei who don't follow the rules must be expelled. He can be late today and ignore the meeting, but it's hard to guarantee that he will also have problems in the future when fighting against the mutated races. Sword God Young Master said calmly, "This is an irresponsible behavior to everyone, and we must stop it." This was the start of a revolt. Everyone looked at Long Batian, wanting to see his decision. Long Batian opened his eyes, and a strange look flashed in them. He said indifferently, "Everyone, look for yourselves. The person is here." Who is here? No one doubted Long Batian's words, because there was no doubt about his strength. If he was here, then he was here. There wouldn't be any changes. How is this possible? Taoist Master's face was as ugly as a pig's liver, and he couldn't help but stand up. He had arranged experts outside, so how could Lin Fei barge in so quickly? Do you think that these people can stop me? Two corpses flew over, emitting a burning smell. They landed on the ground, and it was incomparably glaring. Taoist Master's eyes flashed with killing intent. "You dare to kill my people?" Taoist Master recognized the two corpses on the ground at a glance. They were his Mystic Gate disciples. He didn't expect them to turn into corpses in the blink of an eye. Lin Fei had a look of surprise on his face. "Your man? I don't know, but I do know. I don't know why there are so many foreign race spies outside the dragon race's barrier. You know that I'm a kind-hearted person, so I sent them home. However, when did the foreign race spies become your people? Could it be that you're colluding with the foreign race?" "Nonsense, you're talking nonsense." Taoist Master's killing intent was cold. How could my people be foreign race spies? Taoist Master knew that Lin Fei was not someone to be trifled with. He killed his own people the moment he made a move, and he even tried to frame him. He was extremely hateful, and he couldn't admit it. Of course, Lin Fei wanted to disgust the other party. If he wasn't disgusted, then when would he do it? Even if it was useless, there was no loss. Dragon Race Patriarch, I suggest that you go out and investigate. Someone might sneak in from the outside, and that wouldn't be good. Lin Fei said in all seriousness. As for killing the Mystic Gates people, Lin Fei really didn't care about it. Lin Fei's attitude was indeed incomparably resentful, because they quickly discovered that the people they had arranged outside had countless casualties, and almost all of them had turned into charred corpses. This time, their faces were filled with anger. Disciples had died in the dragon race's territory. What was this? Demon Lin, you're so ruthless. How dare you kill people from our life alliance? Our Tianluo Gate wants justice. They were angry. All of them were angry. So many people had died at once, and they died so miserably. If they didn't make a stand, they would lose face. Lin Fei didn't care, and still replied. Your disciples? You can't blame me for this. I was just about to enter the dragon race's barrier when a group of people attacked. Of course I had to fight back. Who told them to attack? They were about to vomit blood. If they had known that Lin Fei would be so unreasonable, they wouldn't have arranged for their disciples to be outside, and they would have tried to stop Lin Fei. Now they had stepped on a landmine, and they were the ones who were injured. Tragic, very tragic. The Demon Lord laughed. I really can't blame City Lord Lin for this matter. The Endless Sea Realm is full of danger. Even if it was me, if I met a group of people who attacked, my first reaction would be to attack. I can't let them attack first, right? The Demon Lord was feeling great, playing tricks in private. Now, his disciple was dead, and he was injured. His face was also slapped. How great! Everyone, be careful in the future. The Sea God Emperor said. City Lord Lin, since you're here, everyone was waiting for you. It's important to discuss business. Lin Fei accepted humbly. Actually, I also wanted to come earlier, but something happened. I was too busy, please forgive me. His tone didn't have the slightest intention of admitting his mistake. He walked to his seat with a smile and sat down. His expression made the other big shots have the urge to pinch him to death. Everyone is here, let's begin. Long Batian said with a dignified expression. As for what happened before, he acted as if he didn't see it. He was also shocked because he felt a dangerous aura from the Dragon King's body. This was a very dangerous aura, and even he felt shocked. If he wasn't strong, he might not have sensed it. Everyone, let's discuss and express our opinions. The Continental Alliance Conference was not so easy to hold. More than 30 forces started to discuss one after another. Lin Fei, what are you playing at? The Demon Lord asked through his divine sense. Nothing, I just found some good things so I snuck out. Lin Fei laughed. Right, I still have to thank you for what happened today. Otherwise, Taoist gentleman's plot would have succeeded. The Demon Lord felt that Lin Fei didn't mean what he said, so he didn't continue asking. He knew what kind of person Lin Fei was. It was very difficult to get anything out of him. Since that was the case, it was useless to continue asking, so he might as well not ask. Chapter 678. On the first day of the Continental Alliance Conference. The topic of discussion was naturally about how to stop the alien race's army and how to drive them out of the continent so that the continent can return to peace and so on. Everyone had their own ideas, and I had mine. I didn't know who was better to listen to. There were more people talking than listening. Everyone had their own opinions, and there was no point in listening. Everyone had their own opinions, and there was no point in listening. Who didn't want the alien race to get out of the continent? As long as the alien race existed, they would be the unlucky ones. They might be killed one day, and their inheritance would be cut off. With so many previous examples, they all knew that the alien race must be driven out of the continent. Driving the alien race out of the continent as soon as possible and restoring peace was what they should do. Driving the alien race's army out of the continent meant that they would have to divide the continent again. This was very important. Their current forces could continue to grow and accumulate prestige. This was the real key. Otherwise, who would come to participate in the Continental Alliance Conference? It was because there were benefits to be gained. If they didn't come, it would be like missing out on a chance to develop. They might not even get another chance in 100 years or 1,000 years. If they didn't act now, when would they? As for the first-rate forces, they were aiming to become the superclass forces. As for the superclass forces, they wanted to expand their influence and become the real giants of the continent. No matter how they looked at it, the superclass forces were much bigger. On the first day of the conference, they didn't come up with any good ideas. Instead, it was a mess. They didn't think that they could come up with a solution on the first day either. This needed time. Plus, this was only the first day. The real core content was the key. That was the real fierce competition. Right now, it was just a warm-up exercise. It couldn't even be considered a warm-up exercise. Just like that, the first day of the conference ended. They didn't come up with anything. Instead, it became a conference of complaints. There was nothing useful to be said. Finally, I can rest. Lin Fei's ears had calluses. It went in one ear and out the other. It was so boring. It couldn't be helped. Lin Fei wasn't interested in this kind of thing. It reminded him of those officials. Didn't they like this kind of thing? Something that was supposed to take an hour could take 4 or 5 hours to make their presence known. Lin Fei despised such a method. From the beginning of the meeting, Lin Fei didn't say anything at all. It wasn't worth talking about. He wasn't interested in unimportant things. Disperse, disperse. No one left just like that. Everyone knew that there was going to be a good show. Their gazes were all focused on Demon Lin. If nothing went wrong, there would be another war of words. Who wouldn't like to watch a show? Lin Fei, it looks like you've escaped yet another calamity. Taoist gentleman walked over with a smile. However, his words sounded sarcastic no matter how one looked at it. My luck is pretty good. I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed. Lin Fei said with a smile. I guess you must be cursing me to die a horrible death in your heart, but you can't do anything here. It must be very painful. Taoist gentleman really had the guts to slap him. This Lin Fei was truly a bastard. Anyone would be angered to death. Didn't he know how to be more reserved with his words? Did he have to expose his scars like that? You killed someone from the Mystic Gate. Don't you think you should do something? Taoist gentleman decided not to continue discussing this topic. He changed the topic. Lin Fei's lips curled up. Do something? Do you think I can do anything? Everyone knew that Taoist gentleman would make things difficult for him. As expected, he did. Demon Lin was more domineering than they had imagined. He didn't even put a sky immortal in his eyes. He simply didn't know what was good for him. If this was a different place, Demon Lin would definitely die. Taoist gentleman knew that Lin Fei would do this. Actually, he had expected it. I don't want much. You killed someone from the Mystic Gate. As long as you kneel down and apologize, I can let bygones be bygones. He wanted Lin Fei to make a fool of himself. Kneel down and apologize? Yang Jian laughed. Yang Jian laughed heartily. Who do you think you are? I kneel to the heavens and kneel to the earth. You want me to kneel and apologize? You'd better do it yourself. I don't have the time. He turned around and walked away. Taoist gentleman instantly had the guts to use his full strength to heavily injure him. In the end, his big move was ready and Lin Fei just walked away. It was like his punch had landed on thin air. He was extremely unhappy. He felt like he had been played. Bear with it, bear with it. Taoist gentleman kept telling himself. Let him be cocky for a few more days. When the time comes, he'll be in trouble. The others had a new understanding of Lin Fei. This guy was clearly a tough nut to crack. After Lin Fei shook them off, he returned to his room. As for Taoist gentleman and the others' threats, he really didn't care. A while after he returned, Tai took the initiative to visit. Brother Lin, I haven't seen you in 3 days. You're even stronger than I imagined. The moment he entered, Tai looked at Lin Fei. Dangerous, very dangerous. Are you born in the year of the dog? Lin Fei laughed. I'm not a dangerous person. Don't forget, I'm a monster. I'm very sensitive to dangerous auras. Tai actually wanted to show off a little, but when he saw Lin Fei, he couldn't help but feel a dangerous aura. He wasn't a sky immortal, but he was more dangerous than one? How was that possible? Lin Fei chuckled. Congratulations on becoming a sky immortal. This is all thanks to you. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had this opportunity. Tai was very grateful to Lin Fei. Without Lin Fei, he wouldn't have been able to become a sky immortal so quickly. I just happened to stumble upon it. After the two of them exchanged some pleasantries, Tai revealed his goal. Brother Lin, what do you think about the position of Alliance Leader this time? Was he testing him? Alliance Leader is very important. I think it's better to have someone with publicly recognized ability, like the Dragon Clan's leader. Lin Fei directly brought up Long Batian. Tai was obviously surprised. You don't want to be the Alliance Leader? Taoist gentleman and the others are all competing for this position. I also heard that they've decided to elect 10 counselors to decide the power. 1 Alliance Leader, 10 counselors. F*CK, they're making the standing committee and non-standing committee the same. That's interesting. Everyone knows Sima's intentions. Lin Fei said. Tai clearly didn't understand, but he felt that it made sense. That's what they mean. Brother Tai, I think it's very suitable for us to have a counselor. As for the position of Alliance Leader, that depends on the situation. Lin Fei said after some thought. Chapter 679. The Continental Alliance Conference continued to be held. After the first day, everything was normal for the next few days. At the beginning, it was just like a meeting in a market. Now, when they discussed the specific methods, they could vaguely see the outline. This was not the most important thing. It was just to unify the methods. When the time came, they would have a definite direction to choose from. It was not like they could not think of a solution. It had to be said that there was strength in numbers. In this aspect, they were all very good at coming up with good ideas. Moreover, these ideas were very useful after listening to them. They weren't just armchair strategists, but real skills and knowledge. The conflict between Taoist Master Gentleman and Lin Fei seemed to have stopped after the first day. Taoist Master Gentleman seemed to have chosen to restrain himself. Of course, for the big shots, Taoist Master Gentleman's restraint was equivalent to an eruption in the future. It was equivalent to accumulating power. Once it accumulated to a certain extent, he would definitely make a move against Lin Fei. The Divine Sword School did not look for Lin Fei. This was also very interesting, especially Lin Fei. After being expelled, he did not have any complaints. It was as if nothing had happened. Everyone could not help but admire Lin Fei's quality. Facing a celestial elite, he could be so calm. That was very rare. If Lin Fei was a celestial immortal, It would really be a great show. But now, it was destined to be a one-sided struggle. Lin Fei was the one who was one-sided. He would lose without a doubt. After spending 3 days, they finally reached an agreement. At this point, the warm-up exercise was equivalent to the end. It was time for the power that they cared about the most. Everything was laid out for the sake of power. In the Continental Alliance Conference, the most important thing was power. Even the strong would be tempted by this power. The first to propose the 10 counselors was naturally a first-rate sect. It was tantamount to starting a craze of competition. The 10 counselors were the true center of power. As for those outside, they were nothing. At most, they could only have the right to speak. As for the right to vote, they basically did not have it. Being a thief was the construction level of power. Once the 10 counselors proposed it, almost no one objected. They could not wait to be happy about such a good thing. How could they object? Once they became a member, their influence in the continent would increase greatly. The 10 counselors, I don't think it's suitable. While everyone was filled with joy, Lin Fei said lazily, undoubtedly interrupting their dreams. Cutting off one's wealth was like killing one's parents. The group of big shots glared at Lin Fei angrily and insisted that he give a reason. Otherwise, they could drown him with their saliva. City Lord Lin, I think the 10 representatives are suitable. What's wrong with that? The Tianluo sect leader asked angrily. They had lost many disciples and experts outside the Dragon Clan's barrier. Why don't you tell us? When he heard Demon Lin's rejection, he was the first to step out. Lin Fei smiled and said, I didn't say that the 10 counselors aren't good. I just feel that there's a small flaw. I wonder if anyone can see it? They didn't believe that Lin Fei could point out any flaws. Speak, we want to hear what you have to say. I think you're just playing to the gallery. The 10 great counselors are building a continental alliance. Who would dare to say that it's not good? Facing everyone's criticism, Lin Fei was still all smiles. To him, this was nothing. He wouldn't die. His heart was strong and he wouldn't be affected. Don't you think that the 10 counselors might be inappropriate in confirming certain things? For example, 5 against 5? Should they be placed aside? I don't know if everyone has thought of this. A blow to the head. Lin Fei's words were like a blow to the head that woke them up. They were surprised, really surprised. They didn't expect Demon Lin to say anything. But at this moment, they had to say that Demon Lin's words hit the nail on the head. Moreover, it hit the flaw of the 10 counselors. If the 10 counselors were confirmed and such a situation occurred, they really wouldn't know how to deal with it. Would they have to do it all over again? Or would they have to waste time on this? I think that it's best if there are 11 of them. Then, such a situation definitely won't happen. Lin Fei laughed coldly in his heart. Since they chose the 10 counselors, then he would add one more. Moreover, the reason was something that they couldn't refute. City Lord Lin is right. We have to have 11. Only 11 counselors would be perfect. Don't look down on a counselor. To the 30-plus forces present, this was equivalent to a chance for them to become a counselor. How could they not be grateful to Lin Fei? Gentleman Immortal, Legendary Swordsman and the rest almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Fei, can't you do this? You've ruined their plans. Lin Fei chose to ignore the gazes that were directed at him. 10 counselors? Only fools would do that. 11 counselors. You'll have to put in more effort. You'll have a good time. Unknowingly, I'll be able to increase my reputation. How great is that? Lin Fei's heart was filled with joy. Those who had a good impression of Lin Fei liked this kind of straightforwardness. Hence, after a round of debate, the 10 counselors finally became 11. To someone, the addition of one counselor wasn't a good thing. No one said anything about the alliance leader, who was above the counselors. The selection of the counselors was the most important thing. There was nothing more important than this. I suggest that we let the Sky Tyrant clan leader be the notary for the selection of the counselors. This time, Gentleman Immortal did not ask anyone else to do it. Instead, he took the initiative to say that Long Batian would be the notary. No one had any objections to this suggestion. I think that the candidates for the selection of the counselors must be powerful. Of course they must be powerful. Everyone spoke in a few words. Cough cough. Long Batian said. Since the Continental Alliance has been established, We can't follow the old method of electing the counselors. Coincidentally, the dragon tribe collected some meteorite stones from the Tianji secret warehouse. It can be used as a test. Meteorite stones? Everyone was slightly taken aback. They had never heard of this item. It must be something extraordinary to be able to bring it out from the Tianji secret warehouse. May I know what this meteorite stone is? Someone took the initiative to ask. He was unfamiliar with the meteorite stone and had never heard of it. It was rare for Long Batian to take it out. Go down and bring me a meteorite stone. Long Batian ordered. Soon, a member of the dragon tribe came up with a black stone slab. This stone slab was not very big, only the size of a table. It was emitting the aura of the starry sky. This is the meteorite stone. I've looked up some information. It should be from a certain space. It's very hard. I was going to forge it into a weapon. Unfortunately, even I can't refine this meteorite stone. It's so hard. How can it not be refined? Everyone was shocked once again. A stone slab that could not be refined? How hard must it be? The meteorite stone cannot be refined. However, from half-step heaven immortals onwards, we can use a formation to shatter it. Long Batian said. When the continent is in trouble, our dragon tribe has a joint attack formation called the mountain-splitting formation. It can summon an ancient great emperor, Pangu, to shatter the meteorite stone. Everyone understood what he meant. The goal was to shatter the meteorite stone. This kind of selection was really interesting. Why don't everyone give it a try? Long Batian said. Immediately, a member of the dragon tribe took the meteorite stone and handed it to one of the big shots. So hard. The big shot squeezed with all his strength, but it did not move at all. There was not even a trace on it. This big shot was a veteran half-step heaven immortal. He was very powerful, but he could not even squeeze it? Therefore, the others could not help but look forward to it. Even a veteran half-step heaven immortal could not crush it. The material was unimaginably hard. It's too hard. I can't crush it. Me too. What is this meteorite stone? Every big shot who tried shook their heads. They had never encountered such a strange thing. No wonder they needed a joint attack formation to shatter the meteorite stone. Young Master Sword God is making his move. Everyone could not help but look forward to it. He was a heaven immortal. It should be very easy for him to crush a meteorite stone. The material is so hard that I've never seen it before. Young Master Sword God smiled and handed the meteorite stone to the next person. This time, everyone calmed down. Even a heaven immortal could not crush it. It meant that everyone was fair and there would not be any cheating. This is the method of the heaven-splitting formation. Go back and familiarize yourself with it. Then, Long Batian arranged for someone to teach everyone the method of controlling the heaven-splitting earth-shattering technique. This action undoubtedly shocked and terrified the experts present. The foundation of the dragon race was indeed unfathomable. Just this formation alone, when it was deployed, would be like heavenly immortals. It was truly terrifying. The dragon race was powerful. Since a long time ago, many people didn't think much of the dragon race now. However, after seeing this, they knew that they were wrong, extremely wrong. The dragon race was still so powerful. After looking at the method, they knew that this formation was very terrifying. It could gather a large number of experts. The more people there were, the harder it was to control. But once it was successfully controlled, it would be truly invincible. It would be able to conquer cities and conquer lands. The dragon race was able to bring out such a technique, but it was a pity that it was the simplest control technique. To them, it was like chicken ribs, and they were extremely displeased. Even though they were displeased, they still had to comprehend it and grasp it. This concerned the position of the 11 representatives, so they could not afford to make any mistakes. Luckily, each power could send 3 people up. The one with the most broken pieces would be the winner. This was equivalent to giving them 3 chances. Don't look at the 3 chances. It was very significant. Who wouldn't like such a good thing? Everyone hurriedly went back. They still had to find 3 disciples who had a higher chance of succeeding, or experts. Chapter 680. A day later, on the Dragon Island. A total of 18,000 people. The experts of the human race stopped in the sky and gathered together. They were like a dark cloud that pressed down like Mount Tai. It was a rather spectacular sight. Everyone, please take a look. That's a gathering of 108,000 human experts. They can use the most basic heaven and earth splitting formation. Long Batian said blandly, no matter who controls it, it can ensure fairness for everyone. Ever since Long Batian provided the formation and used the meteorite to screen out the 11 representatives, more than 30 forces were very concerned about this qualification. They were most worried about unfairness. Now that there were 18,000 human experts to ensure fairness, it all depended on one's ability to control it. Everyone was very satisfied with Long Batian's words. Fairness, justice, just like the pride of the dragon race, they would not mess around. Who will go first? Long Batian's loud voice echoed in the sky. Our cloud gate will go first. No one had any objections when one of the forces below took the initiative to fight for the qualification. One of the young men flew up and stood in the sky. Formation! He is Cloud Gate's Yun Tian, publicly recognized as the #1 genius of the sect. He has the strength of a half-step sky immortal. Someone below immediately recognized him. Everyone was paying attention to how much of the power of Genesis Splitter could the Cloud Sect's Yun Tian display. Rise! 18,000 people quickly formed a formation. When the formation was formed, a giant took its place. The giant's body exuded a vast and boundless aura. This is the heaven and earth splitting great Emperor Pangu. Someone exclaimed. The charm and aura are exactly the same. This formation is amazing. If it is used to kill enemies, it will be an invincible weapon. The eyes of the big shots present lit up. Although Pangu was a distant legend, it did not prevent people from feeling the legendary Pangu's aura from the heaven and earth splitting formation. That was the existence of heaven and earth splitting formation, the strongest existence in the world, an invincible existence. Cloud Gate's Yun Tian is quite strong. He can condense Pangu, but I wonder how much of his combat power he will have. Long Batian smiled. This caused some young people to feel pressured. Could it be that he was not strong enough to condense great Emperor Pangu? Yun Tian tried his best to calm himself down. However, that kind of super powerful strength had surpassed the half-step heavenly immortal realm. It had completely reached the level of a heavenly immortal. A casual strike from him could kill a heavenly immortal expert. After controlling great Emperor Pangu for a while, Yun Tian made use of every second to familiarize himself with the formation. A few giant dragons flew over and picked up the table-sized meteorite. One by one, they stacked on top of each other until there were 10 of them, like a small mountain. You may begin. Yun Tian took a deep breath and said in his heart, I can definitely do it. A giant axe condensed in Pangu's hand. This was Pangu's supreme treasure, the heaven-splitting axe. Back in the day, Pangu had used this supreme treasure to create the primal chaos world. Kill! Yun Tian let out a loud roar. Pangu's giant axe came down from the sky. It was an ordinary strike, but it caused everyone's heart to tremble. It's just a phantom, yet it has such a terrifying aura. What other treasures are the dragon race hiding? Everyone knew that the dragon race had a deep foundation. A heaven-splitting earth formation was enough to shock them. They wouldn't be surprised if they took out other treasures. It broke. It really broke. The ordinary axe in their eyes was the strongest and hardest meteorite. Cracks appeared on it, like a spiderweb, turning into fist-sized stones. 2. Of the 10 meteorites, the bottom 2 were broken. How is it possible? Only 2. Yun Tian spat out a mouthful of blood. He really couldn't toughen it. His powerful strike ended up breaking into 2 pieces. Yun Tian, you can be proud. Among the half-step heavenly immortals, you are one of the strongest. Long Batian laughed. Yun Tian recovered and felt flattered. I was impolite just now. A half-step heavenly immortal controlling a formation could only break 2 pieces. Everyone was shocked at the toughness of the meteorite. At the same time, they were also shocked by this heaven-splitting earth formation. If this formation was built with the same strength, 108,000, 180,000, or even 1,800,000, then the power would be unimaginable. Next, Yun Tian took the lead, bringing a lot of pressure to the geniuses. My turn. Another genius flew up. He was also a half-step heavenly immortal. He formed a formation and tried to control Pangu. The summoned Pangu was very weak, as if it could be broken with a finger. From this, one could see that this genius was far inferior to Yun Tian. Sure enough,
The meteorite didn't even budge after this genius's move. This was a huge embarrassment, and at the same time, it brought them great pressure. It turned out that for a half-step heaven immortal to operate this formation, he also needed his own strength. Otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain, and he would lose face for nothing. His name as a genius would no longer be that of a genius. After this scene, the rest of the geniuses all used their full strength, afraid of embarrassing themselves. The one with the best result was a genius from the Life Union, who had 3 broken pieces. As for the others, they either had 1 or 2 broken pieces. This was just the beginning. Taoist He Tian went up. In the sky, another figure flew up. It was one of the 10 prodigies, Taoist He Tian, an early heavenly immortal expert. Everyone was paying attention to how many meteorites Taoist He Tian could break. Pangu, heaven-splitting earth formation. Taoist He Tian's essence, qi, and soul merged. Everyone could smell the true danger from this axe. He was indeed worthy of being one of the 10 prodigies. Hualala, hualala. The sound of meteorites breaking could be heard. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces, 5 pieces, 6 pieces. Taoist He Tian removed the formation and looked at Taoist gentleman with provocative eyes. It meant to say, I am still stronger than you. If you are not convinced, then come and try. The 6 meteorites were all shocked. The best result, no one else could compare. If there were no accidents, the force behind Taoist He Tian would obtain one of the counselors. This Taoist He Tian is very strong. With the power of 6 meteorites, his strength is comparable to an old heavenly immortal. This was the thought of the big shots. The world of the young. Taoist He Tian of the 10 prodigies broke 6 in one move. What about the other young prodigies? Will their results surpass this number? Taoist He Tian breaking 6 meteorites out of the 10 gave a lot of pressure to the other prodigies. Chapter 681. Erebus was in first place for now. Aside from the celestial immortals, the rest of the geniuses' expressions darkened. The mountain of pressure was already blocking their way. It would be difficult to cross it. In fact, it was like this. After Black Heaven Priest, the other geniuses who went up were blocked by the 6 meteors. They couldn't surpass them. This Erebus has accumulated a lot of experience. Lin Fei thought. As expected of the 10 prodigies. They've all had great fortunes in the treasury. I hope Sword Divine and Virtuous Gentleman won't disappoint me. Lin Fei felt that the 2 of them had accumulated a lot of experience. From the moment he'd ascended, he'd treated them as tools for his own advancement. The dragon race's Genesis splitter formation could undoubtedly determine a person's strength. In theory, there shouldn't be too much of a difference between them. Tai, do your best. Another group of geniuses fell dejectedly. It was Tai's turn. Tai wasn't good with words. He stood up. I'll bring out my strongest power. I hope you won't disappoint me. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Aren't you just giving me pressure? Tai curled his lips. Pressure? You're the one giving me pressure. With that he flew up. Rise. Tai had never taken Sword Divine and Virtuous Gentleman seriously. In his mind, Lin Fei was the strongest. No one else could compare to him. He trusted his instincts. What a shocking display. After Tai flew up, the commotion was very shocking. Although it was not a howling wind, the summoned Pangu the Great had a certain degree of clarity in his facial features. Even He Tian could not be compared to him. Tai's power is too strong. Tai's attack was straightforward. His sky-splitting axe caused everyone's expressions to change. This monster genius was indeed one of the top 3 of the 10 prodigies. I have to be careful of Tai in the future. Divine Swordmaster said to himself. Though he'd become a celestial immortal, Divine Swordmaster had suppressed Tai with a single strike and seemed to have the upper hand. But now that he saw his opponent go all out, he felt apprehensive. Damn you, Tai! Virtuous Gentleman was wary as well. Why is he so strong? Fortunately, the sect gave me the Flame Lizard. I have a trump card. I'm not afraid of any tricks. 6.5. When the results were announced, Tai shook his head in disappointment. He was not too happy. Tai, I didn't want to admit defeat at first, but now it looks like I have to admit defeat. After being surpassed, Black Heaven was very depressed. Fortunately, You are only half a piece more than me, and your face is not ugly. Brother Tai, if you have 1,000,000 human experts, the great Emperor Pangu you summon will definitely be the strongest. Lin Fei said with a smile. He was not trying to flatter Tai. It's a pity that I only shattered 6.5 pieces. Tai sat down. These words made countless geniuses vomit blood. Only 6.5, and you still have the nerve to say that? How do you expect us to live? After Prime, the rest of the geniuses who broke through to celestial immortals all received at least 5 sky meteors. Very few received 6 sky meteors. This sky-defying immortal of the Life League is so powerful. He actually shattered 6 sky meteorites. Prince Kaiser, isn't it still 6 heaven meteor stones? As the peerless geniuses took action one after another, Tai remained in first place. Councilman qualifications were revealed one by one. If nothing unexpected happened, the councilman qualifications were in the hands of these powers. Young Master Divine Sword has made his move. Young Master Divine Sword, who had been motionless, flew out, attracting everyone's attention. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, why does Young Master Divine Sword give me a feeling that I can't see through him? I don't get this feeling from other geniuses. This was not the first time Lin Fei had this feeling, but he could not see anything. This time, I must kill Young Master Divine Sword. Lin Fei had already given him a death sentence. This kind of unfathomable person should not be allowed to live. From the moment Young Master Divine Sword expelled him from the Divine Sword School, Lin Fei knew that this would be the result. If he did not deal with Young Master Divine Sword, Young Master Divine Sword would deal with him. Since Young Master Divine Sword had to make a move, there was not much difference between making a move earlier or later. The great Emperor Pangu that Young Master Divine Sword had summoned had clear facial features and a solid body. It was no weaker than Tai, which shocked everyone again. Kaiser, you have to be especially careful of this Young Master Divine Sword. Neptune Emperor said calmly as if he was talking about something unimportant. Kaiser's first prince's face turned serious. Young Master Divine Sword is a strong opponent. His background is very mysterious, but I am not afraid. The stronger Young Master Divine Sword is, the more motivation I will have until the day I defeat Young Master Divine Sword. Kaiser's eyes were full of spirit as he looked at Young Master Divine Sword in the sky. Neptune Emperor was gratified. When you have time, contact Lin Fei more. He is also very mysterious, no weaker than Young Master Divine Sword. Kaiser's first prince retracted his gaze. Lin Fei? He has to have strength that I value, otherwise, everything is empty. 7 pieces of meteorite. Below, there was another exclamation. The Demon Crown Prince got 6 pieces of meteorite, but Young Master Divine Sword got 7 pieces of meteorite, winning by 1 step. This Young Master Divine Sword is indeed much stronger than me. Tai was full of fighting spirit. He was not unwilling. City Lord Lin, you are under a lot of pressure, Black Taoist joked. Young Master Divine Sword descended from the sky as if he had just done a small thing. He looked at Lin Fei's side and said, Demon Lin, I heard that you are a monstrous genius. I didn't know you had this ability. From the words Demon Lin, everyone could clearly see that Young Master Divine Sword wanted to defeat Lin Fei step by step. First, he seized the position of the Sword God Sect's leader and confirmed his strength. Then, he drove Lin Fei out, which was Young Master Divine Sword's first step. You and I are called monstrous geniuses in the sect, but now, you are still driven out by me. I have always believed in one sentence. Nothing is certain until the end. Faced with Young Master Divine Sword's provocation, Lin Fei said calmly, I am looking forward to it. Young Master Divine Sword laughed mockingly. After Young Master Divine Sword took first place, he was basically qualified. After the remaining geniuses failed, it was Taoist Gentleman's turn. He had been holding it in for a long time and seemed eager to show off. 6 pieces of meteorite. Taoist Gentleman was very dissatisfied with this result. If he was given more time, he would definitely achieve more than this result. He might even surpass Young Master Divine Sword's first place result. City Lord Lin, everyone has discussed more or less. Could it be that you have chosen to give up? Taoist Gentleman was not very satisfied with this result, but it didn't mean that he couldn't vent his anger on someone. Taoist Gentleman, your ears are really bad. Who said that I am giving up?
Lin Fei said with a smile. Taoist gentleman knew that Lin Fei was eloquent. He was no match for Lin Fei in this aspect. He could only use facts to mock Lin Fei. Then go ahead. Don't waste everyone's time. We still have to elect the alliance leader. You are eloquent, but how can you, a half-step heaven immortal, compare to me? Taoist gentleman knew that Lin Fei was very strong. No matter how strong he was still a half-step heaven immortal. Back then, he set up the level 9 spell formation to accumulate his strength. Taoist gentleman believed that Lin Fei's accumulation was very deep. It would be very difficult for Lin Fei to break through to the heaven immortal stage. It could be said that Lin Fei had to break 5 pieces of meteorite to be qualified to become a counselor. You despicable person, watch carefully. Lin Fei laughed heartily and soared into the sky, hovering there. Taoist gentleman's eyes flashed with anger, but he forcefully endured it. Lin Fei was a bastard. Why bother with him? Brother Sword God, how many meteorites do you think Lin Fei can break? Taoist gentleman sat down and asked Sword God Young Master. It shouldn't be more than 5. Sword God Young Master said with certainty. Taoist gentleman laughed. I think so too. Taoist gentleman, Sword God Young Master, don't you think that Lin Fei will lose for sure? How about we make a bet? Taoist Hei Tian laughed. If you don't dare, then forget it. Taoist gentleman had already determined that Lin Fei would lose for sure. He wasn't worried at all. Taoist Hei Tian, I heard that you have a sacred medicine on you. It can regenerate flesh and bones. I quite like it. Taoist gentleman looked at Taoist Hei Tian and said. Taoist Hei Tian clapped his hands. As expected of the profound sect. You even know this kind of information. With a wave of his hand, a wooden box appeared in his hand. Runes were sealed on it. The appearance of the sacred medicine shocked them. With the sacred medicine, one could not die from serious injuries. It was one of the best treasures for self-defense. Taoist gentleman, I've taken out the sacred medicine. Taoist Black Tian said, I heard that one of the profound sect's treasures, the unfettered fan, is in your hands. Why don't you take it out for a bet? You think your sacred medicine is worth that much? Taoist gentleman was slightly shocked. He didn't expect this guy to really take out the sacred medicine. Then what about my demon bow? Tai snorted coldly. A black longbow appeared in front of him, emitting boundless demon chi. This time, everyone was stunned. Taoist Hei Tian taking out the sacred medicine was already shocking enough. Now, Tai took out the demon bow. Was he crazy? Could it be that Lin Fei could really create a miracle? Taoist gentleman hesitated. If it was just the sacred medicine, Taoist gentleman definitely wouldn't care. But with Tai's demon bow, he had to think about it. Tai's strength was all in the demon bow. If he lost the demon bow, Tai's strength would decrease by about half. How could Taoist gentleman not be tempted? What's wrong? You don't dare? Taoist Hei Tian said smugly. Who said I don't dare? Since Taoist gentleman had spoken, how could he refuse? You can take out the sacred medicine and the demon bow. Do you think I can't take out the unfettered fan? Taoist gentleman was still somewhat afraid of Tai's strength. If he could take out the demon bow, Tai's strength would definitely drop. Senior Long, please be the witness. Taoist gentleman turned his head and said. Long Batian said, since you want me to be the witness, leave it with me. In reality, Long Batian was laughing in his heart. When he regretted it later, there would be a good show to watch. Chapter 682. No one had expected that because of Demon Lin, Taoist Master Junzi would place a heavy bet and even take out the Carefree Fan. The Carefree Fan was one of the treasures of Xianmen's sect. It was a celestial artifact that could suppress one's fate. It was rarely shown to the public. Who would have thought that they would get to see it this time? It really is the treasure of Xianmen's sect. Taoist Master Junzi handed the Carefree Fan to the people of the dragon race. The fan shone brightly and could be considered a treasure. Tai's demon bow isn't bad either. The other treasure was Tai's demon bow. Black fog surrounded it and the roar of a demon beast could be heard. It was made of demon bones and contained the powerful aura of a demon beast. How crazy! Almost no one present thought highly of Demon Lin. Black Sky Priest sat down and sent a voice transmission to Tai. You're quite bold. Aren't you afraid of losing your demon bow? I believe that Brother Lin won't disappoint me.
Tai was very calm.
You're crazier than me. Black Sky Priest was impressed and thought to himself, Lin Fei, you have to work hard. Don't screw over Tai's demon bow. The people who had been watching the show couldn't help but be tempted. Taoist Master Black Sky, how about we make a bet? Seeing that they could make a huge profit, the other factions couldn't help but be greedy. They headed straight for Black Sky Priest, wanting to get something out of him. Black Sky was originally arrogant and unruly. You people from the Life Alliance have nothing good. Don't join in the fun. The people from the Life Alliance had suffered a huge loss at the hands of Demon Lin. It wasn't easy for them to get some money, so they naturally had to be thick-skinned. Whatever the Shen men can take out, our Life Alliance can too. With the Life Alliance interfering, the other factions couldn't sit still and all made their moves. They didn't dare to bet with Demon Lin, so they didn't mind starting with Black Sky and Tai. They would take their benefits and attack him. Anyone with eyes could see that they were close to Demon Lin. If they didn't attack him, it would be too unkind. In the sky, Lin Fei was familiarizing himself with the technique. When he saw the scene below, he found it funny. A bunch of idiots. You'll suffer later. When the time comes, you have to get a treasure from Black Sky Priest. I can't lose out. Gambling was what Lin Fei had kindly reminded him about. Tai, I heard that you demons have a decree left behind by the Heaven Realm Patriarch. Why don't you take it out? The sword god, who had been silent all this while, spoke in a sharp tone. It was obvious that he didn't care for ordinary treasures. A decree. Everyone was shocked. Could it be that the sword god wanted to bet with Tai? Decrees were decrees that could only be refined by a great power in the Heaven Realm. They contained a supreme celestial might that could suppress the 1,000 worlds, and no one could stop them. Aside from the top forces, no one else had this kind of lost treasure. The reason why the great sects could survive for 10,000 years was because of their inheritance and their own resources. Just a decree alone was enough to make others feel like they were in the dust. Young Master God of Swords, you are well informed. You even know about this. Tai Yi's expression did not change. The Demon Clan does have the decree of the Demon Clan's patriarch. If you're interested, I don't mind fighting with you. Things had developed to this extent, which was completely unexpected. He had even taken out a supreme treasure like the decree. It's just a decree. To me, it's just a useless thing. It won't be of any use. Young Master God of Swords waved his hand, and a jade box appeared in front of him. There was a rune stuck on it, and it gave off a terrifying aura. A decree. It must be a decree in the jade box. A hint of fear flashed in the eyes of the big shots. This young Master God of Swords was too mysterious. He was even crazier than them to place such a heavy bet on a decree. This sort of decree precious treasure was entirely capable of crushing a heavenly immortal realm expert as soon as it was utilized, and it was capable of easily annihilating the expert. Now, he was using it as a bet? They suspected that they were seeing things. Tai Yi moved slightly, and a jade box also appeared in his hand. It also gave off a terrifying aura, and it was obviously much stronger than young Master God of Swords' decree. Young Master God of Swords is so bold. Tai Yi raised his hand, and the jade box flew out and appeared in front of Long Batian. Young Master God of Swords also brought the jade box in front of him. Long Batian took it quietly and used his own strength to suppress the two jade boxes to prevent any accidents. A decree! What a shocking aura! Lin Fei was multitasking, paying attention to the movements below. Dragon King, what is a decree? Lin Fei was very unfamiliar with a decree. Don't burn me, I'll tell you. In the divine fire space, Long Xiao was wrapped in divine fire, forming a small space. At this time, he was extremely miserable and could be extinguished at any time. A decree is actually not a powerful thing. It's nothing more than a sentence. It contains the will of an immortal master, which is the strength of a zenith heaven golden immortal. After a long time, the will weaken. Long Xiao said disapprovingly. So, a decree can only be used by an immortal master of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal? In theory, yes. However, this kind of decree must be from a powerful immortal master, otherwise it won't have any power. Lin Fei came back to his senses and had a doubt. Could it be that this sword immortal is related to the immortal realm? Long Xiao said that a decree was worthless, but the sword immortal could easily take it out. It was conceivable that there must be a problem. As for taking it out from the Divine Sword Sect, it seemed unlikely. Begin. Lin Fei threw out the thought and controlled the Big Bang formation of 18,000 people. Come out, Emperor Pangu. Lin Fei's divine sense fused into the formation. A huge accumulation burst out and was injected into the formation. Why is the sky dark? The sky above the Dragon Island suddenly darkened, shocking everyone. Could it be that the alien races are attacking? Those who didn't know the reason couldn't help but stand up with a solemn expression. Everyone, don't worry. It's not the alien races. Long Baishan's voice reverberated above the Dragon Island. This is just the power of the Big Bang formation. Power. Bullshit. So many people attacked before, but there was no change in power. Why did Demon Lin attack? Heaven and earth changed color. Although it covered the Dragon Island, one could see that it was extraordinary. The half-step celestial immortal geniuses were all dumbfounded. Just this change in power was definitely enough to make them break out in a cold sweat. I'm not convinced. We're all half-step celestial immortals. How can Demon Lin produce power? These words undoubtedly represented the unwillingness of those geniuses. Humph. Having power doesn't mean that he can break more meteorites. It's just an empty shell. Taoist gentleman was obviously very calm. How could Demon Lin be more powerful than him? What a solid Emperor Pangu! Someone exclaimed. He really couldn't believe what he saw. Chapter 683. Only one person wasn't surprised. It had to be Long Batian. When they had attacked Lin Fei, they hadn't been able to do anything to him. Instead, they had become his helpers, allowing him to become much stronger. This was something they had found out later on. From this, they could see how strong Lin Fei was. At this moment, Lin Fei had summoned the powerful Emperor Pangu. This wasn't a surprise at all. Long Batian had known from the start. The expressions of the others changed. For example, Black Sky Taoist, Tai, a bunch of genius disciples, and even the big shots. They all stood up at the same time because they were stunned. Tai, did you know this from the start? That's why you took out your demon bow to bet. You're going to be furious. Black Sky Taoist wanted to be on good terms with Lin Fei. One reason was because of Tai, and the other was because of the pills from the Myth Tower. He didn't have much confidence, but who would have thought that the outcome would be so surprising? He had become the big winner. Right now, the Shentian continent was filled with war everywhere. Pills had become a hot commodity, and the God Myth Tower was one of the most outstanding of them all. Despite having researched for several years, they were still unable to unravel the mysteries of pills. As a result, pills had become mainstream, and everyone wanted to obtain pills from Lin Fei. Thus, they came to the conclusion that Lin Fei wasn't that great of a person, but his pills were top-notch. Brother Lin was born a monster. There's nothing to be surprised about. Tai was really calm. Before he was half a step into Heaven Celestial, Lin Fei had been able to fight with perfected gentlemen. Tai also knew about the battle outside Myth City. He had been so terrifying back then. After becoming half a step into Heaven Celestial, his strength had increased. Tai believed that Lin Fei would give them a surprise. Haha, we're rich. Black Sky's eyes lit up. With this aura, the Emperor Pangu that he summoned would definitely be extraordinary. There should be no less than 5 meteors that could be smashed. The other big shots weren't in a good mood. In order to get some money from him and attack Lin Fei, they had spent a lot of money. When they saw Demon Lin's attitude, their faces turned black. They were just short of praying to the gods. Why did they have to put on such a show? If they knew that Demon Lin's accumulation was so terrifying, they definitely wouldn't have placed such a huge bet. Now they had placed such a huge bet. On the contrary, he could not see any hope. A shadow shrouded his heart like a mountain pressing down on him. Open! Emperor Pangu opened his eyes, and a disdainful aura enveloped a large area. Those with low cultivation immediately knelt on the ground, trembling. The others couldn't do much either, but they all had good expressions on their faces. Crack, 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 the giant axe falling from the sky seemed to have landed on their hearts, causing them to palpitate in fear. The dark clouds parted, and Pangu the Great scattered. Dragon Island returned to normal. However, to them, the scene from earlier was a huge blow. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 7 pieces, 8 pieces,
a total of 8 pieces. A giant dragon reported the final number. The geniuses were stunned. The big shots were stunned. They wanted to scold him and suspect that he was cheating. Since when did a half-step heaven celestial have such strength? That didn't make sense. No matter how much accumulation he had, he shouldn't have reached such a level. He was even stronger than Sword God Young Master? Noble Master, Sword God Young Master, the bunch of geniuses were all stunned. Their gazes landed on the shattered meteor stones and they were unable to connect it to what had happened just now. Demon Lin smashed 8 of them right away. 8 meteor stones. He exceeded Sword God Young Master. City Head Lin, you really make me look at you differently. The first to speak was the demon leader. He was also shocked by Lin Fei's actions. A total of 8 meteor stones. City Head Lin, you are young and promising. In the future you will be the younger generation. We are old. Ocean God Emperor smiled and said. At the same time he said to Crown Prince Kate, do you still need to question Lin Fei now? Crown Prince Kaiser's reputation had already spread far and wide. He was subconsciously disgusted by Lin Fei, who had caught up to him. Lin Fei was just an undeserved reputation. No matter how strong a half-step heavenly immortal was, how strong could he be? 8 meteor stones. Crown Prince Kate was speechless. Noble Master, I'm sorry. I'll be taking it away. He Tian came back to his senses and shouted excitedly. The carefree fan was one of the treasures of the Xianxia's righteous path. How could He Tian not be happy? Taoist gentleman's face darkened. He had simply lifted a rock and dropped it on his own foot. He was in a bad situation. Senior Brother Noble, the carefree fan is our Xianxia's treasure. Are you going to let him take it away? An elder was furious. He could only use this method to express his dissatisfaction. Elder, don't worry. I will take the carefree fan back. Noble Master suppressed his anger and cursed in his heart. How could Demon Lin break 8 meteor stones? He didn't even have the strength of a heaven celestial. After breaking 8 meteor stones, Noble Master was reborn. Lin Fei's strength was like before. Half-step heaven celestial. However, half-step heaven celestial had played a huge joke on him. Lin Fei, you must have cheated. A half-step heaven celestial genius flew out and questioned Lin Fei's ability to break 8 meteor stones. You're just a hindrance. Everyone saw Lin Fei shoot forwards like an arrow and appear in front of that genius. His fist smashed into that genius's body, sending him flying. Lin Fei's foot came down from the sky and trampled that genius into the ground. The ground beneath that genius's body cracked open, and he fainted. I don't know. Who dares to say that I cheated? I don't mind helping him loosen his bones. A cruel half-step heaven celestial. Those who were originally dissatisfied saw the other party in such a miserable state. After weighing the pros and cons, no one dared to make a move. They were not on the same level, so they decisively chose to remain silent. All the big shots had tried the meteor stones. Lin Fei had a grudge against the dragon race. How could he cheat? Lin Fei kicked the genius away. I'm in a good mood today. Otherwise, I would have crippled him. The sect behind this genius did not dare to say a word. It was simply unreasonable. City Lord Lin, the carefree fan is useless to me. How about exchanging it for pills? Just give me one and tie one. Lin Fei just walked back. He Zhen came down with the carefree fan and tossed it to Lin Fei without a word. It was as if he didn't care about the treasure at all. No problem. Lin Fei picked up the carefree fan. This fan is not bad. It will be good for auction. I think many people will like it. He Zhen knew that this would happen. He took out other treasures. City Lord Lin, will you accept these pills? Lin Fei wasn't afraid at all. He waved his hand. Of course we will. Can't you see these treasures? They are worth a lot. Our legend tower is lacking items to auction. The people who placed the bets cried out in their hearts. They wanted to get benefits from He Zhen, so naturally, they placed huge bets. In the end, they suffered heavy losses. The treasures landed on the legend tower. They were stunned once more. This was really bad. Lin Fei didn't wait for them to react. He kept the treasures. When the auction starts, he would make all of them vomit blood once more. He Zhen was satisfied. Since Lin Fei said that, then there would definitely be no problems.
Tai, do you have a problem with this? Tai smiled.
No, I like this way of doing things.
When the elders saw that Taoist Erebus, Tai, and the others had sold their treasures to Demon Lin and didn't care about them at all, they were furious. If the treasures landed on He Zhan and Tai, they might be able to get them back. But when they heard that Demon Lin wanted to auction them, they were stunned. They were so furious that they vomited blood.
Each of the treasures in their hands was extraordinary.
If Demon Lin really took them out to auction, it wouldn't be a small matter. If the treasures landed in the hands of other sects, they would lose all their face.
I didn't expect you to hide so much.
Sword God Young Master lost the decree treasure. There were no emotions on his face, but in truth, he felt pained. He had underestimated Lin Fei's strength. He didn't have heaven's celestial strength, and instead, he was even stronger than them. He had used the power of an emperor.
Hide.
Lin Fei shook his head. I have never hidden anything. It is just a problem with your eyesight. It is just a decree.
You don't seem to feel any heartache.
Lin Fei was the best at mocking people.
Next.
Long Batian spoke up to stop them. They were about to continue arguing. After Lin Fei showed off, the geniuses behind him were all covered up. No one paid attention to them anymore. Just like that, the 11 representatives were chosen. Apart from 3 first-rate factions, the other 8 were from the top 10 factions. As for why 2 of them didn't get chosen, it was because they had hidden their strength well. The 11 representatives were chosen. They had an important role in the continent. They would become giants that could punish any faction. From this moment onwards, the 11 forces would change the power structure of the continent. Especially after the outsiders' army was driven out, the 11 counselors would replace the 10 superforces and establish the true importance of the continent's alliance. Over time, a new interest group would be formed. If not for the appearance of the alien race army, the factions of the continent wouldn't have allied together. The current situation had reached a point where they had to ally together. Okay, now that the representatives have been chosen, we will begin the selection of the alliance leader tomorrow. Long Baishan's words meant that today's matters ended here. Tomorrow would be the most intense day. But speaking of which, today was still very lively. For example, the elders who lost many treasures. Chapter 684. Bastard! Lin Fei, you bastard! I will kill you! In a resting room. Taoist gentleman was in a rage. After returning from the meeting, he was in a state of rage. His originally smiling face was replaced with malevolence. Lin Fei! Taoist gentleman had never hated a person so much, and Lin Fei was the one he hated the most. Everyone in the room, including the elders and others, did not even dare to breathe loudly. At the same time, they had to resist the immortal might of a heaven immortal. Their bodies were covered in cold sweat, and they were suffering unspeakably. They originally thought that they had Lin Fei in their grasp, but in the end, it was as if the heavens were playing a joke on them. Taoist gentleman's plan was to first chase Lin Fei out of the position. When the time came, he would have a legitimate reason to take care of Lin Fei, and no one would be able to find fault with him. In the end, Lin Fei climbed all the way up to the position of counselor. Not just anyone could change the Continental Alliance Conference. Taoist gentleman was powerless. Now that Lin Fei was in this position, he had the qualifications, and his status would be the same as them. Every time Taoist gentleman saw Lin Fei, he felt disgusted as if he had eaten a fly. Today's scene was especially infuriating. 8 pieces of sky meteor. If it was someone else who broke 8 pieces of sky meteor, Taoist gentleman would not be so angry. However, it was this brat, Lin Fei, who kept swaying in front of him. I must kill him. Taoist gentleman did not plan to deal with Lin Fei step by step. He could not wait any longer. If he did not take care of Lin Fei, there would always be a shadow in his heart that would affect him and his cultivation. It was like an inner demon, and if he did not get rid of it, the impact would be great. If I had known this would happen, I would have killed my way to Myth City when I became a heaven immortal and killed Lin Fei.
It would have been better than him sitting in the position of counselor.
Taoist gentleman really wanted to slap himself. He was filled with regret. If Lin Fei became one of the 11 counselors, he would be one of the top powers in the continent. Myth City had the ability to develop, and no one dared to look down on them. Tomorrow's selection of the alliance leader will be an opportunity to kill him. Taoist gentleman thought to himself,
When the time comes, as long as I act quickly and don't give Lin Fei any chance to escape, I'll kill him. Even if the others have other thoughts, they won't oppose me. A dead man, no matter how valuable he is, will vanish with his death. Taoist gentleman continued on, but he felt that the longer the delay, the more trouble there would be. Taoist gentleman, can you come out for a chat? Taoist gentleman's face darkened, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. He smiled and said, "Since young Master Divine Swordsman has invited me, how could I dare not come? I'll be there in a moment." In the room, the celestial might dissipated. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief, but their foreheads were covered in cold sweat. Taoist gentleman didn't even spare him a glance. He dutifully opened the door and walked out. I wonder if it's a good thing or a bad thing that the sect leader asked senior brother gentleman to come. An elder let out a light sigh. His performance and actions this time had greatly fallen short of his standards. Even more so, he had been blinded by hatred. Outside the Dragon Clan's barrier, an elegant voice came from an island. At the beginning, the tune was elegant, making people feel relaxed and happy. Then, a storm arrived, filled with killing intent. The scarlet smell of blood spread across the surface of the sea. Sea beasts surfaced one after another, but they were not breathing. What a killing tune! The sound waves contain sword intent. It truly kills without leaving a trace. The white-clad man landed on the island, and the sound waves surged up, but they were dispersed. The sound waves split into two, bypassing the white-clad man. The sound of the zither stopped, and the sudden storm faded away. The surface of the sea returned to normal under the night sky. Sea beasts leaped out of the sea one after another, devouring the bodies of the sea beasts happily. It was as if nothing had happened earlier. It's just something that can't be shown in public. This white-clad man was naturally Taoist gentleman. As for the person who played the killing tune, he was none other than young Master Divine Swordsman. His zither-playing skills were excellent, and few could compare to him. Young Master Divine Swordsman withdrew. With a wave of his hand, a long table appeared in front of him, and wine was placed on it. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed like a reunion between old friends. Everyone knows that young Master Divine Swordsman is good at sword techniques, but who knows that not only is his sword technique outstanding, but he is also good at playing the zither? I'm very impressed. Taoist gentleman was very wary of young Master Divine Swordsman. This guy was too mysterious, and he could even make an upper realm decree. It was impossible not to be wary of him. Young Master Divine Swordsman poured himself a cup of wine and drank it in one gulp. I know you want to deal with Lin Fei, but I also want to deal with Lin Fei. It's not a good thing if we don't get rid of him. Taoist gentleman smiled. Divine Swordsman, you have a grudge against Lin Fei, so why did you invite me? With your ability, dealing with Lin Fei should be a piece of cake. Deal with Lin Fei? I won't be a knife in your hand. I'm not an idiot. You want me to make a move? Don't think that I have to give you face just because you're the sect leader. We're both heaven immortals. There's nothing to compare. Although Taoist gentleman wanted to deal with Lin Fei, it did not mean that he would be his knife and charge through enemy lines. Young Master Divine Swordsman shook his head. A mere Lin Fei is nothing to me. In my eyes, he's just a clown. I can crush him with one hand. I didn't ask you out for Lin Fei, but for something else. Interesting, interesting. Taoist gentleman was puzzled. What was this young Master Divine Swordsman up to? He poured himself a cup of wine and said, I'm all ears. Have you thought about what it would be like to go to the upper realm? Young Master Divine Swordsman looked at Taoist gentleman. What do you mean? Taoist Master Gentleman's expression changed, and he put down his wine cup. His previously calm demeanor was replaced by a serious expression. It's nothing. It's just that if a genius like you doesn't have anyone to support you in the upper realm and doesn't have a good sect, you will fall into obscurity. Young Master Divine Swordsman said, You can treat it as a lie, but your heart will tell you that the upper realm is cruel. It's not as beautiful as you imagine it to be. Taoist gentleman fell silent. Although everyone spoke of the upper realm as beautiful, as an elite of a large sect, Taoist gentleman knew that the upper realm was even more cruel than the lower realm. In the lower realm he was a genius, but in the upper realm, geniuses were everywhere. Speak your mind, Taoist gentleman said bluntly. Chapter 685. P.S.
The title of the previous chapter was wrong. It should be Secret Talk instead of Spy.
Sorry for the mistake. Young Master Sword God and Taoist gentleman both went out.
Aren't you worried that they're plotting something? They're definitely up to no good. During the day, Lin Fei displayed his skills, suppressing young Master Sword deity and shattering 8 meteorites. At night, Erebus and Tai came to visit. Hee, it has nothing to do with me. Lin Fei had already expected this scene. It was not strange at all. It was not surprising to say that they were colluding with each other. What will come sooner or later. What can I do worrying? Stop them? People should be open. As the saying goes, even if the sky falls, we can cover it with a blanket. What do you think? Young Master Sword God and Taoist gentleman leaving Dragon Island was not a big deal. Many people paid attention to it. After all, they were both elites and sky immortals. Their every move was closely watched. After Erebus found out, he dragged Tai along. He did not expect that Lin Fei did not care. He felt ashamed. He was not as calm as Lin Fei in this aspect. Young Master Sword God and Taoist gentleman might be plotting something. They would care about anyone. Lin Fei being so relaxed made Erebus feel uneasy. There seemed to be a gap between the two. They are colluding with each other. So what? Brother Lin is right. Tai squinted and smiled. They're probably plotting something to torment people. No matter how powerful they are, they will only be like that in the future. There's nothing worth paying attention to. They won't amount to anything. Tai never liked people who liked to play tricks. No matter what their background was, they were useless in his eyes. They wouldn't amount to anything. Coming from the mouth of a sky immortal, it was hard to refute. Erebus did not want to continue on this topic. City Lord Lin, these are the treasures they lost. I'll give them to you now. You don't know, but when it was over, they all asked to trade with other treasures. They wanted to get their treasures back. Their hearts ached. The room was immediately filled with suppressing treasures. Every single one of them was made by a big shot and was extraordinary. Lin Fei looked at the pile of treasures. This is the result of being greedy. However, this is also good. Let them bleed a lot and let them remember this lesson for the rest of their lives. These treasures were all quite good and could be considered precious treasures. Compared to the carefree fan of the Xianmen orthodox path, it was still quite a bit inferior. However, it was still of a high grade. If it was used in an auction, it would definitely be very eye-catching. They would definitely buy it at a high price. Lin Fei took out some of the pills and handed them to Black Sky and Tai. These are the pills you need. As for the rest, I'll give them to you when we get back. Greater One Dao said, that's enough. Without your help, we wouldn't have been able to defeat them. As for the rest, forget it. Black Sky was also a smart person. This time they could win. The most important thing was Lin Fei. Didn't he just say that greed didn't have a good ending? He wasn't willing to miss out on making friends for the sake of some pills. I also think that Greater One is right. We can't take any more, Black Sky said with a chuckle. He put away the pills. If there's a good opportunity like this next time, City Lord Lin, don't forget about me. The two of them sat in the room for a while before leaving. Before they left, Greater One said to Lin Fei, Black Sky's personality is not bad. You can get along with him. However, you have to be careful of young Master Divine Sword and the others. I have a feeling that this person is very mysterious. He must have many tricks up his sleeve. All right, take this decree. With that, he took out a jade box. Lin Fei refused. This is your treasure. Keep it to protect yourself. Things like decrees can still be used in critical moments. He had learned from the Dragon King that the decree contained the will of an immortal lord. It could be considered a protective talisman. Young Master Divine Sword might look indifferent, but Lin Fei guessed that he must be feeling the pinch. Tai was very determined. I have my own decrees. This one belongs to you. I'd like to know what the Master of Swords would be like when he loses his own decree. It would be very interesting. He left without waiting for Tai to speak. Greater One, this guy. Lin Fei shook his head. He looked at the jade box in his hand and put it away. He turned around and went back to his room. Hairball, come out. Over the past few days, Lin Fei had given Furball a holiday. Furball had run off to who knew where, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. He called out a few times, but there was no response. Originally, he had wanted to go to Long Baishan's place. On Dragon Island, every move was watched. Lin Fei didn't dare to act recklessly. He didn't want to expose his relationship with the Dragon Clan for the time being. A trump card was a real trump card that others didn't know about. If others knew about it, it wouldn't be a trump card. Stupid hairball, if you don't come out now, I won't bring you out anymore. Seeing that hairball didn't come out, Lin Fei had to use his trump card. As expected, hairball came out as soon as he finished speaking. She looked very different from before. After devouring a lot of natural treasures, hairball's body had grown a lot bigger. Jingguang was shining all over her body. She was obviously a nouveau riche. Don't be fooled by the golden glow around him that made him look mighty. However, Lin Fei knew very well that this guy only looked impressive on the outside. In reality, he was nothing at all. Up until now, he still didn't have any mystiques. As for his disguise, that didn't count. Lord Dragon King. With Hairball's ability to travel through the void, Lin Fei appeared in front of Long Batian without anyone noticing. He didn't have to worry about being discovered by others who were watching. Long Batian stood up and said respectfully. Lin Fei swaggered and sat on Long Baishan's previous seat as if it was his own house. You've done well these past few days. If he hadn't subdued the Dragon Clan and impersonated the Dragon King, he didn't know what the outcome of the Continental Alliance Conference would be. This is what your people should do. Long Batian didn't take credit at all. Lord Dragon King, you have to be careful in tomorrow's Alliance leader battle, especially that sword prodigy. Oh, what's so special about him? Lin Fei asked. I sense the aura of an immortal on him. Long Batian thought for a while and said, Dragon King, don't misunderstand. I'm not talking about his aura. There's another aura on him. A pure immortal aura. I suspect that he has communicated with the immortals of the upper world. Lin Fei suddenly understood. He always felt that sword prodigy wasn't ordinary, as if there was a powerful existence spying on him. Long Baishan's words enlightened him and he realized what it was. Communicating with the immortals of the upper world? How is that possible? Lin Fei was surprised. To go up from the lower world, one had to go through the heavenly tribulation. But to come down from the upper world, there were many difficulties. Ordinary immortals would rarely do that. Even communicating with them was extremely difficult. Sword prodigy communicated with the immortals of the upper world? Unbelievable. Nothing is impossible. Sword prodigy isn't ordinary. He might be a pawn of the immortals of the upper world. I can't tell what he is exactly. Lord Dragon King, you have to be careful. Long Batian couldn't know the inside story and could only remind him. We will know what the purpose of the upper world is in 3 months. Lin Fei didn't know about the upper world. It was an illusory place. Oh yes, I have a decree with me. Help me take a look. Lin Fei suddenly thought of something and took out the jade box. He believed that Long Batian would be able to tell something. Long Batian was flattered. Lord Dragon King, don't worry. If there's something wrong with the decree, I will definitely be able to tell. Back then, our Dragon Clan had decrees, so I'm very familiar with them. Long Batian carefully took the decree and set up a formation around it to prevent the aura from leaking out. Opening the jade box, a majestic aura covered the sky and earth. It was incomparably terrifying. Fortunately, he set up a formation to block all the aura. Lin Fei and Long Baishan's faces changed. Although this was the aura that leaked out from the jade box, they could clearly feel that it was an incomparably powerful existence. Inside the jade box was a golden talisman that shone with a resplendent light. It was like a sun, causing people to feel the urge to worship it. Lin Fei hurriedly summoned the motionless Wisdom King, and only then did he suppress this urge to worship. Terrifying, truly terrifying. If I really meet an immortal monarch of Zenith Heaven, I'm afraid the other party can make me lose consciousness with just a thought. Lin Fei was shocked. Long Batian took a look and his face changed. There's something wrong with this decree. There's something wrong with it. As the patriarch of the Dragon Clan, he had lived for a long time and knew many secrets. Others might not be able to see the difference in the decree, but Long Batian was different. Is it fake? This was the first thought that came to Lin Fei's mind. No, the decree is real. Long Batian shook his head and said, however,
This decree was made recently and has lost its ancient flavor. Newly made? This time, Lin Fei was shocked. A Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal recently refined a decree. What a joke. How could this be possible? It should be like this. Long Batian closed the box and the terrifying aura was taken away. Behind the sword god young master, there should be a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. Lin Fei squinted. No wonder. There was a rumor in the sect that this sword god young master had a mysterious origin. The higher-ups attached great importance to him and allowed him to do whatever he wanted in the sect. At that time, I didn't believe it. Now it seems that this sword god young master really has such a thing. However, the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal can't come down. Why should I worry? Maybe I can even plunder treasures from him. If a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal was in the upper realm, Lin Fei might be worried, but in the lower realm, there was nothing to worry about. Could it be that he could kill him through the air? Long Batian listened to these words and his heart shook. Sure enough, this guy is crazy. He is not worried even when a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal is watching. If it was me, I'm afraid I would run away. Lord Dragon King, it's best not to use the decree in the Jade Box. Otherwise you will be fooled. Long Batian's expression was dignified. However, no matter how strong a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal is, it can't affect the people below. Because breaking the passage requires a tyrannical power. A Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal is not enough. Moreover, other Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals and Immortal Emperors may not allow it. Chapter 686. Under the azure sky, waves after waves washed over the pitch-black rocks. On the huge Dragon Island, 11 counselors and a part of the Alliance had gathered. They were all looking forward to the selection of the Alliance leader. Although the conference had not been held for a long time, for some reason, the foreign race's army outside seemed to have caught wind of something and started to move out. They kept attacking the various forces in a frenzy. Many forces fell one after another and surrendered their cities. No one could guess what was going on. Therefore, the various forces could not wait to end the conference as soon as possible. If it dragged on, there would be terrible losses that they could not afford. Once the position of the Alliance leader was confirmed, the mainland would launch a counterattack and chase the foreign race's army out of the mainland. The position of Alliance leader was very important. The Dragon Tribe leader is here. Long Batian landed with a dignified face. He did not seem to be affected by the selection of the Alliance leader. Everyone, please be quiet. After Long Batian sat down, he stood up and his loud voice reverberated across the Dragon Island. Everyone knew that Long Batian had something to say. Since the start of the conference, the only thing that is missing is a leader who can lead everyone. As the notary, the Dragon Tribe will not interfere. Long Batian looked around and many people lowered their heads in shame. Since the foreign race's army is attacking the various forces, this is not a good thing. The Alliance leader will be chosen today. 3 days later, we will launch a counterattack against the foreign race's army. Does anyone have any objections? 3 days later. We agree with the Dragon Tribe. The foreign races have taken the wrong medicine. They are attacking us from all directions. We must choose a leader as soon as possible to lead us against the foreign races. Everyone agreed with Long Batian. The situation outside was changing too fast. They could not afford to waste time. The conference was not to waste time. It was to unite and fight against the foreign races together. They would chase them out of the mainland and return peace to the mainland. 11 counselors, each force will choose one person to be the Alliance leader. This person must be strong. Otherwise, don't come out and embarrass yourself. Long Batian continued. When the time comes, it will be a one-on-one battle. The loser will step down and the winner will step up. The last person will be the Supreme Alliance leader. No one had any objections. In a position like the Alliance Master, martial prowess was a must. No one could ignore this topic. Actually, there was no need to say anything. Everyone had already chosen a genius who could take on the role of an Alliance leader to fight for the position of Alliance leader. Don't look down on it just because it was a small Alliance leader. It would become a true commander of the continent and would be extremely useful. Who wouldn't be envious of it? If we were talking about the qualifications of a member of parliament, in that case, the Paragon Alliance Master would be the chairman, and his authority would be doubled. The most important thing was that the Paragon Alliance Master was the righteous one. Otherwise,
the position of Paragon Alliance Master wouldn't be so important. One by one, the geniuses were selected. They gave off powerful auras and did not hide anything, displaying their strongest side. With the dragon race as the judge, no one doubted the fairness of the selection. 11 representatives, 11 geniuses, and the position of the Supreme Alliance leader. Everyone subconsciously stood up and looked at the sky above the island, at the array formation and the arena on the sea surface. The first match. Long Batian personally drew the lots. No one present was more qualified than him. The Dragon Island was qualified. No one was dissatisfied. Jianghu of the Life Alliance versus Taoist Master Junzi of the Profound Sect. The candidates for the first match were surprising, especially Taoist Master Junzi. His strength was tyrannical, and he was already a celestial immortal. He was stronger than Jianghu. The people of the Life Alliance had ugly expressions. Taoist Master Junzi's strength had spread far and wide. How could they not be nervous? Everyone had one chance in the selection of the Alliance leader. If they failed, they would lose the opportunity. The two of them flew out and landed on the sea surface. After that, the array formation was activated to prevent their auras from leaking out. Many people present couldn't resist it. Taoist Master Junzi. People say that you are the top 3 of the 10 prodigies. I, Jianghu, have always been unconvinced. Today you and I have become celestial immortals. Let's have a match. Jianghu was a middle-aged man around 30 years old. He seemed very mature. Taoist Master Junzi smiled. You are not my opponent. It's better for you to admit defeat. Otherwise you will lose face. Arrogant. Jade wave blue sky. Jianghu let out a loud roar. The seawater behind him rose up and formed a huge white wave that blotted out the sky. It seemed as if it was going to cover the entire Dragon Island. A black spear appeared in Jianghu's hand as he landed on the top of the wave. He rushed towards Taoist gentleman to suppress him. Taoist Master Junzi. Taoist Master Junzi made his move. His sword technique didn't seem to have any intention of harming his opponent, but it caused people to feel apprehensive. Outside the array, everyone was watching attentively. The position of the alliance leader would have a huge impact on the upcoming changes. This Jianghu's attacks are fierce, but it's a pity that he can't do anything to Taoist Master Junzi. Taoist Master Junzi's sword technique is elegant. He has inherited the essence of the Junzi sword technique. If this goes on, Jianghu will definitely lose. On the sea surface, Jianghu and Taoist Master Junzi were fighting non-stop. The dragon tribe provided the array formation to deceive the heavenly Tao. Hence, the two of them would burst out with immortal energy from time to time, but the heavenly Tao wouldn't send down a heavenly tribulation. Wrath of a Gentleman. After Taoist Master Junzi dodged Jianghu's powerful spear, a white-robed gentleman floated out. Immortal energy runes fell from the sky like raindrops, enveloping Jianghu. Clang clang clang, Jianghu resisted with all his might, but he still couldn't block Taoist Master Junzi's attack. His body was covered in wounds, and the sword landed on his throat. I admit defeat, Jianghu said unwillingly. You admit defeat. Taoist Master Junzi smiled. No matter how one looked at it, it was advantageous, and no one could get angry. Jianghu took the initiative to admit defeat. The people of the Life League looked even worse. They didn't expect Taoist Master Junzi to be more powerful than they thought. He could even condense immortal energy runes. A newly advanced Heaven Immortal's attack was nothing more than immortal energy. Runes formed from immortal energy was another function that required time to study. Ordinary Heaven Immortals who had just advanced could not use it. Under such circumstances, Jianghu's defeat was a foregone conclusion. First round, Taoist Master Junzi of the Profound Sect wins. Long Batian announced the result of the first round. No one was surprised by the result. It seemed like it was destined to be like this. Taoist Master Junzi's reputation was not undeserved. I didn't expect Taoist Master Junzi to have mastered immortal energy runes. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. The two of them must have had some secret exchange last night. Fortunately, I have primordial qi. Otherwise, these immortal energy runes would be hard to deal with. Chapter 687. In the first round, Taoist gentleman defeated Taoist Master Jianghu. The rest of the people couldn't help but be afraid, except for a limited number of people. The Taoist master had defeated the Taoist master Jianghu in one fell swoop. This meant that he was qualified to become the Supreme Alliance Master. For a moment, the remaining people couldn't help but regard the Taoist master as an imaginary enemy. After the first round ended, the second round began immediately. The second match also exceeded everyone's expectations. It turned out to be the Celestial Swordsmen of the Celestial Sword Sect versus the Celestial Net Sect's young Master Meng. A very strange name. Of course, those who knew of young Master Meng would not treat him as an ordinary person. Instead, they would treat him as a worthy opponent. The Tianluo sect was also one of the top 10 superforces, and young Master Meng was one of the elites among them. His reputation was not small either. More importantly, young Master Meng specialized in the dream world divinity. He was truly invincible and terrifying. Anyone who fought with young Master Meng would be subconsciously dragged into the dream realm. No matter how cautious they were, the outcome would be the same. The dream realm would continuously deplete the opponent's strength. Other than that, he could also assassinate the opponent in the dream realm. It was a rather impressive ability. Since the beginning of the world, no one had ever been able to break through the dream realm ability. Even though young Master Meng wasn't the strongest, he was still the most bizarre. This was something that everyone acknowledged. Therefore, the battle between young Master Sword and young Master Dream was seen as a battle where the disparity in strength was not too great. From the very beginning, young Master Meng used his dream realm divine art. It was as if he knew that he had to make young Master Divine Sword fall into his own dream realm in order to deal with young Master Divine Sword, whose sword will could reach the heavens. Once young Master Divine Sword entered the dream realm, he would gain the upper hand, and victory or defeat would be in his hands. Young Master Meng's dream realm divine ability is indeed impressive to be able to pull young Master Sword God into a dream realm so quickly. On the surface of the sea, young Master Sword God and young Master Meng were motionless. In the blink of an eye, young Master Meng made his move. He had successfully trapped young Master Sword God into a dream and launched an attack on him in reality. When young Master Meng's attack attempted to land on the Sword God young Master, it was blocked by a sword intent. The sword intent pierced through the heavens and fortified the surroundings. It was actually automatically protecting its master. The Sword God young Master is not easy to deal with. That was the common thought of many big shots. Young Master Sword Deity was able to force the sect master of the Divine Sword sect to retreat, so it was clear that his abilities were extraordinary. If young Master Meng were to take care of him so easily, the disparity between their abilities would be too great. Young Master Meng's attack had failed, so he entered the dreamland to attack. As for what would happen in the dream, no one knew. However, they knew that this dream was not a random dream. I didn't expect there to be someone in your world who cultivates the dream god art. This was the first time Lin Fei had seen someone who could use the dream realm divine ability. It sounded very extraordinary, and the sword god prince could not break it in a short time. Dream ability? Is it very powerful? Lin Fei asked. Although the dragon roar was controlled by the divine fire, it could still be seen outside. As for the voice transmission, it was Lin Fei alone. It was not easy to find a topic, so of course, he had to pretend. 3,000 dreams. Do you understand? There was an immortal emperor in the upper realm who was proficient in the divine ability of dreams. One dream of 3,000 worlds. And he knew everything. This little guy has only scratched the surface. The great dream of the 3,000 realms is omniscient. So awesome? Lin Fei was very surprised. He knew that Long Xiao would not lie to him. Otherwise, if a divine flame went down, it would be unavoidable for him to suffer. Of course, Long Xiao said with certainty, maybe this young Master Meng is a disciple of that immortal emperor. So, can this young Master Meng defeat young Master Divine Sword? That's hard to say. Long Xiao did not dare to speak carelessly. If the Sword God Prince cannot come out of the dream, it is equivalent to losing. In the future, if you meet an immortal with the divine ability of dreams, you'd better run as far away as possible. It's better not to offend him. If your luck is bad and you live in the dream for the rest of your life, you will really suffer. Lin Fei looked at the sea, and the Sword God Prince still did not move. He secretly remembered Long Xiao's words. Puff. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, everyone thought that the Sword God Prince would be defeated. Young Master Meng spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face showed a shocked expression. His body was unstable,
And then the sword god prince came to his senses. Very powerful divine ability of dreams, but unfortunately, you have only scratched the surface.
You can't trap me.
Sword god prince, you are really good. Young Master Meng's face was pale, and it seemed that he was seriously injured. I admit defeat. In a battle of dreams, young Master Meng was defeated, which was very shocking. Young Master Meng, who was famous for his strangeness, was finally defeated by the sword god prince, which was unimaginable. The second round, the sword god prince wins. The second round ended in an exciting way, and the two strongest experts took a step forward. This young Master Meng really knows how to conduct himself. After being defeated in a dream, he directly chose to admit defeat. If he didn't admit defeat, his vitality might be greatly injured. The sword god prince's sword will is not to be trifled with. With regards to young Master Meng's defeat, Lin Fei was quite surprised. But on second thought, Long Xiao said that he had only scratched the surface, but to be able to trap the opponent for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, it was already quite impressive. The third round, the Myth City's perfected Lin Fei versus the fallen immortal sex perfected Fufeng. It's finally my turn. Lin Fei thought that Long Batian would let him pass, which would be too boring. Luckily, Long Batian didn't do that, or else he wouldn't mind giving him a few lashes at night. Seeing Lin Fei's expression, Dragon Overlord Body heaved a sigh of relief in his heart, and thought to himself, luckily, I didn't pass, or else I would really have suffered. At the thought of the pain of being whipped by the dragon taming rope, he subconsciously shivered and didn't want to try it again. Originally, Long Batian was prepared to let Lin Fei pass, as it was just a small trick that others wouldn't be able to detect. But after thinking about it, he finally made the right choice. The two appeared on the surface of the sea, facing each other. City Lord Lin, seeing that you are a half-step heaven immortal, I'll allow you to take the initiative, lest you say that I'm bullying you. Perfected Fufeng's face was cold, as if everyone owed him money. He was so pretentious. Are you sure you want me to make the first move? Lin Fei smiled. Fufeng always mean what I say. Go ahead. Perfected Fufeng's expression was still the same, as if he was a peerless expert who would defeat his opponent. Because if I make a move, you will definitely lose. In fact, Perfected Fufeng did have this thought, and he was more excited than anyone else. At least on the continent, there had never been anyone who had defeated Demon Lin. Demon Lin had been defeated by him. This was a glorious thing. Anyone would be happy if they were in his place. Since you say so, then I won't be polite. Don't blame me if you regret it later. Lin Fei flattered. Meteor Fire Rain. Lin Fei activated an immortal art. It was none other than Meteor Fire Shower. Boom, boom, boom. A rain of fire fell from the sky. The blazing aura instantly evaporated the water. Light smoke curled up on the surface of the sea, making it look like a fairyland as it smashed toward young Master Fufeng. Whoosh! The fist-sized rain of fire smashed onto the surface of the sea, causing water vapor to evaporate and fly up at a speed visible to the naked eye. What can a mere rain of fire do to me? Perfected Fufeng excelled in speed. He coquettishly took out a defensive celestial artifact, a red heaven gauze umbrella. He tried to move through the rain of fire and defeat Lin Fei fair and square. Seeing this, Lin Fei muttered in his heart, what a show-off. A grown man using a red umbrella. So effeminate. Pah! The rain of fire smashed onto the heaven gauze umbrella. According to Perfected Fufeng's thoughts, it was just a rain of fire. His celestial artifact could naturally block it. A blazing aura came from the heaven gauze umbrella, and he almost sank into the sea. The rain of fire was so heavy that it made a dent on the umbrella. My heaven gauze umbrella. Perfected Fufeng almost vomited blood when he saw it. He doubted his eyes. Was it because his heaven gauze umbrella's defense was too weak, or was the opponent's attack too overbearing? This had never happened before. Pa, pa, pa. The fiery rain smashed down like raindrops, continuously smashing against the Heaven Luo umbrella. Everyone could clearly see that the Heaven Luo umbrella was in a state of collapse at an extremely fast speed. Crack! With a crisp sound, Perfected Fufeng's heaven gauze umbrella was destroyed. It completely lost its function and became scrap metal. Demon Lin, you're too despicable. Perfected Fufeng was enraged. He held his celestial sword horizontally, and the rain of fire attacked.
He was truly angry. Pah! Even though perfected Fufeng's speed was shocking, he couldn't dodge the dense rain of fire. It kept smashing onto his body, and the flames spread. Finally, his face revealed a look of horror. Pa 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 pa, the rain of fire kept hitting perfected Fufeng's body. His thick armor was instantly reduced to nothing. As for his celestial body, it was broken and battered. One celestial artifact after another was destroyed by the rain of fire. At first, perfected Fufeng was furious, but then he calmed down. The rain of fire was like a kingdom. No matter how he tried, he couldn't break it. I admit defeat. Hurry up and stop the rain of fire. Perfected Fufeng was so anxious that he was about to cry. This rain of fire was too overbearing. One celestial artifact after another was destroyed by the attack. There was no one else worse off than him. Demon Lin is still so savage. Perfected Fufeng, we're going to lose so much this time. But why is this celestial art so terrifying? Immortal artifacts are destroyed after just a few hits. Is there something wrong with them? No one had expected Demon Lin to be so ferocious. Taoist Fufeng was really unlucky. He had lost so many immortal artifacts for no reason. At the same time, he was weighing in his heart. If he encountered Demon Lin's fire rain, would he be able to survive? Demon Lin's attack was too ferocious and too beastly. Just one celestial art was enough to make perfected Fufeng speechless and make him admit defeat. He was probably the most miserable celestial immortal. But in reality, who knew that Lin Fei's meteor rain was bought from the system? Together with the heaven and earth divine fire, it surpassed ordinary celestial arts. Even if Lin Fei couldn't unleash its full power, the might of the heaven and earth divine fire wasn't something a small celestial artifact could resist. Third round, perfected Lin Fei of Myth City wins. Chapter 688. Many people were surprised that the outcome of the third match was decided so quickly. From that moment on, they started to pay attention to Demon Lin's strength. Very few people had seen his true strength. At most, they had heard rumors and didn't know much about his true strength. Apart from that, Demon Lin was famous because of that demon immortal. In addition, he had been in seclusion for the past few days and everyone suspected that he was afraid of perfected gentlemen and the others. Now, it seemed like it wasn't that Demon Lin was afraid but that he didn't care. He had the combat power of a sky immortal. Perfected Gentleman Fufeng was amazing. He was one of the elites and was good at speed. In the end, a celestial technique forced Perfected Gentleman Fufeng to admit defeat. He lost a few celestial artifacts and suffered heavy losses. Lin Fei returned to his seat. Many people looked at him with admiration. It was obvious that they were trying to get on his good side. There were 11 representatives, and Demon Lin was one of them. His rise was inevitable. Regardless of whether he became the alliance leader or not, it was necessary to curry favor with him. Don't forget that behind Demon Lin was the Myth Tower. They were proficient in elixirs, battle armor, and everything else. There was a saying in the continent, anything produced by the Myth Tower is definitely of the highest quality. Just because of that and his status as a representative, as long as they weren't stupid, they wouldn't find trouble with Demon Lin. Instead, they would repair their relationship. Demon Lin's strength was obvious. He had defeated Perfected Gentleman Fufeng when he was half a step to Sky Immortal. It wasn't something that could be faked. Lin Fei thought to himself as he looked at the gazes. They are all fence-sitters. When the wind blows, they fall. Fourth round, Tai Yi from the monster race against Ice Palace's Ice Fairy. The Ice Palace was the only female sect within the superpowers. They didn't accept any men, and the women in the sect were all beautiful, cold, and aloof. They were like celestial maidens who didn't eat the food of the mortal world, and they rarely walked the continent. What a cold aura! Look, the surface of the sea is starting to freeze. It's too shocking. I can feel the cold even through the formation. If they fought personally, I would probably be frozen into an ice sculpture before I even attacked. When the white-robed Ice Fairy went up, everywhere she went, a land of ice instantly formed. It was like she had entered a country of ice and snow, shocking everyone. Even though this superfaction kept a low profile and nurtured disciples that no one dared to look down on, the disciples they nurtured were all geniuses. So cold. Lin Fei was equally shocked. As expected of a heavenly daughter, this Ice Fairy was indeed powerful. I wonder if Tai Yi can defeat this woman.
Lin Fei could tell that this woman was extraordinary. The ice fairy lived up to her name. If someone with low strength met her, they would be turned into an ice sculpture and lose all signs of life. Swish swish swish. 3 scorching suns shone in the sky. Tai was the first to act, using the divine archery. The sword radiance was like a scorching sun, shining with treasured light, dispelling the cold air. From this divine archery, one could see how extraordinary it was. What amazing archery! I wonder if the ice fairy can block it. Everyone's attention was focused on the surface of the sea. No, it should be the attacks on the ice. Among the geniuses, Tai was one of the best. His archery never missed, and he was unparalleled in the world. He rarely lost. The ice goddess was like a goddess as she blocked Tai's attack, surprising everyone. Her movements were relaxed, but the crowd was shocked. That's right, Tai said with a smile. The ice palace had raised a Valkyrie. Tai was skilled in long-range attacks. If it weren't for the fact that the demons' bodies were strong enough to block the cold air, the ice fairy wouldn't even need to attack. He would have admitted defeat. In a world of ice and snow, there was nothing but white on the ice surface. The ice fairy remained calm as she continued to shrink the area. Tai, this isn't good. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the leaders saw the signs. Even though Tai's divine archery was unparalleled in the world, the ice fairy's cold air turned into ice blades. They were everywhere, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. She gradually suppressed Tai. No one had expected this result. Tai was suppressed by the ice fairy. She used the way of ice to completely suppress Tai. She kept shrinking the area of the battle, including Tai of the demons. Tai is going to lose. Lin Fei shook his head. The ice palace was indeed powerful. They had defeated Tai in one move. He's frozen. This is the ice palace's ice sword technique. The calm ice fairy had used an opening in Tai's defense and used the ice palace's palace sword technique to defeat Tai. You're powerful. Tai admits defeat. The defeated Tai wasn't angry. If I'm not wrong, you're using 9th Hell Frost Chi. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so passive with my body. 9th Hell Frost Chi. Everyone was shocked. They finally understood why the ice fairy's cold air was so cold that it could suppress Tai of the demons. The ice fairy's voice was as cold as an iceberg. You're the first person to block 9th Hell Frost Chi. It really is 9th Hell Frost Chi. Hearing the ice fairy admit it herself, everyone realized that there was another strong opponent among the geniuses fighting for the position of alliance leader. The 9 Nether Cold Chi was an extremely cold chi in the world. Very few people could subdue it. Many people were frozen to death before they could even touch it. The number of people who could subdue and refine it was less than 1 in 10,000. No one on the continent had ever successfully cultivated it. The girl of the ice palace was able to cultivate the 9 Hells Cold Chi, which was shocking. She was able to sweep through everyone. It made sense that Tai had lost to her. Then I'm convinced. Tai came out of the formation. The surface of the sea returned to normal, but the remaining cold air was still shocking. 4th round, Ice Palace's Ice Fairy wins. Tai was eliminated in the first round. That was unexpected. It was a dark horse. Tai, why did you lose to that woman? Hei Tian Zhenren was gloating at his misfortune. Tai said coldly. When you meet her, you'll be frozen into a popsicle. Black Sky didn't dare say anything else. Even Tai couldn't block 9th Hell Frost Chi, let alone himself. It was possible that he could be frozen into a popsicle. Tai, I don't see any emotion on your face. Lin Fei joked. He felt sorry for Tai. He hadn't expected to meet the Ice Fairy, who cultivated 9th Hell Frost Chi. He was such a dark horse. Your sarcasm doesn't work on me. I accept reality. Tai sighed. There's always someone better than you on this continent. It's normal to have an Ice Fairy. I wanted to spar with you to see who's stronger. I didn't expect to meet a woman. I can't bear to look back. Is 9th Hell Frost Chi really that powerful? Lin Fei did not try to discourage him. Isn't the physical body of the Fei race incomparably strong and not inferior to that of the dragon race? Chapter 689. Even though he had never fought with Tai before, Lin Fei knew how strong he was, especially his strong body. It was famous in the demon clan and few could compare to him. The dragon clan was one of them.
They were born with strong bodies. Lin Fei had experienced this before, but he did not expect to meet his Waterloo this time. He had lost to a woman. I'll be careful. Lin Fei did not know much about the 9 nether cold energy. It was not common on the continent either. Didn't they say that no one had succeeded in practicing it for a long time? Then he thought of Long Xiao. This guy had lived for so long and was like an old monster. He should know something. Dragon King, can my sacred fire suppress the 9 nether cold energy? Lin Fei had wanted to ask but was met with Long Xiao's disdain. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. Even though I don't know where your sacred fire came from, you can trap me and refine me. Do you think the 9 nether cold energy is your match? I really suspect that there is something wrong with your IQ. Long Xiao had been holding it in for a long time, and now he finally had a chance to laugh at his opponent. Of course, he had to laugh a little, and then show off a little. He had failed because of this divine flame. Even now, he still hadn't figured out the origin of this divine flame. In any case, he knew that this divine flame was very powerful, which was why he was so scared. Looks like my memory is bad. If I don't torture you for a few days, you will rebel. If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know what pain is. Long Xiao immediately realized that things were not good. He had been too proud just now and forgot that he had fallen into Lin Fei's hands. This guy was going to teach him a lesson. When the sacred fire came, Long Xiao's pained voice could be heard. He was depressed. If he had known earlier, he would not have been so cocky. Stop burning. If you continue, I will die. Long Xiao had long lost his temper. If he had to say what he was most afraid of, it would be this extraordinary sacred fire. Every time he suffered, he could not resist it. Lin Fei only stopped after burning for a while. This Dragon King was really asking for a beating. If he did not teach him a lesson, he would not know how many eyes the Horse King had. As for killing him, he could not bear to do it for the time being. After all, this kind of antique was like an encyclopedia. Keeping him by his side would be beneficial. A year later when he went to the Heaven Realm, he would at least need a guide. This kind of free guide was not easy to find. Lin Fei was clear about this matter. My divine fire can block the chill of the underworld. It looks like there's no need for me to worry about the chill of the underworld. If I run into the ice fairy, I must avenge Tai. In fact, Lin Fei was scared by himself and didn't think too deeply about it. No matter how powerful the netherworld cold chi was, how could it be a match for the worldly divine flame? Even if it was a worldly divine flame that could not unleash its true power. The 5th match, Prince Caesar of the Sea God Empire versus Black Heaven Priest of the Dark Nation. Because everyone's battle was not sloppy, it was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it was already the 5th match. One of the lucky ones successfully made it to the next round. This made the geniuses who had been defeated jealous. Why weren't they that lucky one? The 5th match, whether in terms of popularity or other aspects, was not as good as the previous matches. At the beginning of the battle, it was very fierce. Both of them used their strongest attacks. The two of them were equally matched, and it became a tug of war. The battle was not ordinary, and it depended on who could last longer. In the end, the victor was Prince Caesar, who cultivated a water cultivation method. Water cultivation methods had an important function, and that was to heal oneself. Over time, Black Sky Priest had no choice but to be defeated. If Black Sky Priest cultivated a water cultivation method, then the outcome of the battle would be difficult to predict. The 5th match, Prince Caesar of the Sea God Empire wins. At this point, the first round of selection was over. A total of 6 lucky people successfully entered the next round. They were one step closer to the Supreme Alliance leader. Rest for half an hour, then the next round. Soon, half an hour had passed. The exciting scene was about to continue. Perfected Gentleman, Sword God Young Master, Perfected Lin Fei, Ice Fairy, Prince Caesar, and the last lucky one, Perfected Chongfeng, entered the next round. 6 true geniuses. Who would be able to take another step forward and enter the final battle? Everyone was looking forward to it. The voices of Taoist Gentleman and Sword God Prince were quite loud. They believed that they could become the Supreme Alliance Master. There was also the Ice Fairy. Her 9 hells cold energy was unrivaled. She also had a chance of success. As for the others, their voices were not that loud. Long Batian personally drew the lots. The first match is Perfected Gentleman from the Xian sect against Perfected Lin Fei from the Myth City. At this moment, everyone's eyes lit up. This was the scene they were looking forward to the most, even if it might not happen. But now it had appeared. He could not help but be excited. After all, the feud between Demon Lin and Taoist Gentleman had been going on for a long time. The Celestial Gate had suffered a lot because of Demon Lin. They had even lost a few half-step Celestial Immortals. He had even killed an emperor under the Celestial Gate in public. Demon Lin and Perfected Gentleman's meeting was the most exciting thing that had ever happened. I didn't expect them to really meet. Tai was also surprised. It was as if everything had been arranged. I'm really looking forward to it. Tai's expression didn't seem like he had been eliminated just now. Let's bet, let's bet. Taoist Erebus seemed to be addicted to gambling. He opened the bets in front of everyone. The odds for Perfected Gentleman to win are 1-1. Those who bet on Perfected Lin Fei to win are 1-10. Come on, I guarantee my credibility. Many people were tempted. Subconsciously, they felt that Perfected Gentleman would win. Whether it was in terms of reputation or anything else, he would completely crush Demon Lin. I bet 1 billion true essence crystals on Perfected Gentleman. Perfected Gentleman. 2 billion true essence crystals. He will definitely win. A few billion true essence crystals wasn't a lot of money to them. It was just for fun. In a short period of time, there were trillions of true essence crystals. Some big shots also made their moves. Taoist Erebus was planning to have some fun, but when he saw this, he panicked. Lin Fei, you have to work hard. So many people bet on Perfected Gentleman to win. If you lose, I will really be in debt. 1 trillion true essence crystals was an astronomical figure. Even Taoist Erebus couldn't take it out easily. He even had to sell his treasures. He really didn't expect them to be so crazy. Taoist Erebus, I bet 50 billion on Lin Fei. Nangong Xianxia smiled as she appeared. Miss Nangong is the best. Taoist Erebus smiled. However, there were very few who bet on Lin Fei. It seemed like they didn't have high hopes for him. Maybe it was because one was a half-step Heaven Celestial and the other was a Heaven Celestial. Taoist Erebus opened bets here. It was just a small bet. Everyone just laughed at it. Of course, if Demon Lin lost, they would be happy to take some from Taoist Erebus. Mosquito meat was meat too, wasn't it? On the surface of the ocean, Taoist Gentleman smiled. The huge ocean formed a platform that was covered with celestial power runes. Lin Fei, I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Taoist Gentleman looked at Lin Fei. In his eyes, this person was just an ant. In such a short time, he had grown to such an existence that could threaten him. In his heart, he regretted killing him at the first level of the Heaven's secret treasury. If not, such a situation wouldn't have happened. Now, Myth City had become a unique power on the continent. Outsiders couldn't imitate them at all. With their endless treasures, they caused many merchant associations to pale in comparison. If he had killed Lin Fei, such a thing wouldn't have happened. There wouldn't have been Myth City, there wouldn't have been Demon Lin, there wouldn't have been an opponent for him to fight for the position of alliance leader. Everything wouldn't have existed. Lin Fei understood that Long Batian had done something. This was good as it saved him trouble. Anyway, they would meet sooner or later. I have waited a long time for this day. Lin Fei smiled. The heavens are good to us. We met so quickly. Do you know what I want to do the most right now? Taoist Gentleman had an intoxicated expression on his face. I'll trample you under my feet. I'll trample your dignity, your face, and everything else. I'll use my strength to show you that your destiny is nothing but a fleeting cloud in front of me. Actually, I also want to say that in my eyes, you are nothing. You are just born into a good family. In a while, I will trample on your face and tell everyone that you are nothing. Lin Fei laughed loudly. Even though Lin Fei said so, Taoist Gentleman still had a smile on his face. Then let us wait and see. Such self-restraint and quality made many geniuses admire him. Taoist Gentleman was indeed worthy of cultivating the noble swordplay. He wasn't swayed by the words of the outside world. If they encountered him, it would be very difficult for them to restrain themselves. Just based on this point alone,
Taoist gentleman was stronger than them. Taoist gentleman has cultivated the noble swordplay to grand completion. A gentleman's heart wins in following his heart. The eyes of an elder from the celestial gate of wonders were filled with pleasant surprise. Taoist gentleman cultivated the noble swordplay, which emphasized on the unwavering heart of a gentleman. Happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy were all contained within. Before this, Taoist gentleman's swordplay had not reached grand completion, so he would still be swayed by the outside world, unable to reach a perfect state. This last step seemed simple, but it was actually very difficult. The Celestial Gate of Wonders elder didn't know how Taoist gentleman had passed this stage, but he knew that after this step, Taoist gentleman's swordplay would reach grand completion. Even if Demon Qin Lin had divine abilities, he would still be suppressed until he was completely defeated. "Yes, sir," Taoist gentleman shouted. An immortal sword flew out, and a white-robed man strode forward. The aura of a gentleman rippled through the air, causing everyone to feel the urge to worship him. Above the vast sea, the aura of a gentleman transformed into a 10,000-kilometer-long scroll. Some people were reading, some were worshipping, and some were paying attention to etiquette. The Celestial Gate of Wonders elder was once again shocked. As soon as the aura of a gentleman appears, everyone will worship him. Taoist gentleman's swordplay had reached grand completion, but they could tell that it was equivalent to raising his battle prowess to another level. Chapter 690. Back to the night before. The stars were dazzling, and the bright moon hung high in the sky. Taoist gentleman, you made the wisest choice. I believe you won't forget it for the rest of your life. Tomorrow, I want you to kill Lin Fei and make him fall on Dragon Island. Lin Fei is mysterious and unpredictable. He has a backer and a treasure to protect himself. I can suppress him, but killing Lin Fei will be troublesome. On the island, the two were still sitting opposite each other. It's fine. I see that your gentleman's swordsmanship is about to reach great success. I'll lend you a hand. I believe that with your strength and trump card, you will definitely be able to kill Lin Fei. You won't disappoint me. Demon Lin is in trouble. The same thought popped up in the minds of all the big shots. The Taoist gentleman, who had reached great success in his swordsmanship, had formed a kingdom of his own, constantly influencing his surroundings. No matter how strong the person was, they would still be affected. Father, will Lin Fei be in trouble? Nangong Qianxian's face was filled with worry. It's hard to say. The demon lord still couldn't see the flaws in this swordsmanship. Judging from Lin Fei's expression, he should have a countermeasure. However, there's something strange about the Taoist gentleman's swordsmanship. It's puzzling. Although the Taoist gentleman's sword was not earth-shattering, it was still a show of strength. Whether Demon Lin could withstand it was something to look forward to. Lin Fei, because of you, my swordsmanship has reached great success. Enjoy my way of the gentleman. The Taoist gentleman laughed. I hope you won't lose too quickly. On the surface of the sea, the way of the gentleman was vast and boundless. On the sealed sea, sea beasts emerged one after another. Their violent aura disappeared and was replaced by piety and the aura of a gentleman. What a terrifying way of the gentleman. He has enlightened the savage sea beasts. The gentleman Tao was based on the teachings of the gentleman Grand Emperor. He used the might of a gentleman to enlighten all living beings. Putting aside a sea beast, even a great villain would have to submit to the gentleman's sect, learn the gentleman Tao, and worship him. This despicable person indeed has some skills. This is the rhythm of becoming a Buddha after laying down the butcher's knife. Lin Fei's expression did not change, unmoved. With the suppression of the Akalanatha, he realized that this sword technique was terrifying. It was merely terrifying, but not to the point of making him feel apprehensive. Taoist gentleman, you're just a despicable person. Even if you've mastered your sword technique and formed a kingdom of your own, you're still a despicable person. You'll never become a gentleman. Let me tear apart your gentleman Tao. Lin Fei laughed heartily. Towering flames spread out on the surface of the sea. The flames turned into soldiers, forming a dense black mass. The army charged forward with a murderous aura. The sound of metal pierced through the air. The great army pressed on, killing gentleman etiquette. The gentleman nation formed by the enlightened gentleman was instantly slaughtered by the great army. Cities fell one after another. Etiquette should be killed. Modesty deserves to be killed. If he wasn't angry, he should be killed.
The originally peaceful country of noblemen was now filled with the flames of war and chaos. This was a rebellion against a country, using slaughter to retaliate and destroy all noblemen's ways in the world. What a good sword technique, using slaughter to destroy the gentleman Dao. Everyone was shocked by Demon Lin's shocking performance. He didn't even need to attack, but once he did, he showed off his abilities. He actually wanted to destroy the gentleman nation and become a king. He was too bold. Using slaughter to retaliate was the gentleman Dao. One could see that Demon Lin worshipped strength. No matter what, he would kill first. In terms of strategy, it was completely correct. Taoist gentlemen didn't care. Killing is a sin. A gentleman's words are to lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. The gentleman nation, which was originally at a disadvantage, started to reform and slaughter. Many noblemen suppressed the great army and the situation instantly changed. As a demon, I shall sweep through the world. Gentlemen are just despicable people who wear hypocritical masks. Watch me kill them all and destroy your nation. The divine flame appeared once more and the killing aura was even stronger than before. Flames filled the sky and wherever the great army went, they destroyed many cities. They were truly invincible as they killed the noblemen of the world. In the blink of an eye, they descended upon the world, wanting to destroy the last resistance. When a gentleman is angry, there will be millions of corpses. However, the heavens have the virtue of cherishing life. Convert and you can atone for your sins. Taoist gentleman's sword technique didn't stop. The gentleman emperor appeared, wanting to reform Lin Fei in the gentleman nation and enlighten this demon. Haha, it's useless even if the gentleman emperor is here. The demon has nothing to fear and will sweep through the world. What's the use of a mere gentleman emperor? A flame giant appeared above the gentleman nation. Its face was that of Lin Fei. He raised his blade and thousands of people died as he started a massacre. This was a battle of wills. Everyone's expressions changed. They didn't expect Demon Lin to be so strong. His heart of slaughter was so strong. It was truly an invincible will. Demon, what a demon! Taoist gentleman's gentleman Dao is feasible in times of peace, but when it comes to the slaughter Dao, it's slightly lacking. It can't suppress everything, but it's different when it comes to killing. It can fill the sky with blood and become a hero among men. Taoist gentleman was constantly suppressed. He was about to cough up blood. His perfect sword technique couldn't suppress his opponent's sword will. Was Demon Lin's sword will really so terrifying? Although Taoist gentleman kept using the gentleman Dao to suppress the rebellion, he wasn't the true gentleman emperor. He couldn't completely suppress the rebellion. It was just like what was said. In times of peace, the gentleman was king. Once war broke out, it would be obvious that it wasn't enough. Who had ever seen a benevolent ruler who could reform a rebel? Taoist gentleman took a step back and coughed up a mouthful of blood, which flowed down the corner of his mouth. He had completely lost in the battle of wills. This was something he hadn't expected at all. The gentleman Dao couldn't be compared to slaughter. No one could stop him wherever he went. Gentleman is a villain. Your sword technique isn't that great. If you still have any big moves, just use them. Lin Fei laughed and looked at Taoist gentleman. I admit that I underestimated you, said Taoist gentleman. Taoist gentleman said, you're even more powerful than I thought. However, that's all there is to you. Take this. Taoist gentleman opened his mouth and spat out an immortal item, which transformed into a square jade seal that blotted out the sky. Immortal runes rained down from the sky, suppressing Lin Fei from above. All the sea beasts below the surface of the sea were shaken to death, and a river of blood was formed. The moment the square jade seal appeared, everyone was shocked again. This was the mysterious gate's most precious treasure, the mysterious gate jade seal. This item isn't bad. It can be sold for some money. I'll take it. Lin Fei soared into the sky, his flame saber radiating a blazing aura. It turned into a blazing sun as it chopped down on the square-shaped jade seal. It was tyrannical and ferocious. As it neared, a dragon appeared and opened its mouth, swallowing the square-shaped jade seal. Chapter 691. Taoist Master vs. Lin Fei. In everyone's imagination, it should be a one-sided battle. The difference in their realms was obvious. But the result was too huge. First, in terms of sword intent, Taoist Master was defeated. That was already surprising. Now,
The treasure of the Xianmen Gate was taken away. What the hell was going on? Here. Lin Fei smiled, and the square-shaped jade seal flew out, heading straight for the gentlemanly Taoist. This time, everyone was surprised. Could it be that Lin Fei couldn't suppress the square jade seal? After all, this was the treasure of the Xianmen Gate. Not everyone could suppress it. Once it was suppressed, the battle would be one-sided. Is there a trap? Taoist master thought. Impossible. He can't do anything in such a short time. If the Xianmen Gate jade seal could be taken away so easily, it wouldn't be the Xianmen Gate jade seal. In order to compete for the position of alliance leader, the sect leader had specially asked him to bring it along just in case. Taoist master reached out and grabbed it. He thought that Lin Fei had used a secret technique to temporarily block the connection, which was why he couldn't control it. As for giving up, it was because he couldn't suppress it. But when Taoist master was about to take it, the Xianmen Gate jade seal turned into a mountain and smashed down on him. It was suppressed into the sea and waves splashed everywhere. He actually controlled the Xianmen Gate jade seal. The Xianmen Gate elder was speechless. He had been dealt a heavy blow. The expressions of the other elders changed. In the blink of an eye, Demon Lin grasped the Xian sect jade seal. How was that possible? The Xian sect righteous path jade seal was so easily controlled? They couldn't understand or imagine it. The Xianmen Gate jade seal was a treasure of the Xianmen Gate. To control it, one had to have a technique. But Lin Fan had mastered it in just a few breaths? How could they not be shocked? City Lord Lin is amazing. Taoist Master He Zhan was beaming. You are too admirable. You can even do this. Taoist Master He Zhan is going to cry. The people from the righteous path of the celestial sect were already in a state of panic. Losing the carefree fan was still understandable, but now the four-direction jade seal had been taken away and controlled by someone else. They almost suspected that there was a traitor in the celestial sect who had leaked the technique. Lin Fei, how can you control the four-sided imperial jade seal? Taoist gentleman's attack left him in a sorry state. The mysterious imperial jade seal had been passed down for more than 100,000 years. Aside from the sect leader, almost no one knew how to use it. Taoist gentleman's face was filled with shock. Who doesn't know how to control a piece of scrap metal? Taoist gentleman cursed silently in his heart. If anyone could control it, would it still be a treasure? You really know how to make sarcastic remarks. Lin Fei didn't seem to care. The mysterious imperial jade seal flew out again, smashing into the Taoist master and sending him into the sea. Aren't you very awesome? You can't even hold on to your own sect's treasure. What a shame. Nonsense. Taoist gentleman was furious. He rushed up from below and was met with a mysterious imperial jade seal, which smashed him down again. He was once again drenched. That's the truth. Why are you angry? It's better to experience the power of your celestial sect's jade seal. Lin Fei did not stand on ceremony. He controlled the four-sided jade seal and smashed it down on the surface of the sea. As mentioned before, this formation was set up by the dragon race. It directly sealed everything, which was equivalent to restricting the area. Taoist gentleman was doomed. Every time the mysterious imperial jade seal smashed down, Taoist gentleman would cough up blood. His celestial immortal body was also constantly crumbling. This celestial sect's treasure was really too awesome. Bang, bang, bang in the sky. Lin Fei was having a lot of fun. The mysterious imperial jade seal kept smashing down, and no one knew how many times. The onlookers were alarmed. The pitiful Taoist gentleman had nowhere to run. That fiend Lin Fei was too savage. Even a treasure like the mysterious imperial jade seal had fallen into his hands, and he was still able to control it so quickly. Little fire, bite him to death. Taoist gentleman was in a sorry state. There was not a single spot on his body that wasn't wounded. A dignified celestial sex immortal was being suppressed by the sect's treasure. At the thought of this, Taoist gentleman could not help but cough up blood. Helpless, Taoist gentleman decided to use his trump card to buy himself some time. At the same time, he cursed the dragon race in his heart for setting up a restricted area. Wasn't this a trap? He had nowhere to run. The mysterious imperial jade seal was too powerful. Taoist gentleman was worried that if this continued, he would die under the mysterious imperial jade seal's attacks. That would truly be the greatest joke on the continent. Roar! A 10,000-foot-long red flame lizard flew out of the sea. The seawater instantly evaporated, turning into water vapor. The flames that filled the sky turned into small flame lizards that opened their mouths and bit at Lin Fei. A heaven immortal realm monster. The mysterious imperial jade seal is so powerful. It raised the flame lizard to the heaven immortal realm. This is a demonic immortal. Taoist gentleman is going all out. Seeing this scene, they were shocked once again. The mysterious imperial jade seal's foundation was indeed amazing. Back then, a monster that was comparable to a half-step heaven immortal had directly become a demonic immortal. Fiend Lin had shot himself in the foot. They had expected this day, but they did not expect it to come so quickly. Everyone knew that the flame lizard was sold to the mysterious imperial jade seal by Taoist gentleman. Once Fiend Lin Fei was attacked, Taoist gentleman would be able to extricate himself. He still had a chance of winning. Taoist gentleman, don't even think about escaping from the mysterious imperial jade seal's attack. Lin Fei did not react at all to the flame lizard that was flying towards him. He took out the mysterious imperial jade seal and smashed it down, not giving Taoist gentleman any chance. Hairball, hurry up and come out. There's going to be a feast. As soon as he said that, Hairball's figure appeared on the surface of the sea. At this moment, he had dispersed his Jingguang. He was no longer the nouveau riche from before. This fellow also knew how to keep a low profile. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. Taoist gentleman, who had appeared once again, laughed loudly. Do you think that this little fellow can stop the flame lizard? The others laughed as well. They could not feel any aura from this little fellow, but the flame lizard was a demonic immortal, a heaven immortal. How could they not laugh? They really could not understand why Fiend Lin would use this to fight. They were confident that they would not be wrong. Harry Ball winked at the giant flame lizard. Everyone saw the little fellow open its mouth, and a huge black vortex descended from the sky. It landed on the giant flame lizard's body, and the giant flame lizard's gigantic body disappeared just like that. It's gone. This little fellow ate the flame lizard. Did I see wrongly? This is a demonic immortal. Those who had been laughing earlier now had stiff expressions on their faces. Clearly, they were dumbfounded. Even demon immortals could be devoured. This was simply too terrifying. Even the big shots present could not help but break out in cold sweat. If this was to devour them, would they be able to stop it? The one who had been calm the whole time was Long Batian. A bunch of country bumpkins. How could you understand Hairball's ability? If it wasn't for this fellow, would our dragon tomb's dragon grass have been plundered? Subconsciously, Long Batian was still very resentful towards this Hairball. Unfortunately, Hairball came and went like a ghost. Even the noble dragon clan leader couldn't do anything to this little fellow. This is too domineering. This kind of pet is so *King awesome. Like person like pet. Taoist Hei Tian was already in admiration. I remember that Hairball. Back then, the Sea Emperor Sea Beast that ate Montan was precisely this Hairball. Someone immediately cried out in surprise. Glutton. This is a glutton. Even Sea Emperor Sea Beasts and demonic immortals, this fellow won't be stuffed to death. They had all heard of the scene outside the Dragon Clan's barrier. Very few would remember the Hairball that ate the Sea Emperor Sea Beast. This time, Hairball was really famous. Eating a demonic immortal in one bite. If it really ate a human one day, wouldn't many people be drenched in cold sweat? They were scared out of their wits. Primordial evil dragon? Young Master Sword God frowned. This was the first time he frowned because of something. But the legendary primordial evil dragon has long been extinct. Where did it come from? Rumor has it that when the primordial evil dragon reaches maturity, it can swallow planets. There's nothing it doesn't eat. Because of its gluttony, it was finally destroyed. It should be a special divine beast similar to the primordial evil dragon. After Hairball's performance, she disappeared in the blink of an eye. However, the shock she left behind was unforgettable. Gentlemen, you've finally done something good and let my furball have a good meal. Lin Fei once again sent Taoist gentleman flying off the cliff. Taoist gentleman coughed up blood incessantly. He had suffered a crushing defeat that he had never experienced before. No matter how he tried to evade, the mysterious imperial jade seal was like a nightmare, constantly battering at his confidence. No matter how he tried to activate his technique,
He still couldn't make contact with the seal. If he wasn't restricted, Taoist gentleman would have dodged the mysterious Imperial Jade Seal's attack. He wouldn't be in such a sorry state. The immortal force in his body was constantly being consumed. Demon Lin was beating him to death. Taoist gentleman was regretful. One wrong step led to many wrong steps. I admit defeat. These 3 humiliating words came out of Taoist gentleman's mouth. It was easy to imagine Taoist gentleman's mood after losing to the sect's treasure. Taoist gentleman actually admitted defeat. Everyone felt like they were dreaming. A dignified celestial immortal, Taoist gentleman, admitted defeat just like that. Haha, I don't have to go into debt anymore. Taoist He Tian was the happiest. 90% of the people bet on Taoist gentleman's victory. A minority bet on Lin Fei's victory. How could he not be happy? Lin Fei's methods are indeed mysterious. A treasure like the mysterious Imperial Jade Seal has fallen into his hands. The mysterious Imperial Jade Seal has lost a lot of face this time. Tai smiled. Admit defeat? Lin Fei was startled. I was prepared to smash you to death and make you the first celestial immortal to die. How boring, how boring. Taoist gentleman couldn't help but vomit a mouthful of blood. Lin Fei, you won this time. I underestimated you. Next time, I will definitely kill you. You won't have such a good chance. How shameless. Lin Fei had never seen such a tone after losing. He smashed the mysterious Imperial Jade Seal, sending Taoist gentleman into the sea once again. I already admitted defeat and you still attacked. Chapter 692. On purpose. It must be on purpose. Taoist master gentleman was almost angered to death. The mystic Jade Seal had fallen into Lin Fei's hands. How could he not have truly grasped it? He wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. It was obvious that Lin Fan wanted him to lose face and make him speechless. Of course, Taoist master gentleman had completely lost in this battle. He had not only lost the mystic Jade Seal, the treasure of the mystic sect, but he had also lost the celestial immortal demonic beast, the flame lizard. He had lost all his face. First round, Taoist Lin Fei wins. As Lin Fei flew down from the surface of the sea, he immediately felt an intense killing intent rushing towards him. The location was where the elders of the mystic sect were. Boom! Lin Fei waved his hand and threw the mystic Jade Seal out. The mountain that covered the sky happened to cover the area of the mystic sect and smashed down from the sky. Demon Lin, how dare you? The sharp voice was directed at Lin Fei. Then the voice stopped. The scene was silent. Obviously, they were frightened by Lin Fei. You have the mystic Jade Seal, but you don't have to torture people like this. This is to scare people to death. After all, this is the treasure of the mystic sect. Once you make a move, the power is extraordinary. Demon Lin, you are so cruel. Lin Fei put away the mystic Jade Seal, revealing the elders of the mystic sect. At this time, they were seriously injured. As for the other disciples, they were dead. Sigh, your mystic Jade Seal is really hard to control. It always has to run back. I can't do anything about it. Lin Fei's face was sad. Actually, I didn't want to. Puff. The elders vomited blood. They were obviously angered. Shameless. Can you be more shameless? It was obvious that you did it on purpose. Oh no! The mystic Jade Seal swayed and was about to fly out again. The remaining elders were shocked. City Lord Lin, you are a famous figure. Don't make things difficult for me. The elders of the Celestial Sect of Wonders lowered their heads. How could they not lower their heads? They were injured by the Shenmen Imperial Jade Seal in one move. If it came again, they would definitely die. After all, their elders were not celestial immortals, but only half-step celestial immortals. Even if they hated Lin Fan to death, they did not dare to continue fighting with Lin Fan. They could not afford to. See, it's normal again. Actually, I didn't want to attack you at all. The Jade Seal of the Celestial Sect of Wonders flew halfway and landed back in Lin Fei's hands. Everyone couldn't help but want to laugh. Your Celestial Sect of Wonders also has such a day. You clearly suffered a loss, but you still have to take the initiative to admit your mistakes. Only a ghost would believe you. Just like that, Lin Fei returned to his seat. Those who had been hostile to Lin Fei didn't dare to show any hostility now.
They were afraid that Lin Fei would say that he couldn't control the treasure and harm them. The only thing he couldn't figure out was how Lin Fei could control the celestial jade seal so quickly. What if they bumped into him? They couldn't help but be terrified. They didn't dare to continue thinking about it. If that really happened, then they would have lost all their face. Luckily, after Lin Fei returned, he played with the celestial jade seal in his hands and didn't do anything at all. They heaved a sigh of relief, afraid that it would land on their bodies. The weirdest thing was that Long Batian always paid attention to the rules. Demon Lin had already attacked and injured him, but he didn't come out to punish him. City Lord Lin, you are really amazing. You even got the Celestial Sect's treasure. The Celestial Sect is probably going to vomit blood. Black Heaven walked over. He had won a large sum of money, so of course, he was excited. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. Don't you think you should share some with me? Black Heaven wasn't cocky enough. He was stunned. Demon Lin was really direct. He tried to suck up to him. Of course, let's split it half. Everyone looked at the two of them splitting the true essence crystals. One was envious and the other was jealous. Even if they didn't become rich, they were close to it. Second battle, Sword God Sect Young Master against Chong Feng. Long Batian acted like he didn't see it and started to announce the second battle. To them, this battle should be one-sided. They were more optimistic about Sword God Young Master. His grasp of the sword path was probably something that only Demon Lin could compare to. Wind come. The moment he went up, Chong Feng used the wind element technique that he was good at. He created a country of wind and merged into it. It was ethereal and untraceable. This Chong Feng isn't Sword God Young Master's opponent. Lin Fei played with the celestial jade seal. He already knew the final outcome. Sword God Young Master was like a god. Sword energy protected his body and sword intent filled the air. Everywhere he looked, sword intent filled the sky. A sharp aura intersected. Just as Lin Fei had guessed, Sword God Young Master was really strong. No matter how Chong Feng attacked, he didn't move. Sword energy protected his body and sword intent hurt. I am going to lose. Metal and metal clashed. Sword God Young Master stabbed out with his sword. It was as heavy as Mount Tai, breaking Chong Feng's concealment technique and blowing off one of his arms. The outcome was decided. Young Master God of Sword technique has already reached the acme of perfection. When the simplest attack lands in his hands, it can still display great power. All the big shots commented. True sword technique wasn't about cultivating a sword technique to the greater mastery or perfection state. That was just a kind of peak, not the greater mastery. Sword God Young Master's sword technique returned to the basics. That simple stab contained endless might. The sword intent condensed into a single point and broke through Chong Feng's technique. Second battle, Sword God Young Master wins. Both of them came down from the stage. The third battle was announced. Third chapter, Ocean God Empire's Prince Caesar vs. Ice Palace's Ice Fairy. Ice Fairy had defeated Tai with the cold air of the 9 hells. This undoubtedly made everyone remember this girl. Would she be able to defeat Prince Caesar, who was good at fighting? Everyone was looking forward to this battle. Who do you think will win? Tai asked with a smile. You actually want to ask if Ice Fairy will lose, right? Lin Fei's words had a hidden meaning. Tai laughed dryly. Of course not. Lin Fei smiled proudly. I didn't expect a demon genius to have feelings for a cold woman. Tai glared at him. Don't talk nonsense. I'm just curious about what will happen if she encounters Prince Caesar's attack. Isn't that simple? This woman is very smart and scheming. I dare say that if Prince Caesar were to meet the Ice Fairy, he would suffer. Lin Fei was very confident. That's impossible. Just watch. Everything was as Lin Fei had said. Ice Fairy froze the sea as soon as she appeared. Cold air of the 9 hells raged, cutting off Prince Caesar's escape route. When the water met the Ice Fairy's cold air of hell, it was a one-sided battle. Prince Caesar had a water elemental body, so he was in an even worse state than Tai. He was frozen into a popsicle, and that was not an ordinary tragedy. The Kaiser Prince had been defeated by the Ice Fairy, shocking everyone at the Ice Fairy's calculations. Every step had been within her calculations, and it was truly amazing. Third battle, Ice Fairy wins.
Chapter 693. Out of the 3 battles, Taoist Master was eliminated, Demon Lin won, and the strong ice fairy was a topic that everyone loved to talk about. The main reason was because of Demon Lin. He was just too mysterious and rose up too quickly. He could compare to the top 10 heroes and was unimaginable. At the same time, he was a cultivation genius and could control the Xianxia's treasure in the blink of an eye. Moreover, out of the 3 treasures, 2 were gone and they were all in his hands. How could people not remember him? Many people were anticipating that Demon Lin would take the carefree fan and Xianxia jade seal out for auction. If that day came, they would be willing to pay a high price to buy them. If not for the fact that all the big shots were here, they would have shamelessly contacted Demon Lin and paid a high price for them. They wouldn't care about it as it would be worth it. Apart from that, Ice Fairy's strength made people pay attention to Ice Palace. They were really low profile and luxurious. They didn't compete, and behind that was the accumulation of strength. From now on, all the powers in the continent would remember this place. City Lord Lin, we are going to draw lots. If you meet Ice Fairy, how confident are you? After tasting the sweetness, Black Taoist Priest was addicted. Countless people were secretly cursing him. Could he at least act like a celestial immortal? Demon Lin was just a half-step celestial immortal. What would the other celestial immortals think of him? Let me say this first. If I win, I will take half and you half. You don't have any objections, right? True essence crystals weren't useful to Lin Fei. Hundreds of billions of true essence crystals were also beneficial to the development of Myth City. As for me and Ice Fairy, it will depend on you. If you believe it, then it will happen. If you don't, then it won't happen. No problem, let's work well together. Black Heaven ignored all their gazes. How could he let them take advantage of such a profitable business? At the moment, Black Heaven treated Lin Fei as the god of fortune. Half-step Heaven Celestial? He could defeat Taoist Master and steal the Xianxia treasure with a thought. So how could he be a normal half-step Heaven Celestial? Even if he was a Heaven Celestial, he would have to respect him. Don't look at how Black Heaven Saint usually doesn't look like a serious person. In fact, he is very smart. Once he ascends, Demon Lin will still be in the lower world. It won't be wrong to build a relationship with him. It will be of great help to the power behind him. When that time came, Demon Lin would be like a fish returning to the sea, or a fierce tiger leaving the mountain. No one would be able to stop him, unless those ancient celestial immortals made a move. But such celestial immortals were very, very rare, and even if they did exist, they would rarely appear. Their strength had reached the pinnacle, and they could no longer be suppressed. Once they appeared, they would be chased out of the continent by the Tao of Heaven. Who knew how many people were jealous that Taoist He Tian was able to form a relationship with Demon Lin? They regretted not having such a thought in the first place. Instead, Taoist He Tian snatched him away. In the next round, one person will be left empty. Long Batian stood up. That person will be the final contender. Let's wait and see. Demon Lin, Sword God Young Master, Ice Fairy. No one knew who would fight for it in the end. Sword God Young Master was mysterious and his sword technique was shocking. As for Demon Lin, he was also extremely mysterious. As for Ice Fairy, she successfully cultivated the 9 Hell Cold energy, which was extremely overbearing. Therefore, any one of the 3 had a chance. At the same time, above the endless ocean region. What happened to the ocean beasts in front? On the ocean region, a few ocean race warriors patrolled along a fixed spot. But when they entered a region, they saw some ocean beasts crawling at the bottom of the ocean. Quick, go up and take a look. Did something happen? But when they went up, they saw that the ocean beasts were terrified and had no aura at all. Even the Emperor ocean beasts were the same. They couldn't help but be shocked. They were all frightened to death. They are all strong ocean beasts, so how could they be frightened to death? Quick, go back and report that something happened here. When these ocean race warriors saw the ocean beasts crawling on the ground, they were terrified. Strong ocean beasts were frightened to death at the bottom of the ocean. How could they not be shocked? To scare ocean beasts to death, one needed such a terrifying existence. All of a sudden, their expressions changed and they hurried back to report. If they didn't get to the bottom of this, it would be a dangerous matter. Somewhere in the endless ocean region, under the dark water, there was a huge existence that couldn't be seen moving along the bottom of the ocean. A few ocean beasts that were foraging for food instantly stopped breathing. We have received reliable news that today is the last day of the competition on the Dragon Island. At that time, a Supreme Alliance leader will be chosen to fight against us. This huge figure was like a round ball, and there was a completely different world inside. It was a dimensional beast of the alien race. It had the ability to travel through space and time, and it was raised by the Queen Mother. This time, we have to catch them all in one go. As long as we kill their genius, their Continental Alliance Conference will become a joke on the continent and go down in infamy for 10,000 years. There were 10 people sitting on black thrones in this dimensional beast of the alien race. They were expressionless. They were none other than the 10 divine kings of the alien race. All of them had gathered together. The dragon race is the strongest. We should take advantage of the moment when their defense is the most lax to kill their human genius and deal them a heavy blow. The dragon race has always been unwilling to submit, so we have to teach them a lesson. So these alien race were preparing to sneak attack the Dragon Island. The 10 divine kings were all heaven immortals. However, with the experts gathered on the Dragon Island, they didn't dare to attack recklessly. Their final goal was to kill some experts of the human race, like the 10 heroes. The Continent Alliance Conference had just ended, and everyone was attacked by the alien race. They had completely lost face, and this had a huge impact on the morale of the human race. The goal of the alien race was that simple. This time, we left behind all kinds of substitutes to deceive their surveillance. We also used our dimensional beast of the alien race. No matter what, we have to succeed in beheading them. Divine King Hao Tian, who was sitting on the highest seat, said. After the Queen Mother gave the order, the army of the alien race was fully mobilized. All kinds of beasts of the alien race were used continuously, and the results of the battle were great. The top forces of the human race occupied the continent. This was the most important problem. Once this problem was solved, it would be a piece of cake. The alien race had long known about the alliance conference on the continent, but to numb the other party, they didn't make a move. Now the crux had come. What Divine King Hao Tian said was actually what everyone was thinking. I think that during the beheading, Demon Lin of Myth City must be killed as soon as possible. Crimson Light God King had a fearful expression. Who asked him to suffer the last time? That's right, Demon Lin is too mysterious, and he is very powerful. Furthermore, the pills sold by Myth City behind him have shocking effects. It's hard to guarantee that he doesn't have other pills in his hands. Heavenly Wings Divine King said. They had all heard of the name of Demon Lin before. He was very famous, especially when Crimson Light God King fought him the last time. In the end, he returned in defeat. It was still fresh in their memories. I think that Demon Lin must be killed. At this very moment, Demon Lin was already playing a decisive role. I just received news that Demon Lin will compete for the position of the Supreme Alliance Master. If he becomes the Supreme Alliance Master, along with the pills that he will provide later, it will affect our alien race quite a bit. Transformation King said. The group of divine kings was slightly shocked. If that was really the case, it would be quite troublesome. It would affect their attack quite a bit. Demon Lin will be the first target for beheading. Divine King Hao Tian's tone sank as he gave the beheading order. On the Dragon Island. Spiritual Master Lin Fei of Myth City against Ice Fairy of Ice Palace. This time, it wasn't Long Batian who drew the lots. They were the ones who drew the lots personally. It was fair and just, and no one could find any objections. This is bad, this is bad. Ice Fairy's 9 Hells cold energy is shocking. I'm afraid Demon Lin won't be able to block it. That might not be the case. Demon Lin's flames are also very terrifying. He might be able to fight against Ice Fairy. Both of them are strong existences. I wonder who will win in the end. The result of the draw was within their expectations. After all, the last 3 people would either be Lin Fei against the Ice Fairy, Lin Fei against the Celestial Sword Prince, or the Celestial Sword Prince against the Ice Fairy. F***CK. Spiritual Master Hei Tian was also surprised when he heard the result. This woman was very powerful, and her 9 Hells cold energy was very terrifying. Could Lin Fei withstand it? That was a problem. Demon Lin, let's see how you will lose this time. The elders of the Celestial Sect of Wonders secretly cursed. Taoist Master Junzi had lost to Lin Fei and had killed so many of their Celestial Sect of Wonders disciples. It would be a lie if they didn't hate him. The Ice Fairy and Lin Fei undoubtedly gave them hope. On the surface of the sea, the Ice Fairy walked over. Wherever she passed by, it turned into a world of ice and snow. Snowflakes drifted down. City Lord Lin, I've long heard of your great name. I didn't expect to have the honor to fight with you. The Ice Fairy's tone was still cold, as if she didn't eat the fireworks of the mortal world. Lin Fei was startled. Haha, to be remembered by the fairy. I am deeply honored. I heard that City Lord Lin not only has a powerful sword technique, but also a strange flame technique. Can you show it to me so that I can appreciate it? The Ice Fairy said it in a relaxed manner, but in reality, she wanted to ask Lin Fei for advice on his fire attribute cultivation technique. Fairy, I will not disappoint you. Lin Fei laughed. I also want to experience the power of the 9 hells cold energy. Snowflakes fall from the sky. The Ice Fairy cupped her hands and thrust it out with her sword. Sparkling and translucent snowflakes fell from the sky. Each of them contained the 9 hells cold energy. The air seemed to be frozen, causing everyone to change color. A snowflake landed on the surface of the ice, smashing a huge crater and creating spiderweb-like cracks. If this landed on a person's body, it wouldn't be impossible to resist. Fire come. A huge lotus appeared under Lin Fei's body. The lotus was vivid and lifelike. When the snowflakes fell, they were instantly evaporated. Thousands of snowflakes slowly fell, unable to approach him in the slightest. Chapter 694. The Ice Fairy's sword intent was cold and it contained the might of the 9 hell cold energy. Not to mention facing it personally, even the geniuses outside couldn't help but feel nervous. The 9 hell cold energy was too terrifying. Until now, they couldn't think of a way to deal with it. Even the air seemed like it was about to be frozen, let alone their bodies of flesh and blood. Generally speaking, they felt that martial artists who cultivated fire element techniques could block the 9 hell cold energy. It seemed like he could block the 9 nether cold chi, but it was hard to tell how confident he was. Lin Fei's fire lotus defense made everyone's eyes light up. However, they then realized that the level of this strange flame wasn't low. They could vaguely sense a dangerous aura. Some martial artists who cultivated cultivation techniques subconsciously shook their heads and sighed at their inferiority. Demon Lin's strange flame was quite amazing and had long been famous. Seeing it today, it lived up to its reputation. They couldn't help but feel wary. This strange flame wasn't inferior to the Ice Fairy's 9 hell cold energy. Ice Fairy, just admit defeat. The moment Demon Lin said this, everyone was stunned. He was too arrogant. The strange flame against the 9 hell cold energy had a 50-50 chance of winning. Demon Lin actually had the guts to say such a thing? It was really hard to predict. Arrogant. The Ice Fairy was cold and arrogant. Naturally, she couldn't accept Lin Fei's words. From the start, she had treated Lin Fei as a strong opponent. The moment he said this, her impression of him worsened. This person was no different from others. Go! An enormous white ice phoenix appeared. It was vivid and lifelike, and its entire body was formed from ice. With a flap of its wings, large amounts of ice feathers flew out, covering the sky and covering the earth, covering Lin Fei. Pung pung pung, the ice feathers were extremely lethal. Each one was no weaker than a sky celestial's attack. Apart from that, they also had the freezing effect of the 9 hell cold energy. The surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. Huafeng, come out. Lin Fei didn't panic. The red Huafeng flew out from behind him. It was no weaker than the Ice Fairy and actually used the same method of attack. The white ice and red flames clashed together, resulting in a massive explosion in a small area. Massive shockwaves blasted out in all directions and crashed into the magic formation, causing light to fall and the magic formation to be affected. Even though the 9 hells frosty chi was powerful, it was not a match for the divine flame, and it was quickly suppressed by Huafeng. The Ice Phoenix let out a long cry and pounced towards Huafeng, directly attacking. Junior Sister Hanbing's situation isn't looking good. In the area where the Ice Palace was located, a few elders of the Ice Palace were visibly moved. They could tell that the situation wasn't good. As the two phoenixes fought, the Ice Phoenix was at a disadvantage from beginning to end. Its astonishing 9 hells cold chi was firmly suppressed, and it was unable to gain the upper hand. The frozen sea surface continued to melt.
It's impossible for a mystical flame to be this powerful. However, the opponent's mystical flame is too powerful. Now we can only rely on Junior Sister Ice. As soon as this flame appeared, the elders of the Ice Palace could tell that something was wrong. It had a suppressive effect. After a long attack, Huafeng broke the Ice Phoenix with a claw. Her huge figure shook, and the flame shot out, shooting towards the Ice Fairy like a cannonball. At this moment, the Ice Fairy knew that she had finally met her nemesis, who could suppress the 9 hells cold chi of others. City Lord Lin, take another attack from me. This is a sword technique I created myself. If I can block it, I will admit defeat. Lin Fei was very gentlemanly. He knew the result from the start. Even though the 9 hells cold chi was powerful, with a divine flame protecting her, she was unstoppable. Haha, make your move. Lin Fei was very generous. Come out, 9 hells divine sword. A vast amount of netherworld cold chi leaked out. The Ice Fairy transformed into a black sword and disappeared into the void. The entire sea was bone-piercingly cold, and the cold wind howled. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Fei raised his eyebrows, and a powerful sword appeared in front of him. It turned out that the Ice Fairy's sword had merged her body into the environment. It was truly a divine sword. Dang dang da. The terrifying 3 swords were faster than any other sword, stabbing into the center of Lin Fei's eyebrows. The 9 hells cold chi surged out, suppressing the lotus incarnation. Ice wrapped around his body, turning him into an ice sculpture. The Ice Fairy returned to her original form and stood in the cold wind. Her face was much paler. It was obvious that these 3 swords had used up a large amount of her mental energy. Demon Lin has been finished? No matter how one looked at it, Demon Lin, who was sealed in ice, seemed to have lost. The 9 hells cold chi was incomparably domineering. At this moment, he was frozen into an ice sculpture, and his injuries weren't light. Haha, Demon Lin, to think that you would have such a day. The elder of the Xian Gate finally exhaled. He was most happy to see this happen. The Supreme Alliance leader and Demon Lin weren't fated. If Demon Lin became the Supreme Alliance leader, it wouldn't be a good thing for the Xian Gate. Instead, they would be filled with anger. No way, City Lord Lin lost. Many people were dumbfounded. There's a fire. Lin Fei, who had turned into an ice sculpture, had flames rising from within. The domineering 9 hells cold chi turned into water vapor and rose up. Lin Fei walked out calmly. What a powerful sword move. The 9 hells divine sword should be the main body of the 9 hells cold chi. City Lord Lin, you win. The Ice Fairy felt extremely bitter as she said this. Just as she said, the Ice Fairy used the main body of the 9 hells cold chi and condensed it into a sword body. No one could withstand the attack of the cold chi. However, the Ice Fairy had underestimated Lin Fei's strength. It was just a fluke. The Ice Fairy turned around and left. She was so decisive and straightforward. Lin Fei remembered this Ice Fairy. If it was someone else, they would have probably lost today. The 9 hells cold chi entered the body and froze everything. At the same time, it also froze one's true essence. This was the most terrifying thing. Losing true essence was equivalent to losing everything. Lin Fei relied on the god fire to block the invasion of the 9 hells cold chi, so it was a fluke. Lin Fei reversed the situation and obtained victory. This meant that he could fight for the final battle. Sword God, let's not waste time. Get up here and fight with me. Lin Fei didn't have a good impression of the Sword God young master. Ever since he entered the Sword God sect, the Sword God Society had been making things difficult for him. Today he could finally solve it. As you wish. The Sword God young master stepped forward like a god looking down on all living beings. He emitted a powerful aura. After the Ice Fairy returned, she consumed a pill to recover. Junior Sister, is Demon Lin really that powerful? They could all see how terrifying Junior Sister Ice's sword was. She used 3 swords but couldn't hurt him at all. This was the most difficult thing to accept. Very strong. His deviant flame can restrain my 9 hells cold chi. The Ice Fairy said. There is no other flame in the continent. This must be the flame of the upper world. How is this possible? Demon Lin can communicate with the upper world? Could he be a seed planted by some big power? The Ice Palace elders were shocked. We must report this. This Demon Lin is very likely a seed of the upper world.
Chapter 695. If there was a dark horse this time, it was none other than Demon Lin. The final battle, the fight for the position of Supreme Alliance Leader, was finally decided between Demon Lin and young Master Sword God. No matter how strong Demon Lin was, he was at a disadvantage. He was half a step to Heaven Celestial, so there was a certain gap. But who would have thought that Demon Lin would shock everyone and fight for the final position? The position of Alliance Leader was very important. If Demon Lin became Alliance Leader, everyone would feel disgusted as if they had eaten a fly. They didn't accept Demon Lin from the bottom of their hearts. For example, Xian sect had suffered the most losses. They had lost 2 out of 3 treasures. If Demon Lin became the Alliance Leader, they would be depressed. With the existence of the Alliance Treaty, Xian sect wouldn't dare to act rashly. Dealing with the Alliance Leader was the same as going against the Parliament. Xian sect naturally didn't want Demon Lin to become the Alliance Leader. Taoist Gentleman's essence energy was injured. He stared at the battle platform with hatred and a cold smile appeared on his face. Demon Lin, so what if you enter the final step? How can you fight against Sword God Young Master's strength? In one night, he made my sword technique complete and improved the flaming giant lizard. No matter which one it is, it will be earth-shattering. I want to see how Sword God Young Master tortures you until you are killed. No one had ever seen young Master Celestial Swordsman in action, so no one knew his true strength. That night, Taoist Gentleman was confident that he wasn't afraid of young Master Celestial Swordsman, but he was defeated miserably in their fight. He couldn't forget that scene until now. Demon Lin met Sword God Young Master and it was destined that he would be defeated. Taoist Gentleman had already guaranteed it. Lin Fei and Sword God Young Master fought for the position of Alliance Leader. The Sword God sect's elders were the most conflicted. For example, one of them was very unhappy about chasing Demon Lin out of the sect. If they didn't chase Lin Fei out, Sword God sect would be so mighty. It was too late to regret now. The entire group of elders would probably be so shocked that their glasses would shatter. On the surface of the sea breeze blew past, bringing with it the smell of seawater. Lin Fei and Sword God Young Master faced each other from afar. One of them rose up in the continent while the other was famous for a long time. Most importantly, they came from the same sect. I never imagined that an abandoned disciple of the Divine Sword sect would be able to arrive at this step. It's truly an eye-opener for this young master. The moment the Sword God Young Master opened his mouth, he belittled Lin Fei to the point that he was worthless. His tone carried a sense of superiority. You sent the virtuous gentleman enlightened being to deal with me. In the end, he was defeated by my hands. You must be feeling very bad, right? I have wasted all the effort you put into nurturing me. Lin Fei said with a smile. He did not take the words from before to heart. There's no need to test the relationship between me and Taoist Gentleman. Young Master Divine Swordsman seemed to have expected this. There's no harm in telling you directly. Taoist Master Gentleman is just a dog by my side. A useless dog. I can change to another dog at any time. A dog that's even more powerful than him. The Divine Swordsman did not purposely suppress it, so everyone on the Dragon Island could hear it clearly. Shocking. Absolute shock. How could Taoist Gentleman be young Master Divine Swordsman's dog? Both of them had similar statuses. They were both celestial immortals and Xianxia. They almost doubted their ears. Taoist Gentleman was a dog of the Divine Swordsman Young Master. He was one of the 10 prodigies. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. With Taoist Gentleman's arrogance and his combat strength at the early stage of Heaven Immortal Realm, how could he possibly lower his noble head? None of them could do it, let alone Taoist Gentleman. The various big shots were shocked. They subconsciously looked at the Taoist Gentleman Immortal, who was at the mysterious gate. They found it hard to believe Sword God Young Master's words. A heavenly immortal expert submitting to another heavenly immortal expert wasn't too reliable in the end. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Taoist Gentleman's expression was indifferent. There was no sign of anger on his face. It was completely different from what they had imagined. They couldn't help but be shocked once again. Could it be that everything was true? Young Master Sword God's words were equivalent to a provocation to the Gentleman Enlightened Master. If it were anyone else, they would not be able to remain calm and might even start a fight. The dignity of a heaven immortal was not to be blasphemed. However, they did not see any changes in the Gentleman Enlightened being. This was completely abnormal. Too indifferent. Taoist gentleman, why aren't you greeting everyone? Young Master Sword God smiled. To be able to follow me is the fortune you have accumulated over several lifetimes. Taoist gentleman stood up. Everyone, there is no need to guess. Young Master Sword God is my lord. A wise man submits to circumstances. My lord is worthy of my following. I advise everyone to follow my lord and not regret it for the rest of your lives. Taoist gentleman, what's wrong with you? The elders of the mysterious gate were shocked. It was obvious that they did not expect such words. Taoist gentleman's expression darkened. I don't need you to say anything about my choice. Correct your position and figure out who you are. Then, obediently sit at the side. The elders of the mysterious gate wanted to say something but hesitated. The last sentence hit him right in his weak spot. This time, the leader of the Continental Alliance was Taoist gentleman. He was qualified to participate in it with the strength of a heaven immortal. However, they felt very sullen. Even if you followed young Master Sword God, we would not interfere if you did it in private. Why did you say it in public? Wasn't this clearly showing that the Celestial Sect was inferior to the Celestial Sect? The 10 great heroes had all gone to the Divine Sword Sect. Where would the Celestial Sect put their face? Once the news spread back to the sect, wouldn't the entire sect be infuriated to death? Taoist gentleman's admission undoubtedly made everyone re-examine this young Master Sword God. What did he do to Taoist gentleman to make him say such words? He would rather be a dog by his side. Young Master Sword God is very resourceful. He managed to make Taoist gentleman surrender with just one move. Unbelievable. It's really hard to accept that a heaven immortal would choose to surrender. Could it be that young Master Sword God really has an extraordinary background? Is he worth following? Could it be that young Master Sword God helped Taoist gentleman greatly when he mastered his swordsmanship? The fact that Taoist gentleman would rather be a dog by young Master Sword God's side was still hard to digest. Clap, clap, clap. Lin Fei raised his hand and applauded. The sound of his clapping echoed on the Dragon Island. So Taoist gentleman is a dog by your side. Looks like you are going to stand up for your dog? Then let me give you a piece of advice. Dogs are the easiest to devour. Don't suffer when the time comes. Lin Fei had a kind look on his face, but he was extremely shocked in his heart. F***CK. Long Batian was right. This sword god has an immortal monarch backing him up. That's why Taoist gentleman chose to surrender. Lin Fei thought quickly. He finally figured out the crux of the matter. Lin Fei, I think you are suitable to be my second dog. Young Master Sword God continued, as long as you become my dog, I will immediately help you advance to the heaven immortal realm and ascend to the heavenly realm. I have seen many arrogant people, but they all died horrible deaths. In that case, you are rejecting my kind intentions. Young Master Sword God said, you should know that this kind of opportunity only comes once in a lifetime. Not everyone can have it. Lin Fei curled his lips. To think that you have the nerve to say such old words. Back then, the God King of the foreign races also said this to me. In the end, I didn't even care. Do you think that I will care about you? Young Master Sword God did indeed have the intention to recruit Lin Fei. Anyway, there was no harm in it. On the contrary, he could obtain what he wanted. Especially since he suspected that Lin Fei had a huge power behind him. This result was within young Master Sword God's expectations. Young Master Sword God shook his head in disappointment. Usually, this young master will kill those who reject me without mercy. It just so happens that you are one of them. I thought that you would let me think about it. It seems like you are not a magnanimous person. Lin Fei laughed heartily. If you have any abilities, take them all out. Young Master Sword God no longer had any intention of subduing him. This young master's methods will let you know what true despair is. Hearing this, everyone knew that they were going to make a move. Demon Lin was good at sword techniques and young Master Sword God was also good at sword techniques. Could it be that they were going to compete on the path of the sword? Everyone couldn't help but look forward to it. Tong Tian God Pagoda. Young Master Sword God was the first to make a move. He took out a pocket-sized black pagoda. The moment this pagoda appeared, it rose with the wind and the color of heaven and earth instantly changed. An endless Tong Tian God pagoda appeared in the sky and connected with heaven and earth.
It seemed to have the power to reach the heavens and suppress heaven and earth. The moment the Tongtian God Pagoda appeared, the expressions of all the big shots changed. They all felt an unprecedented danger from the Tongtian God Pagoda. This has already surpassed the scope of a celestial artifact. How could young Master Sword God have such a treasure? Impossible. To be able to make the big shots feel a dangerous aura, the Tongtian God Pagoda was truly extraordinary. Before they even made a move, they already felt a sense of powerlessness. This was simply a one-sided suppression. I'm afraid that Lin Fei is in trouble. The Demon Lord also stood up. This is clearly a celestial artifact that surpasses the celestial artifact. Even if it doesn't surpass it, it is still a top-grade celestial artifact that can crush everything. Moreover, it has the name Tongtian. It is not just an ordinary kind of powerful. Could it be stronger than the mysterious Imperial Jade Seal? Nangong Qianxian revealed a look of worry. The mysterious Imperial Jade Seal had been continuously refined for generations and had already reached the upper grade. How could it be inferior to young Master Sword God's Tongtian God Pagoda? The mysterious Imperial Jade Seal is also inferior to this Tongtian God Pagoda. The Demon Lord shook his head. Young Master Sword God clearly wants to use the celestial artifact to directly suppress Lin Fei. He does not intend to waste time on this. Heaven's Path, suppress. From the sky, a heaven's path with no end in sight, rushed from top to bottom towards Lin Fei. The array on the sea surface was instantly broken, and the sea surface was forcibly suppressed. Lin Fei, this is the heaven's path, where white bones are piled up. You will be one of them. Young Master Sword God activated the Tongtian God Pagoda, and the heaven's path descended. He did not intend to waste any time and directly suppress Lin Fei. Mysterious Imperial Jade Seal. Lin Fei did not hesitate and took out the mysterious Imperial Jade Seal, which turned into a tall mountain. The 4 words, Mysterious Orthodox Path, trembled, and a door appeared out of thin air, rippling with boundless righteousness. Chapter 696. The path to heaven was like a black torrent with a majestic aura that could topple mountains and overturn seas. It was invincible as it violently collided with the gate formed by the awe-inspiring righteousness. Clang! An earth-shattering sound rang out. It was as if a majestic bell had been violently struck by someone. The sound reverberated and the sound waves attacked. The first to bear the brunt were the sea beasts on the calm sea. They were instantly annihilated. Millions of corpses littered the sea, and fresh blood dyed the sea red. The other weaker geniuses were severely injured by the loud sound waves. If it wasn't for the fact that they were in front of the big shots and had immortal artifacts to protect themselves from the sound waves, the geniuses would have suffered heavy casualties. Retreat! 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 The 3 consecutive words showed how overbearing young Master Sword God's attack was. Young Master Sword God was too cruel. The path to heaven made everyone's expression change drastically. It was as if they had encountered a peerless existence. Even if they attacked, they wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. If this kind of sound wave attack came a few more times, even these big shots might not be able to withstand it. They would inevitably die. On the huge Dragon Island, everyone retreated 100,000 miles away. The big shots worked together to activate their immortal artifacts and construct a protective formation to resist the divine might brought by the path to heaven. I always thought that among the 10 prodigies, Tai Yi was the first. Who would have thought that young Master Sword God would be the first expert? With the Divine Tower, young Master Sword God is invincible. I haven't felt danger in a long time. This is the first time I feel such a terrifying killing intent from young Master Sword God. Demon Lin doesn't have a high chance of winning. With just one move, all the big shots were shocked. They didn't dare to underestimate young Master Sword God anymore. Even if they attacked, they might not be a match for young Master Sword God with a heaven-defying immortal artifact. At this moment, they seemed to understand why Taoist gentlemen would take the initiative to seek refuge with young Master Sword God. If they were his age, they would also choose young Master Sword God. The path to heaven crushed down with the power of the heavens. The gate shook, and Lin Fei was injured. Cracks appeared on the mysterious gate jade seal like a spider web. Lin Fei, don't think that the treasure of the celestial sect of wonders can withstand the might of the heavens. The sword god young master stood proudly. In this young master's eyes, the Xianmen imperial jade seal is merely a piece of trash. This young master will soon destroy this trash immortal equipment. The path of ingress descended once more, turning into a torrent that crashed into the door once more. Ka 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 ka. The flood-like path to heaven smashed into the door. The island behind Lin Fei exploded and sank to the bottom of the sea. Waves surged up into the sky, and a white screen appeared. The gate formed by the awe-inspiring righteousness shattered. The mysterious gate jade seal's body continued to crack, covering its entire body. With a boom sound, the mysterious gate jade seal shattered, turning into fluorescent powder that filled the sky and quietly disappeared. Oh my god, the Xianmen jade seal is broken! Everyone couldn't help but exclaim. The mysterious gate jade seal, the treasure of the celestial sect of wonders, had been successful since the day it was refined. It had suppressed thousands of experts and had never been damaged before. After accumulating for a long time, the awe-inspiring righteousness had gathered, and in the future, it would definitely be promoted. However, in today's battle, under the Celestial Tower, the treasure of the Celestial Sect of Wonders, the mysterious Gate Jade Seal, had shattered just like that. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This sword god young master was too domineering. The treasure of the Celestial Sect of Wonders was broken just like that. They had already seen the veins of the Celestial Sect of Wonders bulging, and they were in a state of jealousy and anger. This Celestial Tower of the sword god young master indeed has the ability to transcend the heavens. The mysterious Gate Jade Seal was shattered in just 2 strikes. It's too terrifying. The big shots were even more afraid. Their immortal equipment was not inferior to the mysterious Gate Jade Seal. It was broken after 2 strikes, and they were afraid that theirs would be the same. This young master said that I will destroy your immortal equipment, so I will destroy your immortal equipment. The sword god young master looked down on the world. So what if you have the treasure of the Celestial Sect of Wonders? In this young master's eyes, it is just scrap metal. No matter how many come, I will destroy them all. In a while, this young master will completely destroy you. What physical body? It's a complete joke. I will let you know what it means to be unable to withstand a single blow. The sword god young master used the Celestial Tower to display his divine might. With one move, he destroyed the treasure of the Celestial Sect of Wonders, massacred the sea beasts within 10,000 miles, and looked down on all living beings. Go! Lin Fei took out the carefree fan again. The 10,000 miles of carefree mountains and rivers formed a space of its own. It suppressed thousands of enemies and trapped the path to heaven within the 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers. This daddy has a lot of treasures. If you have the ability, destroy them all. Lin Fei laughed loudly. He activated the carefree fan and captured the path to heaven. The sword god young master shook his head in disappointment. The difference in strength between us is not something that can be made up for with immortal equipment. The mysterious Gate Jade Seal can be destroyed by this young master, and the carefree fan is even more inferior to the mysterious Gate Jade Seal. Boom! The 10,000 miles of carefree river suppressed the path to heaven. Who would have thought that the Celestial Tower would suppress the 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers would be suppressed instead, falling into the control of the path to heaven? The carefree fan was covered in runes. It repeated the same mistake as before and once again shattered into pieces. The path to heaven was too powerful. Everywhere it passed, a flood destroyed everything in the world. It revealed its malevolent face and suppressed towards Lin Fei, sweeping him into the path to heaven. On the path to heaven, corpses piled up. The white bones were like mountains, and the end couldn't be seen. The white bones formed a line. The consequence of rejecting this young master is to be suppressed. You will be suppressed on the path to heaven forever and suffer all kinds of torture. The sword god young master was very disappointed in Lin Fei. Wanting to block his attack with just 2 supreme treasures was just wishful thinking. The white bone mountains flew down and suppressed Lin Fei's body. They wanted to drown him under the white bone mountains and he would never be able to rise again for the rest of his life. Sword god, you want to suppress me? I'm afraid you're daydreaming. Lin Fei resisted the white bone mountains with all his might. He raised his head and laughed. The only thing you did wrong was that you shouldn't have taken out your treasures to deal with me. I can even take the Celestial Jade Seal, let alone your Celestial Tower. I was just worried that I didn't have any supreme treasures on me. Your Celestial Tower is barely passable. I'll take it for you as compensation for what happened before. The sword god young master didn't think much of it. Take the Celestial Tower? He really had the guts of a leopard and was asking to be humiliated. To deal with people like you,
Suppression is the most direct way. The winner takes all. The loser has no right to speak. I want to see how you are going to take away my treasures. It will also be an eye-opener. Why did Demon Lin take away the supreme treasure from Taoist gentlemen's hands? This had always been a question in everyone's mind. The art of refining treasures, refining all the supreme treasures in the world. Celestial Tower. Come to me. Lin Fei stomped his foot. The endless white bone mountains shattered from bottom to top, turning into white mist. Black runes flew out from his body, emitting an endless mysterious aura. There were more than 100 of them and they escaped into the path to heaven. Chapter 697. Treasure Refining Technique? Everyone exclaimed. They searched through their memories and it was obvious that they were unfamiliar with this name. Did you see that? The treasure refining technique that Demon Lin is using is such a weird power. It has a mysterious aura and it's clearly not true essence or celestial power. What kind of power is it? An elder frowned. Once it was mentioned, they were shocked to find that the power of runes was something they had never seen before. It wasn't the celestial power that they had imagined. They had knowledge and experience, but they were completely clueless when it came to refining treasures. They had never heard of this name before. The moment Demon Lin used it, they realized that it was extraordinary. If it was celestial power runes, they wouldn't be too surprised, but a power that wasn't celestial power runes was the weirdest. Ever since Demon Lin rose up, he had been shrouded in a layer of mystery that made everyone want to see what was going on. Every surprise made them curious about Demon Lin. A strange treasure refinement art once again allowed them to witness the mysteriousness of Fiend Lin. Even for the big shots present, this was the first time they had seen such a method. There were people who could seize treasures, but there were very few who could sever the connection and refine the treasure on the spot. The treasure refining technique could refine all treasures in the world. If everything was as Demon Lin said, then it was really amazing. He could refine whoever's treasure he liked. At the moment, they didn't know how strong the treasure refining technique was, but with young Master of Swords' divine might, no matter how amazing the treasure refining technique was, it wouldn't be able to do anything to him. At this moment, young Master of Sword was like a god descending to the world. He swept through the world and the path to heaven was filled with white bones. Chief, the situation isn't good. Should we help Lord Dragon King? 100,000 miles away. Long Batian used his strong body to block the divine might released by the heaven-reaching God Tower. No need. Long Batian shook his head indiscernibly. Young Master of Swords' heaven-reaching God Tower is limitless, but Lord Dragon King isn't someone to be trifled with. I think that his treasure refining technique will definitely show its power. I believe that it will be very interesting. Can Dragon King really do it? Have you ever seen such a mysterious talisman? It's not immortal force runes, it's a completely new kind of power. Long Batian's eyes shone like torches. This power is extraordinary. Do you think the treasure refining technique is useless? Refining all the treasures in the world, I like to hear that. We just need to watch the show. The Dragon King was glad that he recognized the other party as the Dragon King back then. Even though he knew that the other party had a problem, he did not expose it. Now, it seemed that everything was right. The Dragon King was quite extraordinary. With Long Batian's many years of experience, he would not be wrong about him this time. You're quite capable to be able to shake this young Master's celestial tower. Young Master Sword God said. He then laughed out loud. Your refining techniques are indeed extraordinary. However, with your strength, you are overestimating yourself if you want to snatch away the heavenly God Tower. Even though he said so, the Sword God young Master's heart was in turmoil. He was almost the same as everyone else, and there was no difference between them. He was just trying to keep up appearances. It's not immortal force runes. What kind of power is this? I have never seen it before. This kind of mysterious runes is continuously weakening my control over the heavenly God Tower. If this continues, it will be ridiculous. I must not let Lin Fei's treasure refining technique succeed. The Sword God young Master thought. I must find the treasure refining technique from his hands and learn the mysterious power of the runes. When the time comes, who can compete with me when I snatch the immortal equipment? This was the first time the Sword God young Master had a greedy thought when he saw the treasure refining technique. In this world, even a high-grade immortal equipment like the mysterious Imperial Jade Seal was disdainful. One could imagine how harsh it was towards immortal equipment. He must take this treasure-refining technique for himself. How could such a mysterious power appear in the hands of a lowly ant? It should be in the hands of a superior person like him. Kill! Young Master Sword God made a grabbing motion with his 5 fingers. Millions of white sword intents interweaved to form an inescapable net that flew towards Lin Fei. They wanted to strangle him to death in this inescapable net. Lin Fei laughed complacently. Sword God, you are feeling guilty and anxious. I thought you would be calm. Seems like you are still human and can't escape. Thinking about it, you must be unable to control the heavenly god tower if you make your move so quickly. Fortunately, I learned the essence technique. Otherwise, this sword god would not be easy to deal with. This treasure refining technique was the essence technique that Lin Fei bought from the system store. The price was shocking and he finally bought it while clenching his teeth. Such an essence technique surpassed the knowledge of everyone in this world. The mysterious imperial jade seal in Daoist Junzi's hands was used to weaken his control over it using the essence runes. The black runes from before were the essence runes. The moment the sword god young master attacked, Lin Fei knew that he was panicking. Even though he couldn't see his expression from his face, his actions revealed the panic in his heart. Facing the inescapable net, Lin Fei didn't panic at all. Divine flames shot out from his body and turned into a fire net that burned. Everywhere it passed, the seawater evaporated and smoke spread for thousands of miles. Chi 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 young master sword god's sword net contained a supreme will. Lin Fei's divine flame was the flame of heaven and earth. When the two of them clashed, a hole appeared in the inescapable net, and the sea of flames devoured it, extinguishing it. Demon Lin's flames are equally terrifying. Even the sword god young master's sword intent was destroyed. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. Of course, Demon Lin's words shocked them. The sword god young master was actually unable to block the invasion of the runes and was in a hurry to attack? It wasn't as if he had the world in his hands and was in a hurry to attack. Demon Lin exposed the situation. The sword god young master still had a calm expression on his face. Your strange flame is indeed extraordinary. I wonder if you can block my next move. The long sword came out of its sheath. The dragon roared and the Jingguang shone. It was as if a peerless sword god had appeared and crossed the sky. Multicolored light danced and celestial music rang out. It was really shocking. This is the sword god young master's sword? The sword god young master was famous for his sword path, but from start to finish, no one had seen him use a sword. It was as if he only existed in legends. The moment this sword appeared, it gave off an extraordinary aura. 50,000 kilometers away, the genius cultivators with swords suddenly discovered that their swords were moving uncontrollably, flying out of their scabbards and sword cases. Xiao, my sword! It flew away. How is that possible? I used my blood to refine this celestial sword. I can move it at will and no one can take it away. Why did it fly away uncontrollably? A genius swordsman spat out. In the entire area, anyone with a sword had their swords flying out. That must be a god's sword. A big shot tried his best to suppress the celestial sword. He was barely able to suppress it so that it wouldn't fly out and become a part of the celestial sword. A godlike sword? If that's the case, then the sword god young master's sword technique is really terrifying. Any swordsman who meets the sword god will have their combat strength greatly reduced. The celestial sword that flew out appeared behind the sword god young master. Sword control technique. The sword god young master hollered. The Jingguang in his eyes flashed and the Jingguang behind him suddenly charged out. In an instant, it appeared in front of Lin Fei. The sword intent raged as it headed straight for his brow. This sword was too fast and exceeded the imagination of the big shot. This sword had a speed that exceeded that of a heaven celestial. Even divine sense couldn't capture its trajectory. Demon Lin Fei was in danger. The sword god young master didn't think that Lin Fei could block his sword control technique. Even if it was just the first move, once the sword control technique was used, it would be easy to take the head of someone from 1,000 miles away. With his strength, it would be effortless for him to take the head of someone from 1,000,000 miles away. Too fast. Lin Fei was startled, and his eyebrows twitched. Just one sword strike had forced him into a dangerous situation. Great danger. Great danger. Lin Fei, you won't be able to block my sword. You should be proud to die to it. Ha ha ha. You aren't worthy. At the moment of danger, Lin Fei retreated.
A flame wall appeared out of nowhere and bought some time for him. The sword twisted and the flame wall collapsed. The sword attacked once more. Lin Fei was enough to buy a chance for himself. Dang, the sword turned into a jingguang and charged over. Its speed was too fast and it shot into a furnace, unable to enter at all. I blocked it. In such a dangerous situation, Lin Fei relied on the heaven and earth furnace to block the fatal sword. Scram down. Lin Fei's left hand turned into a dragon scale. He grabbed and tried to grab the sword. However, the moment the sword pulled out, Lin Fei's left hand was covered in blood. He was injured. What a sharp sword. Lin Fei didn't dare to fight barehanded anymore. He used the heaven and earth furnace to protect him and dodge the sword. He once again used energy runes which surged into the heaven-reaching god tower to weaken his control. You actually blocked that sword. What kind of furnace is this? Sword God Prince's sure-kill sword was something that, in theory, Lin Fei shouldn't be able to block. In the end, the furnace in front of him blocked it. This was really unexpected. The heaven-reaching god tower was used but it wasn't able to suppress him. The sword was unsheathed but it was still useless. Sword God Prince was on the verge of collapsing. You can have a sword, so why can't I have a furnace? Lin Fei had a lingering fear. This sword god was really a strong enemy. He had never seen such a sword technique before. Heaven-reaching god tower. Why aren't you coming over? Lin Fei released energy runes. The heaven-reaching god tower in the sky shook and it seemed like the situation was one-sided. Kill! Sword God Prince controlled the heaven-reaching god tower and used the imperial sword technique to attack Lin Fei. He tried to break the furnace, otherwise, things would be bad. A scene that was hard to digest also appeared in the sky. The heaven-reaching god tower was sometimes on the left and sometimes on the right. It was a tug-of-war that had never happened before. Success! Lin Fei used the furnace to block the sword and focused on attacking the heaven-reaching god tower. He finally suppressed Sword God Prince's control and the heaven-reaching god tower flew over. You dare! Sword God Prince coughed out blood. He grabbed with his hand and wanted to keep the heaven-reaching god tower. Lin Fei laughed and slashed out with his sword. A sword river rushed out and blocked this grab. The pocket-sized pagoda landed in Lin Fei's hand. Energy runes flew out and entered the heaven-reaching god tower. Treasure light circulated and the control was completely weakened.